6:30 on Thursday the 14th. We are in number 462. About 4,000 to be here. What, 3 years?
3 years to get you.
1,500, probably was 2,000 videos.
Over 3,000 pictures.
12 million views. Needs to be in a few vehicles. They're worse things. Yeah, we're really using this for through. I want to play and then shoot this through. But that's actually not that clear. I want to check it in like you end up in this thing.
See how's the plug. Like it.
Oh yeah. On the ground.
5:30, I think.
6. An hour and a half to get to the train.
Bit of a rush.
One of the 2 minute transport drive. And we're having a size super dry. So 10 euros. What much beer? About 4 grand just to get this.
Right, hello everybody and welcome back to the channel. It is day 2 in Bordeaux and I'm at the tram station where you can see a couple of Chile fans there, about to head to the stadium for our first match of the tournament. Seen a lot of South Africans here, a lot of, well, I mean, we're just on a tram now and there's just Afrikaans everywhere. There's English, which is the main thing, which is very cool to see. But yeah, Samoa versus Chile kick off at 3 o'clock, which is in about 4 hours time. It's about 12 o'clock, so yeah, we're about to head to the stadium now, do a couple of interviews, go and see a lot of South African fans, get some interviews with some of the Chilean fans, Samoan fans who are out in their colours. Personally, might actually go get a Chile shirt as well. But yeah, stay tuned for my first match day vlog of the tournament. everybody, and welcome to Favorite Rugby Beyond Favorite Sports. This is day 2 of the Favorite Sports Tour, and we are here in Bordeaux. Samoa versus Chile kickoff is in about just over an hour's time, and as you can see, absolutely pumping here in Bordeaux. Chile definitely seems to have the most fans here. It's a bit of a red army over here, although the Samoan support is definitely starting to arrive. Plenty of South Africans ahead of the game tomorrow against Romania, and I've got a beer, I've got my glasses on, and let's go have a look and see what's going on here. How's it guys? I'm checking here, sitting here at the photography stand, and yeah, I'm busy watching Chile warm up in front of me. Very cool warm jerseys, by the way. I was actually going to contact to get their jerseys, but the actual warm jerseys are very cool. But yeah, I'm sitting in the stadium, so excited to put up. Just by the way, keeping an eye out for the Red Army. A lot of Chilean supporters in for today. It's just an army of red looking around here. The Samoans come out there, of course, as well, but absolutely nothing compared to what Chile have got. And yeah, second ever World Cup game for them. They look the part, a couple of players looking very confident around here. Very cool to sort of see it, and very cool to see how excited the fans are. We spoke to a couple of the fans outside, and you can just see how excited they are to get involved in something like this. I mean, we all know how passionate of a sports nation Chile are, and the rugby doesn't seem to be any different. Very keen to see what Samoa can do here. They should be able to get the job done, but you know, anything can happen in a World Cup. So I hope you guys are enjoying the watch along, and we'll take it soon. Okay, and that is game 1. Not the fight in Chile. Fan favorite team, they're absolutely brilliant side. From a people perspective, I mean, I've just left about 25 minutes after the game, with half an hour after the game. They're still signing autographs, they're still changing their fans, so absolutely brilliant team that definitely has a lot of future. I mean, they were always going to struggle against Samoa, physically wise. It was tough for them to cope. But yeah, that was game 1 in the bag. Gonna go walk around the village a little bit, see if there's anything. Might get myself a shitty shirt, actually, the way things are going, and then head on home for a watch along before hopefully hitting the streets of Bordeaux later. All right, we're outside Bordeaux. There is an hour until kickoff, and you can see it's an absolute sea of green over here. Yeah, and the plan is we're just gonna head into the depths of Springboks supporters, chat with a few people, and see what's going on. So let's go and see. Basically, this is what it looks like to be here at Bordeaux. Let's go have a look and find some people to chat to and stuff. And yeah, I mean, as you can sort of see, we're talking about a sea of green. There's Springbok fans on fans on fans on fans on fans. We're going to be asking a few people for some score predictions and just try and find out how many people are actually here from South Africa and stuff, the travellers. So we're going to walk around and we're going to have a look. Hello everybody, hello, how are you? Good. Steve.
Hi, Wayne.
Very nice to meet you.
Hi, Steve.
Gentlemen, how are you? Good. Welcome. Where are you guys from?
Africa.
South Africa.
Johannesburg.
Johannesburg.
Yeah.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, and you?
Good. Please introduce yourself. Tell us where you're from.
I'm Anita and I'm from Port Elizabeth in South Africa.
Kom here gedaan, yeah. There we go. We've ticked
Sorry,
off.
that one.
Yeah. Victoria. My name is Steve, we're from BoyleSports. We are recording over here, so we're going to cover all the multitude of South African supporters. Are you guys all from South Africa? No, you are. Who's got load shedding when they get back? Okay, I want to go stand with you guys. This is my load shedding buddies here. What's impressive, if you ask me, is the fact we've got so many people actually from South Africa bringing the rand over here. We never thought our currency would get this far, but so far so good. No ways!
Hi, boy. Hello, Ross. How are you?
Yeah, very well.
Like
So this is how small of a world it is. Went to Varsity with this man who, as you can see, is looking phenomenal. Who dressed you today?
So we're here with a bunch of, there's 11 of us. We call ourselves Bokval. So it's like a stokval. So we've been saving up for 4 years. And now eventually we're here.
Joining the Sea of Green, where are you guys from?
Durban originally.
Durban, yeah.
I'm from Durban as well.
Durban, okay, shame. Sorry to hear that. got a couple of Durbanites here. I'm from Joburg, so no, we appreciate you. We have to go on holiday somewhere.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's true. So you said originally, where are we now? London. Right. London. But still sports South Africa, still South Africa through.
Always. Springboks forever.
There we go. And is this your first game for the World Cup?
No, 2. Yesterday was
Samoa versus Chile game. Oh, there we go. What did we think about yesterday?
crazy. But today it's better.
It's amazing. It's a sea of green, and thank you guys for wearing your colours and bringing out the box. When did you arrive?
We arrived on the 15th.
15. Okay, it's been here a while. And when are we leaving?
We are leaving on the 25th, so we're watching the Ireland game.
Ireland game. All right,
Yeah.
cool. We'll see you there. Right, Romania today. Give me a score prediction.
I am going to say 66.
At least 80 points.
At least 80 points. In the game or for us in specific? Okay, 80. Yeah, right.
Yeah, we have to match the Irish. They did 82, I think.
70. Yeah, something along those lines.
Yeah, so
Well, if you get 80 points, I'll dare to get a bonus point. So.
let's aim for 80.
Do you think Romania scored today?
Oh, yes, I think so.
To be fair, I think everyone here probably wants them to score actually.
They've got
So,
to at least get a bonus.
yeah, cool.
That'll just make you feel good for a while.
Oh, there we go. Score prediction for today.
Score prediction on my SUPERBRU, I went Boks by 70, but I'm going to change that because I think the Boks are going to go 55. 55. We're going to be celebrating a lot of tries. A lot of tries will be celebrated.
You got to tries, more tries. Does Romania have a chance? All the tries, eh?
100 out of 0.
100 0, okay. You reckon? 11 tries. We need more than 11 tries. We're going to go past Kevin. I want 80 points. What do you reckon?
I like barely double digits, so 10 tries.
10 tries. 10
But
tries.
I think just for the spirit of the game, it wouldn't hurt if Romania could score. They've got so many supporters here.
Yeah, I think to be fair, I think we all want them to score 8 tries.
Across the line,
Yeah,
it's fine.
we do.
80-10.
80-10.
Yeah, nothing less than 60, buddy.
Nothing less than 60.
24-13.
Not going to be a popular man later. Right, so 10-11 tries so far is the call. And I bumped a couple of Romanian fans over here. Love the jersey, first of all. How are we? Yeah, come here. Yeah, come on here. We want everybody here. We got everybody in here. Yeah. Coming up against the current world champs. How are you guys feeling?
We are feeling, I think, confident. We want to make a big game to get out of the game like Uruguay last game with France, like heroes. Yeah, it's hard to beat them, but we can be some heroes. We want to be some heroes there.
I'm actually quite keen to see how Dion Currie does coming on as replacement hookers.
Okay.
And,
We must see Marco Verstappen in there. You know,
exactly.
apparently anyone's a hooker these days.
Exactly.
Don't quote me on that, but after you finish here, we're being invaded here. It's a bit of a takeover here. I'm going to come across here. Once you guys have played today, who are you guys supporting in the tournament? Are you guys going to support us afterwards, or is there another team you're supporting?
Depends of the result. Depends on the result. But the European team must win it.
No. Come here to us. You see, come here to us. We'll take you.
Well, you already have a movie, so the European nation needs a
Yeah, we
movie.
need another movie though. We've got no electricity. It's tough out there. This is the nice thing, I suppose, when it comes to sort of smaller games, is that there is genuinely no animosity whatsoever. It is very, very relaxed. And yeah, there's a lot of camaraderie. Hopefully that won't change. And look, if the Boks lose, you might see a lot of very grumpy Springboks supporters. Are we bringing it back to Pretoria?
Absolutely.
You reckon?
Absolutely.
Bring it back.
All it back.
Absolutely.
So you're going to bring it home?
Yeah, definitely.
The World Cup came back to South Africa for another 4 years.
My friend, he said yes.
Okay, there you go. You asked here, Cleese, Ches and Colvin. They've confirmed that the World Cup is coming back to South Africa. So you heard it here first. There we go. Guys, thank you so much. Enjoy the game.
Currently doing the lineup, and we all off at James in Madrid. It's down. And we back in that area. Look at them. Let's get the rain cover ready. And that's the way.
Hello everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BoyleSports, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BoyleSports. Come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up. Get yourself an account and make sure that you are winning big with BoyleSports. Hello everybody and welcome back to Forever Rugby on Forever Sport. And as you can see, it is Paris week. South Africa versus Ireland on Saturday. Welcome to week 2 of the tour, the first official long week. We're in Bordeaux, we're now in Paris. We've got 4 days of build-up. The Springbok announcement is actually tonight. And come here, join us, subscribe to the channel, and let's go see Paris, shall we? Fun morning, coming out to the police station. We are finally up doggy there. Yeah, first behind the camera and just got photos yesterday, so we're having to sort that out. And late change for plans. It's been like something announced tonight, so unfortunately got 2 hours. But yeah, let's go see the Paris. Roads across the street. It's going to blow our entire holiday budget on like the Port Travel watch. I reckon if we sold all our camera equipment, we might be able to buy like a strap. This is my official audition to become a Nike athlete. But I think I'm just visiting the store. And this is why we are here. Get the full selection of our stuff. Bloody floor. I'm walking upstairs. Pretty cool though. Come to basically 5-story Nike. This is where it gets dangerous. You see French jerseys. I'm seeing lots of different jerseys. I'm seeing a lot of Euros. Getting sorted for my next fishing trip. Look, arrived at home going to Loftus in my khaki Air Jordan jacket. There you go, nice. See when you watch the rugby on a Saturday morning, and you're sorted. Alright. Let's see the option film, shall we? This is now my Lecoq 14 edition today. Now it's all the rugby stuff.
This is currently where I'm walking. As you can see, I'm actually just taking a stroll literally through the French countryside. to go and report on the Boks Paris-based press conference. No public transport out here apart from a bus that doesn't go the right way. So having to give it a bit of a leg. I tried to ask a couple of French people for a lift, and both two ladies and a guy, all three of them shook their heads and said no anglais and drove off. So clocking in some steps. It's a half an hour walk to the press conference. Yes, I do have the camera and tripod and mics on my back, so this is going to be lots of fun. I realise the train's coming in the wrong side.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. It is day 6 of the Forever Sports Tour. And look where we are. It is a day off for media duties. There are no Springbok press conferences. There are no press conferences today. And as a result, we have decided to come to Disney to see what's going over here. Disneyland Paris, where we're at. Going to be a fun day, a bit of an interesting time. It's been a flurry of a few days. It's been non-stop pedal to the metal action since we arrived last week Friday. So you're going to take a bit of a day off, going to have a bit of fun, go and check out what's outside, and go and see what magic Disney has to offer before we see the magic that Rassie Erasmus, Jacques Nielbo, Tia Khaleesi and the rest of the Springbok lineup will be bringing on Saturday when they take on Ireland at Stade de France. We are match day, -3, I think, just a few days left until the iconic clash on Friday, which is set to be the biggest match of the World Cup so far. Before then, let's go have some fun.
We're going to do both parts today. It's going to be a bit of a hectic one. You're only at Paris once,
Good. This is my second time.
Ride number 1
It's in your head, it's actually the wrong ride. You're locked into something else. You don't have ears on here.
Play my ears.
That's what you get on butt cap, right?
Day 4 in Paris. It's a week since we left. We left last week Thursday in the evening. It's Thursday Thursday afternoon. As you can see, pretty miserable weather. We are at the official fan village where we're going to try and get through to the official store. France are playing tonight, so this should be an absolute buzz later. It looks like a very cool setup. We're going to have a check to see what we can get into and what we can't. But yeah, pretty miserable weather. Pretty nice location over here. I mean, it's a phenomenal place to have a band park. Plans to go from here, potentially go do a couple of sightseeing things. Ireland team announced at 3 o'clock, so we're going to try and find a cool place to potentially do a show from there. Apart from that, we're just going to go see a bit more of Paris, because we just haven't really seen much at the moment. So yeah, welcome to another episode of the BoyleSports Backstage Tour. A little bit of disrespect. 2019, please put South Africa. I'd like to see 2027 as well. And 2023 as well. 3 in a row, eh? Let's do some shopping. Where's on the GM one? Broke, just look at the score. This is what came at 10 o'clock again. Yeah. Bonjour and welcome back to the BoyleSports Tour. As you can see, it's a lovely day in Paris. We've just finished at the mega store. It's expensive, it's a bit of a head. As you can see, I've come away with my beret. A little bucket hats, by the way, which is vital. And we're now walking through Paris, which is miserable. Yeah, I mean, there's only one way to describe this weather, and that's shit. Yeah, I'll be a tour guide for today. My vast knowledge on Currie. On the right here, we have some marshmallows on a stick. Basically, like the typical sort of 9 o'clock dry snack, really. When you've got your 50 Cokes, come and grab a couple of those. Sit over the fire on the dry on a Friday night. And in the Southern colours as well. I've got no idea where we are. And there it is. How many thousands of kilometers, years, see. It's pretty cool, I won't lie. Can't see it. It's kind of grey stuff. Turns out our boy Charles is here. I'm going to say hi to him, ask him what he reckons the English cars are, ask him why he appointed Bordeaux, and maybe see if Harry's up to grab. Good, Harry's a Springboks supporter, he's no longer welcome in the UK. Great if it wasn't me in Rainbow. I feel like I'm in Cape Town, except it's better than Cape Town. But Cape Town, take the best. I mean, we'll never go to the Johannesburg. I think it's like 30 degrees, absolutely gorgeous. There's one thing I want to be able to bring on my travel. Good news. Found it. Also, in case anyone wants to know, the entire Paris is under construction. Everywhere. Off Disneyland. You go, it's just one big construction site.
Steve, can you give us a history lesson on
1925. Porsche a little bit before my time. The fourth time that I've actually studied. I present to you the latest members for the Springboks bomb squad. He's on the shorter side, basically about half the height of Arthur Snyman. But probably do a bit of a job in the second row. We have a plane next to us, so there looks like a cruise down there today.
it's a bit better?
Yeah, the good news is that the weather has taken into a quarter better. Ironically, it's still pretty miserable. It's not warm, but no longer wet. Which is the main thing.
Steve!
Allez. This is what he is But you think I'm doing this every single day, like wet shoes.
Oh, these shoes are disaster.
Cold. No. Very much like SA. It's great for people keep walking. Then you're like, what? Right. Huge update on the tour. In fact, the most important update. Rusty has joined the BoyleSports team on the ground here. Like you'd introduce, our official mascot. Might be the most expensive bear we've ever bought. I suppose it's definitely the most expensive bear I've ever bought. But this is Rusty. We're going to show him up with a little BoyleSports pin. He is the official tour mascot. And the plan is to take him to basically everywhere. So actually it's become Rusty's tour. So follow for more Rusty. I don't know where we are, John. We don't even think I want to let the motor off. Quasimodo is currently staying in the Airbnb.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, Bitdefender. Bitdefender is a global leader in cyber security. Bitdefender is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with Bitdefender, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on Bitdefender, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, Bitdefender, for joining the channel. I've been Reese here on Forever Sports. Thank you very much.
Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sport. The Springboks are in the Rugby World Cup final. I can't actually believe it. I am actually sitting here. I don't know if I'm cold and I've got the shakes. I don't know where the goosey pimples are from the cold, from the atmosphere, from the game. I'm hearing singing outside from the stadium. One of the most phenomenal quarterfinals. We thought last night was phenomenal. Tonight delivered as well. Two of the best quarterfinals possibly of all time. South Africa have knocked France out of the World Cup. 29 points to 28, a game that ebbed and flowed. A thriller, almost 60 points in it. You don't see that in quarterfinals. You don't see tries being scored. 6 tries in the first half. You don't see that, but we saw that tonight. What a game it was, and just what a World Cup this has become. I'm just struggling to almost sort of put it into words just how phenomenal that effort was from the Boks, because they were not at their best necessarily. France were really good. France are really good. It's a brilliant team that they've got, honestly. As I said in the live stream, if you're a French fan, you can be very proud of that side that they put out tonight. As a South African, I cannot believe it. Can we go back to back? Well, I'll tell you what, England next, and if they win that, potentially a final against New Zealand, what a final that would be. What an occasion this was tonight. But before I tell you exactly what went down when, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe. We've passed 50,000 subscribers. What a night this has been. But let's go through it. Right, so it was the worst possible start for the Boks. Cyril Bayer went over in the 3rd minute. Tomo Ramos getting in the extra 20, and we suddenly thought, oh my goodness, that's just the worst thing possible to happen. You know, to concede an early try, to get the French fans up, it was going to be a disaster. But Currie Orange hitting back 5 minutes later, an up and under from Moen Liebach, terribly fielded from Cameron Watkey. Ball came loose, it landed perfectly Orenser, who had space, off he went. And just absolutely brilliant. And in fact, no, I think that was actually David Delendi's try. I mean, I'm actually trying to get I'm even getting my tries mixed up here. I think it was David Delendi, which was Cameron Watkey mistake. Either way, sorry, it was just one of those games. Currie Orenser in the 8th minute, Damien Delendi in the 18th minute. Bang, bang, the box did go. Moni can leave up with a very good conversion first up, then missed his second conversion. Tomo Ramos missing a penalty in the 15th minute. However, Piotr Muavaka scored in the 22nd minute to level things. Tomo Ramos missing the penalty. Then Cheslin Colby, what a kick from Jesse Creel. Turnover ball, couple of phases, and Creel found a bit of space on the outside, put the glove through, bounced up perfectly for Cheslin Colby, who then ran that try. Moni adding the extras, but 4 minutes later, by once again over he went. Tomo Ramos adding it, the extras there. Then Ebenezer got a yellow card just before half time, head-on-head contact. Thankfully, it did remain to a yellow card, which is important given that Evan went on to go score a try later on. Tomo Ramos adding a penalty just before half time to make it 22 points to 19. It was a terrible start for the Boks in the second half, if we're going to be brutally honest. Defense was nowhere. France looked so good. They looked red hot. The Boks made some big calls with the replacements, took off Sia Khaleesi, they took off Damian Willems, they took off Mani Liebach, and the substitution that defined it was Kwagga Smith. We'll get to him in a moment. Tomo Ramos adding extra points in the 53rd minute from another penalty suddenly meant they were 6 points ahead. But then, bang, kick ahead, all the pressure. Kwagga Smith over the ball, winning a penalty. The Boks deciding to go with the tap and go. Ebenezer, what a carry. Over he went, getting the try. Andre Pollard adding the conversion. And then 2 minutes later, on the halfway line, Kwagga Smith, bang, once again, over the ball, wins a penalty. Andre Pollard adds the extras. 3 minutes later, France get a penalty. They elect to take the points. And then it was just defense. Eventually, the ball coming loose, Boks kicking it out. Phenomenal scenes. If you look at the stats, very interesting. France had 64% territory, 59% possession. Boks scoring 4 tries to 3. Meters ran, France beat 42 defenders, by the way, 512 meters, more gain line carries, almost 3 times as many gain line carries, more passes, more offloads. Let's look at the defensive stats. France making 80 of 92 tackles, Boks making 121 of 163 tackles at 74%, not great at all. Missing just 1 kick though, the Boks, France missing 2. Ruck success was the same. Lineouts, neither side skipped a beat, really. Scrums, 56% for France. The Boks scrum operated. Oxenchair with a huge scrum penalty. Very, very impressive. Discipline-wise, 6 penalties apiece. There weren't a lot of penalties in the game. And then Evan Etzebeth, the sole sort of card in it. So if you look at some individual stats over here, I'd like to pick out a few. I thought that Charles Oliver put in a very big shift. I thought that Anthony Gelange was pretty solid. Evan Etzebeth, what a workhorse. 10 tackles he made. Other big players, Bongi Manambi had a brilliant game. I thought that Dwayne was pretty good. I thought Peter Steph Toy was decent, but a word from the backs. I mean, JC Creel as well made some brilliant defensive reads. 13 tackles, 3 missed, yes, but a reminder that when it comes to the Boks defensive system, it's about making the head, it's about stopping the momentum. A try assist as well for him. I thought he was superb. I thought both our wings played really well. Both our wings getting onto the score sheet. At the moment, I'm just struggling to sort of, convey my emotions at how incredibly proud I am of that victory and of this result and of this team. A lot of people, 3 months ago said we didn't have a chance. We've got a big chance now. We'll have to just sort of break this game down the next few days. But for the meantime, we are preparing to take on England in the semi-finals. That will be next week, Saturday. Let me know what you think about the let me know what you think about the game down in the comments below. Please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. And I will see you guys all next time.
Hello, welcome to this post-reaction show. We've just finished watching what is an absolutely incredible game of rugby. I actually don't think I have ever witnessed quarterfinals in any sport that have been this exciting. That is said as a Bok fan, that is said as a rugby fan, that is said as a fan of sports in general. What an incredible incredible ending this has been to quarterfinals. I am joined, of course, by Carl Usher, Wesley Hartman, and Daniel Scholz. Daniel has persisted with the hat, but that's okay. I'll put him for it. It is green, so I'll take it.
Yeah, it's branded, bro.
Listen, I mean, whatever makes you happy, Paul. At this point, nothing can ruin my mood. Look, boys, that is phenomenal. That is absolutely incredible. What a prospect for the game of rugby. Wesley, I can see you're sitting there rubbing the eyes. Just what's the reaction, buddy?
No, I mean, somewhat disbelief. You know, like I think. It's the best. That first half is the best half of a quarterfinal rugby match I've ever watched. I mean, it was just absolutely electric, back and forth. It was amazing. And then the second half was just a grind. It was just that arm wrestle then that we saw between New Zealand and Ireland, the back and forth, and neither side really finding their way through. But the Boks just finding a way to win, somehow just grinding it out. And I do feel, you know, a word to the French, because personally, and they will get into this, I do feel like France looked the better side. And I know I'm going to cop a lot of hate for that, but I personally think their attack looked more potent. I thought they looked more put together. But the Boks are just a tournament team, you know, and they just found a way to win.
Holy hell. Listen, I'm supposed to be your host for tonight, but to be very honest with you, I was struggling to think of questions because ecstatic. What an incredible game of rugby. Look, I will premise this with saying that I feel very bad for France at the moment, and the comments are going wild. Please keep it coming, guys. It was fantastic, incredible. Thank you so much for joining us for this, because to be honest, moments like these should be shared with the rest of South Africa and all around the world. This is just amazing. Daniel, to be very honest, it looked like the Boks were going into that second half looking like they were completely out of it with the yellow card. Of course, the Eben Etzebeth, a talisman as well. But luckily, the French were unable to take advantage of that. As I calm down and as I relax, I will let you just give us your first impressions of that, particularly of that second half. But yeah, just the entire game in general. What a fantastic prospect of rugby.
I'm speechless. Honestly, I'm speechless. When there were like 2 minutes left, I thought we had like 15 minutes. I wasn't stressed. And then those next 2.5 minutes felt like 5 years. It was horrible. And the defense was absolutely sorted out. The first half, they were dominating, breaking the line pretty much with every phase. Every time they had the ball, they were in our 22. It was a bit of a shambles. I was just praying that we got out alive with Eben off. And it was almost like us just scrapping it and fighting while Eben is off, then rallied the troops a little bit. All of a sudden, we were holding our own scrums with the man down. You know, yellow. We started winning our scrums. Our line-out wasn't great, but as we said, it's a tournament team. Find a way to bloody win. Like, doesn't matter. Like, you know, our subs was completely different. No one could have predicted, you know, 100 pilot coming on at 45 minutes. Like, ludicrous stuff. Like, really out of the ordinary. But will to win. Boys did it. Like, I'm gonna call it. I said Boks by 1. Couldn't have hit the nail on the head anymore if I wanted to. But yeah, no, I'm ecstatic. I can't believe it.
Yeah, and I'm looking through the comments here, and to be honest, I see a couple of them. I see Young Lion 1988 saying O'Keefe, mom for Bokke. Sorry, buddy, but that is absolutely not the case. I will go with Francis Platt, who says Boykies, and the ref was doing as much as he could to ensure that the French get the rub of the green. Carl, is that a fair assessment? To be very honest with you, I really don't think so. I think that there were some not so great calls going both ways. But honestly, at the end of the day, I think that, I really don't think that either team can really put this on the ref.
No, I don't think so. I think, while I was watching it, it seemed pretty fair. And what I've noticed throughout the quarterfinals is that, especially when it comes to scrums, instead of going okay, we're not sure, so we'll blow one way or the other. They've just reset. And it's what they should do. If they're not sure, just reset. And, you know, playoff times like this, 1 point is the difference. So you don't want a wrong call to be the reason a team wins or loses. And look, I mean, there are some things that happened in that game where if you're a France fan, yeah, absolutely wrong call. If you're a Springbok fan, yeah, great, perfect call. And that is the nature of sport. And all I've done is I've only called one right score this whole weekend, and it was my own team, who I actually thought would lose.
I mean, as a neutral though, right? You must have enjoyed that, and I.
Currie's.
I do apologize to everyone. I do have some people
Behavior on the live stream.
They are absolutely loving this right now. So,
unbiased
household for sure. Yeah, not great having a bunch of Springbok supporters over at a pundit's house, but here I am. My apologies, everyone. But we are a Bokke supporter over here at Forever Sports at the end of the day. Yeah, Carl, the only neutral here. But listen, guys, if you are in the comments, and thank you, I see so many there. Thank you for all of the comments that are coming through. It is an absolute pity, isn't it, Wes, for the French, who looked like they had probably one of their best chances at progressing through in a very, very long time. Of course, they were on a very difficult side of the draw, as were we, but only one team can win it at the end of the day. But all credit to this French side, right? They have shown some phenomenal skill. They've shown some grit that we honestly would not have expected from this team. If you had said 4 years ago that we've come up against a French team like this, I would have told you that you are smoking something very green. Would you agree with that? What are the kudos that this French team deserve?
Yeah, you would have also asked to have a puff of what I was smoking, but no, I think, you know, absolutely massive congratulations to the French side for what they've been able to achieve so far, and it is absolute heartbreak. And I felt the same way, and I know I think I'm alone in the Forever Sports community here, but I felt the same way for Ireland yesterday. You know, to go up against New Zealand. Yeah, okay, so Cal and I are the Ireland sympathizers to a degree. But you have to be gutted. You know, while I'm elated for the Boks that we're moving on, that we make it to the next round, that we've got a shot at, you know, getting into a good semi-final and then potentially a final, it is heartbreak for the French. I mean, to be, you know, in the best form that they've been in a long time, and to be at home in that form, yeah, and then to lose, it's just so close. And by 1 point, you know, and as I said earlier, I think they felt like the better side in that game. I mean, that last scrum that they had, you know, down by their 5 meter, to attack from there and find a way through and make it all the way almost to our 22. I mean, it's just absolute class from this French side. But again, as I said, the Boks found a way to win. So yeah, taking nothing away from the Springboks, but my hat off to this French side and my condolences to them.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And Daniel, I see a couple of comments here. I see it was, that's a hell of a long name, but Obi Sedgefield, gem of our garden route. But DuPont in particular, what an incredible comeback story. That is phenomenal to see a man with a fractured cheekbone come back and play a game like that with nothing but headgear on, which if anyone who's ever played rugby knows that really does absolutely nothing. It's really just for show. But I mean, what a story for Antoine Dupont, right?
Unbelievable. I mean, if they won, you could argue he would have been the reason they won. He was, even given the performance, to come off an injury and produce something like that. Obviously, he just seems like he's at the peak of his powers every time he plays, and he just is the guy. He creates, he does the things. It's nice, you know, it's a little bit different. It's like Sexton, you know, now he's retired. That's it for him. DuPont, he'll come back. He has another World Cup, maybe even 2. You know, he'll have another crack at it. And I don't think either of Ireland or France are going away anytime soon. So, and I mean, I think it's saddest for him. You know, what a player, and you know, I think this will really sting, and to be one of the, you know, 75,000-80,000 fans in that Stade Francais was wearing blue tonight is going to be really, really tough, because this was their time. Much like we said for Ireland, this was their time. And I think, you know, you'll see on this, like the stats will show a quarterfinal drop off, but in reality, it's a semi-final, right? Like that's just the nature of how the draw went. So it's a pity. It's tough for them, and you like, at the end of the day, it came down to a game that could have gone either way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 100%. It is a game that could have gone either way. The Boks are the ones who came out at the end of it. Look, Albert van Lingen says, Liebok changed my mind. He is great. Thank you, Albert. I know you're always in the chat, and we really appreciate your contributions. DC Mchunu says, sorry, I apologize for the swearing. Said that was crazy. And another moment, Key Buckley says it was that Colby charge down. These are all moments that were phenomenal throughout the game. Even Etzebeth's little knockdown that he had in that first half was also phenomenal. I mean, that could have very easily been another yellow card for him, actually. But Carl, I guess my question to you is actually around Manie Liebok and Andre Pollard. It's worked out for me, actually. I love this combination that they have going at the moment. I think they've worked out a system that works well. It looks like Manie was given the freedom to play in that first half, and play he did. He did absolutely, for me, nothing wrong in this entire game. He was phenomenal throughout. And Andre came in at crunch time, when the pressure was on, when he knows what to do, and slotted a very crucial penalty. And just manage that game. Carl, I mean, is that a correct assessment of this? Did they do the right thing by starting Manie?
Yeah, I think I mean, since the World Cup started, I said it would be stupid not to start him. Especially, it would be even more almost criminal to bring Pollard straight in. And even during this game, when he did come off like that early, I was like, these are some interesting changes that I certainly, especially when Khaleesi went off, I was just like, okay, what are they actually trying to do here? But you know, I keep getting shit wrong, so clearly it worked.
It's almost like we seem surprised because we don't know what's going to happen, and we think it's going to shake them, but like they knew at least, right? I think everyone was shocked though, but I completely agree. It was very confusing when we saw them come off.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a little confusing, and we've seen it now. I'm not entirely sure the Reinach experiment paid off so much, but he certainly deserved his chance in that starting lineup. But I think that that's probably of the things that the Boks tried, that maybe was the one thing that didn't quite work out. So I see a couple of comments coming in here. Wes, we've got Gabian, Manie needs to be Manie, go for try and touch always, 100%. Let me just see. I'm just going through these comments here. Apologies, guys. There are a lot there. Justin says, let's go sleep, guys. School tomorrow. I mean, yeah, look, I've said it before. I'll say it again. Please, now that the Boks have won, don't let Mondays get in the way of your Sundays, guys. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Although when it's the Boks year, it's not actually once in a lifetime. It's more like fourth in a lifetime at the moment. But
next weekend.
Yeah, we still go next weekend. But where's the crucial question being, right? Can the Boks carry this form over, having survived? To be very honest, it's not an outright win, but having survived a very crucial game, can the Boks go all the way?
Yeah. I mean, so I hope they don't carry this form over. I mean, I hope they're significantly better next week, to be honest. And I know I might be seeming a bit harsh, and you know, there's tons of support for the Boks in the chat, and thank you, Oaks. Yeah, we love the Boks. I'm not saying I don't love them, but I think if we're all very honest, this was not a good Bok performance. I can't point to besides finding a way to win and maybe scrum time and some of the decision making, there was nothing for me that looked threatening, about the Boks side in terms of attack or moves or whatnot. We picked it up, we took our advantages, and their mistakes when we could, but I hope that we build from this, right? Like, it wasn't a pretty win against Wales in 2019 in that semi-final. It was by 3 points, and then we turned up in the final, albeit against a very average English side who sort of played their final the game before. But I think we will hopefully look to build. I want to see us come out next week and almost look like that side that came out against New Zealand in Twickenham. You know, that for me, I think is a sign that we're on the right path. So yeah, a few things to tidy up. Line out time. You know, we went for the corner right before the game. Everyone was saying, oh, we should definitely go for the corner more. Like, let's see our driving more. We went to the corner. We lost our line out. So you know, we left 6 points out there when we didn't take kicks. So yeah, I think, you know, again, I'm not being negative. Congrats to the boys. I'm super stoked. But my mindset already immediately goes to, right, what are we improving on? But yeah, can't wait to watch it next weekend.
Absolutely. I see a comment here, Dan. One that I quite like. It's a focus on something a little bit different. From Jean Herber, says French fans, poor sportsmanship. Never mind. Apologies. There's so many comments coming through that it keeps rebooting. Never mind booing kicks, booing our replacements. Really, I have no sympathy for you. It's always a difficult one, right, when it comes to fans, because I can't say that if it was in South Africa that South African fans would be any different. But it is always difficult when you're playing a host nation. There were a couple of calls that were very obviously correct. I'm not saying that all of them were correct. Some of them were very obviously correct. And there was a lot of booing in the stands. Just nothing you really want to see in a game of rugby. But I mean, it's disappointing, isn't it, that this is starting to creep in? It's something that we expect from football. It's not something we expect from rugby.
Yeah, I think it's hard, as you said. Like, I can't say with full confidence if this game is played at Loftus, the same isn't happening. You know what I mean? Like, Oaks are filled with alcohol. They're passionate fans. They want the best for their team. Like, you can see the kicks happening like that. Subs is a bit stupid and a bit silly. Like, there's no real reason to be. You're not going to put them off or anything like that. That's just a bit of jeering. But yeah, I mean, it's about a part of the home ground advantage. They're going to cheer and they're going to jeer as well, you know. But like, it's tough. I don't want to just have a complete dig at the French fans. Like, I do think they are some of the most, they toe the line, you know, further than most rugby supporters. And as you said, you know, rugby often prides itself on its, you know, decorum around like a kicker and stuff like that. You know, you go play in Ireland and you can hear a pin drop when someone's kicking, and there is, you know, that nuance. But I don't necessarily think they crossed the line tonight. I just think they're towing the line.
Absolutely. And so, Cole, I have brought up the comment here. I see spectator Saul says, I was livid when Fuff, it says fact, but it means Fuff kicked the ball in the 78th minute. That was reckless. So he was supposed to be managing the game better in those closing moments. Yeah, I mean, Cole, there is something to be said there. When you 78 minutes and 30 seconds in, what is the point in kicking deep? I mean, do the guys not back themselves to hold onto the ball for a minute and 30 seconds anymore? We used to see that all the time. In fact, we used to see games closed out with 75 minutes in, continuous holding of ball in hand. So, what do you think the thinking behind that is?
I think that, look, it's been a long time since a team could close a game for 5 minutes out, and against France, I'd be slightly wary of, you know, conceding a penalty. I'd rather force France to play from their own 22 than get caught and concede a penalty, lose the game. Yes, France can attack from literally anywhere, and they clearly did, but I'd rather back my defense than hope someone misses a kick a goal.
Yeah,
I get it.
Absolutely. Sorry, if I can jump in, I'm absolutely with Kel there.
Sure.
I think also the rules in the game have changed slightly, right? So, you know, you used to be able to latch onto a player and basically just seal off that ruck, not allowing any competition, no problem. But now there has to be fair contest. So it's a bit more difficult for the forwards to kind of close out that game. And I 100% think when you've got Thomas Ramos, who's you know, a laser when it comes to kicking, I think just put it deep and get the defense up nice and quick and just force them to play from there.
Yeah, and I think that lends exactly into what Tabza is saying here. I brought up his comment here. The point of kicking deep is getting out of the zone where a penalty means points against you. And of course, Thomas Ramos, I should say, has been absolutely lethal with the boot in recent times. So I'm sure that is thinking behind that. But absolutely, what a roller coaster of a game, guys. This has been incredible. to be honest, there are a lot. I could see a lot of French fans very hurt by what has happened here, and understandably so. It's not gone well. We apologize. I mean, look, somebody's got to win it. I think both teams would have been very upset to have gone in there. We've got Killian, apologize if I got this wrong. Theatins is just a very simple, I hate Springboks. A little, yeah, I hate you Springboks. A little cuppy on the A there on the hate. So, yep, thanks, buddy.
I'd also hate us.
Sorry. Yeah, I'd also hate us, to be very honest with you.
I'm going to hate you next weekend, so...
Yeah, you are going to hate us next weekend, of course. The Springboks take on England, and for once, of course, England will be stressed, and they should be stressed because their record against the Boks in World Cups has not been fantastic. For once, it is not in a final, though. We see what happens. We've got Phenomenon Dubber Racones' final, Argentina, England. Imagine that. Wild calls, but who knows? To be honest, I
really Northern Hemisphere team left.
Yeah, in that case, I back Argentina all the way.
So do I.
Sure. Yeah, not even going to entertain some of these comments, but we'll.
Yeah, I think if I can. So I've seen a couple of comments here, and going back to the point I was making earlier about the Boks not being maybe on point and potentially fair being called out in the comments. People saying, look, the French side is a very good side at disrupting. And potentially that's why the Boks weren't looking as good as normal, is because we played against a very good French side who were going to not allow us to do what we wanted. So I absolutely take your points there, guys. Fair enough. But yeah, I mean, I hope we can come out and again, like, New Zealand played against a very good island side, but they were able to disrupt that and enforce their game plan as well. So we need to find a way to do both, because if we do make it through to the final, I can tell you the All Blacks will be absolutely pumped at a shot of revenge. I mean, they will, if you give them the opportunity to beat us in a World Cup final or a Twickenham pre-World Cup, I can tell you which one they're choosing. So they are going to be frothing for that. But look, we've got next weekend to get through first, and they've got to get through. They've got to get through Argentina.
And if you haven't,
I don't know if you're gonna be able to hear me or not. I'm gate crashing here, and so if you guys can hear me. So I'll let you know, I'm busy walking through the streets over here, and it's hectic. Like, mental.
Yeah, look, Steve, we've had a couple of comments already saying that
Khaleesi. Start questions straight away, please. Hands up. Gentleman here on the right.
Hi, Jacques. Hi, Sia. Congratulations. That 10 minutes after half-time with 14 men, was that where the game was won and lost in your mind, Sia? You had so much defending and so much scramble defending to do in that little period.
Yeah, I think a lot of questions were asked of us as a group by the French team, and the character of the boys today stood out. We had a clear plan on what to do, especially on the breakdowns. We knew how hard they were going to be. I mean, they were tough to stop with 15 men on the field, and I imagine it's 14 men. So yeah, we had to fight for each other for that couple of minutes. I think it was 8 minutes or so. And yeah, I'm really proud of the character that the boys showed in the discipline we showed.
Okay, we have a question at the back, right at the back.
Jacques Percival Young from Eunice. Is it fair to say, in fact, I'm stating the obvious, but that was a proper test match tonight, though, sir. Julle was behoorlik getoets geweest vanaand.
Yes, Percy, I think we kind of knew coming into this test match. I mean, if you play the French in France, and they've been, if you look at their performances and consistency in performances over the last 4 years, I mean, they've been a proper team building, and they've got some good individuals. So I guess we knew it will be a proper test match, and it will be tight. Like all the other games were, I think all the games were won or lost in the last, I would say, in the last 8 minutes of the game. So, it was a proper test match.
Okay, another question at the back.
Hello, Jacques. Yeah. Antoine Dupont said the referee wasn't good with some bad decision against France. What do you think about it?
Yes.
So did he say he was?
The ref wasn't good. He made bad decisions.
Okay.
I think
Yeah,
from
he can go
from
there.
our side, I mean, all we can do is play rugby. I mean, we can't control what decision the ref makes. And yeah, I don't know. We will have to look at the game afterwards. But I thought the communications with him and the calls that he made, were fair. I mean, I will never. I've never discredited the ref, and I'll never do that. But I don't know. We'll have to look after the game. But yeah, obviously he's got his own opinion. But I thought the game itself was an amazing game, and it flowed, and it was tough. It was physical. There was a lot of contest in the game. I think. The way both team plays outshines anything else out there, and the atmosphere was amazing. And I think that it was a perfect stage for everything with a strong French team. And I want to let you know what Jacques said. They've been building for 4 years, this French team, and we knew it was going to take something special for us to win this game, and because they are so good, and for their leader to be injured and do everything he can to come back for a game like this and play like he hasn't left the field before. And yeah, we give all credit to them, and the French people have made this World Cup so special, the spirit, the vibe around. Even when the French team is not playing, when we're playing away team, we could hear the French national anthem. That's why we knew how loud it was going to be and how hectic it was going to be. I mean, we had a speaker in our training session, so we can try and emulate the sound in our training session. So this French team can honestly, the people of France can be proud of their team. It was a 1-point game, and we had to win by a charge down from chairs and things that you don't see each and every single day in a game, you know. So I thought it was a tough game, it was a proper game, and it was going to take something so special from us to win this game. So French people and obviously the coach and Antoine, they can hold their heads up high.
Yeah, me on that. I thought Ben was good on the day. Obviously, you would say we won, and that's why I'm saying that. But I think we try to probably play in such a way that we try and take the referee out of the game. We scored 4 tries, and I think all the opportunities that we had to score, we maybe missed 1 or 2, and we missed 1 kick from the tee. But when we had opportunities to score, we scored, and I thought he managed it well. We thought we could get a penalty there at the back end. We were going for a drop goal where Faf passed, where one of the French players were in Faf's way to get to Andre for a drop goal. But Ben explained nicely why he felt that was not a penalty. So I thought his communication on the day was excellent in terms of the decision that he made.
Okay, question on the right here. No. Yeah. Can I ask a question?
Okay, Jacques. Just very quickly, there's a bit of confusion about the HIAs and the substitutions and the replacements that were made with the HIAs, because Peter Steph-Tutoy went off and then didn't come back on in the back row, but then came on for another player who departed for an HIA. Can you just clarify actually what happened, just to sort of set the record straight, if that's all right, in terms of those replacements?
Yeah, I think in terms of of HIA, it's as simple as that. I mean, it's a call that gets made by the medical side or the medical team, and sometimes the match doctor or coaches can call a HIA if they see a big collision. Peter Steph's one, we actually felt it was very similar to the Eben incident, but maybe not in that way. But we spotted it from the side that there was that he, if he made contact with his shoulder or whatever. So we requested it from the side. I think it's important that as coaches and medical personnel, I mean, we all look after the safety of our players and make sure that if you do spot something and there's a opportunity for or you think there's been a HIA or something like that, then it's the safer thing is to send a player for it. I mean, and get clarity on that, especially if he felt as an individual that he had a big collision close to his head. I mean, I think it's our duty to make sure that our players stay safe. I think if you ask the French players, they would say French team, coaches, management, they would say the same thing.
Gentleman up on the left.
Yeah, question for the captain. You managed to keep the France's backs, you know, from scoring. All their tries came from forwards. Given how good their backs are, how do you explain the way you managed to stop them scoring?
I think a lot of it was, I mean, we scrambled a lot and we scrambled hard, especially when we were short of numbers. You know, we talk about chasing lost causes as a group. You know, you don't give up until they put the ball down over the try line, and that's what we knew we needed to do. And we obviously did our research, and we saw how good their backs are, and we worked together as a team, because if we didn't do that today, we would be going home tomorrow. You know, we'll be going home tomorrow, and that's who we are. That's our team, and that's what we talk about. You know, we never give up. You know, that's one thing. There's one you can lose as a team, but as long as you don't give up until, you know, the whistle's gone or they're over the try line and they scored. So yeah, we knew it was going to take something special from our team, and it did today.
Gentleman on the right.
Sia and Jacques, if you can both answer this one. Jan de Koning, yeah.
Here's fun, Jacques.
Yeah. If you can both answer. Sia, you spoke about the character of the team. If you can both each pick one incident that epitomizes the character of this team, incident in the game.
You go first. You go first. I think, yeah, for me, I think back at 2019 in the quarterfinal, we the forwards had to score a 60-meter maul try to break open the game and to win the quarterfinal. I thought tonight, not a lot of people will remember it, but Cheslin's charge down, I thought, was special. You don't see that often, and that's somebody chasing a lost cause, you know. So I thought that was quite excellent. And then, like Sia said, yes, we were broken up defensively, which is unfortunately my department. We were opened up a couple of times, but the amount of scramble and work rate and effort that the players put in was I thought was enormous.
For me, I think it's in the week. I think the guys that didn't play, the pictures that they had to show us. You know, it's tough not to be chosen for a team, but the selflessness of the players that didn't play, the pictures they had to show, you know, they have to act like they're the French team. It was special, and I think the bench, when they came on, you know, the subs were made early in the game, you know, then they came on, they made it a huge difference, and that's what this team is about. You know, when you get taken off, how we knew the amount of support that the team would need, how we were screaming on the sideline, you know, just shouting, getting them up, you know, that's important. I think the way they played today, the guys that came on the bench, is special, and that's what we're going to need going forward.
Gentleman in the front here.
Good morning, Sia and Jacques. Just two quick questions. Just talk us through how that, Sia, for you, just talk us through how that the Cheslin charge down galvanized the team, because it ended up being a big difference. And also Kwaga's turnover. And for you, Jacques, that quick tap, just talk us through the planning behind that quick tap that led to the try. And just how's it winning a game where the Boks were for rarity were behind in the numbers for the better part of, if not the entire game?
Yeah, I think your question about the quick tap, look, I think there's a lot of things that we were just sitting now in the change room discussing where we actually got stuff wrong. But the quick tap was something that we've been working on for some time, and we never actually had the opportunity to utilize it. Like a lot of teams, I think in club rugby you see it more often than in international rugby, but it's something that's more recurring in international rugby. So yeah, it's something that we worked on, but still there's a lot of things that we weren't awesome at. But yeah, that's probably the pressure of playing in a knockout game. So there's a lot of stuff that we need to fix if we want to go further in this competition.
Okay, gentleman in the front.
Thank you. Hi, Jack. On Friday, you were talking about your selection for the semi-final for number 8 position. Any risk of sounding overconfident or arrogant in that, do you think? You said that Jasper might come back for the semi-final on Friday morning.
Yeah, look, a team selection, we'll probably have a good review of the game. We'll do that tomorrow. And we have a short turnaround, so only 6 days. We play, the semi-final will be on Saturday. So whenever we announce a team, we will look at the squad. I know everybody looks at the bench and listen, what do you guys, is it going to be a 5-3? And I said tonight beforehand, it can be a 8-0, it can be a 7-1, a 6-2, it can be a 5-3, it can be a 4-4. It's a squad of 23 players that we select that we think is good enough to get us a result on the day. And sometimes the gap between our players is not big. I think if Jasper played tonight, he wouldn't have let the team down. And like Dwayne didn't let the team down. So we're fortunate in that position that we have a lot of players that are really close to each other. And like Sia mentioned, the tough thing is when you know you're good enough to get selected and get a result, but you are not selected and it's explained to you, and then you just need to slot into a different role. So all 33 players have a role to play. 15 of them start. There's 8 players that will, like Sia mentioned, when our bench came on, they really injected a lot of energy into the group. And then there's 10 guys that had to be France in the week, and they were brilliant at that.
Okay, well, final question up the back there. Thank you.
Congrats, Sia and Jock. Jock, would you say this is the best performance by the backline since you became head coach?
Yes, we had limited opportunity from a set piece point of view. I think we only had like 4 or 5 lineouts. So credit to the French in terms of not giving us a lot of launch opportunity from lineouts. I know we lost 2, so we will have to sort that out. But in terms of the backs, we had a transition attack tonight. So from turnovers that we could launch, and I thought they were excellent in terms of that. So I think every game is, Hendricks, maybe a little bit different. You know, sometimes you get a lot of line out, sometimes you get scrum launches, sometimes you don't get any of those 2, and then you get counter attack from kick receives, or sometimes you get it from turnovers. So, but I think the possession that the backs got today, in whatever way they used well. And it's probably based on the foundation of the forwards. I thought the forwards were really good in terms of the foundation they provided to them.
Okay, thank you, Jacques. Thank you, Sia. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The mix zone will open straight away, so I do suggest if you want to go to the mix zone, get there as soon as you can. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Merci beaucoup.
All right, I found a couple of Bok fans, guys. How are we feeling?
We're feeling marvellous. Absolutely marvellous. What a game. My nerves are absolutely set.
Yeah.
I don't know about George. My voice is gone. Everything's gone. What a victory. Paris. We beat France in Paris. Can't get bigger than that.
So, honestly, did we expect that?
Yes, of course.
We were nervous. We came, we saw, we conquered. There's a whole lot of the blue blues that are now the blue blues tonight.
Yeah.
What's worse than losing by 4 points? Losing by 1. Fantastic game. We loved it. The vibes been absolutely unbelievable. The Islanders were great yesterday. The French were fantastic tonight. But we are even better because we won.
Right, favorite moment of the game?
Say again?
Favorite moment of the game?
Pollard's kick from
Pollard's kick from the halfway line to put us there. Most distressing part of the game was when they didn't give us the penalty for Puff crossing into the ball into a French player, because that would have been a game changer.
Yeah. And then any particular players who stood out for you tonight?
Colby was good. Bit of step to Toy was massive.
Toy was
Yeah, the boys were good, eh? All round, good team performance.
I word on Kwaka Smith, those 2 penalties.
Yeah, Kwaka. We fortunate to have a photograph with him at the Eiffel Tower with our Kwaka. What a good lad. And he said, thanks boys for coming out and supporting us. Yeah. There we go.
Guys put their bodies on the line, bottom line.
Right, and then last question. Are we going all the way?
We're going to win it.
Hell yes.
We're going to win it. You can
We
do it.
are definitely going all the
The
way.
whole
We're
world
going
is
to keep the cup.
The whole world is nervous of a Springbok in a Rugby World Cup. We know we can do it.
Allez les Bleus!
Right, gentlemen. Pretty big game. How are you feeling?
Fuck, it was stressful, man. I'm sorry, I'm not allowed to swear. I'm sorry about it, but I mean, it was a stressful game. Goodness. No, but it was great. It was a great game.
And how did the mood change after that? So that first 3 minutes, you could see it early. Was there a point in the game where we thought maybe it's not our day?
Okay, let me be honest with you. After the yellow card for Eben, just before halftime, we came out here, my brother and I, we stood out here outside and we told each other, listen, it's a tough one. We're not gonna, we have to be bigger, have to perform now to beat the guys with the yellow card. But the boys stuck in, I mean, classic box. When we asked them to perform, they did it, and it was fucking amazing.
Any players that stood out to you guys?
I'm saying now, a big substitution. What was the biggest substitution that made a big difference?
I think Polly slotted one from halfway, which was massive.
Polly slotted one from halfway.
Kwaka played off the bench, stole a couple of balls.
And Cheslin Colby the whole game was again the fucking goat.
And you know what?
Jesse
One
Kriel made us
mention
eat our
Jesse
words.
Kriel.
Jesse
Kriel. You know what? Jesse Kriel.
Sorry, Jesse. Ja, sorry vir alles wat ons nog gesê het.
Thank
Ons
you,
love jou.
Jesse.
Van die begin af, bro. Ons love jou. Pretoria hond.
Even Damien Delendy got a bit of heat.
Always.
That man loves a big game. I don't think there's any doubt about that. So no, relieved. That was incredibly tight, and I think the boys were nipping.
Billy hak af die trailer kom.
Right, then the big question is, are we going all the way?
Absolutely. 100%.
Absolutely.
That's a horrible question.
2023.
That's a horrible
It's our year.
What a game.
Right, gentlemen, how are we feeling after that?
Amazing. Yeah, no, that was relieved. Very, very tense.
Yeah. I don't know how we pulled
What
it
was
off.
the final score? Do you know?
No,
we
I
won,
think-
but
I
we don't
think,
know what the final score was.
I think the French, big attacking game. I think the South Africans had big BMT to close out the game. I think that was the plan at the end for Rassi and the boys.
In your
And
head.
they managed to close it out, but it was a coin flip. Coin flip.
A coin toss.
Was there a point in the game where you thought maybe the game had gone?
Yes, the whole game until the last minute.
No, the first half, I think.
Man.
After the first half, we wasn't very confident.
Let me tell you this, Eddie. Don't get too technical. We drank panados after the match. We were so tensed. We had to pop a couple of panados for the headaches. Paracetamol. It was more tensed. We couldn't take it. The nerves were through the roof the entire match. We thought we were going to lose until, they were playing in a half for a penalty in the last 30 seconds. That's how tense it was. We thought we were going to lose. Then we got the ball. We put it up high. We thought, was it a good choice? Maybe not. Then they got the ball again. Then they were attacking for the penalty again. It was more tense all the way.
We didn't take the penalties that I thought we were going to take. We did tried some random moves, going for the corners, which is always a gamble.
Yeah, it was a very non-Bok performance in many ways.
Yeah, I think the forward struggled a bit.
Yeah, which is not typical.
Yeah, which is not typical. I think we scrummed well.
Lineouts were poor.
Lineouts was not that good. We didn't get the ball going well. I think the French were beating us on the ground. But I don't know. Yes, we pulled it off somehow. Jeez.
Yeah, but the French are good. I won't say we were poor. Obviously, it didn't look good from our side, but the French were good. They defended us well. They competed in the lineouts. They were very good. That's not because we were poor. They were just very good.
And then last question, are we going all the way?
Sure.
I think Springboks New Zealand final. That's what we're going to hit.
Yeah, England.
And do we win it?
It's going to be close again.
New Zealand's tricky always.
It's a wild card always. And South Africa, New Zealand, it's going to be tough.
We first have to beat England. We first have to be, and they have the knife in for us. After the previous World Cup, they have to get they have some revenge that they want to get on us. So it's going to be big.
But it's next 2 games to go, then you're there.
Yeah.
We're going to do it.
All right, how are you feeling after that?
Unbelievable, brother. Actually, I nearly had a heart attack as 34-year-old. What a game. What a game.
Where in the match were you the most stressed?
I think when I was most stressed was the 77th minute when Faf threw the ball into a bloody French player and they got the scrum. I nearly had another heart attack. So what a game, man. The best atmosphere I've ever been involved in. The French were going ballistic, but as a South African we hold our own, you know. And where's my 6-week-old baby who came with us, you know?
Brilliant, that's phenomenal.
The youngest book supporter, 6 weeks old.
That's phenomenal. Well, there we go, future Bok there. Right, so
future number 8, Dwayne Vermeulen.
The heir to be, love it. And then were you confident going into the game?
I was. I thought we'd win. I thought it would be a bit more comfortable, to be honest. The first 20 minutes, France were unbelievable. There was a couple of moments where I thought, yes, we could be 14-0 down. Even Etzebeth's knocked down, that was backwards. Could have gone against us, but you know there were a couple of other moments. So yeah, South Africa did the job, and I'll take 1 point, I'll take 2 points, I'll take anything. Chesley Cole
to try and win a semi-final, but we know the face of that challenge because, as you've alluded to, South Africa are not only winning those tight games, they're playing better and better.
But the way Owen can drive, or not just Owen, you've got a number of guys who could drive a team around the field, playing the sort of the tactical, mastery of the game that is required at this level. That obviously you've talked about a lot. I mean, that must fill you with confidence that you go into this match, and like people were sort of saying last night, that anything can happen in these games. So is it almost about you sort of just have to keep yourself in the fight and stay in it for as long as you possibly can almost, and then try and take those few moments that come your way?
Yeah, I don't think you want to try and stay in anything. I think you'd be the wrong way to look at it. We've got to take our moments and try and get as many of them as we can. But I say we know the size of this incredible challenge, but what an exciting challenge you get to play arguably one of the best rugby teams ever in a World Cup semi-final when no one thought we'd be here. So yeah, it's going to be a great week.
Can I just check, were there any injuries last night or anything?
No, I think I'd say it's only 10 and we had medical updates, but I think again we looked in decent shape.
Great stuff. And just on Manu Tuilagi, if that's all right. I mean, he's obviously, we know his sort of history, like profile of history, his history and things. But for him to be, back and firing at this point, how good is that for him and for you? And how much does it, I suppose, mean to him that, obviously he can put his best rugby on the field at a World Cup and in the knockout stages? Yeah,
I'm delighted for Manu. All his hard work, all what he's been through over the years of fighting to get back fit, and he's important to us because of how he plays, but his influence around the other people. Great team man. So delighted for him more than anyone, but massive advantage for us to have him on the field and playing really well.
Brilliant, thanks, and good luck for the week.
Thank you, mate.
Hey, Richard, Will here. How's it going?
Hi, Will. Good, thanks.
Just, you said should be fine for injuries, but just checking on Marcus, he looked a bit banged up. He's run over a couple of times, but was pretty brave in some of those tackles. How's his face?
Yeah. Well, I don't think he gets him. I mean, telling everyone how brave he is, and he gets his head in places where he can take them shots. And unfortunately, the shot that was high just caught him wrong. But he's got a fat lip, and as I say, we're just waiting on everyone to clear medicals this morning, and still early on all that stuff. But yeah, hopefully we'll be all good.
Can you just talk in as much detail as you're able to about the process you and the other coaches go through? Like you've worked together now for a few years. When it comes to these big games and coming up with a tactical plan to beat the opposition, we always hear a lot about how Steve and you guys are very meticulous in your look at the opposition and as well as what you can do. Can you just talk us through that process and how it kind of goes through the week now?
Yeah, no, so it's a little bit different than usual, because usually you're probably analysing one team, and we would do that halfway through last week's, but we had to analyse two. So we will put a bit more meat on the bones this morning of that. We've already met, and we will be meeting again and sent away with a list of stuff to look at and to get right, so that we can give the players as much clarity as we can on areas that we want to go after and what we can do. And then it's about simplifying as much as we can, because the bigger the game, the more we want it to be clear for them, so that they can go and put their game out on the field. But in terms of a process, be pretty thorough and throughout the week, really, before we get to this point. So a little bit different than normal, but yeah, one that's always enjoyable.
When it gets closer to the weekend, there's something that people have said about Sean Edwards and other coaches before. It basically comes down to like 3 messages. Is it as simple as that? And how much do you allow yourselves to push the emotional buttons when it gets to a massive semi-final like this?
Yeah, I mean, the semi-final will be emotional anyway. I think what you have to be careful of is pushing the emotional button too many times this week. We need the emotion right on Saturday night, not before. So making sure that we control the emotion, energy, and we would go through the parts of our game plan. We would lay them on and make sure that we check and refine what's going on with those parts of those plans. So we will do the same as we always do. We will make sure that we are fresh going into Saturday night, both physically and mentally.
And just the last one from me, when it comes particularly to South Africa, when everyone knows what their plan A is the plan A, and if they don't do that, they'll do plan A better, kind of thing. Do you have to, as a coaching group and a group of players, offer something different, like change the game somehow to get around that? Because you know what they're bringing, and it's no surprise, is it? Do you have to offer something that, I don't know, shocks them or does something different?
Yeah, I think it's probably, they've evolved a lot. Like, they've had this the strength of their game that is well known and how they've played. But I think in the last year or so, I think you've seen a massive involvement in what they do and the differences on who they're picking now and what that looks like for them. So it's what you'd want to do as a team. It's what would any team who's been successful ends up having a really strong base and core to their game. And as I say, these coaching teams have been together 6 years. These players have been together, a large part of them, for that time. So they know what they want to do. But then they've started adding things to the game and how they move the ball or how they exit and all different things that have now got more variety to them. So probably less so than you used to. We've got multiple threats now, and that's probably why they're aiming to be that, one of the best ever.
Nathan Gogela here from the South African media. Firstly, congratulations on reaching the quarterfinals. I just got 3 questions for you. Do you see any similarities between how Fiji played compared to South Africa, for example, dominant tackles and the running game, especially with Manu Lebok at 10 for the box? And perhaps what will you be expecting from the Springboks this coming Saturday?
Hello, mate. Nice to meet you. So similarities, yeah, big in the tackle. I think South Africa put more men into that tackle and probably even stronger at in terms of breakdown, in terms of consistency of it. I think Fiji would pick and choose like breakdowns with Botia. South Africa, those threats are all across the field. So we know a big physical challenge at the breakdown, and then how they carry. But in terms of Lebok and their outside backs that South Africa now have, yeah, they're incredible ball movement, talented runners. Get the ball into space early and let those guys do the damage. So yeah, they've got, as I say, they've evolved and now have a multiple threat team.
Just a second last one. It's just a 6-day turnaround for you guys. Does this in a way affect preparations for Saturday?
Yeah, we will adapt. We won't be on the field as much as you would be on a 7-day turnaround. So how we learn off the field, how we manage our energy getting into second last week of the tournament will be really important. So we will definitely adapt the training week.
Just a final one. You guys obviously gone about your business under the radar compared to the other 2 pools. I think the important question here: do you feel that you have what you guys have what it takes to beat the Springboks on Saturday?
Yeah, as you said, under the radar. We've not been under the radar with our media, but we've not been talked up too much by it either. So I understand the question. Look, yeah, it's semi-final, it's knockout rugby. Like, why does everyone turn up to watch sport? Because you don't know the result beforehand. It'd be boring if you knew the result, wouldn't it? So we are not there for a holiday. We're not there just to turn up. We want to put the best of ourselves on the field. We do that. We'll be in with a chance.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Thank you, mate.
Richard, hi.
I've got two of you. Who have I got?
Sorry, thanks, mate. I won't be too long. Richard, hi. What did you make of the, from an attacking point of view, of the Farrell to Alangi march and midfield?
Yeah, no, good at times. I think we could have. We created a few opportunities that we didn't take hold of as we want, but yeah, with Smith out the back of some power and some run, it looked like it was working quite nicely for us. As I say, we got a really good foothold in the game, and then it was more other parts of the game in terms of how we got out of our half that you'd want to make sure that we tighten up a little bit to give away less opportunities and get ourselves more of that ball that we looked reasonably sharp with early on.
And is Smith the key to that attacking balance with Farrell at 10, looking at the Springboks?
No, I don't know if the key would be the right word, but we definitely have to get connections in that back line. So who's going to connect to 10? Daly's another guy that connects really well to Farrell. So that we know that we just need to make sure that, as ever, there's a balance right there for us, and that what that looks like this week might be different from last week in terms of what the opposition pose and what we want to do with the ball.
His selection was questioned by many fans as well. Did he justify that last night? Did he vindicate it? Not that he needs to prove anything.
He definitely needs to prove anything.
The game as well, when his name was announced. I don't know where those came from in the stadium, but
yeah, I mean, I said this last week. It's you know, we're lucky to have him. As ever, tallest trees catch the most wind, and he seems to catch a fair bit of it. So, look, proven time and time again, and I don't understand why in England we feel the need to not celebrate that, not enjoy it just because he's not sat in front of social media or media lapping all that up. He's incredibly serious about his career. He's incredibly proud Englishman. He affects any team he's in, and yeah, he was brilliant for us, as we knew he would be. Like that, that was the maddening part of any noise. We knew what was coming.
Hey Richard, Dan from Telegraph. How are you?
I'm good, mate. How are you?
Yeah, very well, thanks. I know you said you're fairly early on in your analysis of South Africa, but can you maybe just describe what the challenges are as an attack coach facing a Springbok defence?
Yeah, well, I think we've all seen for so many years, haven't we, what Jacques, head coach, has brought to them for over a long time in terms of their incredible line speed, their physicality in the tackle, but then their ability to slow and turn you over at breakdown. They have most things covered, and when you watch them, there is an intense knowledge from every player of what they need to do next. And I say backed up with a huge level of commitment and physicality that makes having the ball difficult at times.
And obviously they've gone quite different with their bench splits. They I think started 7-1 and went 5-3 at the weekend. Does that make any difference, or how much of a difference does that make later in the game? And is there any sort of poker match going on, anticipating what they're going to do versus what your plan is?
No, I think you've got to go in confident in your selection, your team. What I would say is that you can tell they're incredibly smart, diligent coaching team, because if you think who came on last night, Andre came on, has a big effect on the game. Willie LaRue, massively experienced player, has an effect on the game. So they know they have all these different selection combinations to choose from. They're a great place as a squad in terms of multiple threats, that if they want to go 7-1 and they want to go 5-3, that they make that work because they're bringing on very, very good players. But yeah, very, very smart coaching team. backed up with some impressive players.
And this finally, Steve's spoken a lot about your sort of Q4 performances. Is that where you think that the game will be won and lost?
Yeah, if it's tight, it will be. Every game's different. The semi-final, it would be usually there'd be tight, close affairs where it comes down to those moments near the end. So if that's the case, then both teams have got plenty of experience of what that looks like.
Okay, we're going to go Tom, then Alex, then we're done.
Thank you. Hi, Richard. I was just going to ask about Jamie George, if possible. He's been first choice hooker for, I don't know, 300 years, basically. What makes him so impressive, and what keeps him sort of ahead of the chasing pack?
I don't think Jamie would thank you for how long he's been first hooker for, but no, really impressive guys. A great effect on the team. Excellent at set piece. Was as good a thrower as I've ever seen. But really smart with it. Really smart rugby player. Always understands the plan. Understands his own game. Understands the people around him. So he has a lot of boxes ticked in that. So he's always going to take a really, really good player to get minutes off him. And he's been doing a really good job for us.
And you've known him from Sarries as well. Is this something you've seen him grow into throughout his career?
Yeah, no, he's definitely grown. He's if you could plan a career of a young hooker coming through, I think Jamie's probably had that. Like, he's had this mentorship from being a young man where he has Shout Brits and he has John Smith, and he gets put into a team at a sort of regular basis, but without being like thrust into it 80 minutes every week, to then developing into coming on in finals, to developing being the main man in finals, and now and it's been the same as his England career. Started as backup and then has developed into the England starting hooker, as you said, for a long time.
Thank you.
Thank you, mate.
Last one then, Alex.
Rich, Alex and Mirror, morning. Congratulations on last night. Just a quick one on 2019 final. There was a sense that England didn't turn up for that game, which the players have kind of articulated since the lost opportunity, the missed opportunity from that day. Would you imagine that might bring some sort of energy into the camp this week?
I don't know. It'd be hard for me to comment on because I wasn't there. I think missed opportunity, you'd always feel that in a final. I've lost finals at a different level, and you always feel like a missed opportunity. But that'd probably be doing South Africa some discredit because of what they produced that day, and it's always the finals about the team that wins it. So whether some players use that as motivation, some players take that as a brilliant learning from into this week, then hopefully that's what they bring. But I wouldn't like to preempt what feelings that 4 years ago has on this game, and on Saturday night we need to be really clear about that this is a semi-final at 2023, nothing to do with 2019.
And a final question: do you sense what sort of support you're getting from back home? There was a couple of comments from a couple of the players last night, suggesting perhaps that people wanted England not to do well. Is that just a tactic to get the best out of a performance, or are you kind of conflicted by what you're hearing?
No, I don't think. Well, I heard incredible atmosphere in the stadium, and an amazing amount of support. I think that those comments are probably driven by the questions on Owen, or the questions on the team, the probably lack of good feeling towards them as what the minority are always the loudest, aren't they? They're who you hear, but the majority are what you heard in the stadium. Majority of the people that are turning up and loving this team and supporting it, and I thought they were incredible in the stadium. But they're probably referring to that feeling that of going back to the Owen question, and those sorts of things would be what I'm thinking they'd be referring to.
Thanks very much.
Hey guys.
Thank you.
Thanks all.
Cheers.
Bye.
So I see there was one hand already, and that's Hendrik.
Dion and Rassie. This one is for Rassie.
Rassie, what made the difference between winning and losing last night? And can you describe your emotions after the final whistle, please?
I think the emotions, I think if it was French won, I think Fabian and his team and all his different departments, you know, his management staff and all players would have been as happy as we were. We were very happy because 1 point game can go either way. They certainly, if they won that game, they would have deserved it. And we won it, and we would have deserved it because it was really a battle of, I think, 4 tries each, or four tries to 3, I'm not quite sure. I think the penalty count was 7-6, something like that. And I really think it was 2 teams that tactically, physically, and mentally tried to really push one another to the edge. So yes, the relief to be the team that's so well coached with such a humble coach, which afterwards I had a beer with, and I must say the respect that he showed and the way he spoke to us afterwards was really humble and sincere. But yes, we did enjoy it, but it's back to the hotel now. In an hour's time we drive to our new hotel, then the afternoon off for the players, we do our work, and tomorrow morning we announce our team internally, and Saturday we play the semi-final. So it was lekker, but now back to the next game.
Nathan?
Thank you very much, Gina. Good day, Rassie and Dion. Rassie, I just had a chat with Richard Wigglesworth, the English assistant coach, and he's admitted that they've gone about their business under the radar, but the English media would differ. They've got Alec Walters. We've seen what he's done with the guys with you guys in 2019, and most of the squad are still hurting from the 2019 final. How do you prepare for that game based on what I just mentioned?
Yeah, I think that things that get discussed in the media, to be honest with you, if we had to listen to what people say before the Scotland game, you know, we wouldn't have given ourselves a chance because everybody would say it was the best Scotland team ever. If we think England is bad because people outside say that they're not doing well, we are a team that work with our reality, you know, the truth, not the reality that people create outside our camp. We know how well Aled were having fit. We know from the Premiership a lot of our players play against them, and we know Boswick is an excellent coach, which he showed at Leicester, and as a captain and as a player for England. You know, so how do we handle with that? You know, we train as hard as we can, we analyze as hard as we can, we prepare as hard as we can, but we respect the opposition as hard as we can and as much as we can. So all the talks on the outsiders, you know, that there's other people's reality, there's the opposition reality, and then there's the reality. So I think we're intact with what the real reality is, which will be a very, very tough test against a team that hasn't lost the game and more or less conceded the same amount of tries and ranked up the same amount of points in the up until after the quarterfinal. So we know what we're in for, and we're in for a big game.
Morgan?
Thanks, Ina. Morning, Rassie. Morning, Dion. Rassie, Damien Willemse's decision last night to call for that scrum from the mark, was there any reasoning behind it? It was a very interesting call, and I quite enjoyed it. Is this something that was discussed, or was it spur of the moment by him?
No, it was something that discussed because France don't give you a lot of scrums. They don't play a lot of rugby in their half, and you never get time to actually scrum against them. I think the previous match when we played last year, we had 1 scrum in the whole game. So, you know, they love kicking long kicks that lands in your 22, and then you have 2 options. You kick the ball out, it's their line out, you can try and run it back to the 10-yard line where they stand waiting for you and wait for a big turnover there. So no, we try to get as many scrums, and I think after that one they kick their kicks much shorter or let it bounce into the 22. So it was definitely pre-planned, not to necessarily think that we will be dominant in the scrums, but just to get into the fatigue side of things and get to scrum against those big boys that must run across the park and not just stand in the middle of the field. So I wouldn't say it was there to make a statement. Definitely not that. It was more to let them engage with us into areas of the game which we enjoy doing.
Yeah.
Hi, Rassi. You used to analyze the referee performance. Can we talk about kind of French bashing yesterday by the referee?
No, as you know, we've changed our whole approach. I think I've mentioned it actually this morning. I had a chat to Nigel Owens again to, I think we conceded 6 penalties, if I'm correct, 6 or 7. I'm not 100% sure. But I think since we've changed our way, which basically means no matter if we correct and the referee are wrong, respect must always be shown. And I think if you ask anybody from the management member, the highest ranked management member from Charles Vessels down to the youngest player, Kanan Moody in our team, our whole motto has been, let's respect the referee. It works both ways. He's going to make mistakes. We're going to make mistakes. And the frustration that we had in the past and the lack of communication because of various reasons, COVID, match managers who couldn't be there because of COVID and those kind of things, that is of the past. There's a nice protocol in place. It's easy to communicate to them. So, yes, I wouldn't like to comment on what they said about the referee. We're just working on accepting that there will be mistakes on both sides, which is something that we had to get right and we had to earn the respect back. And I think it's slowly happening.
Moreno?
Good morning from Italy. Question to Rassi Erasmus. 2 very big matches, the first one against Ireland and yesterday against France. Have you seen any improvement or differences in the way you performed in the pitch? And what are you expecting, not just for the semi-finals, but to go until the end? Thank you.
Yes, I think the first thing, if you look at England, I think they scored 19 tries and got 180 points. And we scored 26 tries and also have 180 points. And then if you look on the points conceded side, they've conceded 6 tries, we've conceded 7, and they've conceded 63 points and we 62. So you can know how close this game, if you just look at stats, and I know stats doesn't always tell the whole picture, but I was surprised that in the quarterfinal there were so many tries scored. That was something different. I always thought it will be a grind. It was a grind, it was a squeeze, it was tight at the end. But I guess when we go into semi-finals, again, defense, scrums, mauls, tactical kicking game, and then sometimes brilliance like Penno and Jalibert and those guys can do. And the same with the English team from Farrell right through to Laws. I mean, they've got tremendous players who can do games, wonderful thing during the game. But again, I think as it gets closer to that final, and hopefully we're in that final, if we get past England, those deep mechanical fundamentals of the game will always start getting more and more important. I was a bit surprised about all the tries last night.
Kaniso?
Thank you very much, Zina. Good afternoon, Dion. Good afternoon, Rassi. Just a question each for you guys. Dion, firstly, just talk us through the performances, man, of guys like Kwagga, Eben, Jesse Creel. Those small collective performances that in the end mattered for the Springboks. And then from your side, Rassi, just talk us through the HIA protocol and Cheslin Colby's charge down from the game, please.
Yeah, just from my side, I think it is quite important, as we've alluded in previous times, that we're quite lucky with the experience that we have in the squad. There was always our plan to build good combinations and to build or introduce youngsters with good performances around the experienced guys. Going into these games, you could clearly see because the pressure is mounting and players have to perform a certain skill set under tremendous pressure, and in order to do that you need some cool heads and you need experience, and if you look at those guys that you've mentioned in terms of Kwagga, Jesse, Dwayne Vermeulen, all of those guys who've been there before, when they came onto the field and the game was quite tight, you could clearly see how they could react to those kind of situations, make good decisions, and just up the tempo and the level of play. So that is quite important. And it worked quite out well to have those guys at that stages of the game on the field.
Yeah, and tell you about the HIA, I'm not 100% sure what the question is, but to explain the HIA, if you can remember in the World Cup final, Bongi Mbonambi, I think in minute 17, nobody saw the HIA, but we in the coaches box saw the HIA, and we called for the HIA, and he didn't pass the HIA, and Malcolm Marks played from minute 18 or 17, played the whole game. So for us, we really care about our players. And rightly so. I think it was Sabat, the forward coach, the French forward coach, says he hoped the medical team and the HIA people are ready because there's going to be a lot of bumps and bruises. And obviously, you could see when Pieter-Steph made head contact, we had to do a HIA there. It was straight head to head. And then the same, I think Dwayne Vermeulen was actually called by the matchday doctor, and then I think Bongi was definitely he got a bad knock against his head, and yes, you know, for us take those players off, and you know, the chances are always there that they might not pass the HIA. Luckily for us, all of them passed the HIAs. And I mean, I don't think there's anything else to discuss about it. I'm not sure if they had any HIAs. But yes, for us, the players' welfare, I mean, one game, although the World Cup is hell of important and semi-finals and quarterfinals is hell of important, there's life after rugby, and as World Rugby, and with all the court cases and, you know, all the different things that's going on currently around concussion, we certainly as a management team, with all the courses and stuff that we've done, when we see a possible HIA, which we do see, we've got a couple of camera angles, and I must give, I think, Ben O'Keefe and the TMO and his whole team credit that they didn't, again, like in the previous game against Ireland where we lost. They also wasn't a stop-start game with check HIA here and then replay slow motion there. There was a few hits that wasn't indirect head contact, but there was still head contact. And yeah, we're not going to leave a player on the field if we feel there was possibly a head contact and a possibility of HIA. And the process has been the same for, well, at least for the last 2 years.
We have 7 minutes left, so just a note that we won't be able to take all of these questions, but we'll take as many as possible within that time. Craig Ray?
Thank you, Zina. Hi, Dion. Hi, Rassie. Rassie, I know we're looking forward to the England game, but I'd just like to, do you think you would have won that game last night 4 years ago? Because the way the French took away a lot of your weapons, you mentioned the scrum, the line out, the stats show a completely sort of dominant French, yet you guys found a way. Do you think you would have found a way 4 years ago? Is it a mark of the growth of this team that you somehow found a way? And I'm still trying to put my finger on exactly how you did it, but it was magnificent. So do you think that shows the growth in the 4 year period, this game?
To be honest with you, correct, and I'm serious when I say this, I will never forget post the last French game. I tweeted a few tweets, and a lot of people said it was controversial. But I can remember my caption there was, "We'll have to adapt and make things clearer for referees. We can't just rely on mauling, scrumming, and close contact work where it's very difficult for the referee to make the correct decision because it's just very dynamic and it's busy and there's a little bit of gray areas there." So we had to adapt, first of all, not just to rely on box kicking and defense and scrums and mauls, and also try and score tries with more open, fluent running rugby. And I guess you could see, you know, try scoring tally. There's a lot scored by backs, more by our backs than our forwards. And I really meant it in that tweet. I was really serious because if you only rely on a certain aspect of the game which is very tough for the referee to referee, and it gets too wrong, but you only relying on those 3 or 4 or 5 opportunities that you get, 50% of your opportunities are gone. But if you fire shots in open play, in general play, from a top of lineouts, from counter attack, you know, it's clearer decisions for a referee and easier to make. And I really think people did take that tweet up wrongly. I was really serious and not. I was definitely frustrated, but I was really serious with that. And I think that's the difference. As a team, we don't want to be this wonderful playing rugby team that the whole world love, but we do want to score tries, not just always wait the referee has to make a tough call.
Thanks.
Luke?
Thank you. Question for Rassie, please. What an incredible match it was last night, and just thrilling to watch. Well, we've heard from the players what it was like to play, but what was it like for you in the coaching box? And how were your nerves, and how did you get to sleep last night?
Yeah, I must say 9 o'clock game, you normally get to bed here by 3, 3:30 in the morning. And then we're up at 8, 9 o'clock, we pack the bus, and now in an hour's time we're leaving. So you don't sleep a lot, and most of the coaches, we weren't sure, if we did go through, are we playing Fiji or England? So we did some analysis on both of them. But then when you can't sleep, you just open the laptop and start working again to try and see can you beat the next team. But no, it's nerve-wracking, but very exciting. I must tell you, people say the French crowd are hostile. I wouldn't describe it as hostile. I would really describe it as passionate. I think the vibe they create, I think the intensity, I think the noise, I think when they sing the anthem in the middle of a game, even when their team is not playing, it's different to Japan. It's different to South Africa. It's something very unique. Even in the Heineken Cup in La Rochelle and those teams play, it's a very special thing they have. And we are very fortunate to have been part of that. And if we lost, I would have said, it's hella intimidating, because it is, but it's also a very, very big privilege to be there when that happens.
Percy?
No, thank you so much, Zina. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Dion, ek vra maar die maklike vraag. Dion, can I ask you, Rassie helped me with my question. Can I ask you, this coming weekend, would you guys want this very passionate French side to be behind the Springboks? You guys have showed much respect to the French public. Or would you want the French side to support another Northern Hemisphere side this weekend, sir, in England?
Percy, I think we would appreciate any support that we can get. We, up till now, we really enjoy staying in France and enjoying the French culture, engaging from different people, from different backgrounds. Obviously, our support that we get from home, the people doing so much to get here and to be behind us. That is the seen, and then also the unseen at home and stuff, and the post, the messages we get. No, for us, it's just a massive privilege, first of all, to represent our country and to get so much support, and we would continue appreciating that and play for them. And yeah, if the French or the Irish or the people around here think they want to get behind us, we will appreciate that.
And then we'll take the last question from Jan.
Thank you, Zina. Afternoon, Rassie, afternoon, Dion. This question is to both of you, if you would both be so kind as to answer. A lot has been said about the rotation of the squad in the build-up and the pre-tour, and then also during the pool stages. Do you think that's now beginning to benefit? It looked like in those last 10 minutes of the French, I saw forwards walking. Maybe it was tactics, I don't know. But they looked like they were walking and out on their feet and dead on their feet. And you guys looked full of energy. Do you think it's now beginning to pay dividends? You've got lots of miles left in your guys' legs.
Yeah, I think we and the French are two teams that spread a load the best. I think our average players is 162 minutes that they've played in the pool in the World Cup, and I think the French are very close to us. And then Ireland, I think per player was something like 240, 250 minutes. I think England is also pretty high. But you can never say, the warm-up matches before with the World Cup, where we played Rugby Championships and we played Wales and New Zealand again. So I know people got frustrated when we were chopping and changing, and I'm not saying I'm right, touch wood, luckily up until this morning, we don't have any injuries from from last night's game. But different teams condition different, train different during the week, simulate match intensity. Other teams, they just concentrate on aerobic and accuracy and those kind of things. So I can talk for other teams, but I do know that us in the England team will definitely have a close match, because their numbers of spreading the load is not so much higher than ours, but the Irish and New Zealand were pretty high. So I don't know if that really has an impact. I can't scientifically tell you that, but our players are at this stage, all 33 is available for selection.
I think just building on that, I think also the competition between the players, also relating in the different position. All the players have got fair chances in playing against different teams, experience this type of intensity and type of pressure. Yeah, and you can clearly see when we make changes and players coming on in specific positions, whether it's in the backline or the forwards, there's an up in the intensity, or they slot in easily and they continue in terms of where the guys have ended. And so to have that balance is quite important going into these games going forward. If you think about guys like Lucanio Arm, these guys haven't been involved with injuries, but they're back. And you still got guys like Jesse Creel and Damien Allende in certain position. You've got a nice combination now with fly-off centers, and you can go on like that per position. So it's quite good to have that. And yeah, going forward into this next crucial game, it's really a good position to be in, and we will just work according to that in terms of what the opposition presents us, what their strengths and weaknesses are, and make our decisions around that.
Fantastic. Thank you, Rassie. Thank you, Dion.
Hello and welcome to Fair Rugby on Forever Sports. And some very interesting news. The Springboks are the best team in the world once again. Their victory over France has propelled them to the top of the world rankings, as that officially updates today. Very interesting to see what the ranking table now looks like as we go further into the World Cup. It starts to affect certain teams which have dropped out of the World Cup and therefore dropped down the ranking, which I suppose is fair. It's about right, isn't it? It's all very well being the number one ranked side in the tournament, but all of a sudden you get knocked out, and that usually means the teams below you will sort of gain quite a big advantage, because obviously you get more points when we get team ranked higher than lower. And as a result, the table has shifted quite a lot following the two. We call it upsets, really. South Africa beating France, the host nations, and then New Zealand beating number one side world in Ireland. So there is a bit of movement on the table. And before we have a look at it, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. What was once 20 teams is down to 4. We are into semi-final week. Rassie Rasmus has given an update on the squad. Go check that out. The All Blacks have reacted to the Springbok win, as well as given an update from out of their camp with regards to how things are looking. So go check that out as well. We will be bringing you some coverage over the next few days, and obviously we'll be live over the weekend for those semi-finals, and hopefully a Springbok final next week on the 28th of October. So in terms of the world rankings, and again, it don't mean a lot right now. It's all about the World Cup final, and it's all about the World Cup. It's about who's going to lift the trophy in less than 2 weeks. That's kind of really what will determine who the best team in the world is. But right now, if you were to go on rankings, the best team in the world will be the Boks, because that is what the world rankings currently look like. Big gains for the Boks. They have moved up a couple of spots. They were down in third, and they are up to first place for the first time this year. For the first time since they lost their ranking, in fact. About a year ago, I think it was. So we are up at the top there. We're sitting with 92.48 points. We've actually got almost a 1.5 point advantage over New Zealand, who also rise to. They go into second place. Ireland have dropped from number 1 down to number 3. France dropped from number 2 down to 4. England have risen from number 6 back up to 5. The first higher they've been for a while. While Scotland have dropped down to 6th. Argentina have leapfrogged Wales, and they've gone into 7th from 8th. Fiji has remained the same. Australia has remained the same. Wales dropping down to 8th there. So if you look at the World Cup, it's pretty close, isn't it? To what I think is about right. You know, we know. I mean, obviously England and Argentina are still in the competition, so they've risen above. I do think Scotland would find themselves in a semi-final had they had the right sort of draw. So I think that them being ranked about sixth is about right. Similarly with Wales, they got to the quarterfinals there. They were in the top eight. So I mean, the top eight. It was the top eight minus Scotland and Fiji in the quarterfinals. So they're pretty accurate from that perspective. I do think Scotland were just on the wrong side of the draw. Obviously, there'll be debate about Australia versus Fiji, and Australia beating Fiji, Fiji also beating Portugal. So there are obviously a few teams you can debate. But generally, I think that's not far off what the world sort of order is. I mean, Argentina being in the semi-finals, you then consider them higher ranked than seven. But again, a bit like England, they've had a bit of a favourable draw. Playing against Wales, who were seventh and eighth versus in the world. England, was sixth versus 10th in the world. So compare that to the top four sides, it's always going to be a low, I wouldn't say low standard, but they're never going to get massive gains in terms of the world rankings. And what will be interesting now is that now we're into proper playoff rugby, which means that these rankings don't mean anything in terms of the match this weekend. Yes, all of a sudden New Zealand will be going in as the second best team in the world according to the rankings. Therefore, they are the clear favourites against Argentina. Similarly, South Africa, the favourites against England. But what we know when it comes to playoff rugby is that favourites and what's supposed to happen is not what does happen. I mean, we only saw that when England dumped New Zealand out the World Cup 4 years ago. New Zealand beating Ireland this weekend was a result that a lot of people didn't expect to happen. Even South Africa beating France was a result a lot of people didn't expect to happen. So there's obviously a certain amount you can read into these world rankings, but not too much. But yeah, let me know what you think. Do you think these rankings are pretty accurate? How much do you look at them, and what do you think? If you had to rank your top 10 team, what sort of order would you go? Let me know down in the comments below. Smash the like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen. I'll chat to you soon. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports, and we are less than a day, but we are basically a day later on from the result SA versus France. And so I thought I'd do a quick video to kind of reflect a little bit on that performance last night, how special it was. The more that we've now sort of managed to take a bit of a breath and relook at some of the moments in the match, relook at some of the performances, check some of the stats, check some of the analysis, for example, get some of the quotes from the various coaches to find out how much of the certain things that happened were planned and what wasn't. I think it just provides an opportunity for us to just relook at a match that is an all-time classic. It really is an all-time classic. I think this weekend is probably the greatest weekend of quarterfinals we've ever seen. Every single game, came down towards the end. All the games were in the balance at one stage. There were a lot of different emotions running between ebbs and flows in various games, a lot of different moments where teams looked like they'd won and then not won, for example. It was a phenomenal weekend of rugby, and I'm hoping at the semi-finals try to replicate that. They've got the potential to be quite one-sided, but they've also got the potential to see some teams who are not expected to do well step up. So before we sort of reflected exactly on last night and what made it so special, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel. The best Springbok performance of all time? Question mark. That's a lot of people are asking. And I'll tell you what, it's got to be close. It's got to be close to one of the best performances a Boks have ever put on. And the ironic thing is that they weren't always great. There was a 10-minute period where France were all over South Africa. But I think the main thing is that even when you're not playing well, in very commas in terms of opposition being all over you, the fact that, we managed to keep them relatively scoreless, they only ever got 6 points away from us, or 7 points away, and I mean nullified that. So there was only ever try away from us leveling, which is impressive, So even when France were playing really well, when the Boks were maybe struggling a little bit, we kept ourselves in the game, and the defensive effort we saw last night was absolutely immense. Yes, we could see the 3 tries. France are a side that scored tries. I think there were always going to be tries last night. We actually scored 4 tries. So, for a side that is accused of playing 10-man rugby, to see both wings, as well as Damien Delinde scoring a try, as well as Evan Etzebeth scoring a try in the loose. No more tries, for example. No penalty tries. It was a great showing of attacking intent, but once again, a big shout out to the defense, especially in that last patch to play all those phases. For example, how many times did France find a line break, find space in above, and it forced a knock on? There was a big tackle, for example, and certain players really stepped up. And I think what's been so interesting is that so many players, a lot of people were doubting, stepped up last night. Somebody like Cheslin Colby was getting a bit of heat, which was weird, just because he hasn't scored a try in a while. And last night he was phenomenal. Not only scoring a try, but that charge down against Tomo Ramos. I mean, that's potentially 2 points. We won by 1 point. That was a match-winning moment, for example, match-winning contribution. Damien Delendi, somebody people have been calling for. And yesterday started ahead. Look at the game he had last night, scoring a try and creating and then scoring that try because he created the initial break. Jesse Creel, I mean, goodness me, as everybody's probably rightly saying, his best ever performance for the Bok jersey last night. He was absolutely immense. Could easily have walked away with man of the match. I think he had a match high for attack count, try assist, for example, made some brilliant defensive reads. He didn't put a single foot wrong. And I'll tell you what, Jacques Nova was talking about how good Lekanya was looking in training. You cannot drop JC Creel after a performance like that. And that is how you reward the coaches who have stuck by you, if they've backed you, and you go and put a performance like that. And everybody has had to put their hands up and say, well, we were a bit skeptical, but wow, what a performance. And rightly so. Thought Moy Liba played very well last night. Even Ed Smith, people are talking about him now rightly, potentially the greatest Springbok player ever, which is, I think he deserves to be in the conversation. You can never determine who the best player is of all time. Different eras, different positions, different times, but he's definitely in the conversation as an all-time great and one of the best. And then Bongi Benambi, who got man of the match. What a moment for him. We lost Malcolm Marx. A lot of people thought, well, that's a big blow to the World Cup. Some people were even going as far as saying until World Cup over, which I never think it was. But shout out to Bongi Benambi, who put in an absolutely mental shift last night. Didn't miss the line out. It was all over the place. Brought his physicality. It was good at the breakdown, actually. Fantastic defense. He's really stepped up. They've given him a leadership role this year, and it's brought out the best in him. And just wow. And I think you look at that performance, it was just the attitude. We stuck in the game, and we didn't panic as well. And then when the going got tough, the bench came on and made such a big impact. So Oxen Chair and those scrum penalties, for example, Parker Smith and those penalties on the ground. Some huge contributions. Not Apollo with that penalty, that 3-point. How important is that? There were so few players that didn't pitch up last night. There was an absolute mammoth effort because France were good. It wasn't a France off day. It wasn't the case of France just weren't at the races. France were at the races. Antoine Dupont was at the races. Damien Pinot was looking good. Mathieu Jalibert was having a great time, apart from one of the worst touch finders of all time. Jonathan Dante was pretty solid. Charles Oliver was having a good game. Gregory Alger was getting involved. It was a French side that were firing on all cylinders, and it took absolutely everything for the Boks to actually go on and win that game. So I'll pose you the question: was that the greatest Springbok performance of all time? I think it has to be up there. What do you think? Down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. Chat to you soon. Hello and welcome to Fair Rugby on Forever Sports. And some very interesting news. The Springboks are the best team in the world once again. Their victory over France has propelled them to the top of the world rankings as that officially updates today. Very interesting to see what the ranking table now looks like as we go further into the World Cup. It starts to affect certain teams which have dropped out of the World Cup and therefore dropped down the rankings, which I suppose is fair. It's about right, isn't it? It's all very well being the number one ranked side in the tournament, but all of a sudden you get knocked out, and that usually means the teams below you will sort of gain quite a big advantage because obviously you get more points from beating a team ranked higher than lower. And as a result, the table has shifted quite a lot following the two. We call it upsets, really. South Africa beating France, the host nations, and then New Zealand beating number one side world in Ireland. So there's a bit of movement on the table. And before we have a look at it, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. What was once 20 teams is down to 4. We are into semi-final week. Rassie Erasmus has given an update on the squad. Go check that out. The All Blacks have reacted to a Springbok win, as well as given an update from out of their camp with regards to how things are looking. So go check that out as well. We will be bringing you some coverage over the next few days, and obviously we'll be live over the weekend for those semi-finals and hopefully a Springbok final next week on the 28th of October. So in terms of the world rankings, and again, it don't mean a lot right now. It's all about the World Cup final, isn't it? It's all about the World Cup. It's about who's going to lift the trophy in less than 2 weeks. That's kind of really what will determine who the best team in the world is. But right now, if you were to go on rankings, the best team in the world will be the Boks, because that is what the world rankings currently look like. Big gains for the Boks. They have moved up a couple of spots. They were down in third, and they are up to first place for the first time this year. For the first time since they lost their ranking, in fact. About a year ago, I think it was. So we are up at the top there. We're sitting with 92.48 points. We've actually got almost a 1.5 point advantage over New Zealand, who also rise to. They go into second place. Ireland have dropped from number 1 down to number 3. France dropped from number 2 down to 4. England have risen from number 6 back up to 5. The first higher they've been for a while Scotland have dropped down to 6th. Argentina have gone Wales, and they've gone into 7th from 8th. Fiji has remained the same. Australia has remained the same. Wales dropping down to 8th there. So if you look at the World Cup, it's pretty close, isn't it? To what I think is about right. We know. I mean, obviously England and Argentina are still in the competition, so they've risen above. I do think Scotland would find themselves in a semi-final had they had the right sort of draw. So I think that them being ranked about 6th is about right. Similarly with Wales, they got to the quarterfinals there. They were in the top 8. So I mean, the top 8. It was the top 8 minus Scotland and Fiji in the quarterfinals. So they're pretty accurate from that perspective. I do think Scotland were just on the wrong side of the draw. Obviously, there'll be debate about Australia versus Fiji, and Australia beating Fiji, Fiji also beating Portugal. So there are obviously a few teams you can debate. But generally, I think that's not far off what the world sort of order is. I mean, Argentina being in the semi-finals, you then consider them higher ranked than 7th. But again, a bit like England, they've had a bit of a favourable draw. Playing against Wales, who were 7th and 8th versus in the world. England, was 6th versus 10th in the world. So compare that to the top 4 sides. It's always going to be a low, I wouldn't say low standard, but they're never going to get massive gains in terms of the world rankings. And what will be interesting now is that now we're into proper playoff rugby, which means that these rankings don't mean anything in terms of the match this weekend. Yes, all of a sudden New Zealand will be going in as the second best team in the world according to the rankings. Therefore, they are the clear favourites against Argentina. Similarly, South Africa, the favourites against England. But what we know when it comes to playoff rugby is that favourites and what's supposed to happen is not what does happen. I mean, we only saw that when England dumped New Zealand out the World Cup 4 years ago. New Zealand beating Ireland this weekend was a result that a lot of people didn't expect to happen. Even South Africa beating France was a result a lot of people didn't expect to happen. So there's obviously a certain amount you can read into these world rankings, but not too much. But yeah, let me know what you think. Do you think these rankings are pretty accurate? How much do you look at them, and what do you think? If you had to rank your top 10 team, what sort of order would you go? Let me know down in the comments below. Smash the like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen. I'll chat to you soon. Hello and welcome to Favorite Rugby on Favorite Sports. For today's video, we're a day after South Africa versus France, and it's a bit early to put this video out because I usually wait until a bit later in the week. But we have had an update from Rugby regarding some injuries and stuff like that, and it is such a busy week ahead that I wanted to get my Springbok team prediction video out sort of sooner rather than later. It's quite a difficult one to do because it's difficult to understand exactly what the plan will be. I think there does have to be some rotation to a certain degree, but it can't be a lot really. We're talking about 2 more games, 160 minutes of rugby, regardless of what the result this weekend, we'll still play a 3rd and 4th game, and you'll probably rotate a bit for that. But for potentially a semi-final and a final, it's a difficult one because you need to get past the semi-final while still having enough in the tank for final. So it's an interesting one because you can't just blindly rotate. You're taking on England's side, which is getting better and can't be written off and can't be taken lightly. They'll raise their game. It's a bit of a grudge match these days. England versus South Africa is a Rugby World Cup classic. It really is. We beat them in 2 finals, for example. We beat them in France in the final 2007, but we've had some pretty big games against England in the World Cup. So they're not a side that you can take lightly. So you can't afford to really rotate too much this weekend. But I'll be interested to see if, from a tactical perspective, that might necessitate a couple of changes. And so I'm going to give you what my team is. I've got pretty much the same team as what we saw yesterday. I have made 1 or 2 changes, and I'm going to sort of highlight a couple of players who I wonder if there might be rotations there as well. Now, before I sort of reveal my team and sort of talk you through the process, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Right, so this is what I have gone with. As I said, very similar to yesterday. So I've gone with the same pack. Stephen Kitsoff, Bongi Manambi, France Moher, but I'm pretty sure that won't change. I think what they will want to try and do is bring them off early. I do think they will try and see if they can give Kitsoff, Moher, and Manambi sort of 50 minutes tops. And I think Mbonambi will actually come off and Dion will potentially come on at hooker. Because I do think that, look, you got to win the same final. So it all kind of depends on how it's going. But, ideally, in terms of best preparation for a final, you want to try and, get ahead, get yourself into a comfortable position, be able to bring off a couple of players and still back the players off the bench to do a job. Second row, I think Eben Etzebeth and Frank Vermoster will continue. I don't think there's any reason to change. I also think they're 2 players that can play a lot of minutes. They did have 2 weeks off before this game, by the way. Just remember that. And some of them didn't play against Tonga, so some of them actually had quite a long week. So yeah, some of them. So the likes of Frank Vermoster and Eben Etzebeth, I expect them to be okay. I think Siakisi starts, as does Peter Steph the Toy. I've got a gut feeling that Jasper Wiese might be involved. I don't think France are a pack you can bully. I think the Boks will fancy this England pack. I genuinely do. I think that Mario Toji is a shadow of his former self at the moment. If you ask me, Chesham I think is a decent player, but Courtney Law's had a great game this weekend. I think it's a pack that the Boks can really look at trying to get into. And for that reason, I do think we're also going to go with a 6-2 split. But I wouldn't be surprised if I see Jasper Wiese. Also, it's about managing Dwayne Vermeulen. If you want Dwayne Vermeulen to start in the final potentially, you've got to look at managing his minutes. I think he is proven that he can be a great impact player. I think that's maybe where they'll look at him for this weekend. I also think that Fact Clerk will start. And I've got a weird feeling that Andre Pollard will start as well. And they might look at a different approach in terms of tactical arm wrestle in the first half of really battering England, trying to sort of win those points, win those collisions, take the penalty, build a lead, and then making changes in the second half. So I've got a feeling that Faf de Klerk and Andre Pollard will start. I think they work as a combination. I think Chesney Colby and Kirkley Arendse will continue as wings. Maybe an outside shout for Kirkley Arendse, but I'll be very sorry, Kanan Moody ahead of Kirkley Arendse, but I don't think so. Similarly, I don't think we're going to see Andreas de Hayes. We might, maybe. And Jesse Creel has played, I think, the most minutes for the Boks, but I don't think you're dropping him. I think he's too important defensively. And he had an absolute blinder yesterday. He's also such good condition. He's such good fitness always. So I don't think that the game time's an issue. Similarly, I think Damian Willemse. I've gone with a 6-2 split. Therefore, Damian Willemse has to be involved in the 23. I think these days he's starting. We could see a Willie Leroux start and Damian Willemse on the bench, but I personally think the Boks really want to have Amani Liebach as well as an Andre Pollard in the 23. So for that reason, I've gone with Damian Willemse. Look, I could be very wrong. I'm not entirely sure about a 6-2 with no Willie Leroux on the bench, for example. But yeah, and then off the bench we've got Dion Free, Oxen Chair, Vincent Cox, same front row as yesterday. I think we're on Arceus Name on Quacker Smith, and I've added Dwayne Vermeulen to the bench as a extra forward. I think we're talking about 3 players good over the ball over there in the likes of Quacker Smith, Dwayne Vermeulen, Dion Free. Arceus Name has been brilliant as an impact player, so I think that'll continue to be the case. And then I've gone with Kobus Reinach and Mani Liebach because they can. I think Liebach can change the game when he comes on late. I think that'll be the plan. I think you want to batter England, put them in the back foot. We've seen how they have sometimes faded towards the end of the game, and if you bring on a Mani Liebach and really up the ante against in the latter stage, I think that could be a really interesting ploy. The alternative, obviously, is to start Mani Liebach and to try and sort of score a try too early and then sort of bring on Pollard to sort of see out the pressure stages of the game. So it'll be interesting to see whether we go with the method we saw yesterday or what we'll go see. I'd be very surprised to say I think Mani Liebach will have to be in the 23. Will definitely be in the 23. And I just don't see them leaving out Pollard. So for that reason, it could be a 5-3 split. But I think that we could bully this England pack, or I think that could at least be a tactic. And as a result, I sort of sense that we might go back to a 6-2 split. Let me know what you think down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen. I'll chat to you soon. Hello and welcome to Fair Rugby on Forever Sports. And some breaking news. The match officials have been confirmed for this weekend, the semi-finals, and it's going to cause a little bit of stir. It always does, apparently. It's a very interesting situation, really, when it comes to match officials, because they're always quite hotly contested, and especially off the back of last weekend, with a couple of more controversial moments and lots of chat about referees, which I find a bit tiring. I just don't think there's a lot of value in spending a lot of time talking about match officials and refereeing in general. So I think that we sort of detract away from the product itself. Yes, they're always going to be very 50-50 calls. There's going to be a lot of controversy. That sort of tends to happen unless there's an absolute howler and something that's unforgivable. I tend not to talk about it because there's always going to be a human error. Just as players knock the ball on and see penalties and missed tackles and stuff like that, referees might misinterpret something or see something that we see differently. But anyway, the referees have been confirmed. And before I tell you exactly who is on who and for which semi-final, please do smash the like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel. Right, so for Friday night, for New Zealand versus Argentina, Angus Gardner, the Australian, will take charge of that match, and he will be joined by Nick Berry, also Australian, and Carl Dixon from RFU for England. And Ben Whitehouse, who represents Wales, will be the television match official. So that is the team for Friday night: 2 Australians, an Englishman, and a Welshman. Then for Saturday night, despite the comments from Anton Dupont and maybe the suggestion of French fans that he was very poor, Ben O'Keefe has been reappointed for the semi-final, and he will officiate England versus South Africa. He will be joined by Andrew Brace from Ireland, Paul Williams from New Zealand, as well as Brendan Pickrell from New Zealand. So basically an all New Zealand team, assisted by Andrew Brace from Ireland. I don't think Andrew Brace, I better keep it bad over the past weekend. I don't think there was any sort of bias, for example. I think, there were certain calls that, you disagree with, for example. But I think there were a lot of 50-50 things that went relatively evenly across the two teams. France, a lot of French fans are complaining about the charge of Jalen Cole, which was absolutely nothing wrong. A lot of South African fans are complaining about the lack of penalty when Faf de Klerk threw the ball back to one of the French players. So there were a couple of moments that came to the fore. What I can say is I'm very surprised to see no Wayne Barnes involved across the weekend, and also confirmation, by the way, that Jaco Paper has been ruled out of this weekend due to injury, unfortunately. So he wasn't considered for this weekend. In terms of some of the stats here, so it'll be the first Rugby World Cup semi-finals for both Angus Gardner as well as Ben O'Keefe. Gardner will referee New Zealand for the 5th time in what is his first World Cup knockout match as a referee. He was in the middle for their Argentina's historic 25-15 victory in November 2020. And he also refereed them earlier this year. It'll be Gardner's 4th match in the middle of Rugby World Cup and 5th at the tournament for O'Keefe. The New Zealand official will referee England versus South Africa for the 2nd time, having been in the middle for South Africa's 42-39 victory back in 2018. It'll be the first men's Rugby World Cup semi-final for all assistants and TMOs. So brand new. This is a new generation, isn't it? In terms of referees, Ben Whitehouse was a TMO for the women's Rugby World Cup semi-final between England and Canada last year, but has not been a part of a match official team for a men's World Cup play-off match. So World Rugby Chairman, Sir Bill Beaumont, said, I would like to congratulate Angus and Ben, the assistant referees of TMOs, on their selection for semi-finals. The match official group as a whole have played a full and positive role in an exceptional Rugby World Cup, including a compelling set of quarterfinals. The head of High Performance 50's match officials manager, Joel Jutka, says that congratulations to all selected. This is a team effort, and the selection reflects the hard work of the group as a whole and the encouragement and support they give each other. I'd also like to pay tribute to Jaco Paper, who's been ruled out through injury. He would have been in contention. We wish him a speedy recovery. So basically, it sounds like Jaco Paper would have been involved. It could have actually probably had that other semi-final had he not been sustained a calf injury. So in theory, this is also a merit selection. Basically what they do supposedly is after every weekend they sort of do a review, and after the group stage, and they basically sort of identify the the best performing referees, and then they kind of allocate them by on places where they're obviously going to be neutral, depending on the teams playing as well. So those are the referees and the match official panels. What do we think? I'm sure there'll be a strong narrative that people will be saying that New Zealand referees are going to be favouring England because they want to make sure that the All Blacks play England in the final, not South Africa. So I can tell you right now that narrative will start to grow, which I don't think is warranted, to be honest. Maybe there is a sort of a certain amount of of an argument to be had to almost sort of go say, well, there's only 4 teams left in the tournament. Can we not find referees from the other competing unions? You know, are there not enough Welsh, Irish, French, Australian, you know, Romanian or Georgian, for example, you know, referees? Obviously we don't have from all the unions, stuff like that, to be able to put together, you know, two full panels and not have any of the teams involved in the quarterfinals actually on the panel. So yeah, there could be an argument for that. For example, that'll obviously be the case next week when it comes to the finals, because by then there'll be no sort of jeopardy in terms of other results. But let me know what you think of the match officials and Box fans. Are you happy to see Ben O'Keefe? You're not happy? What do you think? New Zealand and Argentina fans, what are we thinking about Angus Gardner? Let me know down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen. I'll chat to you soon. Hello and welcome to Favorite Rugby on Forever Sports for today's Rugby World Cup quarterfinals team of the weekend. This is always going to be very contentious, isn't it? There were 8 teams that played this past weekend. We've had to try and select 15 of the top performing players. And team of the weeks are very difficult because often there are a lot of key performers in key positions, but of the same position, you know, and then there are sometimes weeks where there are maybe like very few performers in other positions. And so sometimes it's really difficult to pick a specific position in terms of there just weren't a lot of particularly good performances in that position. Alternatively, sometimes it's really difficult to pick because there were too many good performances in that position. So, for example, you know, you look at like, you know, at hooker, for example, there could have been 5 brilliant hooker performances over the weekend. We only pick one player. So it's always going to be quite contentious to see what people would prefer. So we've attempted to try and put together a team of the week with the countries represented, all for I'm trying to think which countries aren't out of the 8. I think there are no Fijian players. I think there's no Irish players. No, there's an Irish player. Yeah, so I think it's just, no Welsh players. So there's 2 countries that aren't represented. So 6 nations are represented in the team of the week. And yeah, obviously probably quite dominated by the teams that are in the semi-finals as well. So before I show you the team of the week, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. This is what I've gone with. Now, before we get into this, I want you to know what you guys think. I want to know, put your team of the week down, and it'll be interesting to see how we do differ. The front row, number 1, I've gone with Cyril by 2 tries, a decent performance scrummaging-wise as well. South started to get a bit more scrum dominancy as the game went on. But I thought that he was really good and phenomenal, and he lose 2 good tries as well. I actually put him ahead of Stephen Kitsov in my combined 15 last weekend. And I think fair to say he did probably outplay Kitsov this past weekend. So I've got myself by at Lucid. I've got my Till Lomax at tight head. Thought Frans Malherbe put in a decent shift. I thought that the 2 Irish props were pretty average, to be honest. So I've gone with Tyrell Lomax, who got the better of Andrew Porter throughout the game and won 2 pretty big important scrum penalties. And I thought that the success the All Blacks had at scrum time was a big part of why they were so why they went on to win that match in against New Zealand. Hooker, I've gone with Bongi Manambi. I thought Piotr Murvaka was fantastic with ball in hand. I thought that there were a couple of decent hooker positions. I thought Jamie George really stood up as well for England. And I've gone with Bongi Manambi, man of the match again in the match between South Africa and France, which is quite controversial. But I think it was just a case of trying to pick so many of the top performing players. But I thought Manambi was absolutely massive. I thought he carried well. I thought he threw well on the lineouts. I thought his leadership was very good in the last stages of the game. I thought he defended like an absolute animal. He's back. He's definitely stepped up his game since that injury to Malcolm Marx. And of course, we're missing Malcolm Marx, but we've definitely felt that, you know, Bongi Manambi's stepped up as a result of it. He wasn't maybe playing his best rugby about a month and a half ago, but he's playing close to it at the moment. The locks were quite complicated as well. I mean, for me, it was who's going to partner Evan Etzebeth, who was monstrous this past weekend. Kevin Rock had a few areas in his game. He had some very good moments in a few areas as well. I thought Brody Retallick had a very good game. Sam Whitelock came off the bench and won that penalty. But I thought that that Mario Toje looked much more like the Mario Toje that was at one stage ranked people were like ranking him as one of the best locks in the world, which I thought at the time was maybe a little bit preemptive. But this past weekend, I thought we saw the Mario Toja that we kind of been waiting to see a little bit. I haven't seen him for the last of a year. The loose trio, I've gone with Sam Cane, Courtney Laws, and Artie Severe. Sam Cane, what a performance from him. Really silenced a lot of haters. I thought Courtney Laws was characteristically very good for England, very reliable player. Other players, I mean, look, Charles Oliver had a good game. Gregory Aldred had a pretty good game. Anthony Johnson actually played pretty well. The entire French loose trio played very well. I thought a lot of the Irish loose trio, Josh Van der Fleer, I thought was a bit disappointed. I thought Caelan Doris played pretty well. I think Peter Steph played pretty well. There was some good loose forward performances over the weekend, but for me, Sam Cane obviously at a different level, and I've gone with Courtney Laws, so I think that he was a big part of that England result. So that is my pack. We have got 2 South Africans in there, 3 New Zealanders, 2 Englishmen, and 1 French player in there. So let me know if you change that, and then let's move to the back line. Antoine Dupont at 9 was, yeah, really, really good. He didn't skip a beat. Looked like he was. He looked like he'd never been away, to be honest, causing a lot of problems for South Africa. Finding space, distribution was good. I thought he was really, really solid. I thought Aaron Smith had a great game this past weekend as well. So yeah, there was some good performances at 9, but I thought Dupont was on a different level. And I went with Owen Farrell at 10. Mathieu Jalabert had very good moments and then some pretty poor moments, including that kick for touch, which went backwards. I thought that Mani Liebach and Hunter Pollard had very assured performances. Nicolas Sanchez came off the bench to great effect for Argentina. I thought Owen Farrell, Mishi Mwanga had a great game for New Zealand. Tony Sexton actually played really well as well. So it was a really good performance from the 10s over the weekend. But for me, Owen Farrell just didn't skip a beat. Under a lot of pressure. I was very skeptical about him coming ahead of George Ford, and I don't think he missed a kick off the tee. Controlled the game really well, kicked very well, defended well. I don't think he put a foot wrong. The best players stand up at the big moments, and he definitely did. And I think he sort of proved a lot of his critics wrong this past weekend. The 2 wings got Cheslin Colby and Emiliano Buffelli. Buffelli as well, very good with his boot. Dan Pinner played well. Kurt Lawrence played well. I thought that the Irish wings were a little bit quiet. For example, I don't think there were too many stats. I thought Sammy Radraja was very good for Fiji, but ironically, it was a lot better when he actually found space on the inside and sort of playing more in the centre channels than out at the wing. Kurt Lawrence obviously scored a very nice try. So I've gone with Buffelli and Cheslin Colby. Cheslin Colby, one of the players of the weekend. That's an easy pick. And in the centres, I've gone with Bundyaki and JC Creel. What a combination that actually would be. I don't think this is too controversial. Bundyaki was a different level this game, as he has been the entire tournament. Regardless of the fact that Ireland have gone out, I would put him in contention for player of the tournament still, to be honest. And the Jesse Creel masterclass, absolutely phenomenal game. His best game in a block jersey, I think a lot of people are saying. And then fullback, for me, it was a bit of a toss-up between Tomo Ramos and Beauden Barrett. I've gone with Beauden Barrett. Maybe I'm a bit biased because I was there and watched the game, but I just thought that he looked so comfortable, so composed, got New Zealand out of trouble a couple of times. Nice couple kicks in behind, managed the game very well next to Richie Mwanga. Playing such good rugby at 50, and that axis of Mwanga Barrett is very functional for the All Blacks. So let me know what changes you'd make down in the comments below. Please do smash the like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen. I'll chat to you soon. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports for today's South Africa versus France 5 Things Watch video. A bit of a time to reflect on the performance we did see on Sunday, 2 days later, so a bit more time to sort of take a step back and sort of analyze where the game was won and more to the point, what we learned from the game in terms of individual performances, in terms of team tactics, in terms of team identity, for example. It's sort of the global game, really, and sort of understanding where teams are winning and losing big matches and what sort of, rugby in general is really sort of favouring in terms of the way people are using benches, the tactics, the set piece, for example. We're starting to sort of see trends as the World Cup goes by, and you start to learn what the best teams are doing right and what they're not, and what the teams are going out are doing wrong, for example. So it's always an interesting time. Obviously, it's just my takeaway. So I want to know what you thought about the game. I want to know what your 5 things learned and some of your takeaways are. Down in the comments below, let me know. It's always very interesting to get different perspectives, for example, and to understand how people can see the same game very, very differently. So before we get going, yeah, please do smash like the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. We're past 50,000 subscribers, so we're now en route to 60,000, 70,000, maybe even 100,000 one day in the future. But let's get going, shall we? So in terms of number one, which one starting was justified? How good? I mean, during the week, a lot of people saying, oh, you need to stop focusing on one player. It's not just about one player. And it's not. But when that one player is Anton Dupont, you can see the difference he can make. Absolutely phenomenal once again. Causes a lot of scare. We got a lot of nerves, for example, watching him play. Every single time he looked for a snipe, his distribution was good. His kicking is brilliant. He's such a world-class all-round player. And this French side genuinely are very different when he plays. Maxime Luchu is a brilliant player. He's a fantastic scrum half. But it's just a different level to the game when Dupont does play. And it was a bit of a risk for him starting, but I think it was pretty justified because I thought that he was world class. Number two, the Springboks set piece was a big asset. We didn't dominate the set piece, like for example the scrums. You weren't hammering the scrums the entire game, but we won some very crucial ones, and we used the set piece to such good effect. Opting for that scrum, for example, after calling the mark was a massive tactical decision. It proved to be a good one. Our lineouts looked very good. We didn't manage to maybe affect the French line as much as we would have liked to, but our set pieces were pretty guaranteed this past weekend. That's a huge part of player of rugby. If you're winning your set piece, if your set piece is fairly solid, doesn't mean you have to be massively dominant. It just have to be fairly solid, so you've got that platform to work off. I thought we had that this weekend, and that's going to be a massive thing going into the semi-finals as well. When you've got a dominant set piece or a functional set piece, it goes a long way to providing the momentum and the platform you need to go on score points and win games. A tactical masterclass from the Springboks. Every single time you think this coaching staff can't surprise you, they do it again. They are such a good brain trust there of innovation and of analysis. The way that they break other teams down and understand, right, this is how we beat this side, this is how we beat this side. And they can tweak the game plan as well as the players to suit those sort of small things. I mean, just as I said, that decision to scrum. It's a massive decision on so many different levels. First of all, obviously, Rassie Erasmus said there was a tactical thing. They said they've got a big pack, but they like to kick so much that they kind of they let them conserve their energy. They kind of sort of lumber around the middle of the park, don't do a lot of running. So they're saying, right now, they kick very deep. And so if we get a market and say, right now, their forwards, front rowers need to run all the way back, scrum, and keep doing that, all of a sudden France were kicking shorter, which kind of disrupted a little bit of their game plan. So it's amazing how they just find those sort of small areas just to sort of change the game a little bit. And yeah, you can see they do all the analysis, and it was a really interesting decision. But the entire game, certain parts of it, certain team selections was tailor-made to try and beat France, and it worked in the end. So yeah, but then you'll sit there saying maybe things got things wrong, but you can't live on if buts and maybes. We had to be really, really good. We're always gonna have to be close to our best, if not at our best, to beat France. And I genuinely think there was a lot of tactical news that went into that game that resulted in us getting that victory. The quick tap, for example, just certain sort of aspects. Mani Liebach and the up and unders, they were clearly targeting areas of the field and certain aspects of the French defense, which we did manage to exploit. France would have been deserved winners, right? So I'm not saying they deserve to win, or should have won, and Springboks didn't deserve to win, but I think it was one of those games that genuinely could have gone either way, and I don't think as a neutral you would have been felt it would have been unjustified if either side win. France are a phenomenal team. They really are. They've lost Unai Tono, for example, and Romain Taufifenua. They've announced their retirements earlier today, so there will be a bit of change in this French team, and I'm sure they'll start sort of bringing some new players. Fabien Galtier is there for, I think it's until 2028 or something silly. He's got a very, very long-term contract. So at this stage, he's not going anywhere. And I think it's a special French side. I think that come the Six Nations in February, I think that they'll be up there with favourites next to the likes of Ireland. And I think that had they won and they would have gone to the semi-finals, I don't think too many Springbok fans would have sit there saying, well, they don't deserve to be in the semi-finals. They played well enough to win, but yeah, there has to be a loser on the day, and they were on the wrong side of the coin. And then finally, Springboks bench remains the biggest weapon. Yes, it wasn't your traditional bomb squad in inverted commas, but I think the term bomb squad has moved away from the 6-2 in some respects. Obviously, that is the bomb squad as we know it. That 6-2, the 7-1, for example. But I think the biggest thing that we need to take out of this is not so much the way we do the splits, but just the impact the bench has in general. We've got a phenomenal player depth, and we've got a phenomenal variety in players, and that allows us to be able to pick a 5-3, but be able to put in the Quokka Smith, for example. Who often only gets picked in the 6-2, for example, as the cover for a backline option. He was there as an out and out forward this weekend, not worrying about backline cover, and he was superb. I think that bench provides so much energy, and makes such a big difference, especially the way we use it, the way we deploy it. It is one of the biggest reasons the Boks are so strong in that second half, because of the way they use that bench. And that's why I feel that as long as you're within a try, even at 10 minutes to go, I always feel that the Boks have got a chance, because that bench can, affect games, and they can force the issue, and change results. So those are my takeaways. Let me know what yours are down in the comments below. And yeah, I want to know where you guys differ. If you agree, if you don't agree, let me know down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video. Do subscribe to the channel if you are new. My name is Steve. Thank you very much for watching. I'll chat to you soon.
Hello.
How are you?
Good, and you?
Good, thank you. From Television New Zealand. New Zealand have been O'Keefe will referee your game again. How unique a situation is that, given he refereed last week?
Not so unique. And I think in 2019 we had Jerome Garces in the first pool game versus New Zealand, which we lost. And then we had him in the Wales semi-final, and then we had him in the final. So I don't think it's that unique. We also had Ben earlier this year against Australia, and we also had him against Ireland, which we lost. So yes, we've won some with him, lost some with him, and I'm sure the English team has had him somewhere the last 2 years as well. But yes, yeah, we're comfortable with the way he referees, and yes, I guess for it's good to have a referee that you've had before.
I know you'll be firmly focused on England, but is there any part of your brain that moves ahead to the possibility of facing the All Blacks?
Yes, I think to talk about the All Blacks will be disrespectful to England, because they're a massive speed bump for us to get over. I would more say a porthole than a speed bump, because I was just looking here at I'll get to New Zealand. I was just looking here at the possible teams that I think can play. I think we average 200 minutes per player, they 260. I think the average caps of our team will be about 54, they'll be about 59. I think the average age of our team is 30, the average age of their team are 29, and then the average weight is 104 and 105. So it's two teams. England's unbeaten. They they stuck to their guns both weeks since he's been appointed, and they kept believing on what they're doing, and it's paying off. And you can see their team full of belief, and they will be definitely hurting from not just last year when we beat them, but also from the World Cup final in 2019. So they will be a very, very desperate team, and a team which you respect. Then answering your question on the All Blacks, I don't think us or England will again like to predict who we want to play against. I think the All Blacks will be unbelievably difficult, but I think Argentina is going to make it really, really tough for the All Blacks. They have that ability to pitch up on that one day where they just, in the last couple of years, beat some of the big teams regularly. But no, I was firmly on England at this stage.
Razzie, hi, Charles from the Daily Telegraph here. I just wondered, on the back of the O'Keefe announcement today and the fact that this is going to be the third time this tournament that you've had him, as you just alluded to, does that, with the way that the game's refereed now, does that suit you better, or does it suit England better, having not had him as much of late?
Well, I think he looks probably at it both ways. He probably have some problems with certain areas of our games, and he might be happy with some areas of our games which he has experienced. So I guess him looking out for us not to make the same mistakes that he maybe have missed, and then on the other hand, for us to try and keep doing the things that he thought the pictures that we gave were right. So I think it's 50-50. Of course, although he hasn't, I can't remember when last he refereed England, but he wouldn't have a preference on how they would approach the breakdown, or how they handle scrum pictures, or how they would do under the high ball. So I guess it's a bit of an unknown, which, I don't know, is it a positive, is it a negative? I think the team that respects the referee the most on Saturday, and then obviously try and stay within the laws without, hopefully not having rugby accidents causing cards. And I think that's one thing that Ben has really done well in all 3 games that we had him so far. And I think Borthwick will be as pleased if the game gets refereed like that.
Just finally from me, on Sia and his trajectory as captain, he's very polite and diplomatic with referees. That's one of his sort of outstanding attributes, and he treats them with the utmost respect. How have you seen that sort of journey develop throughout his career, and how important is that in the modern day game, and how important is that with the way that, with the communication and interaction between players and referees?
Yeah, I think overall, I think I've said it a few times, and I think it's well documented now that we made some changes, I would say a year and a half ago, after the French test match and the Irish test match. We didn't just make changes in our approach to the referees. We really wanted to get somebody on board who's a non-South African, who can help us with how people see us. Sometimes a lot of things get lost in translation, and a lot of things get lost in tone, the tone of voice. I know my tone of my voice is maybe not the softest, or sometimes it sounds a little bit, I sound annoyed, or maybe not as friendly as it should. And we really wanted somebody in. Sia's got the gift of communicating with everybody, anybody, a player, a teammate, a referee, a AR, the media. He just got that gift of being friendly, and even though he speaks in his 3rd language, and I mean, he can speak Afrikaans, Xhosa, and English, he speaks well, he handles himself well, and yeah, to be honest with you, our whole thing has changed, and as I have admitted that with the communication channels previously, the frustration on both sides, both us and World Rugby, was really, really, obviously, as everybody knows, really, really low. And we even had to change our game plan to make sure that we can't just rely on the referees to make these tough decisions in mauls and scrums and stuff. We have to have other shots firing in different departments. But in short, I think it's nice for a referee or anybody who works with Sia, because he's a friendly guy.
Razzie, Alex Lowe from the Times. I'd be very interested to know what that England team is you've got written down on your sheet.
Who is the team?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, no, we're guessing, obviously. No, we took the basic guys, Gens, George, Sinclair, J, Chisholm, Laws, Currie, Earl, Mitchell, Farrell, Daly, Tulagi, Marchant, May, Marcus Smith or Stewart, Dan, Mahler, Cole, George, Billy, Ben Young, so Danny, George Ford, and Ollie. That's who we think, but we might be totally wrong.
The two moments that stood out to a lot of us in the last game, calling the scrum from a mark and the charge down, which were really effective pieces of clear, coaching thought had gone into it. Is one of the great values of those is that you can also plant a seed of doubt into the mind of your next opponent, who happen to be England. So Owen Farrell might have to look at how quickly he addresses the ball. England might have to look at their kicking strategy.
Yeah, I think a lot of things gets done sometimes that doesn't work, which people don't even pick up. And then you think it's hell of a good plan, and then it doesn't work, but people don't even realize you did something stupid, So every now and then things work out well. I think the mark worked out well, because I think it's really to play against that big French pack and never get a scrum. The last test match we had one scrum, and they kicked all the balls in long into our 22, and it's a free kick, so you can take a scrum from it, and we really want to engage in scrums, because not just to show dominance, but just to get the fatigue factor into both backs. Then the charge down, I mean, not all ideas are coming from me. Jock, the Kiki, Zandile, everybody, the players give input, and no, I think we as worried about the plans. The England coach and Farrell and all of those guys are making. The one game they lost, they beat with 14 men with a lot of drop goals. That might come this Saturday, and that's something we have to watch out for. So no, I think as many doubts we may be sowing in other teams, they're doing the same with us. We're also a bit nervous about what's up their sleeves.
Rassie, can I ask you just to elaborate a bit on the potholes or the roadblocks that you see England putting in your way?
Firstly, guessing the team is interesting with Marcus, will he or Freddie plays. Marcus has got this massive X factor, and Freddie is unbelievable under the high ball. Will Owen play inside centre and Tulagi outside, or will Ford play fly off and come drop goal, everything there. They've got Courtney there that can play lock and flank. He's been such a rocket flank for them. And with their energy with the other two young loose forward, that shows so much energy on the field on all departments. They've got Sinclair, Jamie, and so many experienced players that played against us last time. And I think because they've played us end of year last year, they played us at the World Cup, in the World Cup final, and I think they will have some beef with us. I think they will be very physical. I think they will definitely step it up at all set phases. And then I think they've got a team full of, Tulagi himself, just to stop him alone, is going to be a big job no matter what position he plays. And then you never know what Farrell dish out on the day. And the new scrum half, I'm not sure if Danneke or Youngs will be in the mix, but new scrum half is certainly somebody that can lighten up with his snipey breaks around the ruck. So I think there's threats all over the park. And it's starting to get together for both weeks. Hello, Percy.
Can I ask you,
Yes.
this past weekend was a taxing game for you guys and your opponents, especially the Springboks who are advancing out to the semi-finals. I know you guys don't speak of team selection before the announcement. You mentioned yesterday that internally you guys announced the squad. Is there any need to make any changes, and is there a temptation possibly to bring a player like Lucanio back into the squad?
There's a temptation to bring Lucanio back in. There's a temptation to start Andre and Faf together. There's a temptation to put Kane and Moody in the mix, the way England plays. There's a temptation to go with a 6-2 split. There's a lot of temptations, because we've got a 33-man squad, which every single one is fit. That's probably the reason why we're only announcing our team 48 hours before. Of course, we would also like to see what England, which way they would go. When France went 6-2, we went 5-3. It will be really interesting if England would ever consider go 6-2. We will have to adapt a little bit, and yes, as I say, the halfback pairing and the fly-offs might switch around. Lucanio is looking really great, but so is Kanan. And then in the forward pack, a guy like Jean Klein can really bring a lot to a physical game with definitely two locks who's doing really well long, tall, physical forwards. Tall line-out options, and Itoje, and it looks difficult, and we found it difficult to get line-outs against England, so all of those things are options.
And just lastly, can I ask you, obviously my colleague is asking the question about, are you guys not looking ahead to a possible final? Can I though ask you, outside of your squad, and you guys as leadership focus what you can do internally. Outside of your squad, the expectation is that the Springboks, based on your current form, you guys should easily go past England. How do you guys as leadership hype your players up for discussion? You just mentioned that England might want to have beef with you guys.
No, I think there's always three realities. There's the reality what England believe, there's the reality what the world say in the media and the pundits, and then there's our reality, and then there's the truth. The truth is England haven't lost the pool game, they didn't lose the quarterfinal, they were in the building stage, they stuck to the guns. I don't think they got a lot of injuries. Except I think one of the nines was injured and he couldn't make the squad. Was it from, I can't remember his name now. But no, we would be stupid. We know we've got a 6-day turnaround. We travelled yesterday. I think they also had a 6-day turnaround. And yeah, it will be a game where, if you look at the caps, I mean, if you look at the age, it's exactly the same, 29, 30, 55 and 56, they've managed their minutes 216, we're on 200 minutes per man, so it's two teams that's fresh enough. There's other teams that's got in the 300-400 minutes for their players, and you could see them getting injuries in certain positions. So no, we stay in our reality, what we believe, what we analyse, how we train, and we certainly know that England will be as tough as it comes.
Hi, Tom here. Are you weighing up a 7-1 split as well this weekend?
It's tough to weigh up a 7-1 with both Mani and Andre being ready now. Giving Faf and Andre a start together is obviously very tempting. But having Philly also in the 23, then it means a guy like fullback Damian Willemse must probably stay out of the 23, and he's the guy who covers 10, 12, 15 for you. So I think a 6-2 is more likely, just because you might have two actual fully fit fly-offs available, and you have to have a 9 on the bench as well. So I think a 7-1 is out of the question.
Thank you. And can I ask, England, there are several players in the England team who are likely to be playing their last tournaments, and they've talked about it being a motivational factor. They want to leave on a high. Several of them have talked about towards the end of their careers. Is that something similar on your side as well, feeling of transition, and obviously your coach is moving on at the end of the World Cup? Is that also a motivating factor for you?
Yeah, look, I've been at World Cup since 1999, and I fell out in the semi-finals as a player, in extra time against Australia, and then in 2011 we fell out in the quarterfinals, which is awful. The next day you just get onto a plane and you all fly in different directions, and you only see your teammates next year, June. A semi-final it's terrible to lose a semi-final, because you have to play that 3rd and 4th place playoff, and I've played in that game as well when we played against New Zealand, and then we've won a World Cup in 2019. So yeah, to answer your question, I think I look at the England squad, they've got about 12 players who's over 30, and we've got 14 who's over 30, so and another 4 years, that means most of those guys are 34, 35. Not a lot of guys, yes, the Johnny Sextons and the Dion Fouris and those kind of guys who go still 36, 37. But I guess in our group there will be a big turnaround. And the coaching side, definitely, obviously Jacques and Felix is leaving. I'm not sure exactly what the England setup and coaching staff and players retiring or not retiring, but at least if they lose or win in this game, they do still have a 3rd and 4th place playoff, so there's at least one other game for either us or them, but it's definitely something that we all talk about. It would be great to end your career on a high and not on a low.
Good evening, Rasi Kanyisuya. You've mentioned the minutes that the players have gone through. How important does conditioning and recovery become after such a physically taxing test like we watched on Sunday against France?
Yeah, it differs, I think, from team to team. I think England did not have what we had. I think we played 6 games prior to the World Cup. 3 Rugby Championships games, and then 4, 3 and Argentina. That's 4. Argentina twice, and then we played the All Blacks and we played Wales. So we played 6 games, and then we played 4 pool games. So we went strongest team, a mix. And then third game, strongest team in a mix. And from now we're trying to pick the best team that we feel can hang in there for 3 games. Some teams went and just picked the best team every single game. I think that's a bit tough to do that. I think recovery, that's the word you used, is the most important thing now. And to try and get guys fit now I think there's 13 days left of the World Cup, 13 or 12. I think from today there's only 13 days left. We've been together for 18 weeks, and there's only 13 days left. So I don't think anybody's going to become stronger or fitter or faster in the next 13 days. So recovery and accuracy in training sessions is probably the biggest thing, I think, issue that we'll look at.
Hi, Rusty, Andy from The Guardian here.
Hello.
I was wondering, do you think it would be a possible and or legitimate tactic for a coaching team to exploit the HIA system to ensure that exhausted forwards got more rest during matches?
No, I think that we're totally wrong.
You would never consider using such a tactic?
No, we would not.
Hi, Rasi. You talked about Steve Borthwick. Is his journey with England remembers your experience with when you started with the Springboks in 2000 before the World Cup in Japan, or is it 2 things totally different? Because he took an England in not a good position 1 year ago. Then they are in semi-final.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I think it's very, now that you mention it that way, I think it's very similar. I think he's doing a great job. I think he was under tremendous pressure with the first 4 or 5 games that he played. I mean, he lost to Fiji and those kind of things. But for me, a sign of a great coach is when players keep on believing on you and you don't lose your dressing room. And for me, Steve has never lost his dressing room. You could see he brought guys in, he was quite honest, he spoke openly in media sessions about players and standards and what he wants to achieve, and he's slowly getting there. It must be 5 games on the trot now that he's won. You need to be a really honest person to do that and not keep players happy, but be really, really honest, and you can see he's that kind of man. And then players will play for you, and that's the way Jacques Ninoa does it with the Springboks, and that's the way I think Steve does it. So that's why I think it's going to be a battle of players, not just wanting to do it for themselves and their countries, but also for the coaches.
You guys have come through the difficult side of the World Cup draw, statistically at least. Do you see that as an advantage or a disadvantage reaching this stage of competition?
I think there's been World Cups where teams gone through and never played teams that's ranked in the top 4 and win a World Cup. I think I can name a few teams, but I wouldn't like to do that right now. But certainly, if England wants to win the World Cup, they will play. They will have to beat us, who's number 1 currently in the world. They will then, if they go into the final, will have to beat New Zealand or Argentina. If it's New Zealand, they might be number 1 in the world then. So somewhere during your pool matches, or quarterfinals, semi-final, finals, you have to beat the best somewhere. I think there's been 1 or 2 World Cups where there's been the really easy route where a team won the World Cup and almost missed all the big guns because of the draw. Everybody's making a hell of a hoo-ha about the draw, but I mean, World Rugby don't have they can't see so far. to know what would it look like 4 years from now. I guess they can bring it a little bit closer to the World Cup and then make the draw. But us ourselves knew for 4 years now we're going to play Ireland and Scotland, which were two really tough pool games to play. And I'm not sure if it's beneficial or not for us. I'm really not sure.
And you mentioned beef earlier. Have you spoke about the 2019 World Cup finals team this week?
You mean on having beef?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, what I mean with that is just, it's just normal. I mean, we've played them since the 2019 World Cup. We've played them, I think it was Eddie's last game, we played them. And it's something that will always hurt when you lose a World Cup. When I was a player and we lost the World Cup against Australia, you know, the next couple of games you play against Australia, you always think of, yes, you guys took it away from us, you know, and I guess England will feel like that. You guys took it away from us, and we would like to take it back, and that's the excitement. I'm not saying that in a negative way. I feel that's how professional sport are. You want to rectify problems, you want to make your country proud, you want to make your people proud, you want to make your team proud, and I think that's what the English team will have to be like. I mean, they will definitely not come there and say, hey, come and do it again to us, you know. They will definitely fight till the end.
Hey Razzie, you mentioned Felix Jones in the final kind of chapter of his time with you. How important has he been and what has he brought?
He's a tremendous person. He's a workaholic. He's a guy that sacrificed so much for, not just when I was with Munster, for Munster. You know, he's a guy that broke his neck at 29. And I think I got him in coaching at 31. And he coached 2 years with a year and a half with me at Munster. You know, he left his family in Ireland and commuted, but was at every single camp. You know, he had a house there on a golf estate that he hired himself. Him and his family came over. It must have been a really, on a family side, a really tough ask on him. Him and his wife and his 2 sons are now always with us now for the last 18, 19 weeks, because it's a short flight to Ireland and back. And as he said the other day, let's think about it when it stops, which will be in the next 2 games, because in semi-finals or for final or for second or third and fourth place. So I can just give him credit. I can just say thank you. And you know, he's the kind of guy never talks nonsense about other countries. When we play against Ireland, you know, he just talked good things about Ireland. But he fully backs South Africa because, you know, he's in our management team. And when he moves now to England, they've got a massive asset which they gain in him. And yeah, I can just say thank you and congratulations on what he's achieved. He's won the Irish Lions series, he's won a World Cup. I don't know what he's done as a player, but in a coaching career of only 5 years, that's not too bad.
Thank you very much, guys. That concludes the...
Part and parcel of the game, that is. Of course, COVID and my injuries in France disrupted my stay here. Would have loved to play more and be part of it more, but enjoyed it. But yeah, since being back with Leicester, it's been great. I think it's been great for myself and my family, and mentally it's just been really nice. We've really enjoyed the UK, so it's been great. And unfortunately, that calf injury kept me out of the semi-finals in the Prem, but it was a great season last year, really enjoyed. And then, yeah, again, ups and downs now the last few months with not being selected and coming back in and all of that, but that's all in the past. We're right here now. It's World Cup semi-final week and we're excited.
Alan Walters is someone that you know very well from his time with the Springboks and from this season at Leicester. Obviously, he's now with England. What do you think he's got in store for them this week ahead of the match against the Springboks this weekend?
Oh man, a top man. We all love him a lot, and I'm sure he's going to do great with England going forward. And I'm sure he'll have some insights, and I'll give a few things away, but that we expect. So, but I mean, there's not too much you can really give away. It's been quite a while. It's been 4 years, and we've developed this as quite a lot. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting weekend.
And just finally from me, can I just ask you about Sia and him as a captain? and how important it is in modern day rugby for the captain to be sort of polite and diplomatic with the referees, and how good Sia is at that, and how sort of impressive his leadership is in that regard.
Yeah, I think Sia has grown immensely over the years, as a person, as a player, and especially as a captain. We've always been a good leadership group within the squad that always supported him, but he's really just stepped up into a new level, and he's an unbelievable captain. He's inspirational, and it's all real. Nothing's fake. He's a friendly guy. He's an inspirational guy. It just comes naturally, and that's why we follow him, because there's nothing fake about it. He's an honest, true man, and it's a great guy to play for.
Gentlemen from Television New Zealand. I'll get to you, Kane, in just a moment. But Andre, what is it about South Africa that no matter what's happening on and off the field, rugby-wise or whatever, this Springbok team, when it comes to a Rugby World Cup, always fronts?
Man, it's just I don't know. It's just the way we brought up. We love it. It's not always been easy for a lot of our guys in our squad growing up. So when we get to this position and get to this point where there should be a lot of pressure on us, we refer back to it a lot. This is not really pressure. This is more privilege to be a part of these occasions. And
so it sums up the South African mentality, do you think?
I think so. I think it's something we grow up with. But yeah, like I said, I think our game model and the way we play the game suits World Cups pretty well, definitely. But yeah, it's just we're comfortable in this environment, and we've been under pressure off the field or growing up, whatever that may be. A lot of guys, and we all know the stories that's come from the previous World Cup. But it's something as a group we just enjoy it. We really just enjoy the pressure. We always say it's a privilege to have this pressure on our shoulders, playing for our country, and we just enjoy it.
And can I ask you, when the calf injury and the team selection, how close was that? And how disappointed were you, if you were disappointed, at not making the initial selection?
Yeah, of course, very disappointed. But no, it was a tight call. It was a time-sensitive thing. We pushed our hardest. We tried our best, but I was just a couple of weeks, probably just too late to show the coaches that I was fit enough. So it was a very, very disappointing time, of course. But yeah, everything worked out. And unfortunately for Malcolm, massive loss for us, but gave me an opportunity again to come back. So yeah, well, it was close, but just not in time.
Andre, Alexander from the Times. I just wonder, as in fact maybe for both of you, but as players who work under a coaching team who, certainly in the last few months, have shown innovative ideas, maybe like the 7-1, or spotted unusual opportunities on the field, whether it's the charge down or calling a scrum from a mark. How do you react to those ideas when they're given to you as players, and what confidence does it give you that you have a coaching staff who are putting so much thought and time into that kind of detail that maybe other coaches don't have the time for because they're busy trying to build a team like England have been?
I think the key thing you said there is the work they put in. Nothing that they do is just for no reason. It's all thought of. It's all meticulously planned, and they've earned we trust them because they've earned our trust over the years from what they've done and how they prepare. So when they come up with these ideas, there's no questions asked. They give us a reason why we do whatever we do, and then we just back it, and we're all in, and we all just trust each other, players to coaches and coaches to players, and it's just the trust that we have in each other.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Andre, can I also ask you, Rasmus just mentioned the fact that there will most definitely be some beef from England this weekend. Good word, like Rassi said. Is that the way how you guys got the message from the leadership, and how do you guys react this weekend against England? Can I also ask you in the same breath, ideally, a semi-final at the World Cup would have been nice in South Africa. What do you say to the locals now? Do they support South Africa or do they support England? And Kenan, just briefly, have you played against England, and there's a temptation, according to Rassi, to bring you into the squad? Are you ready for the task this weekend?
Sorry, can you just repeat that first question?
Rassi says there's definitely going to be beef from England this weekend, in a good way, he says. Are you guys ready for that beef that's coming your way? Because apparently they've got a bunch of people here.
Absolutely. And of course, that's the case. I mean, you could see on their faces 4 years ago the disappointment. I've been part of a squad that's fell out in a semi-final in a World Cup, and it sits with you the rest of your life. There's a lot of things you look back and regret, maybe thought that you could have done differently, and I'm sure they'll come with that mindset this weekend. I think they'll be ruthless. I think they'll take their intensity and physicality to a whole new level. But that being said, we're prepared for that. We're ready for that, and we enjoy that. That's always a part of the game that we love. You know, if there's going to be beef, it's going to be beef. It stays rugby. It's 80 minutes, and we've got to just go out and play the game. Oh yes, and the supporters. I think it'll be tough to ask the French to support us after the weekend, but I mean, it was an epic battle, one for the ages, and yeah, France was an unbelievable team. We've got the utmost respect for them and their nation, so they can support whoever they want, I guess, going forward, but it'll be great if they could support us, yeah.
Andre, good evening, gents. Firstly, Andre, just talk us through with your working partnership with Mani as flyers and how dynamic it's actually made the box look from first half to second half. And then, Kaden, for you, how much inspiration do you take from such a bloody yet brave performance from a guy like Jesse Creel?
No, so firstly, just I can't praise Mani enough for the way he's been playing lately. He's been in unbelievable form, and he's taken on to the pressure that comes with playing fly for South Africa. He's been handling that so well. It's been really amazing to watch. I've known Mani since he was very young, and for me, the best thing about Mani is he's not changed one bit since that young guy I met 8 years ago. He's just a humble guy, works for the team, works extremely hard, and I think he brings a beautiful, lovely, dynamic way of playing towards us as a team, and it's a lovely thing, and it's something we've all embraced and enjoyed as well. So whatever our roles are, myself or him, whenever we play, it's all towards the team, of course, and whatever we can do best, we'll try and do every weekend.
Andre, obviously a lot of different motivating factors going into the semi-final. All Blacks look at Dane Cole, said yesterday he doesn't want to play in the third and fourth player because it's quite shit. Would you agree?
Yep, it is. It's not a game you want to play in. Unfortunately, I've had to play in one of those before. It's terrible, but our minds are not going there at all. We're just focusing on Saturday and getting that one. That's what we're thinking about.
Hi, Andre. Springboks had some great locks, obviously, in history, but where does Eben rank with them, and any insights into what he's like behind the scenes?
Oh man, he's of course right up there. Like you said, we've had some unbelievable locks in the past. Got the privilege of playing with Buckies and Victor there towards the end of their careers. But Eben is special. He's such a big part of our squad. Yes, he's massive for us as a player, but I think what he does off the field sometimes people don't always realise. His leadership, his calmness. He's actually a very, very chill guy. He wouldn't say that, but very calm. And I think it rubs off on all of us, especially the younger guys as well. Seeing his calmness, it's something very important towards us. And yeah, his experience is invaluable, and it's something we'll definitely have to draw on this Saturday.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
And Kanan, just quickly for you, I know you'll be focused on England, but any thoughts at all to possibly facing the All Blacks in a World Cup final?
I think we are laser focused on the task at hand. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves. So yeah, I think all prep is for this weekend. Semi-final is very important. No one wants to play in that third and fourth place playoff. So I think you have to get past the semi-final first before you can focus on the final.
Okay, just briefly, have you played against England, and is the temptation, according to Rassi, to bring you into the squad? Are you ready for the task this weekend?
Yeah, to answer your question, Percy, I played a few minutes at the end of the year tour, coming back from my injury. So yeah, I've seen what England can do, and being part of the team as long as it's not long, but yeah, I think England is a very good team. But yeah, for me, it's just if I get the opportunity, I would obviously make the most of it. But yeah, that's all to the coaches. Like Andre said, we trust the coaches and whatever plans they have. And yeah, I think all of us are bought into the plans the coaches has, and whatever is needed, they'll put the right squad out there to go out there on Saturday.
And then Kaden, for you, how much inspiration do you take from it's such a bloody yet brave performance from a guy like Jesse Creel.
Yeah, Jesse obviously played an amazing game on the weekend. 13 is a very important position on defense, and like they say, defense wins you World Cup. So a monster performance from him, and yeah, just being able to see that, and obviously taking a lot of confidence out of a guy that can go out there and do it on the biggest stage in one of the biggest games. It doesn't get any bigger than a quarterfinal in a World Cup. So yeah, just for me, just being able to see this and experience this, and take as much info from it, and in training weeks, and see how he carries himself as well, is a lot for me as a young guy.
Thanks, sir. Can I just check with you on Wikipedia or on your CV what you're writing, or a specialist center, or was it wing this weekend perhaps?
No, I didn't write anything on it. Like I said, whatever plans the coaches had, we trust him, and they all filled the right squad to go out there and do the job for us.
What would you prefer to play?
Like I said, I've played a lot at wing. I've played a lot now. My 2 games in the World Cup at centre. But yeah, like I said, whatever the coach needs, and a lot of versatility we have in the team. Whatever the plans might be, going with a 6-2 or 5-3 or 7-1. We have a lot of versatility, and at the end of the day, whatever is needed, the coaches will choose the right squad.
Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. For today, South Africa versus England look ahead. The teams will be announced tomorrow, both teams, and so we don't know exactly what the team news will be, but it'll be an opportunity to just have a look at exactly where this game could be won and lost. Unfortunately, we will be having our live streams, shows and stuff restarting tomorrow. In fact, when I am back in South Africa, so it's been very difficult from a technical perspective over here. We wanted to try and do a couple on location, but we thought we'd have a much easier time with getting sort of Wi-Fi internet connection and having been able to do that, which has not been the case, unfortunately. So yeah, I thought I'd do what I would usually have done was do this as a live stream, but can't do it, unfortunately. So I thought I'd just do a video on what I think the game's going to look like and where I think it can be won and lost. So before I sort of talk a little bit about the game itself, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Right, so Saturday night, 9 o'clock. The Boks will take on England, a repeat of the 2019 World Cup final, except the Boks will be going in as overwhelming favourites, which they were in 2019, and England are sort of the underdogs. So it's a bit of a different type of mental approach for both teams this weekend. England kind of got nothing to lose, everything to gain type of attitude, which is what the Boks basically had in 2019. I don't think anybody really backed the Boks to get to the final, let alone win the World Cup, given how bad they'd been in the previous years. So it was a very interesting sort of dynamic. All of a sudden, they're now defending champions. They've just beaten France, the hosts, in a phenomenal game to get to the semi-finals. So they will be the overriding favourites, no doubt about that, and expected to win. England have had a bit of a weird year. They've lost to Fiji. They didn't have a good Six Nations. They've had a really bad time, and yet find themselves in the semi-finals. And yes, their draw did favour them, but they beat Argentina pretty well, but struggled a little bit against Fiji. And I think a lot of people are then looking at them saying, well, if you struggle against Fiji, what chance do you have against the Boks? But there's a lot of cautious Boks fans are rightly saying you cannot discount this England side. I think it was the Samoan coach potentially who said that England are a great tournament team. I think it was actually the Fiji coach. It was a great tournament team. I think that's a very good way of describing them. Regardless of what's happened this year, they've pitched over the Rugby World Cup and they've managed to get the right results to get themselves to a semi-final. They've got players that can lift their levels. When it comes to these games, they've got big game players like Courtney Laws, like a Mario Turgeon, and Owen Farrell, Mani Tuilagi, for example, and a lot of pressure scoring this past weekend. They've got some big game players. So in terms of where I think this game can be won and lost for both sides, for me, it comes down to the physical aspect of it. And yes, it always sounds very boring to say, oh, the Boks are physical, but they really are. And I think this England pack have not been as dominant as I think that they've needed to be. I think they've got some great backline players. I think they've tweaked far too much with their backline combinations. I don't think they've got a settled backline. You've got, you had Marcus Smith starting at fullback for the first time ever in his career this past weekend. We've had apparently sort of fallouts in the squads, with players like Harry Randall now, not involved. the wings sort of keep changing. For example, the center combination hasn't been consistent throughout. They've played with different 10s throughout the tournament. So I think that they've not got a particularly settled backline, and I think unless the forwards really step up, I think they're going to have a long day, because I do think that backline of England, they've got some talented players in there, but I think there are holes that can be exploited. And I think if the Boks pitch up, and this is what I say, I think they go with the 6-2 split. I think they'll really look to try and bully this England pack. And if they do, and they can, then I think that Bok backline is going to cause chaos, to be honest. So it'll be very interesting to see the type of backline we see. I'd really like to see starting Monty Bok. I think they will start. I've got a weird feeling they'll start 100 Pollard and try and sort of keep it tight. But I'd quite like to see us, roll the dice and see if we can try and sort of create opportunities early. It'd be interesting to see if Andre Esterhuizen gets a start, for example. For England, they've got to make some big calls. Owen Farrell was brilliant at 10 last weekend. So he probably keeps the jersey. I do think George Ford can be a point of difference. So, I think that he is someone who can turn a game on its head. Interesting decision for him. I thought Alex Mitchell last week wasn't brilliant, so I'll be interested to see if they bring in Danny Kerr potentially. The front row is going to be very important. We all know how England had those front row injuries in the 2019 World Cup, and the Boks really exploited that at scrum time. I think they'll look to do it again. They're good players that in the likes of Joe Marler, Ellis Genge, Dan Cole, and Carl Sinclair. But I think the Bok props are at a different level, to be honest. So I think they could really, really have a go at that England scrum. England play a very big kicking game. They kick a lot of ball back to the opposition. It'll be interesting to see if South Africa will oblige that, kick it back to them, where they'll keep the ball in hand, try and sort of decide where to play. I thought that Fiji, once they sort of kept a bit more ball in hand and really sort of try to exploit some of the sort of the not quite the widest areas, but we saw Radradra drifting inside, a couple of offloads, getting to the tackle, getting their arms to the tackles, and all of a sudden they were creating line breaks. So there are holes in this England defense to exploit if the Boks can find it. For England, if you're going to beat the Boks, you have to man up. Well, maybe not man up's not the right call, but you have to front up. I think that's the right word. You have to front up. You have to take them head on. And you've got to start well as well. The Boks sometimes can be a bit off the pace. So if you could start well, you can put early pressure on the Boks and try and make sure that when that bomb squad or the bench comes on for the Boks, that you're still in the game. So that's kind of where my sort of thoughts are for the game. Let me know what you think. How much do we need to be worried about England? Do we need to be worried about England? Where do you think the aspects of the game that you think are going to be important come Saturday night? Down in the comments below. Please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen. I'll chat to you soon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another edition of the Currie Show. Chip Show. We've got our good friend Mondo joining us again after a few weeks. Mondo, well, if you recognize Mondo, looking all handsome and shabby there. His girlfriend's back. Obviously, he's got priorities again. I thought his girlfriend was pretty unhappy that he was unshaven for that long.
Well, hopefully clean shaven means a clean sweep this weekend. I think get rid of any bad mojo that was built up in the beard and finish off the year on a strong note with a nice, what's it, new year, new me, so new weekend, new me. Let's brims out,
Honestly, we've discussed this offline and together personally, we're the same. I'm also a superstitious bastard as well. The beard stays if I'm on a good run. If I want to change it up, I change the pillowcases on a Friday.
Pillowcases. I've never done that.
Well, no, mate, I'm obviously not really, but you know what I mean, right? Sometimes we want to change the karma, and get it going better for us. But we obviously welcome to everybody at the moment. If it comes online, so we're still growing the show, so we understand that. We don't. Well, let's start at the beginning. When we started the show, and I was saying that we will, we had the fan bets and we would boost those and perhaps other boosts, and we hadn't been doing that since we started. So from now, guys, we will do that, and obviously we'll see how we go today. But in the next 2, 3, 4 months, myself and whoever my guest is, hopefully if it's Mondo every week, but essentially this show and myself will have a treble that we will create on the show, and that will go straight up and be boosted, either boosted if the markets are available, or be priced up for us specifically within about 20 minutes of the show ending, which is great. And as we said, if we have a fan bet, that will also be boosted. And we also been given the green light to create a fantasy bet or novelty bet. So if you want to make up Mwanga to score 5 tries and hit the posts on the 5th conversion, we'll get 100-1. We go for it, right? So,
it's time to get exotic.
Yeah, the point is we're going to be able to do a few more things that we had said in the beginning, and I had said last, we're going to keep it casual. Yeah, we're not a sports betting channel. No one's say we're pro bettors. Yeah, this is a casual show. We're going to mix and match as well. Like, we'll bring in some more content, different type of content, like betting 101 per se, different guests. Who knows, right? And if you guys do put a fan bet in, put your name in lights if it comes in, if you want that as
claim the credits.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, is that so?
Be fair that we get those guys up. So Mondo, massive rugby, World Cup, bro. Semi-final. It's just like last weekend. I don't know. I haven't come down from last weekend. It's such a pity that wasn't the semi-finals. I was saying, the draw's been good. It's going to make competitive quarterfinals. But I said last time when I did fan forum on the channel, it's actually a little bit of an anticlimax that we didn't go from that straight into a final. Like, we have this, no disrespect to Argent England, but it does feel a little bit strange, hey?
I mean, it's always nice, like save the best for last kind of thing, because those 2 games, far and away, were the 2 best of the tournament so far. Both absolute crackers, buy them on DVD at pick and pay kind of matches. It's one of those things that is kind of like a lull, because there's, like you say, with all due respect to England and Argentina, everyone really wants an All Blacks book final next week. That's who, put it this way, if people have mystery tickets, that's the ticket they want. And I mean, that's box office right there, the biggest rivalry in rugby. I think, I don't know, it's tough, because you think this time 4 years ago, similar position where, England knocked out the All Blacks because they played their final too early.
Yeah.
They thrashed Ireland in the quarterfinal and couldn't get up again. So, there is that. This is where I think more than anything, it's not playing ability, it's coaching, where the coaches get the players to get up 2nd week in a row. And a lot of people are saying, All Blacks thrashing, All Blacks thrashing. Why? They just need to win. Why do they need to try fancy moves? I think these games this weekend are going to be good, but I think nothing like last weekend. I think they're going to be arm wrestles, probably a little bit ugly. Just get the win and get through the next week without injuries,
Yeah, absolutely. The levels, like we said, the levels definitely of All Blacks and on the books are going to come down. I don't, let's be honest, the levels of those 4 teams to 80 minutes is something I've been honest, I don't think I've ever quite seen that in my life. Like, okay, there was a bit of a drop-off. There was a nervous whatever, but that intensity, that quality, and there's no way you don't go back to back.
Well, I mean, 39 phases that the All Blacks defended against Ireland, who are no mugs by any, in the last minutes of the game. That's, you can't script it better. That's what the fans paid the bucks for. Really irritated. Well, Henrik got to go for those 2 games he picked to go. Jeez, did he pick crackers. If you've picked 2 games to go watch and those are the 2 you've scored, good on you. Luck's on your side. Absolute bangers of matches. Let's also say that the Fiji-England was pretty good. Argentina-Wales was also pretty good. I'll give all the quarters in their own way. They were all enjoyable. I mean, I was glued to the TV.
Yeah. So anyway, we are where we are. So let's focus on the weekend. And like we said, as we had said previously on shows, points. Wanda and myself are very big points backers, so we love to punt the points. So just to let you guys know, from now, even if points aren't available on Boyles, as you know, we're sponsored by Boyles, so please obviously go up. If you're interested, if you haven't signed up, look at the sign-up bonuses. We obviously use their site to get our quotes on our prices. But we've got the green light, essentially, that if Wanda and I come up, it will be a treble, points treble initially. This is what we're going to start with, but we could look at other sports as well. But we'll start on we'll cook up a points treble today. And that will be put onto the Boyles website straight within 20 minutes of the show. If it's not coming from prices that we have, it will be priced up by the guys there at Boyle for us, and you can go place that book with that bet within 20 minutes. And also, we're not restricted to what's on the site currently at Showtime. If we want to come up with some novelty bets we fancy, and this is where you guys, if people who are watching the show, want to start contributing. That's what I said initially. This is what we wanted the show to be. Obviously get you guys going and putting the right bets on, but also at the same time be involved and also give us what your bets are. So we are. So what's the right word? We unhinged. No, what's right? They've been set free.
Unhinged it sounds about right.
Yeah, we are set free. And obviously Mondo and I are very, very similar and aligned on a lot of sports opinions. I think life stuff, maybe politics as well. Definitely not. Yeah. So we're gonna do that. And so Mondo, let's start around. So we are open to all sports. But having a look at the markets already for the weekend. Have you got anything eye on yet? We've got the NPC final. NPC after 2 years has not been good. I've had a great last 2 NPCs, but this NPC has screwed me. But I haven't had as great as I would have liked. So I'm really disappointed. We got the final Taranaki Hawke's Bay, which no one really expected, right?
Out of left field, Hawke's Bay after winning the Ranfernley. It's amazing that they've turned it. They've obviously turned that into this is what we have to do. And shit, they've caught some form. I hear you saying you were a bit unlucky. I chose the right time to jump on the Taranaki train towards the end of the season.
Oh, yeah.
And they just went from strength to strength, and I can't see them losing the final. I mean, they're a good side, well trained. They should have had a good season last year. It was just one of those times where nothing worked. They had a good squad, they got a good coach. Yeah, I think it's their year this year. I mean, Canterbury, geez, they had a diabolical year.
Yeah.
Tasman also had a bad year. Yeah, I can agree. It was a really strange NPC. The powerhouses and Auckland flattered to deceive as usual.
Yeah,
but
Canterbury in certain games. It's
Canterbury, either they're going to win by 100 or they're going to lose a home game. They were so inconsistent this year, and they actually had a good team. They brought back some real experience. I expected more from them. Also, because they're Canterbury, they kind of
we have the Crusaders hat. I admit I sometimes have that, but even if you look at, I go and obviously look at the team sheets and look at the paper, and I'm still put the team side by side, and I'm thinking to myself, Canterbury are covering this cap. Very weird. No worries.
Right back. I realized my phone's battery.
So also, Alton Mayor, thanks for joining, mate. To see, we can offer England 2 legs if they want. What you think they need 2 games to get through? Yeah, I take
it's like playing poker. You run it twice. England going to run it twice.
Yeah. So it's fascinating. It's quite fascinating. We can talk the semi-finals if you want. We could do a quick preview, what your quick thoughts are. I mean, my initial gut on Monday was these teams are too good. The gulf's too big. Not looking at the weather, I just thought if you asked Scotland, you're rated 5th in the world. What we did, we would have beaten the England that cap again. I initially thought New Zealand or South Africa comfortable winners, comfortable covering caps. But then I had to go back and listen and look at history and look what's happened before and look at everything. And then all of a sudden, I'm back into it could be a struggle for both South Africa and England and South Africa, right? So New Zealand. Yeah. I'm very interested to hear your thoughts of the cap anyway before we start creating a bet, because as I say, Monday I was all over the minuses, and today also with the weather, I'm all over the pluses.
I mean, can we first just say how it feels bloody ridiculous that the caps in a World Cup semi-final are so blown out?
Oh, it's amazing.
Argentina's 17 now, and England is 14 in World Cup semi-finals. It's bonkers.
It's mad. It's absolutely madness.
That being said, it's a World Cup semi-final. Like I said to you just before the show started, what's the motivation for the Boks to go out and score 8 tries? In effect, I can see it just both of the games being ugly. The All Blacks winning by 10 to 15. Look, Argentina with Matera on the field, I think they would have been more fiery.
Totally agree.
He's like Marcus Smith at Hurricane at Harlequins. No Matera, no party. And he is the heartbeat of that team. And look, they're not shit. They've gotten better through the tournament. I think people aren't giving them the credit for where they started, where they've ended up. look, the All Blacks should be too strong for anyone. You know, like I said to people last week, the difference between the All Blacks and Ireland was Ireland were playing to their ceiling, whereas the All Blacks, if they click, they don't have a ceiling. Like if they click on the day, they're going to give anyone 15, no matter what, stuff like. Whereas Ireland, you know, that's like a generational game. I think same with the South Africa game. England, I wish, well, as a South Africa fan, I'm glad, but England really missed the trick by not starting forward, I think, because, you know,
don't get me started on that, man. Don't get me started.
He's Borthwick's bloody man. I'm amazed how he's not playing him because he's the style that they've played all World Cup. With forward on, you know, it's drop goal, drop goal, drop goal. Farrell is not a drop goal kind of player. He's the crash ball. I don't know what Borthwick was thinking, you know. You've got to, as England, if I'm coach now, anywhere within their half, anywhere within South Africa's half, kick for three. Take every single three. And I think South Africa do the same. I think both games they do the same. Because, like I said, there's no bonus points. So the All Blacks, when you're 10 points ahead, what's the points in kicking for the corner? What's your reasoning? Just kick a quick three. Let's get the game done. You know, imagine the All Blacks are 55-3 against Argentina, and then like Richie Mo'unga breaks his leg in the final minute, and you think, well done, you gave Argentina 50, but it cost you, potentially the final. That's the mentality, and I think a lot of people are underestimating that and thinking thrashings, blowouts. A blowout only happens when teams want to blow out. Like look at the pool stages where the teams wanted to get to like 100, and then it started getting who's going to give Romania and Uruguay the biggest thrashings, and that's all like it's all mental. It's like, guys, we need to speed it up. Let's try. I can't see that happening. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just can't see it.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, what's in saying that? What are you thinking? Have you got any angles on those particular games? Obviously, we got the whole slate. We can say we got Prem back. We got Euro C back, like we discussed. We got a lot of rugby to go.
Prem tonight is Newcastle Gloucester, and you'll be able to tell. You'll be able to tell better than this because you're there. Apparently, the weather is diabolical in the UK at the moment. Huge storms are supposed to be rolling in.
It has been, and there are. I'm looking out my window now. It's all blue sky, but I think there's still another. No. But I think it's the UK. It just gets hits. There's gaps in the weather. Yeah. So I think we're having a gap now.
Because France is experiencing a huge storm as well for the semis.
Yeah, and weather is important. Yeah, if the ball's greasy, it is I'm taking that into fact. Those France greasy games do impact the games.
100%. It just like knocks a total down by a try. Just that last little bit. Yeah, I think weather's big. I think tonight the weather means that Newcastle definitely worth a little back because underdogs at home, weather.
I'm down south, and more north you go, the heavier the hits. They get worse up there. So that it could be completely different weather up there. And Newcastle on a Friday, I've been burned by Newcastle on a Friday night on a stormy night many times. So you're absolutely right.
Friday night lights.
Yeah, Friday night lights with a bit of Newcastle, a bit of greasy on their little pitch there. They have they want to get typical home team. First game as well. I distinctly remember the last 4 or 5 seasons Newcastle have covered on a Friday night on their first games. They up for it in the early part of the season.
Well, it's when they're notoriously thin in terms of squad. So it's at the beginning of the season usually when they can field that full strength for the first game or two, and then things start going downhill for them. They've always got like 1 or 2 performances, and where they'll shoot the lights out and they'll like thrash Harlequins at the scoop, and then the rest of the season's a wash. They'll like get clapped by everyone, lose to London Irish. Well, how sad that they're out. Although, have you seen how killer is it that with the teams that have dropped out, all the other teams are now stronger? I think in the long run, it's actually beneficial because now every team's got like that. They've got a real bit of championship pedigree about them.
But I don't know how this I probably should know. But how long are they planning? What's the plan with the promotion relegation? I don't mind that the premierships is down to the 10 because I like it's going to be strength on strength. And to be honest, if anyone knows me, I didn't have much time for Vista anyway. Sorry, guys. But I quite even those 10 games, and I mean, it's like, I don't know what the plan is. I know they stopped it. I don't think it was fair. but I hope they do let guys come up again at some point, you know.
The reason why, what was it, Jersey? Was it whoever got promoted last? I think it was Jersey.
And they didn't allow
the
them
issue
because
was
of
the stadium. So
the
that
stadium.
stadium wasn't big. Like, what a crock of shit,
Yeah,
man.
yeah, but
like,
then
let
also
it be
they.
an
But that also they threatened liquidation as well, right? I saw something.
They went bang. It's such a fine margin, and look, I think that's the problem with English rugby is the money is big, but the crowds are small. So like even a full crowd, the stadiums aren't that big, you know, the regional ones. So like the money coming in, they need to do something. They need to change the model or go fully private, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
But
also, just a quick one. We got Giuseppe who's got a treble for us. Yeah, it looks like All Blacks minus 13.5. Yeah, the Cox strike rate over 90.5. Jeez, I haven't heard that one. Sounds interesting. When do we? To be honest, this is bad. Yeah, I quite like that. I haven't placed in that market. And the NPC final over 47.5. Well, this was, if you missed this. This is where the NPCs burn me, because every time I've effing taken the overs, which were comfortable for seasons before, I've picked the wrong games that the overs weren't arriving. And I'm lucky I can play alt bet builder, same game, multis, and I'll have like over freaking 40.5 on a game where it should be 60, and then it's 36 points. And that's why my NPC season's been a disaster.
And then the next game, also have what's at those games where it's like 21-18 first half, and then the second half is like 24-18.
Drives me
like, what the shit? Like a 50-point first half.
It drives me insane. You're like, yes, and then I come back to check the score. I see 60 minutes and the same score, and I'm like, what?
Blues Brumbies in Super Rugby earlier this year. I think it was Blues Brumbies. I had over 50.5 at evens was the line, and it was 25-20 at halftime. And I'm thinking, easiest bet I've ever made in my life, 25-20 full time. I was livid. I couldn't even believe it. And it wasn't even like bad weather. It was just one of those games where they just butchered so many tries. And you're just thinking, like, on another day, 80 points cruises in.
Yeah. Anyway, man, let's start thinking about bets. I mean, over that 47 for the final, like I say, for me, normally NPC, I'll be all over like that, a rash, even if it was the final, because anything under 57, even over 57 was the final. I haven't checked the weather for Taranaki. It does feel low.
It feels the weather's decent. Weather's not an issue. The weather's not going to be a problem.
I feel times that they suck people into dogfights. If they suck Taranaki into a dogfight, I am worried. But 47.5 on a number is for me low. I would be playing just the number if that was the case. But they say 42 screwed me many times, and it could easily be 23-20 type of game, you know, easily.
That's the Warriors. This is one of those games where it could be like a 23-20 halftime, and then 2 penalties and a try second half, and you shave under. It's like, it depends. What are you thinking, your head or your heart? Because your head tells you, yeah, it's a bit low, but your heart tells you it's fucking the NPC final. They're going to ball out.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
And the thing is, there's an extra added layer of spice that I noticed in the last bit of NPC is, remember, new All Blacks coach next year, a couple of new Super Rugby coaches. So players want to get spotted. Players want to, get eyes on them. And I think Naki have really risen to that because they've got a couple of like fringe players, future All Blacks.
Yeah.
47. Look, it's either going to be comfortable or it's going to be a sweat. It's one of those.
How's this? No one was given All Blacks pretty much a chance for the last 18 months. Fuzzy. Oh yeah. They decline. They've basically almost got themselves into a final. They bring that heat to the final. They're in it. And then we play a Scott Robertson New Zealand team in 4 years' time again at the next World Cup, right? New Zealand off at peril,
I can only imagine what he's going to do with some of these players. It's actually it's scary to think what is possible.
Yeah. I think there's going to be a period because we're losing some players, maybe a year or two, but he'll bring that culture in these players. I reckon after 2 years of him, they're going to be dangerous again,
Unstoppable. I think the thing is, you look at the key is look at the young props that are coming forward. In a year or two, they're going to have the best type 5 or the best front row in the world easily.
Yeah.
Then you start thinking, Lock, Scott Barrett, one of the top 3 already. They need his partner to come through. Loose forwards, they've got the loose forwards for another cycle. Kane goes, Papa Ali'i comes in. Blackadder's there. Cullen Grace is there. Peter Lakai is there. You know, there's a bunch of wild youngsters that, then you start thinking, Bowden Barrett maybe done. Then there's D-Mac. Then there's Sean Stevenson. I mean, holy shit, the resources that Scott Stevens, they must be just licking his lips.
Yeah. So anyway, we start thinking about the games. I know we have been looking. I know we had a brief chat, and we spoke about South African teams treble maybe over 20 points at the start of the EuroC. Is that? I'm worried about the Sharks. I'm worried about the. I know you and the Sharks. A lot of people the Sharks, but I'm not backing the South African team away from home 2 months on the first night. I commend you if you do, but I ain't going to my money.
I've got a funny one for you. A funny bet for you.
Okay.
Is Sharks over 10 points.
Yeah.
Lions over 15 points. Stormers over 20 points. Bulls over 25 points. A ladder like that. What do you think?
I think Sharks are covering. I'm just interested. I said we don't. We can use some market prices. I wonder what the current. Do you know what the current Sharks point line is? Must be about 18, 20.
No, lower than that. Remember, they're like 13-point dogs in rainy Limerick. So that point line is probably 15. I would say probably not much higher than that. Probably is about 15.
Yeah. Lions 15.
I'll check.
Lions 15 against Stormers. Yes. I think Stormers and Lions like to ball. They're ballers.
Ellis Park, perfect weather.
So Lions 15, sure. And
the Sharks point line is sitting at 17.5, actually higher than I thought.
Yeah, that's what I thought. 18. That's why I thought my initial gut was 18. But you're right. The weather conditions, Sharks.
I think 18's a bit.
Yeah, that's a good side. Surely they come out. Yeah, that's fine. Sharks 10.5, Lions 15. And what did we say?
Well, hang on. Let's swap because that's quite a big give up on the Sharks. Sharks 15 because that buys them a couple of points. Lions at 20 because I think their line will be 22, 23, something like that. So Lions 20, Stormers 25 maybe. I think that's actually giving them 3 points.
So just quick on the treble, I'm not sure if we can do the same game. I will need to check that.
Oh, same game. So what do you want to do? Back Lions points or Stormers points? Stormers 25 or Stormers 20. I think there's plenty of points.
I know I hate this as we are Stormers fans, so everyone who's watching, but I'm thinking Lions are going to have a good outing.
I think there's the points line is like 52, so I think there's plenty of points.
We can also do totals.
Maybe how about this? Maybe a Sharks team total of 15.
I think it's take the lower limit. Sorry, Lions.
No, I said Sharks team total of 15.
Yes,
then Stormers Lions over 50 points, and then we come up with one for the Bulls. Maybe like Bulls team total over 25 or something.
Yeah. I'm happy to back a South African team at home, no matter who they're playing. That does arrive, and I'm not overly.
And the Bulls have a good team.
And I'm not overly concerned about first games because I paid the price twice because I think Benetton hosted Stormers and Lions in the first game in the last 2 EuroCs, and I was all over the unders that game, and they're both cruise. Okay, it was Benetton, but there wasn't. I don't see an issue. I'm not worried about that.
I've got a funny feeling
25.
That the Stormers Lions game is going to see so many points. I think from both sides, and it's going to be an absolute cracker shootout.
Yeah. Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna do this. So we got Sharks,
like a bit of a fun ladder.
Sharks over 15.
Yep.
15.5.
Let's make it. Wait, what's the score going to be? 14. Yeah, that's fine. 2 tries and a penalty.
Yeah, and Lions over 20.5.
Yeah.
And Bulls over 25.
Yeah. That should get us to about 60, probably even.
But
like a 4,
I would
3.5
say,
to 4, maybe?
yes, I was going to say 3.60. Are you working decibels or decimals or fractions?
3.6.
Yeah,
Decimals.
I reckon. Yeah, I think it's going to be around there. I don't think it'll be 4.
Like a 3.5 there.
Yeah, I think about 3.5 there. Yeah. So give me a second. Also get
that's decent.
Yeah. And give me a sec. So trying these something new.
We could make it a full South African lucky packet and add in like a little book, something.
Yeah. So there we go. You can see my screen, right?
Yeah.
There we go. So as we said, guys, anyone who's new, that obviously people are jumping in and out. What we're going to go going forward is, because we say for points at the moment, we're going to get a treble together, and after the show, this is going to be available on the Boyles website about 10-20 minutes after. It'll be priced up. We don't have the price now because, as you might be aware, we don't have the markets. But the traders there are going to price it up for us.
It's getting specially cooked up for us now. It's especially for us.
Yeah, it's getting exactly. And also, like we said, that's why I said, guys, you're online. If you want any bets you want to discuss, we open to novelty bets as well. Boyles have agreed that they'll price up anything within reason, I suppose. But as said,
challenge accepted.
Wanda and I love our sports. We're pretty confident. We're going to put that on paper. We're pretty confident with these shouts, and I think that's a great shout. So that's our first treble of the show that we're going to be doing going forward. I like it as well. Back the guys, back the Sharks is a good side. Let's hope that's not too bad up there in Munster, but I think that's a strong side. They've without Munster without Ireland, without Irish players aren't the same. Let's face it, they're a great side.
Absolutely not the same. Not the same.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, I see there's a few more people on. We have, as we've done before, myself and Mondo can cook up another best bet. No worries, and we will do. But fan bets, we've had some fan bets, guys, that you presented previously. I said that the cock strike rate, we can actually, I don't know if we can have a look at that.
I quite like that.
I do as well, but I'm going to have a check if.
Thing is, I like that bet because you can win. You can win it if he goes out in the second ball, and you can win it if he scores 100. You know what I mean? Like it's quite a cool bet.
Yeah, but let's see. The Boyles only have the money line at the moment, but perhaps they could price that up. But perhaps you could price it up. But I quite fancy just putting that in as a Giuseppe. If you're on, do you have if it's 4.3? I'm just looking
at
this.
Where did he get that?
Yeah, he's reduced the All Blacks down to 3.5. He's bought. So I reckon surely his line strike rate would be about that, right? I think, and then total points over 47. Actually, we didn't look at we don't know what the total. What are we doing? He might have bought some points there. I reckon.
Let me have a look what the MPC final points line is.
Yeah. So Giuseppe, if you are around, mate, if
Giuseppe did buy himself a couple of points. It's looking at like 51 and a half, 52.
See, I don't want to be like both for. I haven't seen any points now, but I called Sharks at 18, and I said that was meant to be 52. So on the right track. So that's why I said the numbers low. That's just purely on my own experience. That was the number.
And he bought a couple of points there.
5-4. Yeah. But I quite like that treble though. I wonder if Boyles might even price that up for us.
I think that's. What lets
do you have
down
in
there?
saying that? Do you have any other strongies? Because
my strongest feeling of this weekend, I think, is points in Stormers lines. 52.5. I think that game sees over 60. I think there's plenty of points. Stormers have been tearing it up preseason. Lions have been scoring tries. A sunny Loftus, Ellis Park.
I remember Storm at Ellis Park. Is it Loftus? Ellis Park, right?
No, Ellis Park, yeah.
often if the weather's good, they love to ball and ding dong each other, but try ping pong every now and then. Yeah.
And
the line's 50. The line is a 52, really.
52 and a half, yeah. That's what I saw
Because
last
I think we all know anything in the high felt generally under 55, you almost play it blind.
Let me make sure I'm not talking shit here. Let me see. It is.
Let's go back
50,
to
52. 15. You can. I mean, at 58 and a half, you're looking at 2.5. So I mean, that's
man,
even.
I'm happy. Yeah, and you're okay with the team, right? Obviously, the Stormers don't have their main boys there, but
that's why I said Lions will concede a Lions will score, but the Stormers, this team can still ball. Like guys like Daimani, my new favorite player, Feinberg and Gomezulu. You know, there's some ballers in this team.
Not my okay, cool. Anyway, guys, yeah. Anyway, guys, Flavio, thanks for your comment. I have your comment. Well, guys. Yeah, no, guys. Please feel free to give us a bet if you want, right? Otherwise, I'm going to leave the fan bets for now. We will just focus on our treble, Mondo. I'm happy. We'll try to get that price up, put it up, and the best. You know what? You must bet 52. You can't say no to that if someone's offering me that. No matter where it is, you can't say no.
Beginning of the season, both teams going to throw it around, both with that kind of intention. You can't look further.
Yeah, and the thing is, the World Cup games. I mean, obviously we've got Premiership as well. Premiership was a really weird first weekend as well.
Saracens cost me money. Jeez,
I'm really happy to run a double down on Saracens this weekend. To be honest, I think they're gonna. That's typical Saracens to do that.
Like Crusaders used to drop the first game of the season and then come back and thrash everyone.
Over 52.5. Is it still coming through on the slide? Yeah. See,
looks perfect. Yeah.
Well, there we go, guys.
Good.
Yeah. We're moving up in the world, right? Let's just check. Actually, Boyles will have. Do they have their points? They have the caps. They have the caps. So no points yet. But we'll punt it anyway.
It'll be around there, That's the realistic range of points. So, worst case scenario points, Boyles will come out to 53 and a half. And I would be comfortable up until 54 and a half. I'd still take.
I agree. Able to 54 and a half. Yeah. So that's our bet, guys.
With confidence.
I would have capped this at least 56, maybe 55, but 57. Okay, we don't have form lines, of course, but 52. These two teams on the high fault. This is something you can't ignore. It's a number you can't ignore.
Something that people don't give enough credit is think how perfect that pitch is going to be. No scrumming on it for months. Not going to cut up. I mean, I think it's a recipe for magic.
Yeah.
And the Stormers are going to cook again this year. So I think there's going to be points every time they play. I'm a Stormers fan, but as a punter, I'm heavy on them this year. My two teams in sports, the Warriors and the Stormers, it's going to be their year. I've got a feeling.
So anyway, guys, we've got some guys. Please, guys, give any bets that you really fancy this weekend. So we will put it in the fan bet. Like I said, it gets boosted. However,
anything that's good.
Anything you think. But I'm thinking, let's put it in the. I like the cock strike rate, and let's see. We'll put it on the slide. It doesn't mean we might get the price, but if Boyles offered to price it up for us, let's put it as a fan bet.
1,000%. I'll back it. I'd like to know where he got the line and
what his base line. I haven't seen strike rate markets. Giuseppe, man, I hope you're still around because that's a very
90 seems low for Quinton, unless he has a bad game.
I'm not. I love my cricket as well, but I'm not a big cricket punter. I just don't like it. Sometimes, if I get tips. So what are we saying? The cock
over 90.5 strike rate.
Yeah, over 90.5 strike rate. We'll say TBC. If we can get this mocked up, guys, we will price up, and even if it's boosted, I think that's the thing. I've never ever looked at this market, so I don't know what line, where this is in the traditional
Let me have a quick look here at the cricket here. See what his strike rate has been for the other games.
I know something.
Ideally, you get this kind of thing priced up at even money. That would be ideal with a boost.
Yeah, because you would think, I actually think he's strike. No, you know what? Again, here's my just purely blind sports knowledge. I reckon the line will be 100, surely. So this is also definitely bought. If you obviously the price of 4.7 for those 3 markets is also reflective.
So here's I know that's tests. So you got T20s. So his
Or what about
career
or we can add on another leg. We can add on another leg. I like Saracens to take Bath. I reckon Saracens bounce back. Bath to win was like 1.4 Saracens. I can't see Saracens losing. Or have I got my Saracens glasses?
Bath have had some injuries as well.
And they were supposed to hammer Newcastle, but Bath don't hammer people. That's the problem. They never haven't for years. So
here's a quick ointment or fly in the ointment. Quinton de Kock's T20 strike rate is sitting at the T20 strike rate 135. So 90 is looking like a solid bet there.
Yeah, but that's T20, right?
And it is part of a treble because oh shit, man! I keep thinking we're in the T20 World Cup.
Yeah, ODI. Check his ODI strike rate. So I think for ODI, he's going to be at about over 100 or probably like 105. And again, that's guessing.
Statistics, ODIs, strike rate, 95. That's his career, 95. So 90 with a boost and even money. I don't think it's too out of the realms.
Should we leave it at that and see if we can get a nice price on this one?
Yeah, if we could get it boosted to close to even money, that's a little fan bet.
Yeah, I like it. I like it.
And it's,
there we are.
Backing the Proteas, because these are all South African heavy bets. These.
Yeah. Be interesting. Obviously, guys. Yeah.
Hmm?
No, so obviously. Yeah, sorry, Monica.
No, what I was going to say is, have you got, since it's such a South African heavy weekend, have you got any strong feelings on Box England? Have you got anything?
Like I said, normally my gut is right. When I go, the very first thing I call in my gut.
Best choice.
Always bet, and then I go through the weekend, I talk myself out of it, and then I listen to someone that pulls me over the line, and then my gut wins, and then I'm raging for like 2 hours, and I've gone talked. New Zealand proved it. England have, we got the final 2007, we got quarterfinal 99, we got final. But I can't. England have showed me if all. New Zealand you can understand put in that performance, but I don't know where England come up with a miracle performance. And that semi-final, although England were good last in 19, New Zealand rocked up there thinking we just need to kind of cruise in, right? And the Boks are going to be prepared. I can't see the Boks not being prepared.
For a sense of perspective, that's lauded as like one of England's best ever wins ever. It was still only like 1912. It was still tight.
Yeah.
That's also something to keep in mind, is that their best ever win was to like just beat an All Black side. It's not like they gave them a clap.
Yeah. I'll be honest, mate. We should be beating them by 20, honestly. But I think the shrewd bet is England plus. I think that's the shrewd bet. That's the shrewd bet. Yeah.
Because I still feel the motivation for the Boks in the final 10 minutes. Why must they kick for the corners and do weird shit? England are the team that have to chase.
And England are like Wales. And I said the first thing I said to my friend, barring we should win by 20, I can easily see a semi-final when we play Wales. It's a Pollard kick in the 87th minute or Farrell.
Yeah.
I do believe it could easily come down to a kick. I pray that we go through, but I don't think
it's not going to be a thrashing like this. Some people predicted.
I mean, like I said, like my previous last week, I said New Zealand are going to be at 110% for 80 minutes. What will Ireland be able to do if they're behind with 10 minutes to go? We saw there was a little bit of panic. I see England doing the same, coming in with that intensity of that semi-final, and it's going to be where for me, it's where the Boks are. Are they going to have a bit of a come down and they're going to have to try rally themselves up? because they are the better side. But for me, I know what I think I know what I'm getting from England. Not much change up, because I don't think they have the ability to change it up. Where are the Boks going to be? Preparedness, and I do believe they'll be prepared. But it's a rugby game of 80 minutes, and you can have a shit 50 minutes, and you're panicking at 60 minutes, and it's a whole different ball game, right? So yeah, we'll see. So anyway, my punt, I like New Zealand between 10 and 20. If you want a bit of value there, guys, I think you get about 2.7 or 3. I like that.
Oh, that is nice.
I think they won't. Yeah. So SA 1 to 12, New Zealand 10 to 20 double, guys. If you want some value, you'll get about 7 to 1 there.
Oh, that is also a cheeky little multi there.
Like that. That's a cheeky. I've odd times I have punted it on Twitter. I do enjoy it. So I'm quite. I think that bet's very much in play. I quite like that bet. So
I agree with that. That's a nice bet.
Yeah. Anyway, I think look, I'm happy with this. I'm going to send this over to Boyles. We'll get some prices for our treble and our fan bets. Well, and we don't have prices for any of this, guys.
I want to see what price they give us. I'm excited.
Yeah. So guys, check us out on Twitter. Myself at least at the Crow Tips, and Mondo at Call Me Old Fashioned. Yeah. Check us out.
I'm less old fashioned.
Yeah, we will. When I get the prices, I'll share them on Twitter, or go to Boyles, go onto the promos, and you should be able to see.
Yeah, check it out. Check it out, guys.
Yeah, and let's see how we go. It's a new one, and we'll see. We've got Rude's commentary vinyl. So Rude's from our channel. If you might have seen him around, he does watch-alongs, and he's got some comment. Yeah, we've made some fun of the Irish and Scottish. Sorry guys if you watch and if you're from there. So it's a joke that we quite like. And around the clock 50 mile, 11 points up. Yeah, so Rudes will never ever talk down the Boks ever. So, and I agree.
Confident book man.
And he's a true Springbok fan. I'm a part pessimistic Springbok fan. I must admit. Like I said, what happened? Like I made comments. I had been negative about rugby. You know, the rules, the games were slow. Quality. I thought we were not winning against France, even with 17 minutes. I thought that was it. We one ref decision away. Boks don't really win these games. But all of a sudden, I love rugby like I did in 1997 or 95.
Renewed love.
And the Boks are going to win the damn thing. So I'm back. I'm back on the rugby train. Back on the rugby train, man.
The passion's back. Now the punting train just needs to follow the passion train.
Yeah, guys. So have a look on Boyles if you want to follow these bets. We'll pop them up on the socials. Have a great punting weekend. Enjoy the sim. We've got the first one soon. I keep forgetting it's tonight. Always think it's Saturdays and Sundays now, but we got the All Blacks in 2 hours to enjoy. I hope RGs make them pop. I hope RGs make them sweat. That'll be quite fun to watch. We haven't.
It's a 32-18 final score.
Yeah. I'm going to check out the conditions as well. I want to see if it's going to be affected.
Rainy and crap.
And I also bet that does bring Argentina in, right? That when they did well against Australia, they slowed the game down completely. If they have a bit of dew, they have to have a slower game if they want to compete.
The one thing that I don't think anyone has taken into account, right? And before we end off, I'll tell you this: is Argentina's scrum has not been great this World Cup. Now, in wet, rainy, shit weather, it's all about the scrum. And the problem is, it's a two-sided problem. Is the All Blacks will win a lot of scrum penalties tonight, but it's a World Cup semi-final. So are they going to kick those penalties for the corner is the question. And that's where a lot of people are thinking lots of opportunities means kick for the corner, where if I'm the coach, if I'm Ian Foster, I'm saying to the guys, cool it, 10-man rugby. You just kick every 3 and you don't get injured. We don't need to try fancy line-up moves. We don't need to use all our moves. We just need a win. And I think that's the thing. Both of these matches are going to go the way of, and I hate to say it, the way of unders, where it's just going to be all about just getting through the win.
Mondo, we actually didn't talk about points and unders, because if it was normal, if it was dry, all things even previously, but I actually had been thinking about unders. I was thinking of unders in my head today when I was thinking about it. I wouldn't be playing overs for these 2 games at all.
That's what I just think is, what's the motivation for them to try and keep scoring?
Yeah.
You know,
No,
if the All Blacks are
the
23 nil up at halftime,
in the
what's the point?
conditions, every single penalty is going for poles in these conditions,
Yeah.
in this
Bingo.
situation. Yeah.
If you
So
actually, if you could get a points line priced up of like over 4 penalties, like so basically 5 penalties to be scored in each match, that would be worthwhile to look at as well.
We're talking, yeah.
Like 5 penalties in each game, because that would be quite a big price, I'd imagine. That's going to give you like 5 to 1.
Okay,
I would guess.
Let me take that down, and let's see if we can get a price there from both. I quite like that. That's going to be a fun bet, because you know they're going to be going. It's going to be a kick and shoot out there, and it's in play. I reckon you can get for both games 5. I think we're looking at about, again, probably about 4, maybe. I think the lines for
the standard game would be penalty line's probably 3.5, 4.5.
Maybe 5, maybe even 5 or 6.
In the South Africa game, for sure. In the All Blacks Argentina game, probably not. I would say probably 2 doubles, so it's like 4. I guess 3.5, 4 to 1 would be probably accurate.
I'll send that over and see what they'll say. Yeah, then we'll post. But for now, we'll leave it at this. I think we've come up with some nice lekker bets here, guys.
Yeah,
obviously, follow us on Boyles. We'll be up on Boyles for you guys to hunt directly. Please bear with us if come available or so on. But this is what we've been agreed and what we will do. So these are going to go straight over to Boyles now and the traders. They'll get it up, price it up for us, and put it there. We'll see how we go. If we follow, good luck. And if you just use it to use as information, smash those bookies and bring out the brooms, Mondo.
Brooms out this weekend. Beard off, brooms out. Let's get some luck. Let's have a good one. Most importantly, let's enjoy this shitload of rugby. Actually, sports in general, but there's lots of good rugby, lots of good sport this weekend.
World Cup semi-finals, you got to enjoy the moments. Yeah.
Hard to beat.
Yeah. All right, everyone. Thank you very much, and good luck
Thanks,
over the
guys.
weekend. Enjoy rugby. We'll see you soon. Cheers, Bye.
See you guys. Bye.
Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. Write them off at your peril. The All Blacks are into the World Cup final with a massive 44 points to 6 victory over Argentina. What a performance from the All Blacks. A bit woeful from Argentina, but all of a sudden we've got potentially a clear favourites in going into that final. But New Zealand are back and well and truly back, to be honest. They were really, really good form coming into this game, having beaten Ireland. But there was a certain amount of Argentina could do something. Argentina could be competitive. Argentina had beaten this New Zealand side. Argentina just didn't arrive tonight. And it's sad. I think, the effort it took for them to come from behind to beat Wales last weekend proved too much at the end of the day. By the time they got you could see they were kind of dead on their feet quite quickly. And just too many human errors, missed tackles, bad defense, and very quickly New Zealand took the ascendancy to the game. And I think that Argentina could have been a bit more brave, and I think they could have made it a bit more competitive at times. But I think that at the end of the day they just weren't good enough. And this New Zealand side, which are world class, they really are. As much as we've been dismissive of them over the years, and people have even gone as far as label them the worst All Black side ever, it's a good All Black side, and this has proven just how good they are. So before I sort of break the game down, please do smash the like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. It all started very early on with an early penalty from Mariano Feli in the 5th minute, but a first of 3 tries from Will Jordan in the 11th minute really started things for New Zealand. A conversion from Richie Mwanga, and then another try 5 minutes later from Geordie Barrett. That shifted the momentum. 12 points to 3. Arsenal was still in the game, though. They were still around, and Buffetti got a penalty in the 31st minute. I felt they should have been braver at that point. I thought at 12 points to 9, go for a scrum, go for a line-out, for example, because they can see a 2 soft tries. You see them with finding line breaks. You see them with finding ways through. And my gut was saying that Argentina can see more points. And I think if we go 12 points to 10, for example, that puts a lot more pressure on New Zealand than, 12 points to 6. Because, again, 31 minutes, they butchered the kickoff, a great kickoff from Beauden Barrett. They win the ball back, and another penalty, and they cancel it out all of a sudden. And, they re-established that sort of 9-point lead. And then, bang, Shannon Frizzell went over in the on the halfway mark at 42 minutes, and that was kind of, I think, the sucker punch. I think if they'd gone in at 12 points or 15 points to 6, game's still on. At 20 points to 6, not quite game on. And then the only way they were ever going to be competitive in the second half is if they scored first, and they didn't do that. Aaron Smith went over in the 42nd minute again, a bit of a soft try. Richie Mo'unga with the conversion. Shannon Mazal in the 49th minute, another conversion, 34 points to 6. Then they empty the benches, and then 62 minutes, Will Jordan, and 73 minutes, Will Jordan with a brilliant individual try. He has matched the all-time, the individual World Cup try scoring record. And the question is, can he break it? He'll need one try next. He should have broken it, actually, to be honest. Richie Mo'unga could have given it to him out wide. It would have been a sure try, and he actually should be sitting here as the record holder for the most tries in the World Cup. He's got Richie Mo'unga to thank for not being there because he just didn't pass the ball. But in terms of the stats, let's have a look at the stats and sort of see where the game was won and lost. The defense, the discipline for Argentina wasn't good enough. I think they conceded 7 to 8 points in the first half. If we look at overall, 10 penalties conceded by Argentina and 6 by New Zealand. If we look at set pieces, for example, lineouts, 1 lost by New Zealand and 2 lost by Argentina. 2 steals though from New Zealand though. Defense, 49 tackles missed by Argentina of 192, which you can never look at necessarily. Missed tackles is becoming a bit of an arbitrary stat because defensive systems these days, especially modern defensive systems, rush defenses, bank on missed tackles almost to a certain degree. It's about sort of slowing the momentum. But these were the wrong type of missed tackles. These were simple one-on-one tackles. These were line break tackles that Argentina were missing. And that's why it was far too easy for New Zealand to get through. New Zealand kicked a lot from hand. 32 kicks from them, gaining 980 meters. 9 kicks to touch, for example. They really backed their set piece. They were phenomenal off the back of the scrum. The rolling more was really good. They had 90 carries over the gain line, more passes. They beat almost twice as many defenders, twice as many offloads. The mauls were brilliant. The rucks were good. New Zealand were pretty flawless, if we're going to be perfectly honest. And you look at some of the leading, performers. Thomas Gaujo with 19 tackles, but Richie Mo'unga running 103 meters. Artis Sevilla with 10 carries across the gain line. It was brilliant. It really was amazing. I mean, you look at the meters carried. Will Jordan, Mark Slayer, and Richie Mo'unga, Burton Barrett, all combined for whatever 300 meters combined across the 4 of them. So averaging at about 70 meters odd, for example. And from a defensive perspective, this is where Argentina were they're just worn down. Marcus Kremer and Thomas Gaujo were making 19 tackles. Marcus Kremer missed 6 tackles, so he had to attempt 25 tackles, which is a huge effort. But shout out to Jordy Barrett and Shannon Brazil also, making a lot of tackles. Jordy Barrett was very, very good there. From an attack perspective, I thought that Argentina were a little bit blunt at times, got a lot better as the game went by, but that rush defense in New Zealand was really impressive, and a couple of big individual performances. For me, they kind of go into the final. We'll have to wait and see what happens tomorrow, but they've got momentum. They also do. You can take their foot off the gas. They actually opted to finish the game with 14 men and leave Scott Barrett off the park because they could. So yeah, they're going to be very fresh for next week. I think a bit fresher than tomorrow's team, depending on what happens tomorrow, because they weren't made to work as hard. But let me know what you thought about the game down in the comments below. Please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon.
And we're live. Scrolls, do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I think we're still waiting to be transferred over.
Okay, stream is live. Cool.
Is anyone else joining?
I think it's just, well, I don't know at this point. I thought Kel might be joining us.
Okay. Okay, get ready. And we are here for the end of the first semi-final of the 2023 Rugby World Cup. It ends 44 points to 6 in favor of the All Blacks. I think it's fair to say that we got our numbers a little bit wrong. Even your Audacious, I think it was an 18 point lead was not even half of kind of what it was. So, I mean, geez, we really a clinical performance. Hey, what do you have to say about that semi-final?
Yeah, no, just as I said at the halftime, All Blacks just too good. They were clinical on attack and defense. The Argentines weren't really bothering them, in any sort of aspect of the game. They lost a few lineouts, Argentina did, and the scrums they were struggling with. So, yeah, you've almost got to have, a perfect game or do enough to disrupt the All Blacks to stand a chance of winning. But credit to the All Blacks. They showed up. They played very good rugby. And they're into another Rugby World Cup final.
Absolutely. I mean, it's one of those things that it becomes, certain teams you mentioned, or maybe it was Cole, the most decorated rugby team and one of the best win percentages of any sports team in the world. They really just know how to get it done. And there was an overwhelming feeling of, the semi-final was played last weekend, right?
Yeah.
There was just that elation and that intensity just could not be matched by Argentina. But as you would have seen, Forever Sports has put a link in the comments. So all those that are still watching, please go follow that link. And what you'll see is all the players going, 1 down to 23, and you're going to give them each a ranking. And then Wes and myself will go through ourselves and agree on a ranking and see where we rank everyone. It'll give us an average when we input our score. So we'll see if we're above and below. But first, before we get into that, so please go and input your scores, your player ratings there, and we'll get to that soon. But Wes, let's dive into a little bit. My initial thoughts, and it was just a continued frustration in the Argentines. They were just there, and then it was just as soon as a little bit of momentum, there were mistakes. The knock-on count was through the roof. I mean, I don't know if you heard the stat, but last weekend the All Blacks didn't knock on the ball once, which is just, you make yourself so hard to beat when you are not giving away possession easily. What did Argentina do wrong in that regard?
Yeah, no. I mean, exactly. I mean, just too good. And I'm going to sound like a bit of a broken record here. New Zealand are just very, very clinical in terms of how they're playing. But the All Blacks were not as clinical as last week in terms of knocking some of the ball on. As you said, I mean, what a crazy stat for them not to give away any possession last week via knock-ons. But interesting, there's some comments in the chat here sort of thinking that it was a bit of a messy game. So Jasper Milan saying, I agree, a messy game. And then Jane van Reenen saying, not much competition here, not too much quality rugby from either side, which I thought was an interesting comment. I thought there were moments where Argentina looked okay. I thought, throughout pretty much New Zealand looked pretty high quality. Do you know what I mean? I think you can, if you're a New Zealand supporter, you can be pretty proud of the way they played, especially, as we said, after last week, after the physical and emotional emptying that it took for that side to get over the island side, to come back in this week and to show up and do your job well. I think it was a big performance from the boys in black.
100%. I mean, you're talking about a semi-final where you've almost put 50 against your opposition. I don't think you can just downplay that to a scrappy win. I thought they were clinical, they were patient. It didn't look like they completely emptied the tank. They did it not, I wouldn't want to say at a trot, but pure clinical. It feels like they just know how to use their energy when needed, right? They just switch it on and bang. I mean, Talea tonight looked like he was a man, like he had a chip on his shoulder, and he had a point to prove from that miss, making sure that, you know, no matter what, he's getting into that finals 23. But really, I think, as you said, I don't think there's too much to look into other than, I think, a quality New Zealand outfit on the night that really put them away. And you know, we had spoken about New Zealand potentially, you know, being a bit of an up and down performer under Ian Foster, and I mean, consistency couldn't have come at a better time.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I just think, you know, we saw again comments earlier talking about if you come from an easier pool potentially, you know, like the Argentines did, you know, obviously that pool with England, but then from there on, pretty straightforward, you know, that gap between, again, the top, you know, even within the top 10 nations, you know, we always speak about the difference between tier 1 and tier 2, but it does feel like at the moment, you know, your top 4 are just leagues ahead of the rest. And I think that was clearly shown tonight, you know, and we'll have to see, is it going to be shown tomorrow night again? I think it'll be a very different game tomorrow night, but yeah, no, credit to All Blacks.
100%. I think that tomorrow night's going to be big and a real understanding of what that top 4 split is like, because I mean, we really didn't see South Africa or Ireland struggle with, you know, the number 5 in the world at the time, Scotland. But England are going to obviously, you know, give it their all, and I do think it'll be a bit more of a fight than the Argentines got. But, you know, would you say that tactically Argentina got it wrong at all, at any points?
I mean, potentially they had good success from that one up and under, you know, sort of a cross field up and under high ball. I think it was Bafeli was able to get up, knock it back to one of his players. It was a really nice play. And then we didn't really see that again. You know, I think there were a few up and unders that didn't maybe quite go where they were supposed to, or whatever, but it was interesting. I thought, oh goodness, okay, this is a tactic they're going to look to use. You know, this is going to be quite exciting. But I don't know, Dan, am I wrong in misremembering that? I don't then quite remember them doing that throughout the game. It would just seem to then be, okay, we're going to keep the ball in hand and keep it tight. And as I said, it just wasn't causing any trouble for the All Blacks defense.
Yeah, I don't think they, you know, with such a patient defense like the All Blacks, you really have to unsettle them. And we saw how well the All Blacks did that. As soon as like there was chaos, they could just take advantage, right? And being able to like turn the backs and, you know, even just try to kick over their head, something a little different, I think, just to unsettle that defense. But it just really didn't feel like the All Blacks had to worry, and they could just play the game that was in front of them, and they believed that their skill set was going to, you know, outpower and outplay the Argentines, which, you know, it did end up doing. And credit to them, you know, sometimes you get told it's a World Cup semi-final and you have to read a whole lot into it. I don't think they needed to change too much of what they needed to do, and they stuck to what they were good at, and kind of got the job done. So fair play.
Yeah.
Let's get into these. Let's get into some of these player ratings. I'm going to share my screen, and you can just let me know when you've got me live. But we've got them one by one across each other, as you can see. And feel free in the comments to, if you haven't gone on the link and submitted them, actually just to add your ratings as we go through this. But let's start here. Ethan de Groot, and we'll go through quite quickly because obviously there are quite a lot of players, but Ethan de Groot for you?
Yeah, solid for me. Did what he needed to do, you know, scrummed well. I don't think they conceded a scrum penalty. So that's, you know, I think in my books, like a 7 or an 8, you know, pretty solid.
Let's go 8. Was average user score 7. Let me refresh so that all the new votes have come in. So 8. Now we're going to go Thomas Gardo. I think it's kind of the inverse, right? It was a really tough night for the man. The scrum looked a bit unsettled, particularly towards the end. They just couldn't get that ball out the scrum soon enough.
He did do some good carries, you know, so that's kind of redeeming. I thought he had a few ways there on his feet, you know, so initially I was thinking maybe like a 4 or 5, but I'm probably going to keep him at a 5. I think, or reckon from my end. I don't know what you think, Dan.
Yeah, I'm happy with a 5. Give him a pass. Average score 5.5, so we're a little bit under. Junior Montoya, he did give away a couple penalties throughout the game. I do feel like Angus Gardner was a little bit tough on the RGs throughout the game. I don't know. I just didn't feel there were times where there were 50-50 decisions that he didn't allow. But sorry, this is not about Angus Gardner's rating. This is about Montoya's. I don't think he played too badly. Maybe a 6 or a 7 for me.
Yeah, no. I'm there with you. I think there were a few lineouts that were lost. New Zealand were disrupting, but he did go off his feet a couple of times at the breakdown. He wasn't quite as potent. So yeah, I reckon probably about a 6.
Okay, let's go with the 6. What have we got? Average of 6. Okay, we bang on. Cody Taylor. I mean, I really, obviously he's kind of now cemented that starting position in for himself. I think a pretty quality game. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I'm there with you. Did what he needed to do. Again, probably just quiet work in the background. So I'm also going to go probably 7 or 8.
Yeah, I think it's give him some credit. I can't recall them losing too much. Let's go for an 8. I don't know what the public thinks. Okay, 7. Maybe you're a bit more right there. Francisco Gomez Cordela. What are we saying?
Yeah, I think he was penalised a couple times at the scrum specifically. I think he was just absolutely buckling under the pressure. I think at one point he was deemed to be pulling out of the competition. You know what I mean? Like that's what the ref called.
Yeah.
So that's never good as a prop. So I reckon that's about a 4. I'm going to say.
Yeah, let's go 4. Tyrell Lomax, there we go, 4.5, pretty close, bang on. Tyrell Lomax, I think he had a really good game. He's gone really well. It's also there was talk of that height difference as well, between him and Francisco. But for me, at least a 7, 8.
Yep, I'm there with you.
Okay, we'll go 7. What do we got? 7.5, a little bit under. Okay, Petty and Whitelock. I'll hand both of these over to you.
Yeah, I think Petty's got to be like a 3 or a 4 because he just in the first half prolifically giving away penalties, and in the second half continued, and he just couldn't quite get his timing right or whatever. So yeah, I don't know if you feel 3 is too harsh, but I feel like he just gave away way too many penalties.
Yeah, my heart will go 4, so let's stick with that. Yeah, there we go, bang on the money. Sam Whitelock, great game. Really, I felt he was everywhere. He was stealing. He was great jumping. I think he's him being dropped from the last game. I don't think that happens again. I think he starts in the final. For me, it's potentially a 9.
Yep, I'm there with you. 8, 9. Like I think he looks like he's got another World Cup left in him. So,
he walked off and I felt like he still had something in the tank. So fair play to him.
Unbelievable. Yeah, 152 tests for New Zealand.
7.5.
Whoa, people very harsh on Sam Whitelock. Okay,
yeah,
interesting.
That's tough. Lavanini, what are our thoughts?
Look, he didn't get a card, so does that automatically mean he gets a 10? Like I think in his books, do you know what I mean?
It means he starts at a 5, so anything above that.
No, look, I think he didn't do anything particularly wrong. I thought he carried well tonight. Lineouts were a bit scrappy, as we said, but a bit ineffective potentially. So maybe a 6.
Sure, let's go with that. I think that's probably going to be about bang on 5.5. Scott Barrett, I think he kind of played himself out of the starting jersey in a bit of a way. I mean, such a silly penalty to give away at the end, a bit cynical. And now, he's done it. He did it recently. I forget the game that it happened, but just, flashes of just hot-headedness were not necessary at all. Obviously I think he's had an incredible season. Just, I didn't feel his, complete presence. Maybe, I think at least a points deduction for the yellow, maybe 6, 7.
Yeah, I'm at a 6 with you as well. I agree. Normally such a presence on the field, but this game it was not, except for when he got the yellow card. So I reckon a 6.
Yeah, let's stick with that. What have we got? 5.5. Wow, people taking harshly to the yellow card. Okay, Juan Martin Gonzalez. What are your thoughts there?
Again, I didn't not much. You know, I think Issa and Kremer, you know, played really well. So I think it's a bit tough for me in my mind. I've got those two kind of up there. I can't really point to anything that Martin Gonzalez did. Probably some just grunt work. So, you know, again, maybe a 5 or a 6 just in the background, unless you have any strong thoughts there, Dan.
No, I think I'm happy. I'm happy with the 6 as well. Let's see what that gives us. Back 6, 7. Okay, a little bit below, but yeah, good effort. Shannon Frizzell, I think good carries, getting around the park. He's a big boy.
2 tries. 2 tries. Like
true.
No, he's a solid part of this All Black side now. And one of the pundits earlier this week was saying they look like a very different team with him and without him. So I think he's become quite integral. So no, I reckon that's an 8-9 performance there with the 2 tries. Probably got to go 9.
100%. I think he's the, you know, this generation's Jerome Kano, just that real enforcer. Now that Artie Severe's moved to 8, but more of a ball carrying role. But I mean, jeepers. I mean, he is not someone we want to stop him or remember what he did to Billy Roo. But let's go 9, see what we get back. 7-7, tough for him.
Yeah, tough crowd.
Yeah. We're missing it a little bit. Let's tighten this up. Okay, Marcus Kremer. I thought he had a really good game. He really, I mean, he completed now every single minute possible. He'll play in the 3rd and 4th playoff. I'm not sure if he'll play himself there, but I mean, I'm happy to even go as high as 7-8 because I felt like he was the person on that Argentinian side that probably wanted it most.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think 8. Like I think to have the motor on him and to go at the pace that he was going the entire game, given that he's played every minute, was just phenomenal. And he was running really good lines as well. Like, you know, he was being smart. It wasn't just trying to match people up front and bounce, and he was looking for holes. So I'm very happy with an 8 performance. I think he'll probably get scored a bit low because he's on the losing side. But I think if you look at his performance, for me, he was probably man of the match for Argentina.
Yeah, agreed. I think he was definitely their best player. 7-3, not too bad.
Okay.
Sam Cane, I think a pretty good performance. Not quite as complete as, I mean, the statement performance that he had against Ireland, but I mean, a stock 7 for me.
I'm with you. Bang on 7. Did what he needed to do. Nothing too special. Just led the team. Did well.
Yeah. Okay, let's go with that. I think we'll be on the money there. Oh, 6-3. First,
I'll stay on Sam.
Yeah. Okay. Facundo Issa. What are we saying?
Yeah, I think, you know, he went off quite early with that HIA, which is a bit unfortunate, but he came back on and I thought he just ran hard the whole night. And, you know, he's a good, strong physical ball carrier, but probably less than Kremer. You know what I mean? Like if I've said Kremer's an 8, then probably Issa's got to be around a 7 though.
Yeah, let's go 7. I'm happy with that. 7-3. Nice. Great stuff. Artie Xavier, I mean, he just the man just hates being brought down to the ground, right? He will fight for that inch every single time. And you hear him through the microphone. I love their ref microphone because it's always just hearing Artie Xavier trying to push and, you know, and then attack.
Yeah. So no, yeah, I think just another strong performance from Artie, like just ever omnipresent, all powerful. So yeah, I reckon about an 8.
Yeah, happy with that. 7-3, sure. A little tough, but in the same ballpark. Okay, Gonzalo Betrano, really high tempo. You know, he was getting the ball out. I guess there were times where, I mean, just at that penalty, maybe they was trying to go wide, but I don't know if you can put that on the scrum off. I mean, maybe 6-7.
Yeah, no, I was thinking 6-7. I think I'm trying to think, it was a few box kicks from him that didn't quite go to hand, or where they wanted to go rather. So, but his pace was good. You're right. So I'm tempted to go 7. So I default to you, Dan. Where do you think you're going to put him?
I'll bring it back to 6. I feel like that's where Forever Sports fans are going to be. Oh yeah, 5-7 would have been a little bit elevated there. Aaron Smith, great night on the score sheet. I mean, he's timeless. He really just doesn't look like he's slowing down. Gets the job done. For me, it's an 8.
Yeah, I'm 8 with you there as well.
Cool. Let's see. I think we're going to be bang on there. Yep, 8-3. Santiago Carreras. A lot of pressure on him coming into it. How do you think he did?
Yeah, like technically, probably, I think very well. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think there weren't many handling errors. I think pretty much all his passes went to hand. Picking out generally, I think the correct option. But I just think in terms of their attack or strategy, it was just not the correct one to do. And so it's tough to think, okay, how much sits that with your 10 as opposed to how much has he been told this is what we're going to do? Play this way. So I think technically quite sound. I think though potently just quite ineffective. So I reckon probably about a 7. I thought he played all right.
Okay. Yep. Happy with that. I think he did stand up for the most part. Did take on a lot of pressure. So yeah, I'm happy with the 7. 5-7, a little bit low.
Yeah.
Again, now Richie Mwanga was both of us who called man of the match performances, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
but
for
we have to give him. Sorry, Dan. We have to give him a 1 for not giving Will Jordan that
is shocking.
pass to equal Jonah Lomu's 4 tries in a single game
Oh.
on a semi-final. That was complete white line fever. So
yeah. And I think probably a decision that was born out of a poor kicking performance, right? He had felt like he needed to bring himself into the game and save some sort of his performance. But yeah, I mean, just a very selfish decision. It was a 100% try and he turned it into a 50-50 and he lost that 50-50 and it was a knock on. And are they gonna, so much pressure has been put on Manny Liebok and missing all these kicks and changing mid-game. Do the All Blacks now have kind of the balls to just say, Richie Mo, you out, Geordie Barrett slot in? What do you say?
No, very interesting. It'd be interesting to see what they do. I think they'll back Richie. I think players will have a bad game here and there, and I think that's probably just what it is. But I think if we're looking at this performance tonight, his conducting at 10 was good. He had some lovely breaks through and whatnot, but his kicking performance was very poor. So I think it's bringing him down to me, obviously, for like a 6 or a 7. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think he was a good attacking threat. Defensively, he was okay. But yeah, his kicking performance really wasn't where it needed to be tonight.
Yeah. I think we got to go for what we think the fans are going to go at, and I'm going to say 3.
3? Crisis.
Okay, maybe 4. I don't know. I don't think the fans are going high. I think they're going low.
Okay, let's see. That's a huge call.
Should we go 5? Sorry. Maybe I've misread this. Let's we'll go 5. We'll go 5. Let's see what they had to say. Okay, 6. Okay, I got it horribly wrong. Sorry. I thought there was going to be
Man wanted to go 3.
You came with me at the 1 and I got brought down. Okay, Mateo Carreras. I mean, bit of a live wire. That one knock on was a real pity, but trying to break the line, trying to involve himself. I mean, I think after Kremer, I thought he would really also just try to impose himself. I think he had a decent game.
Yeah, no, agreed. I'm unfortunate about the knock on, but when he had ball in hand, he at least beat one defender. So solid performance. That's for me a bit of a 6. Would have liked to seen him more involved, but I'm at about a 6-7, maybe a 6.
Okay, let's go 6. Happy with that. 6-3. There we go. Bang on. We back on track. Mark Telea, as we said earlier, really fighting for that position and felt like he deserved every bit of that 11 jersey, right?
Absolutely. So I think this is for me an 8-9, probably leaning towards a 9 performance there.
Yeah.
I don't think did he score? I don't think he scored,
Yeah,
but still just.
I think he did score. I think he did score at least one.
Okay.
He just has that knack, that ability to get off defenders. It's like there's people you don't understand how. It's just like he's just and he's so strong. I just complete performance, creating space, making turnovers. I think a 9 will be on the money. 8, but tough. Okay, Santiago Chocobares. What are we saying for him? We spoke about the centre performance.
A bit ineffective, usually such a strong ball carrier. Defensively he was pretty good. I don't think much came through the centre channels. But in terms of attacking threat, again, we just it's the whole back line just wasn't able to really get firing. Whether that's because the forwards, weren't giving them necessarily clean ball. I'm not sure. They were getting nice quick ball sometimes. So I reckon a solidish performance, on the losing side. So your mind automatically drops a little bit. So I'm somewhere between 5 and a 6. Did well, but didn't really feature.
Okay, Yeah, I think I am with you there. Let's go for 6. I think it's probably going to be about right. 6.7. Jordy Barrett. Geez, he put on a big hit on the retiree. Poor man. Hey? Jeez, to send him into retirement like that. That was tough to watch, but I think a pretty complete performance from him. It's like, oh, I kind of miss him in open play, but geez, he's just so solid.
No, kicked well, tackled well, ran well. Solid performance from Barrett. I probably think an 8.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. I'm just going to go 8. There we go. Bang on. Okay, we're back on track. Sinti.
Same thing as Chocobatis, really. I don't think didn't make many mistakes, but didn't make many breaks either. Do you know what I mean? So I'm probably at that. What did we say for Chocobatis? 6.
Yeah, I'm happy with 6. Let's go there. Ricky Ioane, subbed off at the end, but I think pretty solid from him. He had that good little run where you see the glint of him when he used to be at 14 with that inside step. I'd say 7, 8 maybe.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards a 7. I think he did again his job well and whatnot, but nothing really potent, in terms of too standouty. But yeah, I think 7 is fair enough.
Didn't change the game, I don't think. But yeah, arrived. There we go, 7-3. Buffelli, I think he held his own. He was competing, winning under the high ball. It's always hard when it's like one of your best players is on the wing to really impose yourself sometimes. But I mean, he kicked his kicks 2 from 2, winning the ball in the air. I don't think there was any lack of effort there from him. I think around a 7.
No, he just didn't get the ball in his hands enough. Same thing as Carreras. 2 players who do well with ball in hand and would have liked to see more in the game. But I think fair enough. I think made his kicks, didn't really put a foot wrong. So I'm happy with 7.
Okay, let's leave it at that. Will Jordan, as you said, could have had a equal record, but I mean a hat trick in a semi-final. The commentator said the best players make the hardest things look so simple, and that chip and chase was just an amazing example of that. He barely looks like he's trying. He puts it on the boot just where he wants it. I don't know about you, but I actually thought he was shaping up to kick it left and then just kicked it for himself. I don't know if that was on purpose or it was just me who kind of got flummoxed by that, but I mean, great performance. It has to be at least a 9, right?
Yeah, no, I think 9 is perfect there.
Okay, let's leave him at that. I think we'll be on the money. 8. Oh, that's tough for a man who scored a hat trick.
You score a hat trick in a semi-final, and you get
maybe if he scored his 4th. Yeah, all of a sudden, if you score a walk-in 4th, you get up to 9. Juan Cruz Malia.
Yeah, it's again, it's almost the same as all the Argentine backs. Didn't really do much wrong. Caught balls when needed to, kicked pretty well, but just ineffective really. So probably at about a 5, 6.
Yeah, I think I'm happy with the 6. Just didn't feel a real, push on the influence of the game. 4, 5. Oh, tough.
What did we miss? That's hectic.
Maybe we're covering too much. Bowden Barrett.
Yeah, pretty solid. I'm trying to think.
I mean, he got lined up on that one tackle. He really got hit.
He did.
He just seems pretty cool, calm, and collected. He's not the Barrett of old by any means, but he's a quality 15. Really, really good player. I think a 7.
Yeah, I'm at 6, 7. Let's go for a 7.
Yeah. There we go. Bang on.
Nice.
Okay. Creevy, last game. We've got to give him a 10, right?
Have to send him off with a good send off there with a 10 for the legend.
But genuinely, I think my favorite moment of the match was the combined turnover from him and Nicolas Sanchez at the breakdown to win that penalty. Oh, yeah. I mean, I've never seen a 38-year-old pop up and win a ball like that. Unbelievable. Yeah. So, an unbiased 10 for Creevy. 7-5, not bad. I think I was further away with my Richie Moanga predictions. So. Takiyaho, I felt he really imposed himself. I think he came on and really did a job.
Yeah, I think he also had a bit of a point to prove. I think he's not been in the setup for a bit, so he was like, right, this is my opportunity. So I reckon very solid performance, 7-8, I think.
Yeah, I'm happy with it. I think I'm going to go with an 8. That's a pity. I don't think we'll see. 6-7.
Papers, people.
Maybe we missed something.
Yeah, exactly.
He was making really good, strong carries, but probably means that we don't see Dane Coles maybe again in an All Black jersey, which is a shame. But I think it's probably the right call. Okay, Joel Sculvey.
Yeah, I don't feel like the scrums got much better, when the subs came on. So I think, again, sort of just an average performance, probably a 5 for me.
Yeah, happy to lock that in. 5. Tamatai Williams, 4-5 a cap. Close enough. Tamatai Williams, look pretty strong. Good ball carries.
Good ball carries, good energy. I think I'm at about 7 probably.
Yeah, dominated the scrum as well. Good on him. 6-7, close enough. Eduardo Bello.
It's the same thing. We're sitting at about a 5.
Yeah, let's go 5. There we go. Bang on. Fletcher Newell also just dominated his scrums really when he came on. Couldn't really see too much of him. Ball in hand. I don't really recall too much. Maybe 7 for winning all the scrums.
Yeah, it's tough, right? So 6-7. We didn't see too many ball carries, but happy with a 7.
Let's go 7. 6-5. Okay, Mateus Alemano.
It's just, no one was really making much there. So I don't know what you're doing there, Dan. I'm always going to go 5.
Yeah, I think it's probably going to be a large amount of 5s for the rest of these Argentines, unfortunately. Brody Retallick seemed decent when he came on. I think he won a couple of lineouts. I think he starts in the final, to be honest. I think it's going to be him and Whitelock, the old faithful. Experience. I mean, they've won a World Cup together, and this could be Whitelock's 3rd World Cup, which would be the first player to ever do it.
Would be absolutely insane. So but I think for Italic, pretty solid 7.
Yep, happy. Moving on to Rodrigo Bruni.
So he had to come on quite early because Issa went off, and I thought he pretty much kept the pace up, which was good. You didn't feel Issa's massive sort of presence being missed. So I was quite impressed with him there. So, I think he had a good performance, but nothing too special. So probably a 6, bumps him up from a 5.
Okay, let's go 6. Oh, got the spinny wheel of death. There we go, 6. Okay, Dalton Papaili.
I just almost like an Argentine player in a sense for me. It didn't really
came on so late, right? It's really hard to give people performances. You're judging off 1 or 2 real instances.
Exactly. So 6-7, but that's just based on the fact that they won.
Yeah, purely 6-5. Yeah. Okay, Vélez.
I don't know, Dan. What are you thinking? I was going to say 5 again.
Let's go 6. I really it's hard to remember how every single player imposed themselves. Finley Christie. I don't think he was that bad. I mean, I'm a massive Cam Rogard fan, but I don't think he actually had too bad of a game. He seemed to be quite lively, did what he needed to do. Maybe a 7 for me.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair enough. Came on, had good service. But we'll have to see who gets picked for the final.
Yeah, I mean, as a book fan, I'm happy with Finlay Christie to stay just there. Just there where you are. Okay, Nicolas Sanchez, the last dance. Not much to go off. Unfortunately, his last touch of a international rugby ball was to miss touch at the end. But I mean, 6, I guess, or 10. 10 his last game. Sorry, Last
Gotta
game.
do that. It's yeah, we've set a
Yeah,
now.
forgot the rules. I forgot the rules. And a 9. You know, the forever sports fans know what is up. You got to pay your respects to the greats. And he is a great. We will miss him. I mean, he's actually had a really great World Cup. I was almost surprised that he wasn't starting by the end of it, but just I'm sure one of his highlights of his career will be that match-winning intercept try against Wales last weekend. Just a phenomenal career, a real servant to Argentina rugby. So we wish him well from Forever Sports to him, in case he's watching this. But DMAC.
Yeah, I mean, like so electric, normally and whatnot, but I felt was pretty quiet. Didn't really do anything wrong, but not the D McKenzie that we are used to seeing. So tough to penalize him based on past performances. But I reckon, a 7 maybe.
Yeah, I think he can. The criticism that he probably would come under is maybe trying a bit much, but that's kind of also what he's there to do, is to make crazy stuff happen. So it's hard to counter against him when it doesn't go right. I think it's going to be more like a 6 for me.
Cool.
There we go. Okay, last 2. Moroni.
5, 6,
5.
5.
Okay, last but not least, Anton Leonard Brown for 5. Okay. Anton Leonard Brown, he's been a little bit better for me this World Cup, but not not to the point where I think he's demanding a starting position by any means, but he's fulfilling a role, I think, when he comes on, solid in defense. Almost had that kick that I felt like he could have got away, almost got a try for himself. Maybe a 6, 7.
Yeah, no, I reckon it's probably winning by his side, puts him at a 7, but nothing special today. So yeah, let's see.
Okay, final one. 6-5. Okay.
There we go.
Well, that's us. I don't think too far off. I think for the most part we kept it mostly together. But lastly, let's just take this. What does this mean for the New Zealanders now going into the final? What can they take forward? What are the changes that they make, if any? What are the New Zealanders, supporters, and the players thinking right now?
I mean, you've got to be feeling pretty good, right? I think as an All Black player or fan, you've got to be pretty confident that you deserve a spot in the final one, and I think they absolutely do. In terms of your chances at it, I think you always have to fancy New Zealand in a World Cup final to take it all. Whether they play England or South Africa, I think they're going to put up a hell of a fight. So I don't think they'll change too much. I think what they're doing is clearly working. They found something that works for them. They had the good end of their pool games. They found a way to dig it out against Ireland, and tonight they just put on a very clinical performance. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be, congrats to the All Blacks, and then I'm sure the fans are stoked. It's going to be a hell of a final, though.
For sure. We have Kahu Emberson saying, I don't mind whoever wins between New Zealand and South Africa, just as long as it's not England. I will never recover from something like that. I think we echo those thoughts and your words there, Kahu. I mean, obviously, as a Springbok fan, you don't want to see England pushing through, and it's the biggest stage on earth for at least for us, with what we see as the biggest match in world rugby is the Boks versus the All Blacks, right? It's just it would be an incredible spectacle, but we can't get ahead of ourselves. The Boks need to play England tomorrow, who are going to make it ugly. They're going to take us to the trenches. They're going to want to. They're loving us here chatting right now as if we got to step a half a foot in the final. I think it's been a good job by the South Africans not to get ahead of themselves in the way they've presented. But how do you think? I mean, even as the Boks I was just discussing, how do you think they see this game and what's come of it? How much are they reading into already what's happened on the field, or is it purely looking in on themselves? What is the thought process going through the Springbok players' mind right now?
Yeah, you know what? Funny enough, I was actually thinking that when I was watching the game here. I said, I wonder if the Boks are watching, if they've or they've been told or whatever to not watch and just worry about the game. But I think what we saw from New Zealand tonight wasn't anything, I'm not going to say not special, but it was New Zealand being New Zealand. Like, it won't be shocking to the Boks that New Zealand played like that and won pretty well. They've seen this before. They've played against them so many times. They know what New Zealand are capable of. So they'll probably not be too intimidated, I think. They'll just hopefully be focusing on that game tomorrow and actually just leave the game analysis up to the coaches, right? That's Rassie and Jacques' job to go in and analyze. And then, first of all, get through tomorrow. Again, that's a big thing, right? Because how the All Blacks play and what it means bugger all if they don't get past England tomorrow. Right. So I think they just need to come out, focus on what they need to do the job tomorrow, bring the same sort of energy, passion, intensity, as they did last week, and then hopefully onto a big final.
100%. Yeah, I imagine they would have been watching together, but it's not one of those environments where I don't think they're cheering on a particular team. I think it's quite not a tense environment, just a pretty relaxed one, but I don't think too animated. They're just kind of, it's information gathering. They're seeing, small things that they can potentially point out and discuss. But I imagine it's quite a relaxed environment, and they'll be all kind of, in their hotel rooms. Hopefully no Mark Telea scenarios for any of the Springboks this evening out in the pub or anything, but I'm sure that's not the case. But that is it, I think, for tonight's coverage of the first semi-final. And we have New Zealand in the final. They have earned the opportunity to go at it for another 80 minutes to take home the William Webb Ellis. That'll be happening next week, and incredible scenes. It's just not decided whether it's going to be South Africa or England to join them. That coverage will be starting tomorrow, same time, same place. Join us. You'll see same friendly faces here again. And we promise to give all the players that are retiring more 10-star ratings. But yeah, thanks so much, everyone. And don't forget to like and subscribe. We're trying to get up to that 60K mark. And to BoyleSports and Bitdefender, thank you for your continued support. Cheers, everyone, and enjoy the rest of your evenings.
Cheers all.
It's 6:15 on Thursday the 14th. We are in number 462. About 4,000. What? 3 years? 3 years to get you? 1,500, probably was 2,000 videos. Close to over 2,000 videos. 12 million views. It needs to be between the equals. The worst things. I want to play and make things you put through. But that's actually not that clear. I want to took it like you're not see how it's like. Like it. Oh yeah. 5:30, I think. 6. An hour and a half to get the train. Bit of a rush. One last switch drive. There's. We're having a size super drive.
So 10 euros. That must be it. About 4 grand to get this. Right, everybody, and welcome back to the channel. It is day 2 in Bordeaux, and I'm at the tram station, where you can see a couple of Chile fans there, about to head to the stadium for our first match of the tournament. Seen a lot of South Africans here, a lot of, well, I mean, we're just on the tram now, and there's just Afrikaans everywhere. There's English, which is the main thing, which is very cool to see. But yeah, Samoa versus Chile kick off at 3 o'clock, which is in about 4 hours time. It's about 12 o'clock, so yeah, we're about to head to the stadium now, do a couple of interviews, go and see a lot of the South African fans, get some interviews with some of the Chilean fans, Samoan fans who are out in their colours. Personally, might actually get a Chile shirt as well. But yeah, stay tuned for my first match day vlog of the tournament. Hello and welcome to Favorite Rugby on Favorite Sports. This is day 2 of the Favorite Sports Tour, and we are here in Bordeaux. Samoa versus Chile kickoff is in about just over an hour's time, and as you can see, absolutely pumping here in Bordeaux. Chile definitely seems to have the most fans here. It's a bit of a red army over here, although the Samoan support is definitely starting to arrive. Plenty of South Africans ahead of the game tomorrow against Romania, and I've got a beer, I've got my glasses on, and let's go have a look and see what's going on here. How's it guys? So I'm checking here, sitting here at the photography stand, and yeah, I'm busy watching Chile warm up in front of me. Very cool warm jerseys, by the way. I was actually going to contact to get their jerseys, but the actual warm jerseys are very cool. But yeah, I'm sitting at the stadium, so excited to put up. Just by the way, keeping an eye out for the Red Army. A lot of Chilean supporters in for today. It's just an army of red looking around here. The Samoans have come out there, of course, as well, but absolutely nothing compared to what Chile have got. And yeah, second ever World Cup game for them. They look the part, a couple of players looking very confident around here. Very cool to sort of see it, and very cool to see how excited the fans are. We spoke to a couple of fans outside, and you can just see how excited they are to get involved in something like this. I mean, we all know how passionate of a sports nation Chile are, and the rugby doesn't seem to be any different. Very keen to see what Samoa can do here. They should be able to get the job done, but you know, anything can happen in a World Cup. So I hope you guys are enjoying the watch along, and take it through. Okay, and that is game 1. Not the fight in Chile. Fan favorite team, they're absolutely brilliant side. From a people perspective, I mean, I've just left about 25 minutes after the game, with half an hour after the game. They're still signing autographs, they're still changing their fans, so
absolutely brilliant team that definitely has a lot of future. I mean, they were always going to struggle against Samoa, physically wise. It was tough for them to cope.
But yeah, that was game one in the bag. Gonna go walk around the village a little bit, see if there's anything. Might get myself a shitty shirt, actually, the way things are going, and then head on home for a watch along before hopefully hitting the streets of Bordeaux later.
All right, we're outside Bordeaux. There is an hour until kickoff, and as you can see, it's an absolute sea of green over here. Yeah, and the plan is we're just gonna head into the depths of Springbok supporters, chat with a few people, and see what's going on. So let's go and see. Basically, this is what it looks like to be here at Bordeaux. Let's go have a look and find some people to chat to and stuff. And yeah, I mean, as you can sort of see, we're talking about a sea of green. There's Springbok fans on fans on fans on fans on fans. We're going to be asking a few people for some score predictions and just try and find out how many people are actually here from South Africa and stuff, the travellers. So we're going to walk around and we're going to have a look. Hello everybody, hello, how are you? How are you? Good. Steve.
Hi, Wayne.
Very nice to meet you.
Hi, Steve.
Gentlemen, how are you? Good. Welcome. Where are you guys from?
Africa.
South Africa.
Johannesburg.
Yeah. Hi, how are you?
I'm good, and you?
Good. Please introduce yourself. Tell us where you're from.
I'm Anita, and I'm from Port Elizabeth in South Africa.
Kom here gedaan, yeah. There we go. We've ticked off. Yeah. My name is Steve, we're from BoyleSports. We are recording over here, so we're going to cover all the multitude of South African supporters. Are you guys all from South Africa? No, you are over here.
50-50.
Who's got load shedding when they get back? Okay, I want to go stand with you guys. This is my load shedding buddies here. What's impressive, if you ask me, is the fact we've got so many people actually from South Africa bringing the rand over here. We never thought our currency would get this far, but so far so good. No ways!
How are you, boy? Hello, Ross. How are you doing?
Yeah, very well.
Like
So this is how small of a world it is. Went to Varsity with this man who, as you can see, is looking phenomenal. Who dressed you today?
So we're here with a bunch of, there's 11 of us. We call ourselves Bokval. So it's like a stokval. So we've been saving up for 4 years. And now eventually we're here.
Joining the Sea of Green, where are you guys from?
Durban originally.
Durban, yeah.
I'm from Durban as well.
Durban, okay, shame. Sorry to hear that. We've got a couple of Durbanites here. I'm from Joburg, so no, we appreciate your work. We have to go on holiday somewhere.
No, perfect.
Yeah, that's true. So you said originally, where are we now? London. Right.
Yeah, London.
But still supporting South Africa, still South Africa through?
Always. Springboks forever.
There we go. And is this your first game for the World Cup?
No, two. Yesterday was
Samoa versus Chile game. What did we think about yesterday?
Crazy, but today it's better.
It's amazing. It's just it's a sea of green, and thank you guys for wearing your colours and bringing out the box. When did you arrive?
We arrived on the 15th.
15th, okay, it's been here a while. And when are we leaving?
We are leaving on the 25th, so we're watching the Ireland game.
Right, cool, we'll see you there. Right, Romania today. Give me a score prediction.
I am going to say 66.
At least 80 points.
At least 80 points. In the game or for us particularly specific? Okay, 80, yeah, right.
Yeah, we have to match the Irish. They did 82, I think.
70, that's along those lines,
Yeah, so
well, if you get 80 points, I'll definitely get a bonus point. So.
let's aim for 80.
Do you think Romania scored today?
Oh, yes, I think so.
To be fair, I think everyone here probably wants them to score, actually.
They've got to at least get a bonus.
Yeah, cool.
That'll just make it feel good for a while.
Oh, there we go. Score prediction for today?
Score prediction on my SUPERBRU, I went Boks by 70, but I'm going to change that because I think the Boks are going to go 55. We're going to be celebrating a lot of tries. A lot of tries will be celebrated.
Lots of tries, more tries. Does Romania have a chance?
Many tries.
All the tries,
100 out of 0.
100 0, okay.
So we've got to go a little bit more than that.
You reckon? 11 tries. We need more than 11 tries. We're going to go past Kevin. I want 80 points. So what do you reckon?
I like barely double digits, so 10 tries.
10 tries. 10
but
tries.
I think just for the spirit of the game, it wouldn't hurt if Romania could score. They've got so many supporters here.
Yeah, I think to be fair, I think we all wanted to score 8 tries.
Across the line,
yeah,
it's fine.
We do.
80-10.
80-10?
Yeah, nothing less than 60, buddy.
Nothing less than 60?
24-13.
Not going to be a popular man later. Right, so 10-11 tries so far is the call. And I bumped a couple of Romanian fans over here. Love the jersey, first of all. How we? Yeah, come here. Yeah, come on here. We want everybody here. We need everybody in here. Yeah. Coming up against the current world champs. How are you guys feeling?
We are feeling, I think, confident. We want to make a big game to get out of the game like Uruguay last game with France, like heroes. Yeah, it's hard to beat them, but we can be some heroes. We want us to be some heroes there.
I'm actually quite keen to see how Dion Currie does coming on as replacement hookers.
Okay. We must see Marco starting there. You know, apparently anyone's a hooker these days.
Exactly.
Don't quote me on that, but after you finish here, we'll be invading here. It's a bit of a takeover here. I'm going to come across here. Once you guys have beat a player today, who are you guys supporting in the tournament? Are you guys going to support us afterwards, or is there another team you're supporting?
Depends of the result. Depends on the result. But the European team must win it.
No. Come here to us. You see, come here to us. We'll take you. We'll take you.
Well, you already have a movie, so the European nation needs to know.
Yeah, we need another movie though. We've got no electricity. It's tough out there. It's tough out there. This is the nice thing, I suppose, when it comes to the smaller games, is that there is genuinely no animosity whatsoever. It is very, very relaxed. And yeah, there's a lot of camaraderie. Hopefully that won't change. And look, if the Boks lose, we might see a lot of very grumpy Springboks supporters. Are we bringing it back to Pretoria?
Absolutely.
You reckon?
Absolutely.
Bring it back.
Call it back.
Absolutely.
So you're going to bring it home?
Yeah, definitely.
The World Cup's coming back to South Africa for another 4 years.
My friend, he said yes.
Okay, there you go. You asked here, Cleese, Ches and Colvin. They've confirmed that the World Cup is coming back to South Africa. So you heard it here first. There we go. Guys, thank you so much. Enjoy the game.
Currie doing the lineup, and we all laugh at James, who in the red is down to the green bucket, and there he is. Look at him. There's the rain cover ready, and that's the way.
Hello everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BoyleSports, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BoyleSports. Come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up, get yourself an account, and make sure that you are winning big with BoyleSports.
Hello everybody, and welcome back to Forever Rugby on Forever Sport. And as you can see, it is Paris week. South Africa versus Ireland on Saturday. Welcome to week 2 of the tour, the first official sort of long week. We're in Bordeaux, we're now in Paris, we've got 4 days of build-up. The Springbok announcement is actually tonight, and come here, join us, subscribe to the channel, and let's go see Paris, shall we?
Fun morning. Coming out of the police station. Finally up, doggy there.
yesterday, so we're going to sort that out. And late change for plans. It's not being announced tonight, so unfortunately not 2 hours. But yeah, let's go to Paris.
Roads across the street. We're going to blow our entire holiday budget on like a quarter of a watch. I reckon if we sold all our camera equipment, we might be able to buy like a strap. This is my official audition to become a Nike athlete. By that, I'm just visiting the store. And this is why we are here. Get the full selection of our stuff. Pretty cool though. Come to basically 5-story Nike. This is where it gets dangerous. You see French jerseys. I'm seeing lots of different jerseys. I'm seeing a lot of Euros. Getting sorted for my next fishing trip. Look, arrived at home going to lock this in my khaki Air Jordan jacket. There you go, nice. See when you watch the rugby on a Saturday morning, and you're sorted. Alright. Let's go see the option film, shall we? This is now my Lecoq 14 edition today. Now it's all the rugby stuff. This is currently where I'm walking. As you can see, I'm actually just taking a stroll literally through the French countryside to go and report on the Boks Paris-based press conference. No public transport out here apart from a bus that doesn't go the right way. So having to give it a bit of a leg, I tried to ask a couple of French people for a lift. And both, two ladies and a guy, all three of them shook their heads and said no anglais and drove off. So clocking in some steps. It's a half an hour walk to the press conference. Yes, I do have the camera and tripod and mics on my back. So this is going to be lots of fun. I realised the train's coming in the wrong side. Hello and welcome back to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. It is day 6 of the Forever Sports Tour. And look where we are. It is a day off from media duties. There are no Springbok press conferences. There are no press conferences today. And as a result, we have decided to come to Disney to see what's going over here. Disneyland Paris, where we're at. Going to be a fun day, a bit of an interesting time. It's been a flurry of a few days. It's been non-stop pedal to the metal action since we arrived last week Friday. So you're going to take a bit of a day off, going to have a bit of fun, go and check out what's outside and go and see what magic Disney has to offer before we see the magic that Rassie Erasmus, Jacques Nielbo, Tia Khaleesi and the rest of the Springbok lineup will be bringing on Saturday when they take on Ireland at Stade de France. We are match day, -3, I think, just a few days left until the iconic clash on Friday, which is set to be the biggest match of the World Cup so far. Before then, let's go have some fun.
You're going to do both parts today. It's going to be a bit of a hectic one. So you're only at Paris once, so good.
This is my second time. It's in your head, it's actually the wrong ride. We're locked into something else. You don't have ears on here. Play my ears. You should get a phone back cap, right?
On this day 4 in Paris. It's a week since we left. We left last week Thursday in the evening, and it's Thursday afternoon. As you can see, pretty miserable weather. We are at the official fan village where we're going to try and get through to the official store. France are playing tonight, so this should be an absolute buzz later. Looks like a very cool setup. We're going to go have a check to see what we can get into and what we can't. But yeah, pretty miserable weather. Pretty nice location over here. I mean, it's a phenomenal place to have a band party. Plans to go from here, potentially go do a couple of sightseeing things. Ireland team announcement at 3 o'clock, so we're going to try and find a cool place, potentially do a show from there. Apart from that, we're just going to go see a bit more of Paris, because we just haven't really seen much at the moment. So yeah, welcome to another episode of the BoyleSports Backstage Tour. Look at the disrespect. 2019, East of South Africa, I'd like to see 2027 as well. And 2023 as well. 3 in a row, eh? Let's do some shopping. Where's on the GM one? Break, just look at the score. Score came at 10 o'clock again. Yeah. Bonjour and welcome back to the BoyleSports Tour. As you can see, it's a lovely day in Paris. We have just finished at the mega store. It was expensive, it was a bit of a hit. As you can see, I've come away with my beret. We got bucket hats, by the way, which was nice equip. And we're now walking through Paris, which is miserable.
Yeah, I mean, if there's only one way to describe this weather, that's shit. Yeah, I'll be a tour guide for my vast knowledge on Currie. On the right here, we have some marshmallows on a stick. Basically, like the typical sort of 9 o'clock dry snack, really. When you've got your 50 Cokes, come and grab a couple of those. Throw it over the fire on the dry on a Friday night. And it's that in colours as well. I've got no idea where we are. And there it is. How many thousands of kilometers, years, sea. It's pretty cool, I like that. I'll see it. It's kind of great stuff. Turns out our boy Charles is here. I'm going to go say hi to him, ask him what he reckons the English stars are, ask him why he appointed Bordeaux, and maybe see if Harry's up to grab. Good, Harry's the Springboks 40, he's no longer welcome in the UK. It's great if it wasn't being rained on. Like, I feel like I'm in Cape Town, except it's better than Cape Town. So Cape Town, take offense. I mean, wouldn't have a good Johannesburg. I think it's about 30 degrees, absolutely gorgeous. There's one thing I want to be able to bring on my travel. Good news. Found it. Also, in case anyone is in the entire Paris is under construction. Everywhere. Off Disneyland. Everywhere we go, it's just one big construction.
Steve, do you want to give us a history lesson on
86 1925. Fortunately, a little bit before my time. The fourth time that I've actually studied. I present to you the latest members of the Springboks bomb squad. This is the shorter side, basically about half the size of RPS Sneyman. But probably do a bit of a job in the second row. We have a plane next to us, so there looks like a cruise down there, something like that.
It's a bit better.
Yeah, the good news is the weather has taken into a quarter better. Ironically, it's all pretty miserable. It's not warm, but I'm no longer wet. Which is the main thing. Steve! Allez. This is what Steve is But the thing I'm doing this every single day, like wet shoes,
shoes are disaster.
Being cold. No. Very much like essay. It's great for people. Yeah. Then you're like, what? Right. Huge update on the tour, but the most important update. Rusty has joined the BoyleSports team on the ground here. Like you to introduce our official mascot. Might be the most expensive bear we've ever bought. I suppose it's definitely the most expensive bear I've ever bought. But this is Rusty. We're going to show him up with a little BoyleSports pin. He is the official tour mascot. And the plan is to take him to basically everywhere. To actually become Rusty's tour. Follow for more Rusty. I don't know where we are, John. I don't even think I want to let most of it off. Quasimodo is currently staying in the Airbnb.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, Bitdefender. Bitdefender is a global leader in cyber security. Bitdefender is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with Bitdefender, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on Bitdefender, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, Bitdefender, for joining the channel. I've been Reese here on Forever Sports. Thank you very much.
And welcome back to Forever Rugby here on Forever Sports. I am your host for today. I'm Reza the Rumbler. And of course, we've got the fantastic Springbok lineup for the semi-final against, of course, this amazing, this fantastic England side. I don't actually say that with much sarcasm because they are a good team. It's just been an unfortunate run of results. But the Springbok team is phenomenal. They put in a massive performance against France. And those same set of players have been rewarded with a place in the Springbok starting lineup for the semi. A lot of faith shown in them, a lot of hype sort of in the week about some possible changes coming in. Of course, Kobus Reinach was the major change that had come up beforehand going into the quarterfinals. And there was a lot of talk in the week that Caden Moody would possibly get a chance. But without further ado, let's go into this side. Of course, we've got Steven Kitsoff, Bongi Omanami, Frans Malherbe, an incredibly strong front row, one that has proven over and over again that they can do the job. They even seem to be able to mix and match quite well together between them and the rest of the front row replacements. So no real surprises there. Eben Etzebeth and Franco Mostert retain their starting positions, and they have been immense together, a combination that is well settled by now, and one that will do very, very well for sure. Sia Khaleesi, of course, is Captain Fantastic, Peter Steph Toy, and Dwayne Vermeulen. There was, again, some talk about possibly Dwayne Vermeulen possibly getting a break, maybe coming off the bench, and Jasper Wiese returning to the starting lineup. But they've retained their faith in Dwayne as the player to make the big calls in the big moments. And really, there's no real surprises there. I think that most of South Africa has incredible faith in what Dwayne is able to produce and his leadership ability. What is the major talking point, of course, for me, would look to be this Handré Pollard discussion that he was possibly going to come into that starting lineup again for Manie Libbok, and also for Kobus Reinach to come off again, and maybe Faf de Klerk to come back on and retain his position. We know that Faf-Pollard combination has worked well for a very long time, and so there was an argument to be made there. But faith has been retained in Kobus Reinach, which is, to me, the biggest surprise coming out of this team announcement. The experiment didn't necessarily pay off, I felt, going into that last game. But nevertheless, it wasn't a terrible performance from Kobus Reinach. And we know that he has explosive ability, and I'm sure that he will certainly reward the coaching staff for their faith in him. Manie Libbok has shown some improvements, again, in his kicking department, and he has retained his starting position. His ability to game break, his ability to lead that back line in creativity and in attack, in especially, has again been rewarded. Your two wings are Cheslin Colby and Kurtley Orense. Kurtley Orense, there was some discussion about him possibly making way for Caden Moody. Caden Moody, of course, with the additional height and maybe some physicality there against some rather tall and rather big boys in that England backline, a very physical backline. And so I think that Rassie had planted that seed, possibly to maybe just throw off the English a little bit. But Kurtley Orense is phenomenal. He's able to really facilitate some creativity in that backline. He's very good under the high ball, and his defense certainly doesn't leave anything wanting. So again, no real surprises there. Damien Delendi and Jesse Creel retain their spots in the starting lineup as well. Jesse Creel had a phenomenal game at outside centre in that quarterfinal. And to be honest, he's been fantastic throughout this tournament. It's been one of the most interesting developments to come out of this World Cup is that going into Jesse Creel seems to be on the receiving end of quite a lot of hate and quite a lot of queries over his ability to perform in that 13 role, from myself included. But he has shown everyone that he does deserve his spot there. He is able to be creative. He is able to do all aspects of the game well. And so, again, he has retained that spot. Damian Willemse, again, at fullback, he has been phenomenal throughout this tournament, and I expect him to do the job here again. On your bench, you've got Dion Fourie, Oxen Chair, Vincent Koch. As we went into that quarterfinal before, we obviously saw that Vincent Koch was also a bit of a surprise inclusion ahead of Trevor Ndukane, Trevor is really phenomenal in the scrums, and he has the ability to game break by winning you a lot of scrum penalties, and he is very physical. Vincent, while no mug in the scrummaging department himself, perhaps doesn't have that same sort of game breaking ability. But nonetheless, he is there, and we will see whether that comes back to haunt them. I don't think it will. I think that, again, these front rows for the Springboks are so good and so interchangeable that they can slot into the system and do the job that is required of them. Dion Fourie, of course, retains his spot as well. He has been phenomenal throughout this tournament. Really, really fantastic. And I expect him to not only win all of our set pieces, but to also bring a bit of mobility around the park and some ball stealing ability late into the game. Arceus Neyman, Kwagga Smith, and of course Faf de Klerk, or we'll get to Faf in a moment, but Arceus and Kwagga has been one of the players of the tournament for me. I think that if he was in the starting lineups and turning out the performances he had, he would certainly be in contention for that title. Faf de Klerk, of course, Handré Pollard, and of course Billy Leroux. Now, it's been quite amazing to see that they've reverted back to this 5-3 and have caught once again everyone by surprise. With the conditions forecasting a very wet game, there was some discussion about whether the Boks would revert to a 6-2 split, possibly ensuring that the forwards are there bullying up front when the game can't be as expansive in those terrible conditions. But they've backed the same split before, and they've done it again now. So I expect to see Faf de Klerk and Handré Pollard come in around that 55, sort of 60 mark, possibly this time around. I don't think they'll be on much earlier than that, and I don't think that it's a crutch for those starting boys. I think that they simply complement a late style or late gameplay where the game gets very tight, and Handré in particular is very good in those pressure situations. Billy Leroux also included. There's a little bit of a surprise for me. I'm not too sure what the thinking was behind that, but nonetheless, Billy has been phenomenal in the past with his try assists and his ability to break a game. So perhaps he has been brought in for exactly that, should it be required if the Springboks are for some reason playing catch up in those latter stages. So that is your Springbok starting lineup for the semi-final. It is incredible. We will soon be hosting a reaction video. If you see this before or after, please go check that as well. And thank you to our sponsors in Bitdefender and BoyleSports. We look forward to the semi-final. We look forward to our coverage of it. We hope that you will join us. Please do like and subscribe to the channel and on this video. And once again, we will see you again very, very soon. Cheers for now.
sure.
Morning.
Morning. Bonjour.
Ja, sal oorval hê vir
Is it earphones?
There you go. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our Springbok team announcement. By now, you should have all received the team. We let it drop at 9:15, I think. So we won't be announcing it, but if there are any questions, please feel free to raise your hand.
Morning, Jacques. Can I ask you, was there any temptation to tinker at any stage? Were you quite set in your mind from early on in the week that this was going to be the 23?
No, obviously, when we had the selection meeting as a coaching group and with our selectors, there was lots of discussions. But at the end of the day, we felt that there was everybody that played on Sunday had a proper performance. You know, as an individual and as a team, they played quite well together. So, looking at that, we decided to just go for continuity. And there was no injuries from a medical point of view. There was no injuries to anyone. So from a performance point of view, there wasn't any reason to change, and from a medical point of view, there wasn't any reason to change. So we decided to keep it the same.
Good morning, gentlemen. Skipper, can I ask you, Rassi Rasmus mentioned that you guys are well aware of what is coming your way this coming weekend. In fact, he used the word, there will be proper beef coming your way this weekend. Do you guys understand? Is that the way you understand it? And are you guys prepared for that beef that is coming your way?
Yeah, of course we know what happened last year and obviously the previous World Cup, and a lot of their players were there. They would obviously want to prove something, and they honestly the way they've improved, you know, compared to before the tournament, can see the intent and the aggressions and the work rate they have around the field. It's completely a different team, and that's why they're the only unbeaten team in the tournament, you know. So, but we know we're not silly, you know. It actually didn't matter who we're playing against this weekend. We know how big it is. Our motivation doesn't come from what the opponent brings. It comes within us and the support that we have from back home. So, yeah, they obviously will have their motives and everything, and we have our own. And ours is always constant. It's to play for one another and to play for the jersey that you're putting on, and then obviously for the people back home.
Jacques, sorry. It's a two-part question. The first part is, you've had some really physical games, Ireland and France. How will that impact on this game? Do you think it'll have impact? Are you comfortable with your team? And the second part, in what aspects will England challenge you that Ireland and France didn't challenge you? What aspects of the game?
Yeah, in terms of the physicality, like I've mentioned last week, the World Cup's actually, the duration of the World Cup is actually a long tournament. So that's why we went with the mentality of rotating. So if you think about it, the majority of the group that played in the quarterfinal played against Ireland. So, and if you talk about physicality, I think that Tonga game was probably one of the most physical games that our players told us they played in. So I think, so in terms of a physicality point of view, the one group got nicely exposed to it against Ireland, and then the following week, the other group or the other part of our squad got exposure to it in the Tonga game, and so physicality is like any conditioning component. You have to get used to it. You have to condition yourself for it. So I think from that point of view, it put us up nicely for the game against France. And obviously the French game was physical. But like I said, listen, there wasn't, we went out, you know, our policy in terms of training. If you can't train on Monday, you can't play. So everybody was good and ready and they could train. So there wasn't any medical issues. So from a physical point of view, we got a nice stimulus from a physical point of view against France. And we will that exposure, we'll need that experience going into England, because I think it will be the same like Sia mentioned now. If you look at their performances and their build-up during this competition, they improving every single game, they're getting better. And then where do I think they're going to challenge us? Yeah, like any team, I think, like I've mentioned last time with the French team, they've got they got a unique kicking game that they employ. The same with the English team. I think they're a team that's comfortable not playing with the ball. I think if you look at them, I think they're the team that kick the most, and they like to suffocate and strangle you, kick the ball in your half and wait for you to apply pressure there and wait for you to make a mistake. So we, from a tactical point of view, we know what's coming our way, and we must just make sure that we execute on the day.
Morning, Coach. Morning, Sia. Coach, from for you, the back row of England have been really impressive. Courtney Laws, Ben Earl, Tom Currie, bar one of them, it's going to be a different back three than the last time you played them. Maybe just a word on them, the plan for them.
No, I think they probably, Sia will probably know them better than I do, because he will go into the detail and know the detail of every single one of them. But I mean, they're quality back row that complement each other quite well, you know, and even when they got a red card against Argentina, the way that the other two have fulfilled and just absorbed his role, you know, was quite impressive. So yeah, they're a quality team. We obviously know them even through the Premiership games that they play in. A lot of our players play in the Premiership, so while following our players, we kind of see their performances as well. And but I think if you look at our back row, I mean, it's the same one that started in the World Cup final in 2019. I think they all on form, and they're also playing well, you know. So I think that's going to be a nice matchup from back row perspective.
Sia, good morning.
Morning.
Morning. A question for you about the rivalry between England and South Africa. I wonder if you could characterise how you see it personally, the rivalry between the two rugby nations. England have this kind of siege mentality at the moment that everyone hates them. I just wondered what your take is on England and where you get the stimulants when you play against them.
Yeah, I mean, I think the rivalry has been going on long before my time. And it's a big country, it's a big team, and it's always special to go and play against them at Twickenham or at home. But yeah, and I mean they play hard. You know, they play really hard. Especially the games we played against them. Even after the World Cup, we lost when we got there. You know, it's always tough to win against them, and we don't play them all the time. We don't play them, so it's rare that we get to play them. So it's obviously a big game, and people hating them, I don't know. I don't worry about what you know. That's got nothing to do with me. Everyone I play against, we wanna perform and show who we are as a team. So on the field, they're a great team. They've improved a lot, and the rivalry has gone long before us. So it's always good to play against them because it doesn't get to happen as often.
Jacques, if I could just ask you, how have England improved since the last time you encountered them in November last year?
I think, yeah, obviously they got a new coaching team, completely new coaching team, and yeah, I think Steve has embedded a game plan or game model that was different to the previous one under Eddie. And I think, like everything, it takes some time to get used to it and not to buy into it, but to get comfortable within it. And I just think the more time they spend together, they got just more comfortable in it. And I want to latch on to what Sia said about the hatred thing. I must say, with us having players there, so we obviously go and visit our players like Andre Estreisen at Harlequins, like Vincent Koch when he was still at Saracens. I must say, we've always been met with open arms. When we went to Sale to see the De Pre brothers and Fof and Luat when they were still there, I mean, there hasn't been one club that we've wanted to visit that showed us a way. They always open it up to us, so they are really, really good with us. So from a hatred point of view, definitely not from our side. The relationship and working relationship within the regulations and of Regulation 9, they really are open and honest. Obviously not giving any secrets away, but I mean they don't deny us access if we are within the regulations of World Rugby. So yeah, we certainly don't hate them.
Hi Jacques, Derek Foley from Ireland here. Could you just you've won a World Cup, you've won a World Cup without the URC, and now you're trying to win a World Cup with the URC. Could you just tell us what the difference between the Six Nations teams you've noticed and the Rugby Championship teams? What is the melding into Europe given you?
I think the big difference is obviously probably from a how can I put it? There's multiple factors, but the first one is obviously the weather. So in the Southern Hemisphere, I think the game has the tendency to be a little bit quicker because we always play our games, a majority of the times, in good fair weather, hard pitches, where when you play in the URC and you play over December, January, February, I mean, and you go and play at Connacht, or you go, I mean, it can be treacherous. So you have to adapt your style of rugby to get a result. Where I think in the Southern Hemisphere, you pretty much it's the odd game that you will have to adapt your style of play to fit in with the weather conditions. And then the other thing is from a coaching point of view, because you play a Welsh team and you play a Scottish team and you play an Irish team and you play a South African team and an Italian team, every country has its own unique style of play that you have to coach against. So you get exposure to a lot of different coaching styles and methods, and can I put it? Every team country has his own little soul, how they see rugby and how they play rugby. So you have to adapt to that. And then obviously refereeing, you have to adapt. This week you'll get a Scottish referee, the next week you'll get an English referee, the next week is a Welsh referee. So, and then I don't even talk about the playing surfaces. Then it's a 4G pitch, then it's grass. So I think that you have to be a lot more adaptive. In the Southern Hemisphere, probably altitude is the one thing, and the time zones, the travel that you have to adapt to, which is something in the Northern Hemisphere. I mean, if you at Munster and you play in Treviso, that's probably the longest journey you'll face, which is a couple of hours. It's literally in and out, where if you're in the Southern Hemisphere, it's 2-3 week tours that you have to get used to in different time zones. So I would say that's probably the difference in the two competitions.
Can I ask you, amongst the media, amongst your fans, I asked the same question to Rassie as well. There's an expectation that South Africa is the outright favourite heading into this match. In fact, some of the questions in this past week in the build-up to this team announcement was already about a possible match between New Zealand and South Africa. Is that the way you guys see it? Are you guys the favourites heading to this match?
No, obviously we don't. We don't see it that way because we know how good England is, and we know how good England is in the World Cups. You can see the previous World Cups, how they've played. And the team, as Jacques said, how they've changed, how hard they work. It will be silly, I think, to be thinking like that. And we've never been like that. It doesn't matter who we're playing. That's the most important game. We need to get through this game to give ourselves an opportunity to get to that, because I've seen in the World Cup, you've seen teams who are not even in the top 10 beating teams in the top 10, so we'll be silly to think like that. We're not in that mind. We know exactly what they're going to bring and the motivation they have behind them.
Good morning, Sia. Good morning, Jacques. I mean, 2 quick questions for you, Jacques. Just back to team selection. What was the temptation to maybe just make a few changes here and there, considering that the fact that you said you have a fit team, and also when you look at England's semi-final record, they've won 3 and lost 1, which is quite impeccable from their side. You're not a person who likes to delve into history, but what do you also make of that?
I think I'll probably latch on to what Sia said now in the previous question, where do we? I think probably it was, would we underestimate them and already start thinking about the final? And I think if you do that, I think England went into the previous World Cup semi-final against New Zealand probably being the underdogs as well. So I think, that, like Sia said, to stay in the moment, stay in the reality. The reality is we're facing England and a good England side. So, so we were, and we don't look at history, but I mean, we know that when we were probably, I don't know where we were ranked in 2019, and like Sia said now, any team can beat any team on the day. It's knockout rugby. I mean, this game isn't bigger than the quarterfinal against France, and it's not going to be bigger than the World Cup final. I mean, if you lose this game, you are out. So it's everything to gain. You play for everything to gain, if I can put it like that. So, and then your second part, actually your first question was how to change. Like I said, yes, I think the gap, if we rotated and maybe started with Jasper or with Andre Esterhuizen, that has, if you think Jasper was player of the Premiership, I don't know if it was last year or the year before that, Andre Esterhuizen as well. So obviously they play against the English players a lot, and they were the top performance in the English league. So obviously you look at things like that. And that's why I think the gap is very small, and Andre and them know it. We're open and honest with him like that. Dukes and the guys who got selected, somebody asked me the other day, are the guys who's not being selected unlucky? No, are they not unlucky? The guys that got selected is not lucky. They got selected because they deserve it. And but I can tell you, there won't be a big difference if Andre or a Jasper or Faf starts, or Lucanio is at 13. There wouldn't have been a big difference, and I don't think a lot of people will raise eyebrows if they were selected. And that's probably the positive of where we are in our squad as a group. There's 33 players that will be good enough, that have enough match exposure during this last 10, 11 test matches that we played, that they will be match fit, and they are all performing.
Jacques, another question on selection, if I can. Last week, when you announced the team to play France, it seemed, and you discussed it as if it was a horses for courses team, like a team you picked for that game. So you picked the same team today. Does that mean you think that England are similar to France, or is it more that you're settling on a team and a format that suits you best?
I think probably a little bit of both. I think if you go back from the start of 2022, when we started building the squad for the World Cup, we almost rotated every single week, and I think that's very tough on the squad. I mean, we all know that if you have continued selection, your chances of performance are better because they build relationships and bond between each other. So to have a victory against Wales the 1 week, and then in the second test match against Wales making 18 changes, obviously there's going to be hiccups. There's going to be it's not going to be as fluent as if you pick the same team, which is tough on the squad. And the players had to work through that. They had to mentally work through that, So I think, and that's probably the resilience that got built within the squad through team selection by not selecting the same team over and over. So we build, how can I say, squad depth and give exposure to a lot of players, and that's probably why we sit in the position now where Andre Esterhuizen is on form, Damien de Allende is on form. So I would say we've been doing that since the start of 2022 with a reason, but we all know continuity is probably there's a lot of factors to success, but continuity in team selection builds momentum, it builds confidence within the group. So yeah, I think it's a little bit of both.
Jack, down here, sorry. Hi.
So on Tuesday, Razzie unveiled what he thought England's starting 15 might be. He couldn't pick the fullback. He had Freddie Stewart or Marcus Smith. The suggestions are now that Freddie Stewart is going to start there for England. What does that change for you guys, and how does that change your approach to the game, knowing that they're two very different threats at fullback, and what does it change?
I'm probably not going to go too much into tactical stuff, but yes, obviously, I think the one is a very creative player. I mean, Marcus, what a nice guy. When we went to Harlequins, yes, sometimes how you perceive a player, watching him play, you almost perceive arrogance, but and then when you meet the guy, he's a nice, humble guy, always open and keen for a chat, but obviously he oozes creativity. Not to say Freddie doesn't, I mean, but he just have a little bit of a different skill set, and I think Freddie, obviously everybody knows he's incredibly good in the air, hard, strong runner, good defender. So tactically, not to say Marcus isn't, but tactically they're different. So yeah, we prepared for both scenarios, yeah, of the two. We weren't sure between the two of them because I think Marcus had some sterling performances when he played 15, and he'll probably give something different to the English side, where Freddie will give something different to the English, but positive in both ways. But they'll definitely, I think, will probably play a little bit different depending on who the fullback is.
Hello, Jacques. Hello, Sia. Sia, this one is for you. It's a question about Eben. Last Sunday against France, he was everywhere on the pitch. How would you rate his performance on that night, given that all he's been going through this year with a shoulder injury, with the loss of his father as well? It seems it's been a difficult year for him. And just as a follow-up, still on Eben, with more than 100 caps, how important is he in the leadership group now of the Springboks?
Yeah, Ebi was special last week. I think he always gives his 100% for the team before at trainings, how he sees the game, his input amongst the group, and yeah, and I think obviously when he got that yellow card as well, I know him, he would want to pay back, to the team. So he was huge last week, and obviously a lot of players played well, but yeah, he was really amazing. And yeah, it's been a year for him. There's been a lot of ups and downs, but he's strong. He's a strong guy. I've known him since I think we were 17 years old when we started playing each other. I actually he's one of the reasons why I went to the DHL Stormers, and we've gotten so close. Yeah, I've gained so much more respect for him, how well he's playing and how hard he's going, and what this team means to him, with everything that he's been through. There's been a lot of bumps along the way, but he's taken them, with confidence. And I think his wife has really helped him in that as well, obviously his family. But I'm honestly proud of the person that he is and how strong he is. And what it means to the group, he's the enforcer. He's the guy that makes sure the discipline is good amongst the team, and he's always there, for anyone who needs help. This team means so much to him. That's why I think he'll fight through anything to be able to put that green and gold jersey. And I think that goes for the rest of the team. But him being the most experienced guy in the team, to see him fight through injuries and get back and to play the team, it just gives all of us, it inspires all of us, and it gets us going, and that really embodies what a Springbok player should be. So honestly, proud of him, and yeah, I'm looking forward to see him playing again this weekend.
Hi, Jacques over here.
Yep.
Daniel. Hi. Just in terms of the team selection again, the same team, you talked about continuity. Is this what you imagined your team for a World Cup semi-final would look like a year ago? Have you got the 15-23 that you envisaged a while ago?
I think before I answer that, on your question, I think I was thinking now in Afrikaans, talking in English. But to sum up your question about Stewart and Marcus Smith, in a nutshell, I think I waffled a bit. In a nutshell, world-class players with different skill sets. That will probably influence the way England plays. Sorry, I was thinking that's a shorter answer. In terms of did we think our team will look like this in a semi-final? Like we're 4 years older, we're not 100% sure. You know, that's the thing that you get with a little bit of an older team. You gain experience, but you also sometimes lose continuity through injury because they are a little bit older. Their bodies have had a couple of knocks more. So we weren't 100% sure. I think if you asked us in the start of 2022 what our 33 would look like, I think we were pretty much, I would say 23, let's make a percentage, 66 to 70%. We were pretty sure on who we would go with. But then it was, the one consistent was, and the players knew that, you have to perform well. Your roadmaps must show that you are working and you're getting better at your fundamentals. That was the consistent. But who will keep on doing that and how injuries will have an influence, we weren't sure. But I think we were probably looking at about 51 players, and it was open for all 51. But I think in our minds, if everybody performed, didn't become entitled, kept on working hard, we were probably sure on about, I would say, 2/3 of the squad. If they didn't get entitled, if they kept on working hard, if they kept on buying into what we were trying to do, if they kept on sacrificing, we knew the character and we thought that they would probably be there.
This is a question to Captain. In 4 years ago, you probably mentioned that when the team is getting, a stronger win in the game, and then team united as one team, and that influenced the positivity to the country. Do you still have the same thoughts?
Yeah, definitely. I don't think that will ever change. I don't think that will ever change. Who we play for, who we represent, and I wish you could see all the support back at home and how the country. This is all what people talk about most of the time, with everything else happening. When the people at schools, kids at schools are sending us clips of them singing different songs because they know some of us like singing. People at work on Fridays, they wear their green jerseys, and the beautiful thing to see is people that can't afford the jerseys, they wear anything that's green or anything that represents the Springboks. And we see that, and that will continuously, be our motivation. And we know what the team has meant in the past, for not just in sport, but for our country in general. And we use that. We use that to inspire us and to keep us going. And it's always. It's more purposeful when you don't do something for yourself only, when you're adding other people that you don't even know, never even met. When you start playing for others and start doing things for other people, it's not easy to give up. It's much harder when you think of how many people would give anything to be where we are. And, majority of the people in our country are unemployed. Some don't have homes, and for me, not saying we're going to win every game, but giving up and not giving everything will be cheating. Not just myself and the team, but the rest of the people at home. And the harder we play and the more we do well, the more we are able to open opportunities for others. So that also drives us. And I believe we're a purpose-driven team. We're not a trophy-driven team. Of course, the trophies help you to get more people want to work with you, but the country itself, and sometimes you can look at your struggles or what you are going through and feel sorry for yourself, but we don't. We use that pain and those struggles and we put them on our shoulders and we carry them with us to drive us through the battles. And they honestly do help us. Everything that we go through, once you use it for the positive, see how you can use it. It helps us to keep on going when it's tough.
Jacques, yeah, again.
Jacques, just very quickly back down here. Peter Steph Dutoy and Bongi Mbanambi both left on Saturday with head injuries. Can I just check how their recovery went this week? Obviously, they're both named in the starting 15. Did their recovery go okay past their subsequent HIAs?
Yeah, I think they passed the HIAs straight after. They passed the HIAs in the test. Yeah. So the process is, so they do a HIA, and then if you pass it, it's done.
I think Peter, even when he passed it and he went back,
Yeah,
he
went
finished
back
the
on.
game. So
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just that obviously Marcus Smith passed an HIA on Sunday for England as well, but then has, I thought, if you go off for an HIA, then you have subsequent 2 and 3 in the week. And I just was asking if that recovery for those two players went as you wanted.
Yeah, no, listen, so they go through the protocols. Obviously, you have to go through the protocols, and then, like I mentioned, when we go to team selection, listen, we always start, Doc, is there any medical issues? And there were none.
Sorry, Jacques, Janja again. Just for some clarity, you used the word entitled in a previous answer. And I'm not expecting you to name players, but are there players that are not here because they became entitled in the last year?
I think entitledness is something, we all become entitled at some stage. Myself, it's just how long do you stay entitled? That's the question. But I mean, whenever I'll take me as an example. So sometimes you do things and that's why I'm not on social media and stuff, and you start believing what people are saying about you. You want to believe the good things, and then you become entitled in your mind. You don't even, you're not different, but you just start believing what people say you are. And I'm using me as an example now. And the thing is, you must always stay in the reality, you know. And so I think everybody sitting here at some stage in your life you became entitled. But the question is, how long do you stay there? Because the moment you become entitled, you expect things. You don't work for it. You expect it because it must come your way, because you are. Do you know who I am? If you walk into a restaurant, are there a table for me? No, sorry, we're full. Do you know who I am? That kind of vibe. And it's just a question, how long do you stay entitled? I think everybody goes through cycles where you sometimes become entitled, and it's just don't stay there too long.
Good morning, gentlemen. You've both been here before, and the special pressures of a semi-final week. How do you make sure that those mental pressures don't bend you into areas that you don't want to go? How do you stay grounded in the middle of all this in a week like this?
There's a lot of there's so much work to do that you don't. I think, for me, personally, I think for us as a group, we've got a process that we follow, and it doesn't change just because it's a semi-final, you know. So we have those processes. Our days are the same as they were before, unless like a week like this is a short week, you know, we have to prepare in 2 days. So we follow those processes in the system, and also you have coaching staff and players around you that are with you, that have been in this journey before, that are always there to support you. And I think the best thing for us is that the coaching staff like we can have our families with us. So after a tough day, you know, sometimes it doesn't go your way on the day training, you've had a tough day. When you get back to the room, your kids running at you, they don't care. That really helps us. And the environment, when you come back from training, there's like 15 kids at the hotel, you know, and it's just that home feeling. That's what we were lucky to be able to create that environment amongst our group. I think as soon as you finish training, you can switch off because you've got you must become a dad, you know, at that time, a husband, and you must be there for become an uncle to other people's kids. I think that really does help us a lot, because that's how we are at home. You know, when you're not playing in the Springbok team, when you're playing for a club, you go back to your family and they get to go through the highs and the lows with you.
Thank you, Jacques. Thank you, Sia. We will now bring in the players, ladies and gents.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to Forever Rugby here on Forever Sports. My name is Reza. I am kindly joined today by my good friend Ruz. Welcome Ruz, and how are you doing today?
Awesome, my brother. It's a little bit more relieving knowing that the Springboks are going with a bit of continuity. The semi-finals is coming up, so compared to last week, the nervous anticipation and excitement, I guess we've eradicated the anxiety. It's just excitement for this week. Obviously not undermining England, but that France game was the banana peel we really needed to get over, yeah?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And of course, if you haven't already heard the news, we come out today with a continued side from that France quarterfinal, completely unchanged. Those players have been rewarded with another game in the playoffs. And of course, we already see some comments here on the channel. We thank you very much for joining us today. If you have some thoughts on what you're seeing out of this team, whether you think it's a good choice, whether there are any changes that you would have liked to have seen, please do drop them in the comments and let's have a little bit of a discussion about it. We will be joined a little later by a couple more of our panelists and we can have a fantastic time here today. I see, of course, we see everyone is unchanged. Ricky Lowe, yes, indeed they are. Brandon van der Merwe says, saw it, now I'm surprised. Brendan van der Merwe, please let us know why are you surprised? And George Crayland says, I think it's the first time ever Rassie and Jacques named an unchanged 23. That is possibly very true. I can't remember the last time, Roots, that we saw a completely unchanged 23 from top to bottom.
Yeah, I think, as I mentioned, there's a sense of calmness on my side with the unchanged team. I just think coming towards the real crunch time of the knockouts, Rassie and them have been building up a squad of players throughout the 33 that chosen for the World Cup to get involved and contribute. But remember, off the field, those who are not involved are just as important. I take into consideration the guys, the non-playing 23 against France were actually sort of ordered to be the French, and they were being attacked and harassed by the South Africans in training. So everyone has a contribution, but in as far as an unchanged team, I think it's the right call. You don't want to unsettle that rhythm, and coming out of that game, which was absolutely sensational, to overcome all the hostilities, the French bombarding us, it is definitely a relief to have this team unchanged, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. You say relief, but I suppose one of the biggest talking points for me and the guys in the comments as well, please do let me know, but I think that game was so hard against the French. It was physically demanding to the extent, and I know, of course, we reward these players for their ability in that game and to get over the line, but is there perhaps also not some concern that there might be some fatigue over that semi-final? I mean, many of these boys we'd like to see in a final. Is it a question of, look, let's just get into the final and we can worry about it? Or perhaps there's some room for some game management? As I add, Dan, hi Dan, thank you for joining us. How are you doing?
Yeah, very, very good. Sorry, this is a common thread. I just need to give myself some time to look at the lineup before, making just.
You don't worry. I've just asked Roots in a nutshell whether or not he feels that there's perhaps some room for some rotation in this box squad, which is completely unchanged, given the hard game that they've just come out of. So, Roots, I'll let you answer that for us.
I think for the most part, what we potentially could see is the likes of a Dwayne Vermeulen coming off and Kwagga Smith getting introduced. In terms of the player attrition rate, we've been blessed in that, yes, the players, I mean, you take a look at Etzebeth, Jesse Creel after the French game. They were battered and bruised, but in terms of their ability to recover, and also I think if you take into consideration the stats of the amount of time the South Africans have played as opposed to the other teams, we've been managed pretty well. So I think that all comes together with Rassie and Jacques and the rest of the coaching and management team to have managed the players enough that they'll still have some gas in the tank for the semi-final. So this is not just the ad hoc, let's keep the rhythm. This is part of the plan all along, in my opinion.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll have to see. And on that note, guys, I'd just like to point out that tonight we have a very, very special fan forum. If you haven't already joined us for one before, it is a full discussion panel on everything rugby, a review of the last weekend's game, a preview of this weekend's game. And tonight we are very blessed to be joined by a guest in Pamela Watts, who is the head of medical at the Lions. She will be taking a bunch of our queries, she'll be engaging with the chat, and she will just be having some fun with us, just a little bit of rugby talk. So if you have questions, especially along these lines, where questions about rotation policy, how they manage these injuries that have happened to all these players, this is your time to come and join us tonight. The show starts at 7 o'clock, and pose these questions to her because she is, of course, the expert in that field. Dan, I'll hand you your first question here. I see a comment here from Frank van der Merwe says, still no Trevor and Yekane. Kitsoff has been a massive disappointment for me. Conceded too many penalties against France. And then, of course, I feel you could put Esterhazen in ahead of Damien and you don't lose anything. Let's focus on that first part, that front row. Frank obviously has some issues there with Stephen Kitsoff, and also no Trevor and Yekane, which for me, that Trevor and Yekane call is probably the bigger call. Vincent Koch retains his place on the bench. What's your thoughts on that?
I think what we saw from the Spicy Plum Kitsoff last week was pretty uncharacteristic. I can't remember a game where he conceded so many penalties. I felt like his scrum was okay. It wasn't, to the best of his abilities, but I don't think his scrum has been, let's say, at its heights, the whole World Cup, but it was more the stuff in and around the park that he was getting blown up for, and he was really almost trying to make up for, one went wrong, and then he was trying to make up for it, and lots of real silly mistakes. And, one of the big calls that a lot of the French players were, or fans were frustrated with was that, knock on, and they felt it could have been a penalty and even a potential yellow card. And again, very uncharacteristic. I can't think of another time where he did that. I think, again, the Springboks they value this experience. There's a reason why, even despite Andre Esterhazen maybe being in the form of his life, Deolindy's still playing. And also, just to touch on the Deolindy part, I think Deolindy's also playing incredibly well. He's been also insane this World Cup. He's had a really good World Cup. Like both France and Ireland, the two biggest games, he has been an outstanding performer. I think it's really tough for Trevor. More of a surprise because we've never really seen that rotation. And Trevor's been one of those who have always come in clutch for us. Just thinking back to the British and Irish Lions series, and he's been really consistent. So it'll be, I think, still tough for him to take. But I mean, they really have shown there's no rotation, and they're going with what they felt their winning formula was potentially in their heads for what was the most difficult game.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I'm just trying to correct the little error there. It was the team versus. My apologies. I do have the incorrect heading there. Apologies for that. It does say Springboks versus France. Of course, it is Springboks versus England. I will have that corrected for you in a moment. But if you are here on the channel, apologize for that. When you're rushing out and you've just got the announcement, sometimes errors happen. But I guess it lends itself well to the fact that this is the exact same side that face France. Regardless of that fact, I do apologize for that.
Let's pretend we're playing France.
Yeah, exactly. Come out with that exact same energy. So we, of course, I see Albert van Lingen here, Roots, says that I would have gone 6-2 and rest Dwayne or Sia or even Evan. I see the argument for a 6-2. I certainly see that. I think that in what is predicted to be very wet conditions, that game of attrition up front is probably going to be very important. And we've seen that that kind of ball in hand style of play amongst those forwards often frees up a little bit of room for those backline players. So when they're fresh up forward and they're really bullying those guys, they seem to suck in a lot of that opposition and allow us to really spread out wide. But Roots, one, Do you agree that perhaps a 6-2 might have been the way to go here? And then obviously a very big question coming in. Do you rest Dwayne, Sear, or even Eben?
So to answer your first question, I think they might have obviously toyed around with the idea. Keep in mind, they would have planned for the potential of playing England in the semi-final. So only they would exactly know that. But as far as the 6-2, I would not have rested Sia or Eben. I think they are absolutely crucial to our cause at the moment from a leadership point of view and in terms of their playing ability. The only thing perhaps we could have maybe seen is the likes of a Jasper Visa on the bench as well to perhaps replace Dwayne. But I think for the experience part, this is definitely one of the more experienced teams that we could put out, and experience is going to get us over the line. I just think in terms of Pollard coming back was the big contributing factor to perhaps the 6-2 split breaking up. So they desperately don't want to do without Lebok, because I think our game plan in the first half, obviously France never quite allowed us to, but Lebok has a certain style, and then obviously Pollard and Faf coming off the bench with Willie at the back. I think Willie also plays well with Pollard, so it's also combinations. So the 6-2 might have worked, but in terms of continuity, I think they've done the precise thing with the 5-3 split.
Sorry, I was currently muted there. Dan, another question here coming from Frank van der Merwe, and touching on the point that I'd asked about earlier, is the biggest concern is fatigue. He's not worried about England. He is worried about the final. And the freshest of guys are Kitshoff, Etzebeth, Kriel, Dielendi, Mostert, Khaleesi, Peter Steff, Paul Herber. And it's quite a hard comparison to draw, but one I'll draw anyway. Of course, we saw in 2019 England play New Zealand in that semi-final and possibly have played the game of their lives coming into us. And not to say that the Springboks would have made a difference to the final result, but in and amongst all the issues that English team had in that final, fatigue looked like certainly one of the ones that played a factor. We may have the same situation here, having played one of the hardest games we've ever had against that France team. Is there a case to have rested any of the guys that I mentioned here? It is similar to the question that I posed to Roots. I personally probably would have liked to have seen maybe Jasper get at least possibly a start ahead of Dwayne, at least maybe a 40-minute run out. You never know what happens to these guys in this game, and to have them unavailable for a final possibly, and then to have some of the guys who have not been included, like your Jasper, like your Esterhazen, for instance, and then having to shove them into a final possibly because of injuries. That's where my mindset's going, and possibly my only concern with the starting lineup.
Yeah, I think it's tough. We must remember that a lot of these guys were rested for our final game, which is versus Tonga, and then we had a week, right, to breathe after that. So there was a big amount of time there that some of these guys are 2 weeks off, not all of them, but some of them do before this, and obviously that those 2 weeks don't necessarily they still are heavily impacted. This week is still very tight, right? Coming off a game like that French game is incredibly tough. I think it's a good likening to that English one, and just to continue going at it over and over again is not easy. But at the end of the day, I think that's knockout rugby. I think there are some people that potentially could have been like rotation that wouldn't have seen a drop off in our quality, and as long as that's the case, then people would have been fine with it. Also, I think people must also remember it's still a semi-final. This is no means a rite of passage into the final. We still need a win, but there could have been maybe some changes, like giving Trevor a run out to see if maybe Kitshoff's performance was a result of fatigue. Maybe give as you say Jasper Visa a run out, because he's also been, you know, at one point this World Cup, he was the starting 8. We barely used Villy in the last game, and when he came on, he unfortunately wasn't great. So maybe, you know, going with that 6-2 in the wet conditions. But the book camp know their fatigue levels. Will be obviously chatting a lot about this later on our fan forum. And I think these will all be answered a lot more professionally than us three. But, you know, the book camp knows what their players are capable of, and they would have addressed individual performances and understood if something was down to fatigue, that there probably something needed to be changed. Because I doubt that this team isn't now the starting lineup for the final if we get there.
Yeah, I suppose so. And yeah, it is tough because we've seen the exact same team out of here, so we're expecting almost the exact same strategy as well, hey guys. I mean, it's a bit of a tough one to read into, and one that we're not we're really not used to. This, of course, it seems that Rassie and Jacques always seem to have a different game plan, or at least a different personnel in mind for each game. I mean, so going into this week, we saw, of course, that Caden Moodie was included in press conferences and so on, and on media duty, and answering questions such as, "Are you ready for the semi-final?" And him going, "Yeah, very ready, very keen for it," all that kind of thing. I suppose that is really the extent of the mind games that have happened, either build up to the semi-final, perhaps, with Caden Moodie being maybe the outstanding missing puzzle piece, so to speak. You could have come in ready for Jesse, to give Jesse a bit of a break, who has been not really rested, to be very honest, much. And he's been end-to-end quite a while now. And then, of course, Currie Arendse, the kind of questions that we posed to him was that, well, you know, Currie is a bit shorter, that we've heard this all before, perhaps Currie isn't as good under the high ball, all this kind of nonsense, and we've seen that Caden Moodie does that very well. But my answer to that, as it was last time, is that Currie is phenomenal under the high ball, no matter what his height is. Him and Colby just do really well. But do you think there was mind games by the Springbok camp to send Caden Moodie out on media duty, and maybe sow that seed of doubt into that England lineup?
I think with Rassie, the interesting part is always innovative, creative in what he's doing. So I want to say yes. I took a look at the press conference where he was actually naming his proposed England team 23 for the match. So that's something you don't see every day, but it's definitely little percentages that would get into the back of the mind of England. For the most part, us naming our unchanged team, I don't think it was as a result of what England were going to put out. I think we always knew what our plan is, and that's the main thing. So we respect England. You can see with the lineup that we've picked unchanged, that we respect them, but we're going to focus on what we're doing. And then just coming to the Caden Moodie one, I think there was a big temptation to play him in this game. But at the same time, there'd be so many nuances. Would you play him then at 13? You would then pair up with Delende for the first time. If not, then you would have changed maybe Esterhuizen with Moodie, which is maybe a new combination. If you put him on the wing, do you bring in a Lucanio at 13 to give Jesse a rest? So I'm sure all those conversations were had. But I just think in terms of the playing minutes and the form that Jesse Creel is in, it was hard to deny him the opportunity to have a real go. And then just looking ahead, I'm sure there might be one or two changes on the basis that we beat England for the final, but it's pretty much settled in the coaching staff's mind that this team will lift the trophy for the fourth time.
100%. Okay, so I'd like to get on to what is an incredibly controversial topic, and always is the subject of our discussions, unfortunately, but one that we have to talk about. And if you are in the comments, I do apologize. I am trying to get to as many of your comments as possible and get the guys' opinions on them. But please, if you could, let's have a focus quickly on the Manie Pollard discussion. of course, which for me is a massive one. There was a lot of talk that now that Pollard has got a bit of minutes under his belt, that he would possibly be taking over the throne, so to speak. Us at Forever Sports and many of us never thought that that was going to happen, and our opinion was actually that it shouldn't happen. Then that this dynamic where Andre plays the supporting role is the correct one. Dan, are we still of that view? Are we still in agreement that Manie has certainly earned his way to his position? In fact, I thought he looked phenomenal against France. Really, really good, and I think he's improving off the boot. Slightly, although we didn't get to see as much of it last time. But yeah, is it the right call?
100%. Like we said weeks ago in fan forums that the play was going to be Manie start, but once Pollard was fit enough, he was never going to be out of the 23. But what we wanted, we said Manie start, Pollard come on at more the 60 mark. The surprise was when he came on at the 45 mark and he was given a lot more game time. But I mean, you only need to look at the 3 points that he knocked over to, from 52 meters. I can't think of when last the Springboks hit a plus 50 meter, 3-pointer without him. And that's an incredible, just thing to have in your arsenal. If a team gives away a penalty this far away from the try line, we're still going to punish you. And we could have been saying he was the hero that won us the game if it weren't for Faf passing the ball into the French player who didn't need the ball passed into. There was a drop goal opportunity, and that would have really sealed the deal for us. In which case, everyone would have been, ultra Andre Pollard. But the try scored because of Manie's kicking and putting up that high ball, obviously a strategy and just to cause chaos with Peter Steff chasing it as well. It's working. He's getting the ball. It's, as you said, I think it was disrupted. He wasn't maybe getting it wide out of hand as much. But I think that was also partial to our game plan against the French. But he's looking as confident as ever. Play him until 45, 50 minutes, bring on Andre, close the game out, kick some crucial kicks. It's just, I feel like it's a perfect match made in heaven.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
You couldn't have asked for both players to come into such good form at the right time. Like, we needed a Manie to fill in a number 10 boots. We couldn't win a World Cup without a 10 playing well. And Manie's done that. He's played well. Yes, he's missed some kicks, but now 100 come at the perfect time where, we needed that 50-meter kick to beat the French. And that's so they're dovetailing incredibly well.
Yeah. And Ruud, something that I will say is that the one thing out of these two, and we saw in the week that Andre Pollard was asked a lot of questions about Manie Libbok, and he was so complimentary about him and his ability. And you could see that the faith, it's not put on, it's not for show. This man, who has been the Springbok incumbent flower for such a long time already, truly believes that Manie is the man to take them over the line. He's not competing against Manie. He is fully there to support him, and he showed a lot of faith in him. But I think what I find about the Springbok team so phenomenal is their ability to get behind each other, no matter what their position is in this team. Another example is, of course, Kwaka Smith, who just can never break into a starting lineup, but seems to revel in that ability to come off the bench, even in tight situations, and really close the game out. And you can see on their faces they play as one, they play as a team, they play as a unit. On and off the pitch, they seem to be one. Isn't it phenomenal to see that when we've seen so much contention and even divisiveness amongst other teams, England in particular, if you haven't already seen some of the news coming out that the camp's not so happy. Isn't it great to see them getting behind one another?
Yeah, definitely. I think for England, they most certainly not in a place where we are, because the Springbok management team have harnessed or managed to nurture a real team environment that everybody understands their role, even if they're not in the playing 15, 23, that they're still part of the team no matter what, no less significant. Obviously, there are players that will be playing much more often. But the likes of Manie Libbok, if we take into consideration we've all had our critique of him in terms of his goal kicking. But I think in terms of his overall play, they talk about statistics, battle statistics. I know Kwagga Smith would come into mention there, being the highest Springbok player who's making the most impact on the field while he's there. But for Mani, we've only actually lost, as if I can remember, we've only lost one test. So it's 8 out of 9 that we've won with Mani Lebok at 10. So that must stand for something. I think the Springbok management and the players all involved know their role. So as I mentioned, England might not allow us to implement our game plans when we want, as per se, as efficiently, but there is a definite game plan around Mani, and then also a game plan around Pollard, and those two tie in seamlessly, and they're not opposing each other. Whereas England, I think there's a lot of perhaps maybe a bit of ego involved as to who wants to start. There was earlier in the World Cup, there was a scrap up between Arundel and Farrell, as I understand. And that sort of thing is not happening in the Springbok squad. We're just nurturing positivity, and that shows on the field.
100%. I'd like to go back to this comment here, Dan. It says, Safri Kiwi says, if it's playing, I play Pollard at 10. If dry, I play Mani. And I had this conversation with someone actually a few minutes before the squad was announced, privately, but I actually don't really agree with that. I'm not really sure where this whole thing has come in, that for some reason Pollard plays better in the rain. Mani, a Western Cape boy who still plays in the Western Cape and has now elevated his game by also having taken to URC and playing in the Northern Hemisphere, and also that kind of wet environment. So the two are perhaps slightly different. And Pollard, who played his time in Pretoria and then is now in the Northern Hemisphere, and so he also has some experience there. But if you're going on purely the amount of time someone spent in horrendous conditions like that, surely Mani has to be the out-and-out leader in that department.
Yeah, I think definitely. I was also just thinking back, like having been a Western Cape boy, and then, since playing in the Stormers, it rains a hell of a lot during winter, and where a lot of the rugby is played. Pollard's obviously got the credentials of playing overseas, and probably does rain more here, but I don't think you change an entire team's game plan off of something that's not proven. Like, I don't think Mani's proven to play worse in the rain, and I don't think Pollard is proven to play much better. There might be one or two factors, but it's not really a topic of conversation that I think needs addressing and needs to have a big, you make a change like that, and now you're making a statement to the world, and now everyone's speaking about it, and now you're putting actually more pressure on both of them to perform in a different role to what they were speaking on. And even if word gets out about it being because of the rain and stuff like that, I think you're preparing for a scenario that isn't significant enough for it to, I think, make too much of a difference, particularly because we seem to be playing 55% Mani, 45% Polly for the entire game. So regardless, you're going to, have to face up to it at some point. And it seems like it's going to be pretty equal regardless.
Yeah, absolutely. So to move away again from that conversation, I think we've covered that combination quite well. Roots, I'd like to head back to the forwards, which is obviously your speciality, the big boy that you are. We've got Stephen Kitzel, Bongi Manami, and Francois Herber. Now, I'd like to go back to this Vincent Koch argument, because we've done it before against England, where we've had a very dominant set piece, particularly in scrums, and we know that if a team starts falling apart at scrum time, it's very hard for them to get back into the game at all. I'm surprised, to be honest, they haven't gone with their strongest scrummaging pair off the bench, I should say, rather, because it would certainly be Trevor over Vincent if you're going purely on the scrummaging ability. And the scrummagers in this English side are no mugs by any means. Of course, we've got Carl Sinclair, Joe Marler, Dan Cole, Ellis Genge. These are all guys who can certainly hold their own. We're not going to steamroll them unless we really put forward our very strongest. Would you have liked to see Trevor maybe even get a start, or even a place on the bench?
Yeah, so for me, again, Trevor Nyakane is invaluable because of his ability to play on both sides of the scrum. He didn't get an opportunity in the last game, and he's never let the Springboks down, to be honest with you. I think perhaps just with this one, it's a case of combinations, and they feel, again, whether it's percentage stats or like I mentioned, battle stats, they're looking at all sorts of things. Jacques Minab is a very meticulous bloke when it comes to that sort of thing. And perhaps the oxen chair, Vincent Koch, coming off the bench as a combination then with a Dion Fourie works a little bit better than Trevor. I think maybe if you had, obviously Malcolm Marx is injured out of the tournament. If you had a Bongi and Banambi on the bench on the basis that Marx was starting, then that combination of the front row might have been influenced in favor of Trevor. But I think for the most part, Vincent Koch and Trevor Nyakane definitely on even par. And as I mentioned, with this whole squad, whether you're the 23 or the other 10 players, they'll never let the Springboks down. But we've got to get behind this squad and obviously don't discredit the role Trevor would be playing in the background, because he's obviously won a World Cup. He's quite a fun guy, keeps the spirits high in the side. So there's a role exactly for everyone, I'm sure.
100%. Okay, so Dan, we head to back towards, I suppose, our back line, a halfback situation. We see Peter Owenhouse says, Faf too slow in general, allows opposition, and then didn't quite finish his thought there. But a lot of the comments going on, I've just selected this one just because it sums up what I want to talk about. Kobus Reinach retains his spot in the starting lineup. Last week, quite frankly, we weren't entirely sure what the thinking was behind it, simply because they've stuck with Faf for so long in that position that it seemed almost unfathomable that he would lose his spot going into playoffs, right? From what you saw from his game last week, have you got any more insight into what you think they were trying to achieve with this Kobus Reinach starting?
I think it's come at a point where the Bok-Camp feels that with regard to as good of a tournament and just build up to this World Cup that Reinach's had, that he's actually earned his spot, and he's pretty much, you know, on par with at a skill level with Faf. And obviously they have different ways of playing the number 9 jersey, right? You know, obviously
Sorry, Dan, just before you continue that thoughts, Peter Owenhouse has finished his thought now. What he meant to say was Faf too slow in general allows opposition to counter-ruck. That is the thought. Okay, please continue.
Yeah, I was saying just, you know, Faf obviously I think a lot better at the kicking game, whereas you have the ever opportunistic Reinach who's darting and making runs. But I think, you know, both decent passes, and it's just the tempo of the game. And I think it's just what we are trying to bring out of this Bok team. The 23 or to be on the bench, to be starting, doesn't necessarily make you better or worse. Many would argue that, you know, Kwagga Smith is one of our best players, but he's always on the bench. It doesn't mean he's worse than some of the other players. It just means that's his best position. So I think it's a shift to, we're going to try to play a higher tempo for the first, you know, 50 minutes of the game. And that's with Manie Libbok on the bench, starting. A bit more ball in hand, you know, running at people, or running at defenses, and really trying to cause chaos, where it's going to slow down a lot more with Polly and Faf, and that's when we're going to use the high ball a little bit more and chase it. So I think it just comes in. He's become good enough to be that starting guy, and with how this Springbok team has evolved, it's not, I don't think it's been like, I don't think they foresaw this. This wasn't a plan at the beginning of the World Cup, right? He played his way into a position where this was now an option for Jacques and Rassie to be able to select.
Okay, absolutely. And Reeds, I see, of course, couple of questions there. Safri, let me answer you this first. Is it guaranteed rain for the game? It's looking that way, according to the forecast, Safri, but we've seen, it may just be overcast for the entire game. We honestly have no idea, but it's looking pretty positive that there will be rain during the game. Sorry, there was a comment I wanted to pull up here for you, Roots. There we go. Okay. Grant Swartz says, what will be interesting is when the bench will come on. Bongi surely can't go deep again. Roots, I'm just going to remove the comment so that you can also just see our bench. But our bench comprising, of course, Deon Fourie, Oxford Vincent Koch, Arcus Neyman, Kwagga Smith, Faf de Klerk, Andre Pollard, and Billy Leroux. I suppose the focus is probably more on the forwards in that situation. But who do you expect to see make the most impact off the bench?
So from my side, again, we all mentioned Kwagga Smith being that MVP player. We call it the bench, but I know Rassie and Jacques and them refer to them as starters and finishers. And as a finisher, the impact that he has is I don't think many players actually come close. And then the likes of obviously Deon Fourie coming off the bench adds another dynamic. They will have discussed, I'm sure, at what stage Bongi Bonambi will be coming off. He had a high work rate last week. I mean, there were a number of players who were
70 minutes is insane for
a couple of absolutely. A couple of players who were in contention for man of the match there, but just the likes of obviously then Deon Fourie, Oxenchair, Vincent Koch, to set that platform at the set piece scrum to absolutely dominate them and throw them out the water. So as Dan was mentioning, the first half, we're definitely going to play with ball in hand, but just looking at the bench, then it's like we're going to constrict them in that second half. You look at Faf de Klerk, Andre Pollard, both very good defenders, not throwing Kobus and Mani under the bus, but in terms of game management and defense, Faf de Klerk, Pollard, very important in those first channels. And then it's just the likes of RG Snyman, who's the physical presence, but then he's also got the skill of a Sonny Bill Williams. So there's quite a few different dynamics that I think the Springbok management have put together in the finishing 8 players that they'll be able to then manage the game to what we want to do and then not react on what England are doing.
Absolutely. Guys, as we close out this session of the fan panel, this live reaction show, a reminder that we do have our weekly fan forum this evening starting at 7 o'clock. We will be discussing all of the intricacies of what happened this past weekend, where we can talk about things like this HIA scandal, so to speak, that's been going around. And of course, look ahead, the in-depth analysis for this weekend's semi-final. This is just an analysis of our starting lineup. We, of course, have a very special guest tonight in the Lions Head of Medical in Pamela Watts, who will be joining us this evening on the show. Please do pose all your questions to her relating to that field. She will have so much insight into this fatigue questions, the rotation policy, how much these injuries actually affect players, and also team culture, things that us as pundits and as viewers don't often get answered, and also as well as their integration between the Lions, or not even Lions, but just provincial teams and these SF teams, and how they help them prepare for these tournaments, which is going to be absolutely amazing. Safri Currie says, how long until that fan show? That'll be 7 p.m. South African time. Okay, it is scheduled. You can find the link to the video. It's already up on the channel. So, let's just see here, Dan, if there's anything else that you want to cover for today. I'm not too sure that we do have much more to talk about, to be very honest. So I will end off by simply just asking the very simple question: is if there was a change, one change in particular that you would have liked to have seen to the starting lineup, what would it have been? And can this current starting lineup do the job in the semi-finals?
I just quickly want to touch on an earlier point made about, I think, Bongi's emptying the tank. I think, and then I'll come into this just quickly. I think that the reason they did that, the margin for error was so small. in that French game. And this again, not to disrespect England, because I think it's going to be equally tough, but I don't think nearly as physical. You needed an enforcer like Bongi to be on there, a specialist number 2 for as long, because we know the French were going to try and batter us up front, and they had the pack to do that, and they came with a 6-2. So I think that was kind of the reason. I don't see Bongi, even if we get to the final, playing necessarily 70 minutes again. I think it'll be more of a 55-60. Then to go on to, I think, one player to change. For me, unfortunately, and I've been a long supporter of him, but I think I would have liked to have seen a 6-2, and I would have liked to see old Eskom Marco van Staden come in, or Jasper Wiese to relieve some of the legs of Dwayne Vermeulen. That would have been it. Yeah, that would have been it for me. I think also just based on the fact that, again, he didn't have, I think, more than 10 minutes. Maybe 15, and it didn't feel like a major impact when he came off, and Willems has been playing out of his socks and has shown that he can play the full 80.
A quick word on what you mentioned about that 6-2 split, and so a thought that just popped into my head is that I wonder what the psyche is of opposition teams now when they see South Africa revert to a 5-3 against them, because in my head, I mean, these are professionals. They probably don't think like I do, but I would say to them, oh, that's almost disrespectful in a way, right? Because we've seen before, of course, the 7-1 and the 6-2 is basically saying to us, we respect you so much physically that we're going to stack this bench with just absolute powerhouses in order to overcome you, right? Now, when you revert to this 5-3, it's almost as if we're saying to England, we don't actually need that much power to do the job over you, right? Is that am I being ridiculous, or is that quite a? I actually think that's probably a thought that's maybe creep into the minds a little bit and go, oh, well, you don't actually respect us physically that much.
I don't know if it's the physicality that we don't respect. I think it I don't know. For me, it more felt that this is our biggest strength, and now we're going to use it to the most of our ability. But now we've actually grown in other parts of our game, and that feels like it's almost been unlocked with the coming Mani Liebach, and it's allowed us to kind of start playing a different way, and we've seen options in that. But I think definitely, the French would have been, incredibly shocked, as we all were. We hadn't seen that in forever. But yeah, Ruud, sorry if I interrupted and I stole your question. But yeah.
No. I was directed to you. Grant Schwartz says the further away from the 23 Jasper Wiese is, the better. He is a Lions player at best. Ouch. Yeah, that's quite hurtful as the Lions supporter. But at the same time, I actually think
the British and Irish Lions.
Yeah, I would say that's actually probably just maybe a bit disrespectful to Jasper Wiese, because my poor Lions are not looking very good at the moment. So yeah, regardless of what you think of it, he's probably far too good for my Lions side. Ruud, the same question goes to you. If there was one player that you would have changed from the starting lineup, who would it be? And can this team do the job against this England lineup?
To be honest with you, the only player, if I could have in the Springbok team, would actually be Rassie himself. So if he could warm up and do a couple of stretches, I think he'd add even more value on the field, because he's just about on the field. He's got all these innovative communication techniques that he's using. But I think just from my side, I just want to remind the English, we do obviously respect them as the only unbeaten team in the Northern Hemisphere. But I just want to remind them that South Africans, we both eat pap, I'm sure, but we eat pap and vleis for breakfast, and they eat Cocoa Pops for breakfast, and that's going to be the difference. Our energy doesn't thrive on maybe scones and tea. Our energy thrives off that pure grit of vleis manure, and that sustained energy is just going to be enough to bend, buckle, and break their spirits, and I'm very confident of that. So I want South Africa to be confident with us all that the English, we're not going to necessarily just do things the way we want to do, but they need to be reminded that they need to be on full tilt and look into the eyes of people that are really hungry to bring that fourth title home.
Absolutely. Having said all of that, we are, of course, backing the boys all the way. We look forward to a good game. I do think that the English do need to be given perhaps a little more respect than has been shown lately. I think that this is playoff time. They've earned their way into the semi-final. They will be up for it. There is no givens in playoff rugby, as the Irish have found out, of course, as well as the French. There are no givens. You can be 24 games unbeaten and come up against any team in the world and lose on your day. It's just how it goes. But guys, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for engaging with us every week. We really do appreciate it. We recently hit that 50,000 mark, and now we've well cleared it with 52,500. So please do continue to like and subscribe to this channel. We've endeavored to bring you the very best content all the time and make sure that you are entertained and have all the news for your favorite Springboks and other rugby teams around the world. Thank you again for all your time. Thank you to our sponsors in BoyleSports and Bitdefender. Thank you to my panel in Rudes and Daniel Scholz. It is always a pleasure to have you. I will allow you to continue with your Thursday wherever you are around the world, and I hope that you have a fantastic day. From all of us here at Forever Sports, until next time, ciao for now.
Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports, and I am back in South Africa. So this is the first video in well over a month. Actually, I've recorded. I got back this morning, and I'm settled back into the old office. And whilst you might not see anything literally change or behind me, obviously, it is a new environment for me. I'm back in the old environment really, and what a trip it was. We will be putting out a video in the next couple of days, a bit of a reflection on the trip, and mostly just to say thank you to everyone who made the trip possible, and to everybody we saw. Actually, I mean, I've actually lost count of how many people we saw that recognized the mic, that recognized me, for example, that we sort of that messaged us, we met up with. It was phenomenal to go meet up with so many fans. But the reason I'm putting out this video, breaking news: England team is announced, and that is the team that will be taking on the Springboks this weekend in the semi-final. Lots of continuity. And an injury to Marcus Smith has necessitated that change there. And apart from that, just a few tweaks by Steve Borthwick. So before you go through this team and sort of pick out some of the danger man, please do subscribe to the channel. Please do smash like on the video as well. Right, so the two changes that were not forced and that are just tweaks from the bench to the starting lineup are Joe Marler comes in to start, as does George Martin. As a result, your tight five looks a little something like this. In the front row, you've got Joe Marler, Jamie George, and Dan Cole. Interesting decision to start Joe Marler. A lot of people have already sort of cottoned on to the fact that they reckon that front row is a bit slow, for example, and the Boks might look to try and get them moving around the park. The last time Joe Marler saw the Boks in the World Cup is he was watching Cheslin Colby, streak away from him, which is not really his fault. I mean, it's a shame. He beat Owen Farrell, who had to make the tackle. Not much you could really ask Joe Marler to do. But yeah, Joe Marler is back, as is Dan Cole. So lots of experience there next to Jamie George, who's playing very good rugby. So it's a decent front row. In the second row, Mario Toje, for me, looked back to close to his best last weekend. Yes, it was against Fiji, but still, that was far more than Mario Toje that England have been waiting to see. He's got a new lock partner this week in George Martin, who starts ahead of Ollie Chessum. The loose trio, Courtney Laws, Tom Currie, Ben Earl. Ben Earl was absolutely fantastic last weekend. Courtney Laws is world class. I'm a massive Courtney Laws fan. I think that when he's playing well, England play well, and I think that he's a player made for the big occasion. So I expect lots of good things from him. So it's a very good pack. Tom Currie will give me a threat at the breakdown, for example. It's a fantastic lineup. It really is a great lineup with Laws, Itoje, and Martin. I think they're going to be a really good lineup outfit. I think that's going to be a very difficult set piece for the Boks to really compete and try to turn around lineup ball. But also, even our own ball, I think that's going to be an area that I think England are going to try and have a go at us, is trying to turn out sort of lineup ball. If you look at the backline, just the one change, which is full back. So Alex Mitchell will continue his partnership next to Owen Farrell. I thought Mitchell struggled a little bit last weekend, but I thought Owen Farrell dropped the masterclass against Fiji. It, for me, reminded everybody about his ability and why he's so good in the 10 jersey. I thought he just didn't put a step wrong. Your two wings are Elliot Daly and Johnny May. So a nice big boot in Elliot Daly. Obviously a lot of pace from Johnny May. Experience are both campaigners in the midfield. Monitor Tuolagi will look to try and capitalize on that try scored last week by sort of bringing that form into this weekend. He's got Joe Marchant outside him. Pretty Stewart, fantastic in the air. Not maybe as quick or as sort of X-Factor-ish as Marcus Smith, but a very solid and strong ball carrier. Comes in at 15. Off the bench, Theo Dan, Edith Games, Carl Sinclair will be looking to make an impact next against that Springbok front row coming off the bench, which has made such a big impact of late. Ollie Chess and Billy Vanapola are the other two forwards. Then you've got Danny Kerr, George Ford, and Ollie Lawrence. I don't even think George Ford got into the park last weekend, which for me was obviously bizarre. I was a big advocate of him starting, actually. I was very surprised when they went with Owen Farrell, who then justified a selection, which is fine. And, players are allowed to do that. You're allowed to sit there saying, I would have preferred this player. And then when a player plays well, you can sit there and say, cool, well, fair enough. Asking or suggesting that a player should play against another one doesn't mean you hate either player. It just means based on form, based on lineup, based on the situation, you think that this is the player that's right for the pick. But sometimes players will stand up and they'll outperform, or they'll sort of raise their level of the game. That doesn't mean that you were wrong to criticize them before. But I think that's exactly what Owen Farrell did. I don't think he really warranted the start last week. But if you looked at George Ford versus Owen Farrell in the group stage, but then look at what the performance that Owen Farrell produced last weekend. Again, a bit like Courtney Laws, he's a man made for the big stage, is Owen Farrell. Whether you like him or not, you can't deny that he's come in clutch at a lot of big games, and last weekend was the same. So it's a good English side. It's a side that, if it was a non-World Cup and it was just a test that, Twickenham, for example, I'd back the Boks to be able to get the job quite comfortably done. It is the World Cup semi-finals, so absolutely anything can happen, and there are players in this team who have a lot to prove based back on 2019. A lot of these players involved in that final, a lot of them will be hurting from that final. We want to go out and make a statement to go and try and knock the Boks out of the World Cup, get themselves into an unlikely World Cup final, and give them a chance of winning the Webb Ellis Trophy. Can this team beat the Springboks? Let me know down in the comments below. Please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon.
continue to be written off, but how are you feeling ahead of this huge task, taking on the Springboks in the World Cup semi-final?
I think we're all really looking forward to it, and I think our supporters are looking forward to it, the players are looking forward to it. I hear about tens of thousands of people coming across this game in Paris. It's brilliant. We're here in Paris, the first time the England team's got here through this tournament. I think there's a special atmosphere, there's a special feeling around being in Paris ahead of this semi-final.
Can those England fans make it like a home game for you in the Stade de France?
Our supporters have been incredible for us, from that first game of the tournament all the way through. And from what I was told post-game last week, the fans all came down to the front, all came down to the pitch side. They were loving it. And I hope that everyone is going to come over and cheer this team on. Is going to have a great weekend this weekend.
You will be major underdogs. Can you use that in your favour?
Well, we've concentrated very much upon us. It's what we've done every single week. How do we develop and how do we progress as a team? And I think that's the central thing. I think this team has progressed through each week we've had through this tournament. We've built and we've built and we've built. And whatever situation the players have found themselves in the game, is the players have found a way to get the result they want at the end of it. And we know this weekend's going to be is different. Every game is different. But I also know we've got a great group of players who care deeply about representing England and want to make sure they put in a performance they're all proud of and our supporters are proud of on Saturday night.
And how big is the belief that you can do this, you can pull this off in the camp?
Yeah, I think there is always belief that's strong in this team. And I've sensed that all the way through since I've got involved again with this team. There are players that have performed at the very highest of levels. Players who played knockout rugby, finals rugby before. And I think they can't wait for this occasion. Epitomised by the man next to me, who just in the biggest of occasions, in the big atmosphere, the big stadiums, he performs, as so many of our boys do.
3 changes to your team. Can you talk us through your thinking?
Yeah, I think there's a few factors in it, and as ever I go through the selection process, the rigour that I put to that in terms of how we wish to play, what we need to do, the strengths, the opposition, the opportunities on the pitch, assess all the players, cognizant of the travel we've had, the 6-day turnaround and what we needed to do. And I think we're blessed here with a fantastic group of players, the strength in depth, competition for places, and so I decided to make some change between the starting team and the bench, and I think that the players are relishing the challenge ahead.
Was Marcus Smith fit and available, or was that decision made for you by the HIA?
No, Marcus was unavailable for selection due to the return to play protocol.
And George Martin, what qualities does he bring? You know him very well.
Yeah. I've known him for a few years now, from a very young man to seeing somebody now who looks at home on the international stage. He's come onto the pitch as second row and 6 in this tournament. He's started again earlier in the tournament in the pool stages, and every minute he's been on the field he has performed. And he's performed in some big moments as well, as I'm sure you relate, at key moments for the team. He's a young man who just embraces getting onto the pitch and giving everything he can for the team. A real team man.
Is he a big hitter? Does he embrace the physicality?
I think the players across the board understand that that's the nature of international rugby. It's a physical game, and we play against the #1 side in the world this weekend. And we know that the intensity of this test match is going to be incredible. I think that's why we're looking forward to it, and all our supporters are looking forward to it.
Owen, 4 years on, can you use any of those memories, those scars, to motivate you this weekend?
This feels like a new challenge. This feels like a new opportunity. As you said, in 4 years, a lot happens in rugby. A lot happens in a week here. So. We're excited at the opportunity that's in front of us. We feel like we've obviously changed as a team. I imagine South Africa feel like they've changed over 4 years as well. So we understand what task is in front of us, what a good team we're playing against, what a well-drilled team playing against. But we're excited to get out there on the field on Saturday.
And what can you take from that night in Yokohama? What did you learn, and what can you take into this game?
Well, as we said, that's a long time ago now. We've played each other a good few times since, and we're looking at what we can do here and now going into this Saturday.
Steve, in terms of the last two times England played South Africa, it's sort of 1-1. So is that another reason to have optimism for this? Because obviously a lot has happened in the 4 years since the last World Cup. So to sort of characterise it as a follow-on from that wouldn't be right, would it? Because obviously a lot of water's gone under the bridge for both teams in those 4 years.
And a lot has changed since the last time we played South Africa. There's a new coaching team in place here, so there's a number of players that are different and times moved on now. And we're in a different context, and now we're in the semi-final of the World Cup, and we know what a top quality side they are. You look at the way they have built, not just into 2019, but then post 2019 onwards. Over this 4 years, they've built, added layers to the game. They've kept a core of players together, and brought other younger players through and built their level of experience. So we know what a top quality side they are, and a great coaching team. What it means for us is we've got to be really well prepared, but you've got to focus very much upon yourselves, and that's what we've continued to do this week.
And just on George, he strikes me that he's also very influential in the scrum in a similar way to Ollie as well. So is that another strength that he can bring to bear in this match?
The players, the front row boys, they always talk about what they're giving the second row some pretty direct feedback on how much weight they're giving. They're usually pretty positive about the weight George Martin gives. I think he's a young man, very athletic young man, but he is one that every challenge, since I started working with him a few years ago, every challenge I've kind of put in front of him, or he's wanted in front of him, he's just embraced it and ripped right into it. So I'm looking forward to seeing him go. He's been played real well the minute to stand on the field through this tournament.
And Owen, what would your message be for the team for this match? Is there something that fairly simple that you could share with us that you'll kind of deliver to them in the final build up to this?
Well, we've just talked about embracing it, about trying to get the best out of ourselves in these occasions. It's not necessarily anything new, anything out of the ordinary. But as I said, as Steve's already alluded to, there's a lot of players in this team that know how to win big games, and we're looking forward to that opportunity on Saturday.
Yeah, hi Steve. You've talked about the importance of game management in this tournament to getting the team in the position to win a game, particularly in the fourth quarter. What's the specific challenge that South Africa posed to you and how you embrace that, and particularly with the way they use their bench?
Yeah, so I think that South Africa pose a great deal of questions in the game, a great deal of challenges, as you'd expect from the number one side in the world. I think they've got that traditional power, set-piece power that they've had for a long time. I think then their contestable kicking game is another great strength of theirs, and I think one thing they've laid to their game over these last 4 years has been their ball movement and to the speed they have on the edges. Now, you know that we're going to have to combat those things to make this a contest. They impose that upon the opposition, and then they also have a squad that is jam-packed full of power and size, so that you know that they're going to start, and they've got players coming onto the bench who are very strong.
The changes you've made to the pack particularly, is part of that a reflection of who you will have on the bench at a particular time in the game? Have you looked at that? Because you could have gone 6-2, but I don't know if it's the personnel, the players, their particular physical attributes at that moment in time.
So I considered all the permutations of a 5-3 or a 6-2, and the other thing I consider, and this is much more now over the period of time, is understanding the 80 minutes. That you need to ensure that the importance, as we've seen in our most recent games, the importance of Q4 the importance. We saw that last week, we saw it the week before. So having the players that are on the bench, they're the right players to finish the game the way you want to, and that you've got the players starting, the right players to start the game, and that's always the balance. I think then with that I'm always looking physically at where all the players are at, and I feel this is the right combination of players to start and players to finish to get the performance we need.
Steve, was it helpful, Razzie lending you a hand to pick your team earlier in the week?
You've lost me, I'm sorry.
Razzie Erasmus named your team on Tuesday for you, just as a little helpful hint and tip. You didn't see that.
Did you get it right?
No.
Okay.
No. So can I ask you about? You've already talked about George Martin specifically. Just Joe Marler starting ahead of Ellis today. You've given us some indication. But just talk a little bit more about the thought behind the loose head selections.
I think we've got 3 brilliant loose heads in this squad. I think Ellis has been terrific, and I thought he played really well last week. I think Joe coming back into the squad after some time away has been also an incredible influence around the group. And we've got Bevan Rod as a younger player, but I would have no hesitation in Bevan being in the 23 this weekend. So it's a real competitive position. Going back to the previous question, for me it's always about the balance of who's to start and who's to finish, and understanding that we need an 80-minute performance. The start's crucial, the end is vital, and we understand that. And I think I'll say our bench, the performance of our bench through this tournament has been very, very good.
What I don't understand though is why you would necessarily start with Joe ahead of Ellis this weekend. Is Joe a better scrummager? Does Ellis offer more in the final quarter, as you call it? Give us an insight into that as much as you can.
Yeah, and I think both of these players are top quality scrummagers, and I think that's really important given the strength of the South African scrum. We know that they're rated as the best scrum in the world. Every piece of information has them as the best scrum in the world. So we know that we're going to need to scrum well throughout the game. And I felt not just at the loose head, but understanding the combinations of the 2 sets of front row forwards that we have. I think that's also important. As I say, I thought Ellis was terrific last week. I think that Joe to start and Ellis to finish is the right combination this week.
Great, thank you.
Owen, you mentioned the big game players that you have in your squad, but for a few of the guys, this is going to be their first experience of a World Cup semi-final. So what words have you had for them, and what have you said to them about what semi-final week looks like and what to maybe expect Saturday night as they get to the stadium?
Well, it's not just from me. For a start, there's a lot of people with a lot of experience in the squad, and we're pretty open. We're pretty open here. We're pretty open with our experiences, open with how we're feeling going into this week. And what we try and do is get on the same page as a team and make sure we're on the same page so we can help each other out during the week and build into having a performance at the weekend. And there's a fair bit of excitement that comes with that.
Steve's touched on the kicking battle as well. You'll likely find yourself in the backfield alongside Johnny Elliott and Freddie returning. So how have you guys analysed South Africa's kicking threat, and how are you going to look to deal with it?
No, as Steve says, they're obviously that's been a massive weapon of theirs for years and years now. They've progressed it. They go a lot of contestable kicks, but not just off 9. They go across field quite a lot now, and they're lethal off turnover at times, going to kicks and getting the balls that are on the floor. And as you saw last week against France, scoring a good few opportunities off the back of that. So we've done our work. We've obviously come up with our plan to negate what we can from them, but also to be able to attack it ourselves.
Does Freddie returning just give you a bit more assurance in that area, given his reputation?
Well, I think the thing about Freddie is everybody knows how good he is in the air, and everybody knows what a fantastic player he is in general. But it's the want to do it, the want to be in those battles, the want to go and get the ball back for his team, the want to diffuse what's coming our way as well, and that's he's one of the best in the world at it, and that's the way I would be if I was him as well.
Steve. Hello. In the current rugby, it's not very common to watch hooker playing 80 minutes per game. Jamie George did it during the 2 last game. Does it mean he's different, he's not human, or you don't trust Theodan, who are maybe too young for this kind of fight?
First I'll say is that Jamie always, the engine he has is phenomenal, and I know he's an incredible runner. So I know from a fitness point of view, Jamie's always got 80 minutes, and I want all my players to be able to play 80 minutes. And it's whether I choose to play 80 or not. And I think one of the things that's not often talked about with Jamie is what a great leader he is. And I think we've got an excellent density of leaders within our squad. And I think there's been some moments in the last couple of games that he's been really influential, and from a leadership perspective as well as his own personal performance. And I felt the right thing to do to keep him on the pitch. But I'd want all my players to have the ability to play 80 minutes.
Hi Steve, could you just explain to us what happened with Marcus over the last few days? Was he ruled out yesterday, or was it earlier than that?
It was earlier in the week. He took the knock in the game, as you're well aware. He passed the first parts of the HIA process, which meant he finished the game, and then the subsequent parts of the HIA process, and one part of that he did not pass, and then it was confirmed to me he was unavailable for selection, and yeah.
Is he okay? Like, he's obviously disappointed to miss such a big game.
He's perfectly fine in terms of symptoms, and he doesn't feel anything, and to understand we'd expect him to be available for selection after this weekend.
There's been, after the South Africa played France, there was a little suggestion that South Africans might have been fiddling around with the HIA system and possibly trying to rest some of their players. Have you noticed that, or have you flagged that up to World Rugby, or are you concerned about that at all?
No, we've got a match officials team that's world class, led by Ben O'Keefe. I'm sure everybody around the pitch as well will be having every bit of process in place as would be. So there's no issues there from my perspective. I'll say again, from Marcus and the situation you got there, is just reiterating. It's right to reiterate that player welfare is critical and vital to us.
Owen articulated it well there about Freddie, but can you just put in your own words about what he brings from fullback? Obviously, you coached him at Leicester and everyone has seen it, but what do you see when he's going for those high balls?
So, my first game coaching Leicester was going through the selection process, and this young man, Freddie Stewart, that I'd not known a huge amount before, but I'd known him from England under 20s, and he was new to the squad. I think he's just from school and out of the academy, and they're going to the first game, and I'm deciding who to play at 15, and I didn't pick him. And post game, and I reflected on that selection process, as I said I do whenever I go through the rigour of the selection, and I thought, it's a game, he's ready for this. And I watched his face when I told him he wasn't picked in that game in 2020, and this guy wants the challenge, this guy wants him, he's ready for it. Doesn't matter how old he is, or he's ready for it. And straight away the next week you put him in, and from that point on he has just been brilliant. Everything that's been challenged to him, everything you ask him to get better at, he goes and gets better at. You saw him today, you'd have seen him straight away out on that field trying to improve right from the start of the session, even before the session. He's working hard to improve as a player, always is, and that's great credit to him and his professionalism.
Was that our conversation last week? Did you see that same face and someone so disappointed to miss the quarterfinal?
Yeah, I think that every player wants to play, and I understand that. We've got a really competitive squad here. We've got 33 players that all want to play. And Marcus unfortunately was ruled out this week. We had 32 players otherwise fit and available for selection, and everybody wants to play, and that's that's a great sign about the health of this squad, that people are so desperate to play, and then if not selected, they go and help the team prepare, and that's exactly what Fred did last week, along with all the other players who weren't selected.
Hi, yeah. Hi, Steve, over here to your right, just, sorry. When Ben was in a few minutes ago, he said that you prophesied these games, that you predicted from that it might be South Africa. Is that right? And also, when did you sense that was going to happen, that things were going in the right track from your side's point of view?
Well, I think before the tournament started, way back in July, when I talked to the players, I talked about what we can control, and I talked about the journey. I talked about the experience I had talking to other coaches from rugby and from other sports that had been to World Cups and how they'd approached it. And one of the big things is making sure that you build your team. Make sure you continue to build the strength of your team and how you want your team to play. You can't concern yourself about anybody else. And laid out the path of what we've got to do. And it was very clear that's the path we've got to do. And as I talk about the short-term nature of it, has meant we've had to go and get stuck straight into building this team. And the players have embraced that, and they've gone on with building this team. And here we are today, a couple of days out from a World Cup semi-final against the world #1 team. And what a position to be in.
Can I just quickly then ask you, as manager, coach, you as captain, what it will mean to send a team out to a World Cup semi-final, to lead a team out for a World Cup semi-final, the feeling, the emotion, the sense of, I guess, pride and camaraderie you have?
Yeah, no, it's obviously a massive honour. We've already talked about how the crowds have been building over the course of this tournament, and how much support we have coming out this weekend, and what that means to them. We've seen this team build over the past. When did we first get in now, Steve? Start of July. We've seen this team build, and it's been through a lot over that time. And as has already been said, as you've just mentioned, we've got a fantastic opportunity in a World Cup semi-final on Saturday night, and as I said, it's a massive honour to walk out in there, and we want to embrace that challenge.
Question for Owen. You know very well the Stade de France, but you won't have the opportunity to train ahead the game. Is it a problem for you? I think your kicking game.
No, it shouldn't be. No, we had the same case last week, and I'd never played at the Stade Velodrome before, so it's no different. So it's hopefully the polls are pretty similar. Yeah.
Steve, hi. What sort of Christ, that's not good. Start again. Steve, hi. What sort of insight has Aled Walters managed to offer you this week, having been involved with the Box in 2019, about what their mindset is going into a game against England, their attitudes, just any little detail he can provide that's given you a little advantage?
Well, I think one of the really great things, and as I reflect on it, is that I managed to prize him away from the Springboks at the start of 2020. And joined us at Leicester, and then now joined us at England. So, as Owen's described, 4 years is a long time in rugby. 4 weeks is a long time in rugby. So I think they've changed. Whilst the coaching team has been consistent with Razzie and Jacques and Felix, they've changed. So we understand that, and he's fully invested in helping us build our game.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. For today's reaction to the Springbok team announcement, my reaction to the Springbok team announcement rather, because obviously we did the announcement this morning. We had a panel show, which is very cool. I was actually on a plane at the time and busy landing and stuff like that, which is why I couldn't join in. So I thought I would take an opportunity to react to the team, not necessarily in a literally look at the team, because we now all know the team, but react almost to the reactions to the team, because a lot of people are very unhappy or a little bit worried about the team itself because it is unchanged. And I thought it would be an opportunity now to speak a little bit about the concerns, whether they're warranted, whether they're not warranted, as well as kind of sort of what the thinking is behind the team selection, or what my thinking is behind the team selection, and where the concerns are. And I think I'll be able to show you a very interesting sort of a chart, which has been put together by somebody you'll hopefully see on the channel a bit more soon, Caleb, as well. I will talk about it in a minute as well. So it's been quite interesting to have a look at exactly what everybody's been saying and why we maybe don't need to worry or do need to worry. Before I do that, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. So the big thing everybody's worrying about is player workload. It's interesting how every World Cup, every tournament, you know, even every game and stuff, is a theme. There's always a theme. And, you know, in 2019, the theme was the bomb squad. You know, that was the only thing anyone could talk about when it came to the Springboks. That 6-2 split, 2 locks, for example, putting on a new a new pack. That was like the big sort of point of interest. In this World Cup, we've seen a little bit of stuff about the 7-1, obviously, and the splits have definitely continued to be a bit of a theme. But something that's become very interesting is the idea of player workload, which I've never really seen as much attention be put on now as it has in the past. And it's very interesting. Obviously, players are now playing more rugby than ever. We don't have a global calendar, for example, and player workload management has come to the fore during this World Cup. And I think it's a very good thing, by the way. I think it's very good that we're talking about player welfare and workload and understanding how important that is in terms of keeping players fresh and therefore keeping them safe, keeping them uninjured. And that is why a lot of people are very unhappy with the Springbok team selection, because Jacques Nienaber and Rassie Erasmus have named an unchanged 23. No swaps to the bench or starting, and the unchanged 23. The same 23, same 15, and bench that ran out last weekend against France will run again this week against England. And that is cause for concern for a lot of people. But the one thing that I think we're not doing is that we're looking at our team in isolation to everybody else. Everyone's sitting there saying, well, we should need to rest players because, you know, it was such a big game against France, which it was, and now they have to try and get up again to play this weekend and try and make a final. Are they going to cope? And we don't seem to pay attention to the fact that there are 3 other teams in the same sort of situation, and they all had to lift themselves up. You know, yes, you know, the quality between, you know, England, Fiji, Wales, and Argentina maybe didn't match the other 2 quarterfinals. But in terms of intensity, they still had to be fight right till the end, both Argentina as well as England. So I'd probably argue that all the squads are probably very similarly sort of mentally and physically fatigued. They've got the same conundrum going into this weekend. You know, how do you get this weekend right in terms of rotating players, keeping players fresh, and then a final? All teams have named very similar sides. No team has really rotated. And at the end of the day, you've got 3 games left. You know, and I think somebody put on a comment on the channel just a bit earlier saying that there's no guarantee of a final. And I think that's such a good comment, because this is what the Box has been saying all week. You cannot underestimate England. We cannot go into this weekend thinking, oh, well, it's just England, therefore we need to rotate and keep people fresh for the final. There's no guarantee you're going to get to the final. And as a result, we've named the same team. And in terms of player workload, this is what I'm going to have a look at. Now, this has been put together by Angus Usher, and he goes by Analyst Gus on Twitter. Link in the description. Go check him out. Does some very cool things. Shout out from Optus Stats, and I'm hoping to chat to him on the channel very soon. And I'm going to look at these minutes as he's done. He's basically what he's done is he's done every single starting lineup, all the 23s of this weekend's teams, and looked at the playing minutes, because it's interesting to see how this might hopefully, you know, settle the fears that we have about Bok burnout. Because if we look at the squads across the four teams, the Boks have actually managed their workload the best, I suppose, in terms of spreading the workload. They spread the workload the most amongst the squad. So if we have a look here, basically the green is if they've played less than 150 minutes, I think, or 180 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's 150. Yeah, less than 150 minutes. The yellow is 150 to about 200, I think. The orange is 200 plus. The light red is 250 plus, and the dark red is 300 plus. That is sort of the key. So if we have a look over here, the players in the red inverted commas are Dwayne Vermeulen, Jesse Kriel, and Damien Willemse. So they have played the most out of all the Boks. Apart from that, everybody else either in the orange or in the yellow, with a lot of players, the likes of Apollo coming back from injury. Vincent Koch also has some injuries, and Kobus Reiner, 5 scrum offs. They're in the green, so they've barely played any minutes at all. So if you look at it, the average minutes per player in the Springbok squad is sitting at about 200. The average for England is about 220. Now, Rassie also spoke about the fact that this is quite similar. But if you look at some of the individuals, Jamie George, Mario Toje, Ben Earl, Joe Marchant, Johnny May, Ollie Chesham, all packing pretty big minutes. For example, if we look at a player by player, Evan Etzebeth has played 100 minutes fewer than Mario Toje, for example. Whereas Franco Moss has played 40 minutes more than a George Martin. Courtney Laws has played a lot more than Sia Khaleesi, for example. Ben Earl has played a lot more than Dwayne Vermeulen, despite the fact Dwayne Vermeulen has played more than most. So fatigue shouldn't be an issue for South Africa in terms of this game. And the way we've done this, and given the fact that everyone is going to be playing similar size this weekend and next weekend, we, in theory, should have the least fatigued players in terms of a literal... I mean, it's not as easy as simply saying they played less, therefore they're fresher. But in terms of managing the workload, we have spread the workload the most. So, yeah, England 20 more minutes, and that's not a massive amount, but it is more. If we look at the other semi-final, for example, this is what it looks like for the All Blacks and Argentina. Argentina have actually got the most playing minutes, 224. A lot of players there in the red. A lot of their starting line players have played a lot of rugby. New Zealand have got about 200, so they're very similar. So New Zealand and South Africa have rotated their squads quite a lot this tournament. And whether that has helped them get to this stage, I think it's probably been a factor. I'm not sure how big of a factor it has been. But I think the reason I wanted to sort of show you this entire chart is that there's no reason to panic about starting an unchanged side. This is a semi-final. This is playoff rugby. You cannot afford to underestimate England. You make a mistake this weekend, pick a team that you think can beat England, but you maybe not your strongest side, you get knocked out. What's the first thing everyone's going to say? Well, you didn't take it seriously enough. You rested players. You rotated. You deserve to get knocked out. Unfortunately, when it comes to playoffs, 3 in a row. You're going to give 3 big efforts. That's how the cookie crumbles. You're going to have to. And I think, what players have been saying, if you can't get yourself up for 3 games in a row at this level, at this stage, you don't deserve to wear the jersey. If you play 2 big semi-finals and you can't get yourself up for a final, you shouldn't be where you are. And I think that the players are quite honest about the fact that they're like, we will get ourselves up for any match. A match like a World Cup final only comes up once every 4 years, if you're very lucky. I mean, to play in 2 back-to-back World Cup finals, for example, for Springbok players, that's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Get yourself up for it. But the good news is, from a player welfare point of view and a player management point of view, the Boks has spread the load the most. And this is also not taking into account that there were bye weeks, and we did have a bye week right at the end, which means that some players actually had 2 weeks between our last game and that France game, and some players actually had 3 weeks between their last game and that France game. So the players have not played a lot of rugby in the last few weeks. So I don't think we need to be worrying about that too much, and I don't think we need to be panicking at the fact that we have got an unchanged side. If you still have any concerns, let me know what you think after looking at that down in the comments below. Has that made you settle down a bit, or are you still worried? Let me know in the comments below. And let me know what you think of the team as well. Please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen. I'll chat to you.
Yeah. This is for you. All right, we've got Damien Dalenda, Frans Malherbe, and Evan Etzebeth. So please raise your hands for questions.
Morning, guys. France, 4 years ago, scrums really laid the platform for the victory against England in the World Cup final. What's your view on the England pack and scrumming this time around, 4 years on? I know you've played them a couple of times in between, but at a World Cup, is it still... Yeah, there's been fewer scrums in some of the games you've played. Some of the teams have taken scrums away from you. Do you expect that to happen again this weekend?
Morning, everyone. No, I don't think, on your last question, I don't think they'll take it away in any sense. 4 years ago was a good day for us, but that's in the past. And I think set piece will play a massive role this weekend. And obviously, for me, scrumming is one of my primary jobs. And yeah, I think be a very important part in the game. And hopefully it works out well for us.
Eben, sorry, hi. You played an amazing game last week, personally and as a team. How do you ensure you hit the same heights 2 weeks running? Is there a danger you can drop off a little?
Yeah, I think for us, we approach it as a World Cup semi-final. We've got all 4 teams left got 2 more hurdles until they can claim the trophy, and I think that's more than enough motivation to not let your form dip or your performance dip or anyone go on a low. So for us, that will be our motivation. It's a World Cup semi-final. It's the biggest prize in rugby you can win. So I think the guys will keep on me focused. Obviously, we all know how physical and intense that game was against France. But yeah, it's in the past, and no one can ever write about you what happened in the past. It's about what we can bring this coming Saturday against England, and yeah, we'll be focused on that.
Yeah, Ben, Jan de Koning. I know this is a team sport, and obviously the focus is on the team. But there's also healthy internal or one-on-one rivalries, and your rivalry with Itoje is quite well documented. Talk to us about that. I mean, it's something you guys have a beer afterwards, but on the field, you guys are serious rivals.
Yeah, I think, like you said, it's not an individual thing; it's a team thing. So I don't think we go out to just go one-on-one against each other. I think it's the Springboks versus England, and obviously in the game a few one-on-one battles will happen. Obviously, a guy like France will scrum against their loose head, which will be sort of an individual battle, but it's still they've got a whole pack behind them, and so do we. So I think it's us against them, and yeah, we're not at all focused on the individuals. Sometimes there will be 1 or 2, but for us it's about the Springboks this coming Saturday, and we're focusing to bring that to the game and to go as a unit to them.
Eben, hi. South Africa beat England so convincingly in the last World Cup final. How is it? Is it difficult not to subliminally think you're the better team than them, or is there something in the English psyche, the way they respond to a setback, which kind of puts you on edge?
Yeah, I think you always want to respond of the setback, and obviously 2019 was a big one. It was a World Cup final. We know that they'll be still thinking about that, and everyone like you guys remind us of that every now and then. But like my previous answer was, it's a World Cup semi for us. It's 2 more hurdles, and this is very important to get to that last hurdle. So we'll be focused on that, and obviously we know how physical and aggressive they will come at us on Saturday. But yeah, we will go in exactly the same fashion. We'll give it to them.
Damien, good morning, gentlemen. Damien, just take us through the feeling of just playing in an unchanged box side. It's been a rarity, understandably so, in a World Cup here, where there's needed to be chopping and changing to test various combinations. But this is, if I'm not mistaken, this is the first unchanged team of the year. Just talk us through that feeling of continuity and how it feels.
Morning, everyone. Yeah, obviously there's a bit more confidence, considering we are unchanged. But within saying that, if we had changed a few guys around this week, I think there would still be a lot of confidence in the squad. The way we train and the way we put each other, the way we put each other under pressure during the week. Each guy in their position is just as good as the guy starting. So, yeah, I don't think if there were changes, it would have been much different. But yeah, we obviously can take a lot of confidence out of last week's performance, and hopefully we can replicate it on the weekend.
Good morning, gentlemen. This is also just for Damien. What are you expecting from England today? We heard it's going to be a tough physical, scrum's going to be important. What are you expecting?
Yeah, like France and Eben said, it's obviously going to be very physical, very intense, obviously like a knockout game is. And obviously, I think it's probably raining on the weekend, so I think there will be quite a lot of kicks. Probably a lot of set-piece battles as well. Hopefully, the Bats can get some ball as well. I think we might do a bit more watching on the weekend, but we obviously have to stay focused on the game and stay in the moment in the game. But yeah, I think the way England have been playing, they will obviously bring something different on Saturday from what we faced against France. But we'll be more than prepared for that, and we're all looking forward to that challenge.
Good morning, gentlemen. Eben, can I just ask you? Obviously, heard what Sia had to say about you. He had probably the best words about you as a teammate, as a friend, as a player. Can I ask you? Are you a very demanding person in the squad? Do you expect high standards from your colleagues around you in the match, in the build-up to a match, and is this automatic for you being the most senior player? Is it because of your seniority in the team that you are so demanding? And then just, Damien, can I ask you, this past weekend, although Bongi Manambi was the player of the match, there was a lot of talk about how your teammate, your colleague, Jesse Kriel played. You talk about continuity in the team. A couple of months ago, it would have been a Villiers at fullback, it would have been a Lucanio next to you, perhaps. Are you confident with Jesse, for instance, next to you and the rest of the team in the backline? There's a few young and new players in the backline.
Yeah, I'm confident. Obviously, I've played with Jesse a lot, but I'm confident with all the guys around me in the squad, and I'm sure they're all confident with each other around the squad as well. So, like I said, I don't think whoever plays on the weekend, whoever gets selected, the way we train and the way we put each other under pressure during the week, yeah, we just want the best for each other. And obviously, it is unfortunate that some guys do have to miss out on the weekends, but no matter who plays, we'll always do our best to give the best pictures during the week to make sure that what we face, or what we think we're going to face on the weekend against our opposition, we've seen that picture a lot more in the week before we've seen it on Saturday. So, yeah, no matter who plays, I think everyone will just feel comfortable around each other, and they'll just get on with their job and sacrifice to make sure that the team does better before the individual. Sorry? Yeah, Jesse was incredible. And a lot of other guys were incredible as well. I know he had a stand-up performance. Jesse was very good. Eben was very good. There's also a lot of work that goes unnoticed from guys in the forward back, especially in the front row. So, yeah, Jesse was exceptional. And I always enjoy playing with him, and we'll need to back that performance up again on Saturday, and I think Jesse will back it up, and I know the whole forward pack will stand up, and everyone will put their hands up and be ready for the challenge against England.
Yeah, just your question on the driving the standards. I think obviously in the squad there's 33 players, and I think Coach Jark mentioned the other day is the 33 best players in South Africa, and I think we each have a job when we're at our club to drive standards, like France will have at the Stormers, or Damon will have at this Japanese club, and me at the Sharks. So when we get together, those 33 players, it's every player in the squad is driving standards, and that just makes it so much easier for the coaches who expect that of us. And a guy like Siad makes his task easier. So yeah, it's not up to the captain or the senior players to drive standards. It's a thing. It's a common goal around the whole squad to do that.
A question for Eben. Sia was talking about you as the enforcer of the team just before. Is it a real? Do you feel that as a real responsibility of yours to lead the team's physical challenge every week? That's the first question. And secondly, in leading that challenge, you were asked about Maro earlier. Who are the toughest individuals that you've had to come up against in that regard?
Yeah, I think from the physical aspect, I think as a forward pack of the Springboks, I mean, one guy can't really enforce anything without the other 8. So I think we as Springbok, as a pack, we try and do that every game, not singling out any individuals. I think each one has got his role in the team, whether it's in the scrum or the line-out or on carry or defense. So, yeah, we're just working together, I would say, and then singling out individuals. I don't like doing that. So, yeah, I'm gonna
can't answer that question.
One for Evan, please. Maro Itoje admits that his form wasn't the best in kind of November and Six Nations.
Yeah, I haven't watched too many of their games. Obviously, he's a good player, and there's an old saying that form is temporary and class is forever. So yeah, like I don't want to comment too much on his form, but if he thinks he's much better now, then he probably is.
Hi there. I think I'm right in saying all three of you would have played in the semi-finals in 2015 and lost to the All Blacks. I was wondering if you could maybe reflect a bit on how that loss shaped your attitude towards those matches and the next couple of times you played them afterwards.
Yeah, I'll go first. I haven't answered the question. I think, it was obviously the three of us, what were we, 24 that time? Yeah, I think so. And it was obviously disappointing game to fall out of the World Cup at the semi-final. And I think it was a building experience, learning from that. And I don't think you can single out one game so far back. But yeah, I think it was obviously it built experience. We were young, it was our first World Cup, and hopefully learn from that.
Question for Ewan. Do you derive as much pleasure beating England than, say, France or Italy?
Sorry, say again?
Do you derive as much pleasure beating England than, say, France or Italy or any other team for that matter?
I think a knockout stages of a World Cup, I don't think doesn't matter who you play against, it will bring so much happiness. I think when we beat France this weekend, everyone was so happy, and just knowing you've got another shot, you've got another week to prepare, and you're not back home. So whether it was England or Fiji, our preparation wouldn't have changed. Our desperation to win the game wouldn't have changed.
Damien, you've played 3 semi-finals and been across 3 continents in that time. Could you just tell us what European rugby did to help your game? And could you also just, right at the very end, just say one, maybe 2 lines about R.G. Snyman, who's fought so hard to be here through injury?
Yeah, I've obviously been lucky to play a lot of rugby in South Africa, in my home province at the Stormers. And obviously spending 2 years, or 1 year at Panasonic, also a few months at Kintetsu Liners after the 2015 World Cup, and then obviously at Munster as well. But yeah, I feel, obviously I got my opportunity in Cape Town, but I learned a lot in Japan and at Munster. I think they put a big emphasis on skill and developing players skillfully, and I think that has improved my game personally. I put a lot of effort into that when I was in Japan and at Munster, and then obviously RG, I was at Munster with him for 2 years. I think in those 2 years we probably played 5 minutes together, which was quite unfortunate. I was really looking forward to playing with him consistently in the league, but obviously injuries happen, and that's all part of the game. And he just had, I think, 2 years of bad luck, of a bad run, and credit to Munster. I think they offered him a new contract after his second ACL, and they stuck with him and they backed him, and he's come good. He's worked very hard. He's playing exceptional rugby again. And I think he's a great person, and I know when he comes on the field on Saturday, he'll bring a lot of energy and a lot of positivity, and hopefully, touch wood, that's all his bad luck done, and he can go from strength to strength and finish his career without any injuries again.
Hi there, Sarah Orchard, BBC. This is one for all 3 of you. I don't know if you could hear at the back, Sia particularly talking about you, Evan. There's some wonderful words from him. But could you all just give us a little bit of a taste of what it's like being part of a squad that has Sia Khaleesi in it, because he continues to be such a superstar at the moment on the world stage, particularly when you're all probably sat on the bus or in the change room waiting for him to finish his autographs?
Yeah, obviously it's I don't know how other teams are, so it's quite difficult to say. Being in Japan, obviously the Japanese players that I play with at my club are quite big in Japan, but yeah, Sia obviously is known across the whole world. Sometimes I feel a bit, I wouldn't say sorry for him, but because his energy is so good and he's so giving, he's very selfless and he takes a lot of his own time to make other people happy. I know very few people like that, and that goes a long way. I think a lot of the players see it every single day. He'd have the worst day possible I wouldn't say the worst day, but his body would be very sore, he'd be mentally tired, and he'd always find a way to make someone else feel happy. So yeah, I think we are very lucky, we're very privileged to have him in the squad, and I know we'll all be very close with him after rugby as well, and I'm looking forward to those moments afterwards as well. So yeah, that's the way I'd sum it up, but yeah.
Yeah, for me, I think the three of us actually played with Sia from under 19, which is also quite special. He's a special guy to have in our environment as our leader. Really look up to him, and I think it's, like Damien said, a privilege to have him with us.
Yeah, I think we in a squad, we don't see him as that superstar. We see him as a guy that's close to us, that we've known since a young age, and obviously he's a superstar, and which he is to the people in the communities and the work he does. But for us, we've known him since, like I said, under 19 and played with him. And he's a friend to us, and yeah, just a normal person who enjoys a silly joke and some stupid laughter. But yeah, for us, it's great. And I think one thing about Sia on the pitch, because people talk a lot about him off the field, but on the pitch, like the work rate and the amount of work he does that people or the normal fan at home won't see or won't know actually what a difference he makes cleaning those outside breakdowns to make the backline guys like a Currie and a Jez and Shine. The amount of work he does there is incredible, and the unseen work, his work ethic on the field and his work rate, it's really it's actually for me an underrated player for what he does for us as a team.
Question for France. Nick Mullins from ITV Sport. Take us into the scrum on Saturday night. What does it feel like? What does it smell like? Why do you get out of bed every morning to do this strange thing?
You want to come with?
Love to.
Yeah, it's obviously a very physical thing. It's obviously very, very tough. I said earlier in another interview, and this is a massive cliche, but it's really all 8. It's really the whole pack. And I think front rows and hooker will always scrum because they in the front line. But when you get the back 5s buy in, and for them to scrum and really give all their 100% effort, and for them to realize the potential that lies in everyone buying in, is really special. So a lot of credit to them. Without the guys behind us, we'll get scrummed every time. And I think it's just a hats off to the guys, the back 5, giving that effort every time.
Yeah, I know you don't like talking about individuals, and I know it's a team effort, but talk to us a bit about Franco Mostert. I think it's one of the players that most fly under the radar on this team.
Yeah, Franco is an absolute workhorse, unbelievable player, unbelievable person. I think the amount of work he does on the field is unmatched. I think the number of collisions and efforts and battles he gets into a game is really incredible, and yeah, just how he throws his body around. Normally a lock is about 120 kgs, but I think he is just under 110. But I mean, he plays like a 140 kg lock the way he goes around the field, and he's intellect in the lineouts and working out plans. Obviously, him and RG doing that for us, it's incredible the work they do, and just to make sure we get the right options. So yeah, I mean, Franco is a team man. I think if there's one guy in a team that no one will ever dislike is probably Franco, because he's just always up for a laugh and always just ready to work and give his all for the team.
Thank you very much, guys. That's the end of our news conference. We started a bit early, so we are well on time. Thank you so much. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Cheers.
And how they manage the second half. Does that change your thinking, or how do you, as a forward pack, adapt to that challenge specifically?
It's not something that is vocally expressed, but as is most things with Steve, it's almost like he's prophesized this game's coming at this point. I remember being back in July in Verona, and we're talking about the fourth quarter of games, doing fitness then training, almost preparing us for times like this. Making changes in between sets and whatever. So it's something that we've prepared for in that regard. And we know that test matches, for 60 minutes, are normally nip and tuck. They're normally pretty closely matched, and it's almost now down to that last 20, and that's not lost on us. We've got such a wealth of experience in our team, both in the pack and in the back. So they're always very good at steering us through, and all we've got to do is listen and do our job.
And I guess with the changes that have been made to the pack, and you look at the bench, the forwards you have on the bench, you could, I suppose, I don't know, maybe you see that as something to draw confidence on in terms of the physicality of those guys that can come on and maybe be your own version of a bomb squad.
Well, I think you're 100% right in terms of some of the guys that are coming off the bench. Some of those players have played in some of the biggest tournaments, biggest games in the world. So we're excited to see how they go. We're excited to see how we go starting the game off, and hopefully we're in a position where they come on and just get us over the line. So that's the most important thing. It's the thing we've spoken about. It's now down to winning. It doesn't matter how you play. We obviously want to play our best, but we've got to try and win the game. And like I said, we've shown different ways of doing that over the last couple of months. So hopefully that bears well for the tournament.
Hey Joe, Will here. Can you tell us what you were doing 4 years ago at this point? Did you watch that New Zealand game?
Obviously I didn't make the squad. I played 3 of the 4 warm-up games, and I was obviously gutted not to be involved, but I've obviously watched it, and I was just so happy that we got through to the final. Hopefully this weekend we can do the same.
Can you talk to us a bit about that journey of not making the squad last time, being disappointed, and maybe some detail about what you did back at Quins to get yourself back in the position you are in now?
Yeah, I think it was more about just finding the best of myself and working out how I can put my best bits into the game, try and get myself into the game more, and impose more threats really. And over this last 4 years, I feel like at Quins and in an England jersey, I've done it a little bit more, and now I feel really good at the moment. I'm loving this tournament so far. I'm loving being involved as much as I have been, and just really excited for Saturday.
Who would you credit, I don't know, coaches or people around you with that journey that you've been on, and someone that's helped you or talk about the game or add things on the field?
I think there's loads of people that I could credit. Obviously, I've had a fair few coaches in that time. My family, my friends, but more importantly, it's the lads on the pitch, the ones you're playing with week in, week out, the ones who are seeing every part of your game. They're seeing you when you're at your best, seeing you when you're at your worst, and that could be at training or on the field. Just trying to take everything from everyone around you and get the best out of yourself. Yeah.
Can I ask too about that short stint you had in Auckland as well, down in New Zealand, and maybe what that added to you and what you took from that into these massive games.
Yeah, I loved that experience. It was only short, but I felt like I got a lot out of it. I think the big things were really to see the game a little bit differently, to see where the space is, and to get yourself in the space and just and try and get the ball there. Really, that was the main thing. There's obviously a lot of skillful back rowers in New Zealand that I played alongside, and now in this England mix there's a fair few skillful back rowers, Islam included, who are all amazing and able to get the ball to you. So I think that'll probably be the big thing I took, and hopefully been bringing it into here.
Is there something maybe in the Kiwis' attacking mindset that spoke to you maybe, and you could see the way they approached these massive games and thought that there were maybe different ways to do it than you would have if you just stayed at Queen's the whole time? You would have maybe only thought one way about it.
Yeah, it was definitely a different narrative. They play a lot, or at Queen's we obviously play a lot as well, but yeah, they just, if it's on, they go, and they've got some amazing athletes out there, they've got some amazing talents, and they just back the skills. I think the one-on-ones from players, being able to take people on and beat them is such a huge thing out there. There seems to be a lot of space in Super Rugby as well, so bringing that back in when the game gets a bit looser and being able to take people on is a huge thing from that.
Yeah. Ben, you said you watched the quarter-final France-South Africa. What did you think about this massive game? And did you learn something new about the South African players, the South African rugby, and maybe about the referee who played a big role for the French fans?
Firstly, what a contest. I think everyone who watched it was appreciative of the physicality, the intensity. I think I saw someone right, that was one of the best games of rugby they'd ever seen.
Yeah, we're absolutely buzzing. Obviously it's been an exciting week. The quarter-final was huge for us, and yeah, we're all really looking forward to it.
Ben?
Yeah, I echo that. Like you said, we've got a big challenge ahead of us, but we've done what we've come here to do so far. So, like you say, 1 win away from the final, 2 wins away from taking the trophy home. But first things first, massive game on Saturday night.
A lot of people are writing you off, but how's belief within the camp?
Belief is good. We're buoyed by where our game's at. Again, we know how good the opposition we have on the weekend, and we're hoping it's going to be a fantastic game where both sides bring their best and see who comes out on top.
Do you personally feel you're playing some of your best rugby of your career right now?
Certainly the most enjoyable time of my career. Yeah, really grateful for everything that's happened for me so far this campaign. Not taking it for granted, and I think what's been most enjoyable for me is playing with people that I've not had the pleasure of playing a huge amount with, Joe being one of them, and having played against a lot of these guys a lot over the last couple of years, to play with them, it's a nice privilege to have.
Coming up against a pack like the Springbok pack, how much do you relish the physicality, the challenge ahead?
Well, it's what being in the World Cup's about, isn't it? You've got to play the best teams to win the trophy. We want to play the best teams. We want to test ourselves against the best, and yeah, like you say, as a forward, there's not many better. So yeah, we can't wait to come up against what is probably one of the best packs in the world. So yeah, we're really looking forward to it.
And have you talked this week about meeting them physically, toe to toe?
I think you in international rugby now, if you're not physically at it, you don't physically impose yourself, you're going to struggle to win a test match. So nothing changes in that regard. And you know, the occasion is one that is going to bring the best out of everyone. So yeah, we're really looking forward to that.
Joe, how are you feeling about the prospect of the two centres in front of you and what's about to come down your channel?
Yeah, obviously they're both big and athletic, and they're gonna be really physical. So for us, yeah, it's just about trying to stop them in their tracks. Really, we know that South Africa are one of the most physical teams in the world. So for us, yeah, it's just about constantly going up and meeting them, and hopefully get a win.
I know you guys weren't there, but has there been any talk about exacting revenge? It's a bit of a cliche, but settling the score from 4 years ago, can some players use that as a motivation?
Not particularly, to be honest. It's like every game's different, every tournament's different. So for all of us, it's just about this next game. It's about you know, a fair few of us, it's our first time in semi-final, first time at a World Cup. So
we're obviously all looking forward to it, and for the boys that have been here before, it's about trying to win it. So yeah, we're all really excited, and yeah, just focusing on this game.
Ben, you were speaking last week and talking about how at points, if people were talking about a world sort of 15 kind of thing, then maybe there wouldn't be too many England players who had been floated for that sort of outside the group. But then the other day, Kev Sinfield was talking about you and your form and saying that he believes you would be in that conversation given how well you've played. From where you were to where you are, how proud of that are you, and how pleasing is it to sort of be having that sort of recognition? Yeah.
In terms of my journey, yeah, I just kind of I've not really had a chance to look back on it. It's all happened quite quickly. It's not something, again, that I've touched upon, that I've taken for granted. I've loved it. Yeah, and now it seems like a long distant time away where you probably won't get that recognition. So yeah, just trying to appreciate wearing the rose every day, and I really do appreciate it. In terms of what Kev said, to come from someone like him is massive, and someone I have honestly so much respect for on and off the pitch. One of the best guys I've met, one of the best rugby minds I've met. So yeah, that's always nice to do.
How much has his influence, pervaded through the squad, and how influential has he just been for you guys in terms of that leadership and I suppose, yeah, just inspiring everybody?
Yeah, well, I think the message from the coach is always heard slightly clearer if the coach can probably do it better than you can. So in terms of running and fighting through pain thresholds, barriers, he's shown he can do that, as a player and as a human being. So yeah, his message has been pretty consistent over the campaign, and I think our defence just seems to be getting a little bit better. And every game has posed different challenges, and again, a different challenge this week probably to Fiji, but one that we're preparing really hard for. And defence at this point in the campaign now is as much mental as it is technical. We're a team that loves defending, and yeah, we're looking forward to Saturday.
And of course, won't be lost on you that in your role at number 8, if you win selection ahead of Billy, someone who for so long has always been looked to kind of carry that physical threat and punch holes in the game line, those sorts of things, and obviously you've been doing that really well. But how ready for you, are you for the challenge of doing that, obviously against this South Africa side, who on paper at least, are seen a certain way, obviously, aren't they, in terms of physicality?
Well, they're a big pack. That's not lost on us by any means. I guess every player is slightly different. I never compare myself to Billy, but I've learned a huge amount from Billy, having played with him both for club and country. But yeah, I'm just trying to do my own thing, be the player that I'm trying to be, and so far so good in certain aspects of the game. So yeah, it's something that I'll try and replicate, if not better, this weekend, and hopefully it helps the team get over the line.
And Joe, just on your partnership with Manu, obviously, how do you see that coming along and looking like it's bearing fruit now, and you feeling more sort of connected? And I suppose this weekend it needs to be sort of even, like you were saying, trying to stop those guys in their tracks, and on that side of things probably need to be more sort of aligned than ever, wouldn't you?
Yeah, our connection's been getting better and better, and it's just great to play with the man. Obviously, there's probably no one better to stop big units than him. So yeah, it's been a privilege to play alongside him, and hopefully this weekend we get the best out of each other.
And just one for both of you, that's okay. Obviously, South Africa are very clear about their sort of motivation and where they've been, and as defending champions and everything that comes with that. But you're not lacking for any of that either, are you? And I know, Ben, obviously you were talking the other day about there's no reason why you can't just go out there, whoever it was going to be, no reason not to go out there, leaving everything out there and very potentially take another step into the final next week. I mean, after everything that's happened in the tournament, it's time kind of just to, I suppose, understand it, but then almost forget it, isn't it? And just produce the very best rugby that you can.
Well, exactly. I think there's kind of there's always a narrative through the group stages. I always think there's a narrative, kind of in those early knockout stages. Almost feel like it's a new chapter once you get to the semis and the finals. It is purely about who turns up on the day. You both start 0-0. No one's got points on the board in terms of tables and stuff. So, like I said, it's a bit of a roll of the dice, and all we can do is bring the best of ourselves psychologically and physically. And the coaches have been brilliant in terms of how they managed us this week. You saw the elation of the quarterfinals, and of course we're ecstatic to be where we are, but this is another step, and we're fully prepared for that.
Ben, over here, you clearly respect South Africa. Is it important not to show them too much respect and that you impose yourselves and not be in awe of what's in front of you?
Yeah, I think you're 100% right. I think they're world champions for a reason. They've played, they're Lions champions for a reason. But we're our own team. We're a team that, although it's been, you kind of feel that we've been through the mill a little bit over the last couple of months. We're the kind of team that doesn't hold too much baggage. We feel like we're a new team. We feel like we're only really at the beginning of our journey. And I guess it's we're not really carrying too much of a burden. We're going to try and play our best rugby. We're going to try and be at our best. And as I've just said there, that's all we can do. In terms of respect, we've got a huge amount of respect for them. They are, honestly, some of the players I've watched, I've been watching highlights from when I was 12, some of those guys, certainly in the pack. So, yeah, I've got a huge amount of respect for them, but the only way we can respect them is by bringing our best. And that's what we've been speaking about all week, how we've been preparing ourselves all week.
And what do you make of their back row? You've got three pretty established players there who started the 2019 final.
Yeah, all very, very good players. Some of the best players in the world. Very different players, all posing very different challenges. So I'm just excited about testing myself against some of the best in the world. People that have played against them say that they're fantastic to play against, and yeah, I can't wait to test myself against those. And obviously, whoever comes off the bench, they've got such a wealth of talent and experience in that area. So yeah, I'm buzzing.
Joe, I know all this is new to you. I just wonder how much the scar tissue of 2019 has been part of this week, how much you're aware of it, being somebody in the squad this time around.
I alluded to earlier a little bit. It hasn't really played too much of a role. See, this is a different group. This is a different journey, and we're in the semi-finals. And yeah, we're just all excited to be here. We're looking forward to obviously taking it to them, and yeah, just to start a fresh chapter. So yeah, for us, we're all buzzing for it. There's not too much laying on from them. So. Yeah.
And Ben, do you think in terms of stones or kilograms?
Kilograms nowadays.
So you're giving away 18 kilograms to Dwayne Vermeulen this weekend. How does a really good little one beat a really good big one?
That's a good question. Oh, I wasn't ready for that. I don't know. He from everyone who's played against him, and I haven't had the privilege, says he's one of the smartest players as well as one of the biggest. So to play against someone like him is going to be brilliant. I've got to bring the best of myself. I've got to play to my strengths. He's going to play to his, and I really enjoy and relish that battle if I get the chance. So we in the league, in the international rugby, we play against some big teams, some big players all the time. So it's not something that I'm massively not used to. But like I said, it's a World Cup semi-final. It's a new level. So you've got to bring the best, sink or swim at this point, isn't it? So let's hope I swim.
I know this might seem a silly question, but do we think about that kind of thing more than you do? Does your game not change depending on whoever you're playing against?
Well, I think it comes into thinking in terms of certain bits, but one man's strength may be another man's weakness. So I don't know a huge amount about Dwayne in terms of that regard. I know what I can do. I know what I'm trying to get out the weekend. In terms of my personal performance and what I can give the team. So, like I said, the biggest respect we can give these guys is playing our best and seeing where that gets us after 80 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah. Hi Ben. I think Steve's talked during this tournament about the
Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby Beyond Forever Sport for today's World Rankings Preview. 4 teams involved today, well, this weekend rather, and it is Team 1 and 2 in the world, Team 5 in the world, and I think 8 or 9 in the world are Los Pumas. But it can all change very, very, very quickly. In fact, they're 7th. In fact, now I actually remembered. So it can all change very quickly this weekend because they're playing obviously very lower or higher ranked teams, and so a lot can happen. With regards to the world ranking, not that they really matter because in a week's time we'll be, crowning a world champion But the world rankings are there. They provide us a bit of a form guide, really, and therefore it's interesting to look at them. Before we do, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Right, so first things first, how can New Zealand go number 1? Well, if they beat Argentina and South Africa lose to England, the Springboks drop 2 places to 3rd, which means New Zealand will move up to 1st. They've actually not been on top of the rankings since 2021. So it'll be almost 2 years since November 2021. So almost 2 years since they were at the top of the world ranking. So yeah, the All Blacks got an opportunity to get there, but they require the Boks to lose. If South Africa and New Zealand both win, if they both lose, then Ireland will return to top spot. So they both can drop down. It'd be interesting, wouldn't it? Ireland knocked out the World Cup and yet a week later going up to number 1 in the world. Don't think they'd really care because obviously being in the World Cup and winning a World Cup is what they really want. But yes, suppose, silver linings and all that. A narrow defeat would see South Africa fall 1 place to 2nd, with England climbing above a beaten New Zealand into 4th place. Argentina will swap places with Scotland, taking over 6th place if they beat New Zealand. However, Argentina can go as high as 3rd for the first time since 2008 if they beat New Zealand by more than 15 points and England win by the same margin. That would see England go as high as 2nd, with South Africa and New Zealand falling down to 5th and 6th respectively. Imagine going from 1st down to 5th. Would be a bit depressing, wouldn't it be? So first just don't lose. That would be an all-time low if the All Blacks were to drop down to 5th, or to 6th, because their lowest ever is 5th. It would also be the first time since the new rankings were introduced in 2003 that both South Africa and New Zealand would not be in the top 4. Interesting times. England have not been ranked as high as 2nd since February 2021. South Africa will drop to 5th if they lose to England by more than 15 points. There will be no positional changes if New Zealand and South Africa win to set up a repeat of the 1995 World Cup final, whilst South Africa can only gain a maximum of 0.46 by beating England, allowing New Zealand to close the gap as they can earn up to 0.65. Basically, it's an all lose no win scenario for the Boks because they can't go. I mean, they obviously can't go any higher. They are the number 1 in the world, but any sort of loss, they can go tumbling quite quickly. I don't think we'd really care how far we tumble, more than the fact that we'd be tumbling out the World Cup. But it's interesting how sort of it can change. I suppose we all talk about the world rankings not being fair. Argentina suddenly go up to 3rd, for example, with a big victory, and South Africa, New Zealand dropping down to 5th and 6th, Ireland being 1st. It wouldn't necessarily be reflective of the World Cup, but I suppose there are certain teams that could rise quite quickly if they beat the right teams, which should probably be the case. In Argentina go and beat New Zealand, then they should be able to rise quite quickly. Similarly, England go and beat the number 1 side in the world in South Africa, they should be able to rise. The issue probably here is how quickly the tops can fall, because if New Zealand and South Africa were dropping down to 3rd and 4th, that would literally make sense because they would be in the 3rd and 4th playoffs. So they're never going to quite work out like that. But I don't think they're far away, actually, to the current world order, which I said in the review earlier this week. So I don't think, again, depending on what happens this weekend, I don't think they'll be that far from what the world order is when it comes to the world rankings. But South Africa do win this. It means that they can go on to win the World Cup whilst being ranked number 1. They obviously keep their number 1 status. And who can then really argue when you're the number 1 ranked side in the world, you've got the World Cup, you are the best side in the world. Nobody can take that away from you. So, beat England tomorrow, beat whoever you're playing next week, the World Cup is ours. That is the main thing. That is the only thing that matters. But these are the permutations for the world rankings. Let me know what you think they'll be in a week's time, or on Monday rather, when they get updated, and who you think are going to be in the final of the World Cup. Please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen. I'll chat to you soon. Right, and we are live. Good evening, hello everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. First of all, it's good to be back. I am, first of all, back in South Africa and back on the fan forum. The guys are going to be sort of holding down the fort. So Dan's been on a couple in the last couple of weeks. And welcome to a very special episode, because I am joined by Mr. Dan Stoltz, as usual. But I'm also joined by the Lions Rugby Head of Medical, Pamela Watts. So first of all, Dan, how are you doing?
Very, very good. I'm really excited about the conversation. Thank you so much.
And then Pamela, first of all, just thank you so much for giving us time. It's so exciting to be able to get somebody, especially as a Lions fan, to be able to get somebody out of the Lions and to get some more insight, because at the end of the day, we're also very casual fans, so any sort of insight we can get on what actually happens behind the scenes is fantastic. So thank you for giving up of your Thursday evening, and really looking forward to hearing what's going on. So before we get into before we start to I wouldn't say grilling, but asking Pamela exactly what's happening behind the scenes and what will be happening in the box squad and what sort of the sort of the roles within sort of the medical staff and stuff. It'll be amiss of me to not reflect a little bit about last weekend and the fact that in 2 days' time we've got a Springbok semi-final. And Dan, just very quickly before we sort of get into this weekend, just try and sum up the emotions of last weekend.
There was an energy deficit Monday and Tuesday this week. We really kicked into it on Wednesday just because every game was just emotional. I felt emotionally drained by the end of it. And in many ways I was glad that the Springboks played. Well, glad, but even more weighted because the Springboks played last, made for a long Sunday evening, but jeepers, couldn't have been more happy. Just an incredible display of what rugby at the highest level can be. And I was just hoping when watching it that like someone who's never watched rugby before was watching those matches, because that would convince them. Now they are hooked. If they see any of those games, just the emotion shown and the quality, it was incredible.
And then, Pam, it must have been a very interesting environment being in the Lions setup, arriving on Monday and getting the week going. First of all, where did you watch personally, and what's the vibe like been in camp on the Monday? I mean, it must really get the guys going watching something like that, and especially given that such a young squad of people dreaming to kind of be there in the future.
Yeah, I think, I watched it at home with my family, which was a flippant roller coaster ride, a roller coaster of emotions, and couldn't get to sleep, obviously, after all of that. So I woke up Monday morning and was absolutely exhausted. And I think most of the squad was also exhausted because I think the training session on Monday was a little bit all over the show and a little bit flat, actually. I think they were still trying to get past the fact that most of them didn't sleep.
We can forgive them.
Yeah, absolutely. But no, the talk was very positive. I'm very excited, and very, very motivating, actually. Very motivating for us coming into the URC start this weekend.
Yeah, well, I can't wait to be celebrating a Lions quarterfinal win and a semi-final and thing at the end of the next few months. So, Pamela, before we sort of get into exactly some of the recovery and some of the stuff that we really want to sort of get to know, can you just sort of give us a bit of an outline of your time with the Lions and sort of where it started and sort of how you ended up now in the position you're in?
Yeah, thanks. I started in 2015. I'd actually gone there to shadow for a master's degree that I had started in, I think, 2010. So I had gained a little bit of experience there. So I started with the under-19s and at the same time doing the long-term return to play players in the Super Rugby squad. And then, moved up from there into the under-21s, from under-21s up to Super Sport Challenge. And then in 2020, took over from a very great physio that started his own practice at the level of URC. Well, actually, it was still Super Rugby in a sense, but then COVID hit. So then we converted from Super Rugby to the URC, and then that was 2020, and then head of medical became an option in July this year. So that has been quite interesting and quite challenging, but also very exciting. It's a lot of admin that I didn't think was possible. A lot of managing, and a lot of communication. A lot of communicating going on there, but still doing the physio side as well. So I still will be pitch side with the URC with the chief medical officer on the other side. So we work really closely together, the two of us. That's been my journey there.
Okay, so the head of medical, can you sort of give us a bit of a breakdown? What does a typical, what does the Lions, for example, medical staff look like overall?
So we have quite an extensive medical staff, actually, all the way down from the massage therapists all the way through bios, physios, strength and conditioning coaches, doctors, and the chief medical doctor as well. So it's managing the medical center in essence. So myself and the chief medical officer work closely together with the lead or the head strength and conditioning coaches, or the strength and conditioning coach as well. And we work as a holistic team to get a player back onto the field as soon as we possibly can, and ensuring that they stay on the field for as long as possible. Yeah. So that's, yeah, and we all work together. I mean, the massage therapists play a really important role for us, especially in an injured player, soft tissue massage, getting the tissues quite pliable, and then we work up from there.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Pam, how big is that team? Because obviously, as you say,
so we have 3 permanent massage therapists. They come on the daily. Then we have a service agreement massage therapist that we call on if we need. So that's 3 + 1. Then we've got 4 physios. We've got a lead junior physio and a junior teams physio. Then we have myself and another senior physio. So that's 4 of us. Then we have 3 strength and conditioning coaches, lead strength and conditioning coach, and then a senior strength and conditioning coach, and then a strength and conditioning coach for the junior level.
Sorry, and then just to clarify,
yeah?
so you by senior and junior, so like for junior teams and then senior teams, hey?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
So when I mean senior,
Yeah.
I mean the URC, and when I mean junior, I mean the under 21s, under 19s.
Yeah, just so everybody understand. Yeah.
And yes, yeah. And then we have chief medical officer with the URC team, and then a sports physician for the under 21s and the Currie Cup.
And you
So it's
are
quite big.
you are overseeing all of this for essentially the Lions Rugby Union, correct?
Yeah, I work on the same band level as the chief medical officer and the strength and conditioning coach. So we sort of make the decisions together, the 3 of us, and then work through and then we have 2 bios. Sorry, I forgot about the biokineticists. We have 2 bios that come in every day, and so I oversee them in the medical center with the massage therapists and the physios. Yeah.
As someone who actually did an undergrad in biokinetics, please don't forget about us.
Sorry, I'll
No,
apologize
I'm only
tomorrow.
joking. But I'm interested, that type of setup, is that typical for all clubs, and does that get any bigger or smaller per different unions or at a national level, or is it typically a very replicated framework?
Yeah, I think in South Africa it's quite a replicated framework. It's just the size that matters, or the size that differs, sorry. You usually have your strength and conditioning coach, your physios, your doctors, and your bios with your massage therapists. Overseas, I think the structure is a little bit bigger. However, they don't have the bios. The physios and the strength and conditioning coaches work quite closely together. And as I understand it, they don't always have a permanent doctor on site, like we do in South Africa. Most of us have the permanent doctor on site. They will have doctors that come in maybe on a daily basis or when needed, or they're called upon. Yeah, but I think it's the size here that differs. I think the top premier clubs have the more robust structure, and the smaller unions usually have at least 1 physio, and then they may then go and send I do some of them. I know that they send off to a bio off campus, or the doctor down the road that come in. Yeah, which I think is quite difficult. I think I'm very privileged to be working around a holistic team with so many people, which is actually really, really nice. But having one individual, I think, can be quite difficult for someone.
For sure.
Yeah, that's nice to sort of bounce ideas across from everybody and have all these different sort of perspectives, because obviously buyers will look at something compared to a physio, compared to strength and conditioning and stuff. It's all sort of nice brain trust.
Yeah. And listen, we also have our arguments. You have to. You have to have your arguments. It makes for a very interesting day.
And you've got pressures coming from all those different directions. Now you're integrating the actual player who it is, and the coach, and the match that's happening this weekend. And
yes,
if something happens again, the buck stops at you to have made the correct decision. So I can imagine there's a lot of heated discussions surrounding that, and even now just around the World Cup, it's such a hot topic. I can only imagine you have great insight into what those conversations are like.
Yes, very much so.
Yeah, well, what I actually wanted to ask you, Dan mentioned the coach. So for example, somebody like Ivan, who's got a bit of a strength and conditioning sort of background, a bit similar to sort of
Yes.
Jacques Ingelbach as well, who had that sort of medical
Yes.
background before just being sort of the coach. How much has that sort of helped with being able to understand your sort of position and stuff like that? Because I think obviously some coaches will come through and they can hear you say, listen, this player can't play for this reason or for this reason, or they're not fit enough for this reason, but they might not be able to understand. How much is it easier working with someone who's got that sort of background to be able to understand where you're coming from and not sort of be speaking to the layman all the time type thing?
I think it can be yes and no. It can be easier and it can be more challenging because you can't sort of get something past him because he knows, he knows the structure. He was in the structure for so many years and he ran that system, so to his credit, we had a player that we were returning back to play and we had put him on the field and we came off and he had actually challenged us on his biomechanics and his movement and said he picked up something on that player. And we actually then we all looked at it and we pulled him from his return to play and we pulled him off the field and we got him off feet until we could correct that. He was battling with deceleration in different planes of movement, and Ivan actually picked it up more than we did. Yeah. So in that aspect, yes.
Again, that's the whole brain trust.
Yeah. And it's I think it's quite nice that we can have those conversations, that we can challenge each other and not take it personally and not have an ego and actually turn around and say, sure, you know what, thank you very much. You're the one that picked that up, and we could hopefully get this guy back into play as soon as possible. Yeah.
All right, cool. Yeah. And then Pam, just sort of the team environment. I mean, as somebody who's sort of been around the box quite a lot, and sort of the hallmarks of the entire team is how close they are as a squad, and it's more than just sort of the player relationship and the player and the coaches. That the entire sort of management team. Can you sort of give us a bit of insight? What is the environment like between coaches, your medical staff, your support staff, your managers, your players, and stuff like that? How does that whole sort of environment sort of work? Are there sort of, let's say, divisions, but is it sort of, do people sort of keep to themselves type thing, or is it just generally quite mixed up?
I think it depends on the individuals that are within the coaching staff and within the different departments. I think if you are an individual that is open to communication and constructive feedback and criticism, I think then the communication channels are really good, and I think they flow quite nicely and quite easily. If you have individuals that take a lot of things personally, or like give you a bit of backlash or things like that, then it becomes really difficult, because as coaches and medical staff, you really have to be communicating 100% all the time. You don't always have to be on the same page, in a sense of you don't always have to agree with each other, but they have to be close. I mean, I just the one little snippet I helped when the Bucks went to go and play at Twickenham. There was a remaining squad left behind, and a couple of us went to go and help, and we were on the bus to St. John's, and I just sat on the bus.
The match this year.
Yeah, it was. So the remaining.
Okay. Yeah.
So they went to play at Twickenham, and there was a remaining squad that stayed behind before they left. Yes. And there were a couple of us that went and helped out, because obviously Renee and Anne were had gone overseas already, and I sat on the bus, and they all got on the bus, and there's no seating protocol. You can sit wherever you want, and I was just observing, and you had the logistic manager sitting in front with Russie, with a massage therapist chatting to the bus driver, and it was like a 15-minute journey, and they were just. It was phenomenal to see, actually. You have this perception that a head coach stays in his box and he, doesn't really communicate. Well, maybe some people have that, and it was really interesting to see that they were all communicating, no matter where you were. It was the water boy, or if it was, the logistics manager, or if it was the massage therapist, the physio, or the doctor. They were all sharing a joke. I think it must have been something that had happened, and it was incredible to see. Yeah, so I thought that dynamic was. They've created, I think, something special within the environment. And
a large reflection of, general working environments within the professional world, right? It lends itself very similarly when you see these big figures that is Rassie. Everyone knows his name. He's the spoken about person. He's the guy almost with the target on his back. So you're never quite sure what that leader is like. Is there restricted access? Are there, only these people can speak to him? And what we hear him preach is this, narrative of, no, everyone's equal and no one's above that. So, hearing these examples and seeing them in such, small use cases like a team bus in a 15-minute journey, but those echo into the whole belief of a team and, what they really stand for.
100%. Yeah, I think what he preaches is actually sort of what you see. Yeah, it was amazing.
Right, so Pan, to get into the nitty-gritty, right? So Boks have got a semi-final on Saturday. Can you sort of talk us through a little bit? Because I mean, every single press conference I've been to now is, they talk about, because often you go into sort of the Monday, Tuesday, and they just talk about, we had a really good recovery day yesterday, and and they like often talk about, how impressed they are with players and how well they're doing their recovery. What does a day of recovery and the next couple of days of recovery looks like? Because obviously, you can't just play a match and the next day you're out training and stuff like that. And also, during the week, what do some of the sessions look like? How many are sort of high intensity, or how many involve contact, how many don't involve contact? Can you sort of give us an idea of what like a Sunday to Saturday turnaround, for example, could look like?
Yeah. So obviously mine is going to be a bit Lions biased here, but I'm sure it's very similar. We follow very similar protocols to the Springboks. So after a Saturday game, you usually have a really good meal. So your nutrition is 100% important. Our dietitian would advocate that. That's one of your top recovery tools, nutrition. So the dietitian would have gotten out their meal plan for that evening and probably the morning, or actually the morning after and the week after as well. And they will eat according to what the dietitian has required. Then not only that, is also sleep is really important. So those are our top two recovery tools that they need to adhere to. We have a 100-point system, and so each recovery tool creates you generate a point system. So you have to tick off up to 100 points when you come in on that Monday. So your typical Sunday could be your sleep and your eating. You could have a lie-in. You can have a pool session. I'm sure on camp at the Springboks they would have a recovery pool session or a foam rolling session or a mobility session. They would have massage rubs as well, and they'll just have a complete chill out day. Or maybe a social, you also get points for social, but not a hectic social day. Then the Monday becomes a bit of a flush. So you'll have your review from the game, so sort of like a chilled morning. We do a recovery scoring in the morning, so they have to do a couple of tests that we then check to make sure that their scores are all okay. If we don't pick up anything, so they'll do a groin squeeze test to see that they are still on their baseline. Or above and they haven't dropped, so we don't, if we do that, we can flag them.
Yes.
On tour, that's a little bit more difficult, so they might sort of modify that a little bit.
As a result of the equipment available.
Yeah, absolutely. And then your review session, your massage sessions on Monday morning, and your physios treatments that you probably need to start getting sort of rid of a bit of the niggles. And then your field session is a lighter field session on that Monday. We call it a tacky session. So in the tackies, they're doing the walkthrough. And then as the week goes on, they sort of build up the intensity and the contact Tuesday, Wednesday through the week. And then your captain's day is sort of more of a chilled session, so you hit your field session harder on that Wednesday, have a off day Thursday, recovery day again, foam rolling, massage, rest, recovery, all that, ice baths, contrast baths, and captain's Friday, and then ready for the game on Saturday. We also look at loads as well. The running loads and what you've achieved that week, and then pull people. The strength and conditioning coaches will look at that and then monitor and manage their loads as they go.
And we've just got a comment from Safri Kiwi saying, "Golf for recovery, yes, please." I think, and you mentioned that, there's the biggest is the, a big part of it is food and sleep. At the end of the day, these, they are professionals, yes, but also grown-ups, and it can be difficult, I'm sure, particularly maybe in younger age groups, to control and actually understand what is happening on these off days. Are they, following what is expected of them? Are they eating the right things? How do you get insight into that while they aren't eating, in a team, cafeteria? But is there are they wearing particular smartwatches? What is that insight? And can you maybe give a little follow on about can you see that separation of? Can you make that prediction of who's going to make it based on how people follow these types of instructions and ways of recovery?
So I think to answer your first question, I think we possibly, I might get into trouble for saying this, but in South Africa, I think our nutrition and our dietary needs could be improved. I think as unions, we don't have a cafeteria, or we don't get our food made for us. You have to rely on the player to get he has got his diet plan or his eating plan, and they do have a dietary session every Monday with a dietitian. So that's how we keep track of it. But it's only for a short period of time. He has to be responsible for the rest of the time that he has been given. So so that is very difficult. I know overseas they're very good at that. They do have a cafeteria. They do have people that cook for them. They come in and they have all their meals there.
Yeah.
How we've tried to get around it is we at the moment we have got out our cereals and our supplements and smoothie makers. So we are trying to get that into the union, and our strength and conditioning coach has been amazing in doing that. And then at lunchtime they pay every month for a monthly lunch meal that comes in to try and keep track a little bit.
And they still have to pay. Hey, you might be playing for the Springboks, but you're going to pay for lunch.
You have to pay for lunch.
That's why our Springboks are grounded.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
There we go.
And then will the player make it? Yeah, I mean, I think it depends on their off-field professionalism, I think, as well. Yeah, you can see some players that definitely have something in them. I think that determination, that work ethic, absolute work ethic. I mean, they will die for you on the field. Whether that player becomes a Springbok, I think also luck has to do with it. Are they injury free? Do they suffer from a lot of injuries? That's
I love that idea of luck. I think people don't give that enough attention. We've had some of the best players ever who've had injuries and haven't. I think we've got some people as well who might not be, in the top 2 or 3 best players performing at the time, but there's suddenly a bit of an injury crisis, in inverted commas. They get the chance, they take the chance, all of a sudden they become undroppable. So I think that element of luck is a very interesting one.
Yes. We always say you've been granted this opportunity, you take it.
And are there certain players that, sort of almost kind of arrive, and within the first month you kind of sit back going, here's a player, the way they conduct themselves, the way they train, the way they perform. Are there certain individuals where you go, yeah, that kid's really special?
Yes. Yeah. I definitely. I don't think I can name any. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to be honest.
Is it quite easy to sort of pick that up?
I think for a player who is definitely going to make it, yes. Yeah, that's a very good question. I was going to say yes. I think it is very easy to pick it up, but then some time out of the blue, a player will just have a bad season one season, the next season they turn around and then they're on point. Yeah.
That motivation, because obviously, as you said, there's the on-field talent and professionalism, but then how do you do that 24 hours a day, right? Are you following this goal and dream? And as you said, there's a lot of luck involved, but you got to put yourself in the right position. I always think of someone like Jesse Creel, who's just always seems to be he's never injured. He always seems to be in incredible form, and he's been sitting on the wings for so long, waiting for this opportunity, and he's coming to this World Cup, and he is draining
he's
the tank
grabbed it.
time.
Yes,
you know, one of the most physical on the pitch, and yet still able to, you know, go back again. And a lot of it's motivation, obviously, but giving yourself that opportunity to kind of.
It's interesting because you kind of also look at also what sacrifices they've made along the way to sort of to get there, I think, you know, and was it worth it? And I think for him, absolutely at the moment, yes, definitely, because he's flying.
Yeah, and then perhaps just going into, so for example, there's been a lot of sort of graphs about sort of workload management during the World Cup, and Rusty, even I think on Tuesday, even sort of insinuated that some teams had potentially gotten it wrong with maybe playing players too much. The Boks have done it very well in terms of spreading the workload. They've actually got the fewest average minutes per sort of player. How much is that sort of planned? And interestingly enough, obviously internationally is a bit different. You know, teams like the Lions, for example, when you get injuries and player death, obviously, you know, what you'd like to do and what you can do is very different. But how much of a say do the medical staff have in terms of, you've got a crunch game this weekend and you're sitting there saying, you know, the coach is saying, I have to play this player, and you're saying, okay, but he's, you know, well over his workload, he shouldn't be playing. You know, how do you sort of get that balance right, and how much of a say do the medical staff have when they can just put up and say he's played too much rugby, you have to rest him type thing? How do you get that balance right?
I think the best way to answer that is quite simple, as well, I feel is risk versus reward. So are you willing to risk that player to get the greatest reward that you can get? So if it's a semi-final, you know, if we're able to risk him and it's a really important game, the reward is massive. If it's a preseason game, then you're not going to risk that player as much. So, sorry, you were going to say something.
No, it's super interesting, and I mean, off the back of, you know, unlikely, you know, recoveries made, not just from Sia, in he was at least given a bit of a runway, but was incredibly quick in that. But more specifically, Pollard and Lukhanyo both real question marks and weren't picked for the squad, so actually relied on an injury happening for them to come back in. They couldn't just, you know, integrate as we wished. Do you see that as one of those examples where it is the reward is big enough? You know, if they, what is the assessment going into that? And do you think that they could, you know, play 80 minutes of rugby if need be, and at what level?
That's a difficult question to answer, not being sort of privy completely into the system. But I think with Sia, that's a hot topic to debate. I'm not 100% sure if he had an ACL repair or reconstruction. You know, the reconstruction time frame that we use is 9 months, and his obviously was 4, which is incredible. So you're like sort of holding your breath in the first game, you know, that he played. You know, just to say, oh goodness, I hope he gets okay. But I think that maybe could have been a risk versus reward in a sense, because he's such a great leader. He's such a great influence on the field and within play. I think that could be it. I mean, I think you'd probably have to ask Jerome and Renee exactly the sort of thoughts process behind it. But he looks good, doesn't he? I mean,
no, that was the biggest thing. That first game looked like he'd never been away.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't believe he took him. I think they took him off after 45 minutes in this previous game. I was like, but why? He's looking so good. With Pollard and Lukhanyo, I think I don't think they were just ready yet. You know, I just think they had a few more boxes to tick with their return to play. We follow quite a stringent return to play, and I think when we were with them on their way off to Twickenham, they were still completing that return to play protocol. So I just don't think they had ticked all those boxes just yet. So I think that was a little bit sort of more risky at the time. But you know, they're both there now. The cards fell into their favor at the moment.
you talk about that sort of risk and reward, and an interesting example for me is always Alan Jones coming into that Lions series a couple of years ago, where they basically, the insinuation was there were a couple of shortcuts in inverted commas that they took, which they probably wouldn't have taken if he was younger. Basically, this was his last Lions tour, and he was willing to take that risk. Does that ever sort of come into it? Where you've got a player who's maybe nearing the end of his career, and they're sitting there saying, "Listen, I've got one more year left or whatever, that this is the final I have to play." And can you afford to be a little bit, I wouldn't say less cautious, but take more risks with sort of players at the back end of their career? Also might know their body a bit better, for example, compared to obviously a 21-year-old player who's just wants to play, is over eager, and you're sitting there thinking, "Oh, we want to get you playing for another 10, 12 years."
Yes,
100%.
Yes. I think the older players definitely know their bodies more, and they know what they can. They can be honest with themselves, and they can be honest with us, and they can be honest with the coaches as well. And I think a lot of them are probably more willing to risk themselves in a bigger game, because they know it's their last season, it's their twilight of their career. They want to go out with a bang. We've got a few legends with us at the moment who are quite prepared to throw themselves into the mix, just purely because they want to perform.
Yeah. The last throw of the dice for a lot of them. They if it's a career-ending injury, it was going to end, in any case. I think it's going to be interesting.
Why not risk that?
Yeah. For sure.
And then on the flip side, younger players. Now we've just seen Henk van Wyk, who we're very much looking forward to seeing his return, this season. How, and somebody asked earlier, from a mental perspective, how difficult is working with especially younger players who I think, he literally SAA call up last year, breakout season, he's the talk of the town, and then does a knee, and it's the end of the season type thing. How difficult it is, and sort of how do you support younger players, not only just from a physical perspective, from a mental perspective, to sit there saying, "Listen, people have done this, they've come back, they've gotten them back," and how do you sort of keep them motivated for that time when they're watching somebody else play in the jersey that they wanted, somebody else get that opportunity that they could have had if they were on the field? How do you guys get that? How do you manage that?
It's difficult, really difficult. I'm not going to lie. It was a long road with Henku, and he'll gladly put up his hand and said, I think in the beginning there was a lot of struggles that he went through, exactly that. And now this is on a general basis. You get an injury, and it's you sort of go through those steps, it's like, oh my goodness, what has just happened? And then you go through all the sort of stages of grief, and denial, and then anger, and then sadness, exactly that. So in preseason, it's interesting, you see players that have an injury, and they're okay because it's preseason. It's when they start seeing their colleagues and their friends, like you said, playing in a particular jersey or their jersey or things like that, then it becomes very difficult. So as physios, our superpower is getting to know the player quite intricately and quite you go through that emotional journey with them. I've always advocated that any professional rugby player must go and see a psychologist, because we do fulfill some role in that, but it's not our scope of practice. So they should be seeing a psychologist just to get them through exactly that, and especially if it's a long-term injury like an ACL or a knee.
I was actually going to touch on that, and so based of that, are there any union setups or professional setups that integrate the sports team sports psychologist into the mix, or if it's external, is that generally someone, let's say Henke, for example, if he did have a sports psychologist, would you try to work hand in hand with that person? And have you seen when that mental attitude has been able to shape the comeback time from injury to back on the pitch?
Yeah, definitely. Pre-COVID, we used to have a psychologist, Treble, that was with us in-house, and it was phenomenal. He used to run an ACL group on a weekly or bi-weekly basis, and you could see the change in the players, sort of the emotional support. It was someone that who wasn't associated with the brand, that they could just speak freely with, and he still sees some of our players. So after COVID, sort of things sort of fell apart, but he still sees some of our players on an external basis. It's a little bit more difficult to then integrate between the physios and the psychologists then, but when they're in-house, I think you again also have to work really well together, especially knowing, not necessarily knowing the intricate details, because I think that's between the psychologist and the player. That doesn't, you don't need to know exactly that, but I think you kind of need to know sort of maybe the coping mechanisms, how to spur them on, how to calm them down, how to lift them up, how rational or irrational they can become, and we can help them in that aspect. It's vital, absolutely vital. And my players actually have a psychologist that they also make available to the players as well. So lots of players use them as well.
That is a general support structure, not just, I guess, from, you typically see them in fighting for kind of, salaries and a lot of those minimums, but, a lot of it, particularly now, is, how are we making sure that these athletes are, coping while in their profession, but also then set up afterwards, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I think also if we look at the psychology behind it, I think the off-field support is really important. The family support, the friend support, so that's sort of structures are also. I think some of the families are now with the Boks in France as well.
Yes, all of them are.
I think that's I think that's brilliant, because you've been away for so long. You need some of that to get you through. Some normality with your kids, and so you could play.
So John Klein was speaking about that, because obviously he was in 2019 with Ireland. He said that it's a big difference to having his family there, and that's been a massive part with the Boks, is that they're also family driven. I mean, I've been there in Bok camp, and I always say Friday is phenomenal, because I usually go to the captain's press conference, and you're usually working the team hotel, and you sit there as all the families arrive, and you just see all the players, and they're playing with their kids, and they're just sitting with their wives. And it's the most relaxed environment ever, and you can just see players who are about to go play one of the biggest games of their life the next day, just completely switched off, and being able to that's the thing, themselves from that.
100%. I think you could then completely switch off, and I think that's really important. Just to get away from all the hype. They just kind of ground you a bit, to make you a bit humble.
Yeah, if you even Etzebeth, you can't keep up this facade of world dominator for 19 weeks together. He's also got a very kind and loving side to him, and I guess
he is the nicest person. I thought when I was there, I thought he was wonderful, absolutely wonderful. He's not just mean man that you see on the field.
It's funny how some of the big players really are. I mean, Archie Snyman as well is very relaxed and good fun.
So chilled. So chilled. But on the field, whoo, I know.
I hope the English aren't watching.
Actually, you're right. No, they're very mean. They're very mean.
And then Pam, just to sort of stick on the sort of mental thing and maybe sort of the physical part. Concussions, obviously, a big topic of discussion, and there was a horrendously stupid question posed to Rassie about teams potentially, using the HIA protocol to swap players in and out and stuff like that. I think it's an area that people are very in the dark about in terms of what an HIA is, what the protocol is, and who makes the final call and stuff like that. Can you give us a bit of insight? Player goes down, head contact. What happens between that moment and if they get back onto the field, or if they don't get back onto the field?
Okay, so I think just to go back to doing that as a strategy, you cannot do that as a strategy to change players. I think that's crazy. So basically, you have 3 HIAs: HIA 1, 2, and 3. You have an HIA 1 that is divided into 4 components. The one being a criteria 1, so he gets a clash on his head. And has he sustained a criteria 1 symptom, being loss of consciousness, definitely passed out? Is he dazed and confused? Is he walking? Is he stumbling around? Is he slow to get up? So there's nothing suspicious about that. You don't suspect anything. You know for definite that he is concussed or a head injury. That's criteria 1. Then not only that is that there's a video review process as well on the side of the field with a match day doctor. There's also a clinical evaluation with the doctor as well. And then you go through all of those steps, you know.
And is that match day doctor a neutral, or is that the Lions doctors doing that and the Bok doctor doing that?
No, he's a neutral. So we have the so we have the physio on the one side, the team doctor on the other side with the match day doctor, and he is this sort of he's the neutral guy. So those are the 4 criteria, or the 4 steps. So if it's a criteria 1, he's removed completely, and he's not allowed to come back onto the field. If you suspect if you suspect that he may have a concussion, like you're not actually quite sure, then he is taken off for an HI. So then he's taken off for concussion, the first one. Yeah. If you suspect that he may have concussion, then he is then taken off for an HIA1. Now, that is then completed by the match day doctor, not the team doctor, because the team doctor will have a particular bias, I assume, to that. So then they go and they do the assessment and all of that in the review. That is a 12 minutes. 12 minutes. You can't get back. Even if you're symptom-free, you cannot get back. If you pass that, you cannot get back within 12 minutes. You have to sit out for that 12-minute period. If obviously you're suspected and you fail that HIA1, then you can't come back to that field. Then that replacement becomes a permanent replacement. Yeah. Then what happens? So let's say he failed his HIA1. He then the game finishes. He has to complete a HIA2 within 3 hours. Excuse me, of the game completion. Now that HIA2 is an early concussion tool. So remember, concussion doesn't always come, or the symptoms don't always come straight away. You then have, they may come later. So your HIA2 then picks up an early concussion. Then you have the HIA3 that has to be done within 36 to 48 hours post-game. So that usually happens for us, usually on the Monday morning. And then that would pick up or disregard a late concussion. So it's quite a strict head injury or concussion protocol. And then what's interesting, so if then there's now a game within 7 to 10 days usually, and that player had a confirmed concussion, but he's asymptomatic, you're not allowed to put that player onto the field unless he goes to see an independent concussion specialist, so a consultant, yeah. So we are not allowed to put that player on the field. He has to go and see someone independently. Yeah, yeah. So it's really, it's really evolved over the last, over the last few years, the concussion protocol. Yeah.
And those sort of tests, it's been a long time since I played rugby, but back in school we used to have to do like baseline tests as a thing. Is it those sort of things where you do a baseline, then you go and do those in the tests and sort of see how are those sort of some of the sort of the tests that are doing? What do sort of the tests look like?
Yeah, so everything in the beginning is computerized, and you do your baseline testing. So every player, and I think from school now still, that you have to do it. You have a baseline concussion test, and also there's now loads of studies. So there's a large base of normative data out there. So you can't remember. I think back in the day you could try and cheat the system, and you could try and try and fail that baseline concussion test. So when you redid the concussion test, you look smarter. But you can't do that. You can't do that anymore because there's so much normative data. So it's computer based on an iPad. The doctor will sit there in a SCAT5 sheet. You have components. You have a memory. You have a balance. You have numerical. You have to recite various words forwards and backwards and things like that. And then they score that. It's sent straight through to the database with all the results, and then it comes back to say whether he's sharp or not sharp.
So not quite just what's your date of birth and what's your dog's name type thing.
No, not anymore. Not anymore. Yeah. It's quite extensive. Yeah, it's really. I think it's really changed any problems that happen later on.
Yeah. And Pam, it's obviously very an interesting one for you. We've seen a lot of controversy around some of the red cards and fluctuations between maybe some of the decisions made that were deemed to be red versus some others. And obviously, you're not by any means in charge of the refereeing board, but where do you see that happy middle ground being, as I'm sure you are, a rugby fan as well, and you don't want to see complete contact taken out of the game, but we never want to see a circumstance where players are leaving, retiring, and suffering much worse, kind of brain damage down the road. Where is that happy medium between those, and where do you think World Rugby is sitting in that at the moment, and how the HIAs have been employed, and just general decision making by the referees and in how they've been instructed by World Rugby?
No, I don't want to be controversial because I love the fact that it's a collision sport, and that's why we watch rugby. So sometimes, I'm not going to lie, it frustrates me to see someone who gets a red card, and for me it looks like an accidental head knock, but the rules say that it's a head knock and it's a red card. I think that frustrates me as a rugby fan. If maybe I can compartmentalize myself in that, because I think as a rugby fan, a lot of people are going, but back in the day we could do this and we could do that, and we just pummeled each other, we rucked over, we mauled, we could fucking get our studs in, and we can do all of that sort of stuff, but then as a medical person, I can then go, oof, yes, that's really hectic. I can understand why we're bringing in that rule, just to prevent that further, the further problems later on in life. But when I also kind of question myself, and maybe this is where I'm being controversial, when does it stop? When do we get it, when we get to enough? How much more do we want to change if we don't want to completely change the game of what rugby actually is? So that's what I struggle with a little bit, actually. I might get into trouble for that, I don't know.
But as a medical staff, I mean, are you sitting there, when you guys watch the game, how much is it, I mean, do you pick up and place on sort of aspects that you're sitting there thinking, like when they bring in rule changes and all of a sudden, maybe there's like certain injuries maybe aren't as prevalent or whatever, or if there is a change in sort of the amount of concussion, stuff like that. Have you noticed is there a point where sometimes there might be a rule change, or there might be, even though the team plays a bit differently, and all of a sudden there's a bit of a difference from a player welfare point of view? Have you seen those kind of situations before?
Yeah, we in our URC stats that came out last year, our concussion rate was, so the year before, so our concussion rate was really high. I think we were top out of the 16 of the URC, whereas last year we were right, we were right down at the bottom. Our concussion rate had really changed from being the worst to the best. And I think we some of the coaches changed some of their tackle techniques, or how they carry the ball and things like that. So yes, we did notice that a lot. So yes, I think that does help, or can change injury stats as well. Yeah.
Okay. Brilliant. Well, Pam, to be honest, I could talk about this all night. So we're not going to, because I think there's so much to talk about. But I think that's, especially in the HIA program, I think that's something that a lot of people don't understand. And I think that clarifies a lot of it, because it has obviously been one of the biggest talking points of the World Cup is the red cards, and how when players go back and when players don't go back and stuff like that. So I didn't realize that there were the different stages and stuff. So thank you so much for all the insights.
You're welcome. Now I was about to say, also there's also a graded return to play as well, post concussion. So they have to go through a whole graded return before they can get back onto the field. So it's quite a elaborate.
And does that depend on like sort of, I don't know, so the level of concussed that they are, or is it sort of like regardless of the extent of the injury, it's the same sort of return to play type thing? It's
Well, remember I said if they were asymptomatic, they go and see the independent guy, and if they see the independent guy and he says that's great, then they go straight back into the field. But if they are concussed, they're out for 12 days, and they have to go through stage 1 or day 1, 2, 3, 4, and that incorporates, and doesn't matter how sort of concussed you actually are. can't really. There's no real scale, I
Yeah,
guess.
exactly.
But
Yeah.
there's a whole index, the inventory. There's a headache scale. There's a headache dizziness inventory, and all that sort of stuff. But so you do get lots of symptoms, I guess, in that, and you have to be symptomatic. I mean, you have to be asymptomatic to be able to complete that HIA3, and then you can start your return to play, and then that's a light jog for 20 minutes, and then you don't get symptoms after that. Then you can progress the next day. Only 24 hours. You can then go to a gym program, and only after that 24 hours you move on to something else. So
it's essentially
it's
like
really
a tick box
extensive.
exercise. You can there are it's a bit like with the box mentioned that there are certain targets you have to meet these, whether it takes you 20 days, 30 days. You have to meet these, and you will not play until you do.
Absolutely. And if you get symptoms on day 2, but you didn't get symptoms back on day 1, then you go back to day 1, and then you have to start it again.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So it can take a very long time, and then it's a very long time. It becomes a bit more complex, a little bit more of a complex concussion, and that's sort of post-concussion syndrome. That's a talk for another day, I think. But yeah.
Cool. Well, I think we're going to have another day based on this. I think there's so many more questions that a lot of people were asking. So, Pam, we won't take up any more of your time. Thank you very much. You've got a URC finalist in the Stormers to beat this weekend.
Yes.
So hopefully the preparation as well. I'm looking forward to getting to Ayers Park and seeing the Lions this weekend. Just very quickly,
are you going to be there?
I won't be there this weekend, but I'm hoping to get. I actually haven't been to the park since COVID because I've started doing all the working and stuff like that. So it's my goal this year is to get there before the end of the year.
Okay, come say hi. Come say hi. Tell me that you come in, and I'll organize something.
All right, brilliant.
Yeah.
In the HIA room.
Yes, you can see what happens behind scenes.
HIA.
Yeah.
I'll make sure you
to do an HIA test.
Yeah.
Those HIAs were hard at school. I remember doing those baselines and not knowing what was going on, and that was when
I think you should do one now because I can't even do them now either. So they've got even harder.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
And then, Pam, just very quickly, do you run your own practice and stuff like that, or is it just?
I don't. I used to. It's just got too much, so I don't. Yeah, I'm full time there at the Lions. Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, then perfect. Right.
Yeah.
So then everybody, when we see Henker make his return, then thank you for all the work you put on him, and please keep our Lions safe because we need to see a lot more of them at the World Cup in 2027. And then Dan, thanks for joining us. To everybody else, don't go away. We're going to hand over to Chris and Wes. So they're going to be taking you guys through this weekend's fixtures. Chris is going to talk about the fact that the Stormers are going to lose the Lions. Wes is going to give us a bit of analysis on where England are going to go wrong this weekend. And we'll then obviously be live over the weekend. So Dan, thank you very much. Pam, thank you again. Have a fantastic evening further.
Thank you.
All the best
Thank
for
you,
the
you
season.
two guys.
And we will see you guys all very, very
Thank
soon.
you. Cheers.
Hello, lads.
Maybe.
I'm happy to hand over to you guys very, very soon. I just wanted to just come on here and just remind Chris that he's only going to be having one team of his win on Saturday, and that we got the insight from Pamela, and I've heard some team news, and you're going to have a long day on Saturday, long day.
Yeah. Sure, you guys. It's about time you guys win. So I mean, I'm happy for you guys to crack into the top 8.
Listen, we're going all the way. It's going to be a block lines double this season.
Yeah, well, no, it'll be okay. It's okay if we meet in the final and you can have another heartbreak final. Yes, Steve. We'll do it in Cape Town where people come to watch it, so it'll be good.
Come to the park. We'll get Wes down from the Delta. We'll get you down from the UK. We'll do a little Forever Sports meetup at good old Ellis. Yeah. Get a Hillbrow afterwards for the jaw.
No, I know we will speak to it. I know, we'll do a review, but yeah, I think you get your best chance. I think you guys boys are gonna have to beat the Mighty Stormers. It'll be this.
No money, no party. No baby, no party. Right, gentlemen, I'm not going to take any more of your show. Do enjoy it. And
Scott's not joining us. Yeah, he's off.
No, he's off. I'm also off. I'm going to go and continue unpacking.
Yeah, you must be buggered there.
Yeah, no, it's been a long day. It's a long flight. People don't understand that, if you lean back on your chair and you can't go any further, it's because somebody's knees are there, and people just don't quite understand that. So it's been a long night. And I'm going to go and listen to some horrendous predictions coming out of you guys on the TV. So, chaps, enjoy it.
Yeah,
everybody in the comments.
Just put us on silent, and you can have a good sleep.
No. So everybody in the comments, please go start abusing the tune. I'll get your questions in, and I will see everybody tomorrow on the watch along. And I believe we might even be seeing Wes tomorrow night on the pre-show, if I'm not mistaken, or not.
Yeah, sure. Why not? I'm around.
Well, there we go. Busy winning and dealing here. Gentlemen, enjoy it, and we'll see you guys soon.
Yeah, cheers, Steve. Hello, Wes. How are you doing, my man? Yeah, good. I'm still buzzing. I won't lie, I'm still buzzing from the weekend. I can't. I still can't believe what we witnessed, especially Saturday's game, the Irish-New Zealand game. I thought that was. Yeah, like we'd get that repeat of that. We knew our game could have been a good one, but then our game and yes, I must say I've been negative about rugby. I had a few things to say about the box, and now I'm feeling like the 16-year-old Chris that loved rugby and going to Newlands and just reinvigorated.
Chris, this is something that's been, I think, the biggest challenge for the box and probably New Zealand as well. Is exactly this is overcoming this feeling that we're feeling. I mean, imagine we're feeling this way now. So can you imagine how the box and the All Blacks are feeling? This elation, excitement, this absolute, like they're so pumped, but they have to come back down and they've got to reset and they've got to do it again and find that hunger because everyone points to England in 2019 against the All Blacks playing their final in that game. And it's a real thing, and both these teams, you feel like New Zealand, and I say this lightly, and I hate the word should. I hate the word should when it comes to sports, and I hate the word should when it comes to World Cups. But New Zealand should beat Argentina, and South Africa should beat England. But it's that sort of mindset that potentially that if they've not come down and they've got themselves back up to the right levels, could be in for a very rude awakening.
Well, let's Argentina, and I think a lot of us, I think you there, was maybe you disappeared. Yeah, a lot of us had Welsh. We thought, Gatton, I think if I can remember, you were a bit British on Argentina, maybe. I can't remember, I think. I thought Wales are building, and that was pretty impressive performance for Argentina. I don't want to say momentum changed with paper, and because I was watching the game with friends, and we straight away went, that's good for Arge, and they did kind of shift from there because Wales got that early brilliant try and then they went, but no, they deserve to go through in the end, I think.
Yeah, no, I agree. No, I was sort of backing the Welsh the whole time up until the game. Even in the game, I thought, it's tight, but if there's one team that should be able to kind of see it out, it would be the Welsh, the historically more successful team. And fair play to the Argies. They said, "Well, we're gonna." So No, I think they deserved winners in the end. It's a shame for for players in that team. Your George Norths, your Dan Biggers.
Yeah.
But equally so, it would be saying the same thing if it was Argentina and you had Augustin Creevy. His last hurrah as well. So it's the duality and the cruelty of sport, really. So, but no, about it.
Yeah, and remember, I think we also spoke last week. I said to you, I think a lot depends on the balance of the RG's emotions and where they are, and I think they brought the right level. And I think that crowd was something that also was a factor for them. Hey, I think that got them up there and was on their side. And yes,
and it is that crowd factor, that support, and those fans that you have, and it does make such a big difference. And it's such a weird thing, obviously it compels in comparison, obviously my sort of sporting days, but I played semi-professional and would go to stadiums, and it's a very weird thing that you don't really hear the noise unless it's for you. That's what I found, at least. You know what I mean? So that sort of harassment and whatnot, I was able to I didn't really register much in my ears, but as soon as you sort of heard your team's name or a chant or a song that was associated with your team, that all of a sudden just hit a different wavelength and was coming through, and it can be so uplifting, which was massive. But I just want to pick up one comment here, Chris, quickly. It was
yeah, sure, yeah, of course. Bring in the crowd.
Yeah. So it's lovely to have obviously all of you watching. Thanks so much. But Brent W here says, this weekend's rugby was easily the best of the tourney so far. Can't see the next 2 weeks reaching the same heights. Although having said that, the New Zealand Bok final will be super special. And I think to touch on that, everyone before the weekend was saying, yes, the big games are New Zealand, Ireland, and South Africa, France. And while they were big games, they were amazing games. I don't think the other two quarterfinals disappointed either. I think they were also extremely entertaining. I think it was just the best weekend of rugby I've ever watched, the World Cup rugby.
RG came from behind. Then we had the All Black Ireland game, and Fiji brought it to a draw with 10 minutes to go, right? I mean, every game was amazing. I mean, look, as buzzing as we are, and I don't want to take any away from Argentina and how England we did think England could sneak into a semi-final, but how buzzing would we have been if those were semis and now we're straight into the final? This week we'll be but we're going to have a little bit of this. It's going to be a good weekend of rugby as well. So the weather's coming in, so we might see different styles. We're definitely going to see different styles and matchups here compared to last week. And certainly I totally agree. I mean, South Africa and New Zealand, they're not going to be able to come back. But we'll discuss that in the previews. But they get onto the New Zealand Ireland game. I think so I kept my SUPERBRU, my New Zealand SUPERBRU pick, because that again is just. I keep on using it. We're going to keep using that word grudge, because it is New Zealand. And, I've just watched so much of this, not even rugby. When I see grudge matches, single sports, soccer matches, teams are up for it. And that's what I said. I said, New Zealand are going to be at 110% the whole game. And they were. So I called that right. And I said, what are Ireland going to do if they're behind with 10 minutes, 20 minutes to go? And they did. They started to get nervous. The legs did start to go, but don't take anything away. I mean, as you know, it's a dodgy penalty, wrong other penalty call, and they win. And Geordie Barrett at the end, they're keeping the ball up, and I was Shane Cronin. See that, but that's what I meant. The big moment, the pressure moment. Unfortunately, Ireland player probably was a Shane who was behind. He was the hook over the head. Okay, he just broke away a little bit too soon. So it started to obviously get into their mind that they weren't over the line. And they were supposed to be, and they made those mistakes. But take nothing away from New Zealand,
No, absolutely. No, it was phenomenal. And as I said, I seem to be alone on the Forever Sports community, or at least group on this one. Or maybe I think Chris may be with me. No, it was Cal, I think, was with me. I was gutted for the Irish players. And yes, the arrogance and the cockiness.
Me too.
And this, but it was, and I'm a sucker for that fairy tale sort of, maybe watch too many kind of movies and whatnot, but it looked like there was something phenomenal building, and you didn't have to like them, the Irish and Johnny Sexton and Peter O'Mahony. I hated him, but God damn it, did I respect him, and it was just that, watching that journey, and I think I was gutted. Likewise, after the French game, I was gutted for the home nation. Obviously elated and stoked the Boks had gone through, but there was a part of me of that story had come to an end, and obviously it had to end so ours could continue. But no, it was just a phenomenal weekend.
Okay, I have to admit, I still have a Southern Hemisphere hat on, right? So I was still back in New Zealand. I love the tradition, the old guard. I'm still all for that. But I do love that France and Ireland are front run, top 4 amazing sides. I was gutted for Ireland because if you look at the 2 journeys to get to that was what for me made this game so special. I think France and us were always going to be this go hell for ever. Top two pretty much similar. But I did. I mean, I was shouting New Zealand home, but I did also say straight away, oh, shame, man. Like, because also part of me wanted. I know we want the Boks to go all the way, but I wanted either Ireland or France to be in that final. One of them deserved to be in that final. For rugby as well. Part of me these guys have done. Both teams have spent 7 years to get there. Expectations for the first time were realistic there. And these baggers from Southern Hemisphere came and stole their dreams, and it's tough it must be tough. I wouldn't, but I was okay. I didn't want to lose to France, but I could have taken it because of the France story, and and we've won our World Cups. But obviously, I haven't. I mean, I don't know what you. I said we were down to 6 months. I didn't. That was Springboks don't usually come back from that situation. Home crowd, that team. Like I was so surprised. That just made it even more exhilarating how we came back there. It's great. It was amazing.
Yeah, I'm always tempted. I find myself catching myself when I say how the Boks won. It was by hook or by crook or by witchcraft, because then it actually takes away something from them. Like they were just a great team on that night, the Springboks, who found a way to win. It wasn't pretty, it wasn't a massive blowout, or it wasn't, the clean, crisp. And to be honest, I think my comments probably after the game, immediately after in that reaction show, were a bit unfair. I was saying, oh, but we need to tighten up this, we need to tighten up that. And rightly so, the guys in the comments just kind of called me out and said, hey, look, they've played against a phenomenal French side at home with that home advantage. So the Boks they dug deep and they just found a way to win. And as we started off the segment, my concern is now we need to do that again, because it's going to be another big weekend of rugby. You speak about grudge matches. I mean, if anyone's got a grudge, it's the English against the Boks.
No, I know. For me, this feels as big as what the Irish and New Zealand games did for those two teams. For us, especially for England, but also us, because now our expectations are, because even in 2007 we flew under the radar a little bit. I mean, we had a great side then, but I don't recall myself thinking, oh, geez, we're going to win this thing. Those are still the days when New Zealand we still had to get past New Zealand and Australia were decent, but this is a whole new ball game for the Boks. But I was the same as you. I saw France monstering into our half, monstering the 22, scoring us, scoring off mistakes. And I said to myself, and my friend, I said, we're scoring off mistakes. That's going to dry out, and France just going to look like they're going to carry on doing that. So I was concerned that our play was not going to work. But then the second half changes came in early. France started to get nervous, and even if I thought we stayed, I still thought, thank God Faf ripped that ball out, because part of me was still going that fucking ref's going to blow a French penalty any minute now, and we're going to keep it out. I wasn't excited. I wasn't happy until the end of the final whistle, But it also made the whole game so great,
It was, and it was just, for me, it really cemented why rugby is the best sport in the world, and why we watch it. And every time I say there's a Bok game, I have the voice in my head that I'm not going to watch it. It's too stressful. But you can't help yourself, and you do watch it just for weekends like that and for performances like that, because it was just something I think I'll remember specifically, for a very, very long time. So I mean, here, looking in the chat again, we've got Brent W there saying, I've rewatched the France game 4 times now and still can't believe we won. Which is just testament to how good that game was. But also in the comments there, Safra Kiwi saying, I've never seen a Bok pack dominated like the Boks in the first 10 minutes of the game on the weekend. Yeah, so and that was something that was quite different, where the forwards didn't really seem to be doing what we expected them to do, and it was almost a bit of the Ireland game where they called them the bomb diffusers, which is a term that really annoys me, but fair enough. They did the job. They came on and they spoiled things. So it was a bit a little bit concerned. But as I said, they dug deep, and then Eben Etzbeth putting on an absolute performance. And I've seen lots of different pundits and shows and whatnot talking about he might be one of the best forwards to play, and maybe even potential nomination for Player of the Year.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. What I noticed in our game, you could see the attention to detail of the Springboks. Like Eben, he deliberately, you could see he tried to push it back, like to think on that spot, because usually the hand comes out, it goes forward. To take that scrum off a mark. I mean, there's just Colby's charge down. All of these, you could see the Springboks are so hyper focused on the small. You could see that it's almost like they are trained for that. They're making the small margins count for themselves, and then the whole one team, one dream of getting back to it, getting back. And I must say, going for that try, I think it was 67 minutes, right? 6 minutes behind, you got Pollard on the field. That was a penalty. We go back for some more, right? The fact that South Africa went for that try was also South Africa just being completely they're just keeping everyone on their toes all the time, and I think that's great tactics, and that's probably what, besides this whole goal that these guys want to win this World Cup together. At the moment, for me, the Boks are winning the small margins, and I'm going to read out the ref because obviously the French, he's upset. Barnesy had a good one. I think there was some moaning in the Wales game, but we've had it on our side, and we've bitched about it as well. But yeah, it's not fun when if you do genuinely feel hard done by refs. Which obviously the French do certainly feel they were. So I don't know. I can understand. These are the margins, right? I mean, it comes down to these margins, and this is why I feel good about the Springboks.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and I think very, very quickly on the refs, and as I know we don't like to talk about it because there's so much to talk about and stuff. But I think if the game's going to come down to such a tight margin as it did, the 1 point, and even in the New Zealand Ireland game, I'm sure they were either side. Well, the Irish will feel aggrieved on some calls, but when it's such a tight margin like that, the losing side, no matter if the ref was objectively 100%, which they won't be because they're people and they're going to make mistakes too, but the losing side will be aggrieved by some calls because of how close it was and how passionate the fans are and how difficult it is for that home crowd to view it objectively and to say, yep, no, that was a fair call. So I think Ben O'Keefe, and again, it'll, anyone watching me will say, oh, of course you're going to say that because you're a South African fan, but I did think Ben O'Keefe generally had a good game across the park. Likewise with the Irish game, the pool game that we played, again, it was such a tight game in the margins and we were moaning there, but because it was so close. I think, Rusty sort of spoke about his tweet from was it last year or a couple of years ago? I don't know when it was, but where he was saying we need to make it clearer for the refs. But
again, those are small margins again, right? Yeah.
Exactly. And he was saying what he meant by that was we don't want to rely on the 50-50 decisions because that's what they are, 50-50. We want to make it so the decision is almost 90-10, where 90% of the time we're showing we're doing the right thing. So I think that's a brilliant mindset. And so that's where we want to be working. And that's where I think the Springboks are operating, where they're trying to make things as clear as possible. And so things do fall, not in their favor, but because they're making the right calls.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Sure, we can. Well, let's go. Let's preview. I did get the team sheets. We can look into the semi-finals. Let me get it up here. Let's add. Get our face back in here. Oops. Yeah. So this is obviously the RGs and the New Zealand sides. I'm sure obviously everyone's seen it, but I put it up anyway. But I suppose not real surprises here. And I think I also made a question to Pam about the injuries. I saw it also on X today. Not many serious injuries in all these squads. Like there's one or two, but I mean, you're considering and how physical these games have been that some of these teams have played. It's quite incredible that these teams have come through. I mean, obviously, Still think Matera's going to be a big loss for them. I think he was pivotal in that win. I think it was a win and a draw they had recently over New Zealand. I think in New Zealand, right? And he was their mainstay, their key kingpin. He was at the Crusaders. So I think there's a lot of comfort and experience that would have helped them. But then obviously Telea's back, which he was the form wing of the world, right? But I love Leicester. I've always loved him for the Crusaders. I thought that is a hard done, but I think Telea was always going to be the starter anyway. So Leicester's not even on the bench, pro Oak. But yeah, any comments on the teams and how do you see it going?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think in terms of team selection, it's knockout time. So you're not going to put any huge changes or mix-ups. Bar there being a massive injury. So as you said, I think it's quite a testament, I think, to the players. I think a testament to the sort of physio and medical team and recovery team, to get their players, able to play such a physical, tough game the full 80 minutes, right? It wasn't like they could just park the bus at 60, 70 and kind of, sort of just defend. They had to play all the way up until, I mean, not even the 80th minute in the All Blacks, case. It was up until the 80-something minute where they had to keep going. But no, I think I'm excited to see Telea. I couldn't believe, what a good player he is, but when he sort of came in those first couple of games, he just couldn't be tackled. He just wouldn't go down. It was very like Cheslin Colby-ish in a way. He just got around defenders, stayed on his feet and kept making meters. So I'm always excited to see back him. But I think it's going to be, as I said, that word should, I don't like to use it, but I do think the All Blacks are going to take this one. It should be not a comfortable win for them, but I do see if it doesn't go down to the wire where Argentina potentially win it that way, I kind of do see the All Blacks running away with it and looking in very good form.
Yeah, I agree. This is World Cup time, and this is the thing. The Boks and New Zealand showed their World Cup pedigree at the end of the day, right? This is not a random test that means nothing, but the Rugby Championship might have been decided already, or RG don't have a chance. This is World Cup semi-final time, and New Zealand, I believe all the teams will come on switched on, but I just think if that's the case, all things considered, New Zealand is a 15-point better side. But the thing is, why? Well, people say that New Zealand were flying under the radar, right? But were they? They almost hammered Italy by 100 points. Okay, yeah, they got hammered by the Boks. I don't know. And like I said last week, for me, very, very keen at point show that again. Geordie Barrett at 12 playing well. Shannon Frizzell, well, the whole back row played amazing, but Shannon Frizzell and Geordie Barrett are so key to this team. Like normally you wouldn't say it's down to a couple of players for New Zealand, right? Because Oaks up to 3 guys down, pull in and slot in for Oaks, no problem. But New Zealand are a player or two short of being a cohesive team that they showed, because it's shown. But to get themselves so up, we hadn't seen it for 18 months. So it's just incredible. I don't know. Yeah, that's the New Zealand of old, right? That was New Zealand that we expect, and the New Zealand of old we expect every week. And if that is the case, the Boks are going to have a very hard time as well. Let's face it.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that that New Zealand side that showed up to Twickenham and got hammered by the Boks is an anomalous result. I think personally, I think the Boks played very good rugby. I think they played really well in that game. Don't get me wrong. Take nothing away from the Springbok dominance of that performance. However, I think if we objectively look at it, I think that New Zealand side, I don't know who that was, but it wasn't the All Blacks. Now the scorecard and the history books and the record will say it is, and it is. I get it, but I think you can't look at that and go, well, there we go. We'll do that again. Whatever happens, we'll just do that again. Like it's not going to work out that way. But you are right, Chris. I think it is interesting to see. There are a few players. If you think about like an Ardie Surveyor, if an Ardie Surveyor goes down or off early, and the Shannon Frizzells, the Geordie Barretts, the Richie Moanga, there are a few key players in that side where potentially if things don't go their way, or they're having a bad day, or if they go down early injured or a head injury, which we hope, you don't want that, and we keep saying this, you want to see the best playing the best. I do think this New Zealand side starts to look a bit different, and the RGs might be in with more of a shout.
Yeah. Well, yes, like we said, it's going to be greasy. I suppose that does play into the RG's hands, because I've obviously watching a whole lot of rugby when the RGs have competed with Australia, for instance, and I've done this very well because I had a lot of money on 2 draws back in 2020, and they both arrived in Australia under downpours in the second half. I think, yeah, to slow, it will slow, yeah, it slows the New Zealanders down, like of course it does. So that brings Argentina into the game. So, yeah, dry pitch, I would say over 20, they run away with it with All Blacks. But I think if it's going to be greasy, they could start rattling the All Blacks. But I just think the All Blacks can't lose to Argentina in the World Cup semi-final, surely. I mean, no disrespect for Argentina, great team, great spirit, but I mean, I'll pack it all up, and so I said we've been moaned at for boring opinions. Okay, I call Argentina. Argentina are gonna win. No, well, what's your prediction, Wes?
No, it's yeah, no. I mean, I think, as you said, dry pitch. I think that the All Blacks are too good, and I agree with you. I don't think they've been flying under the radar. I think they had a tough ask against a very good French side in that opening game, again at home. I mean, the French would have been just completely fired up for that. So it was always a tough mountain to climb. And then ever since that, I think the All Blacks have just done what they needed to do, and they've done it well. You know, they've come out, they've beat Namibia significantly, they've beat Uruguay significantly. You know, a side that gave the French, you know, quite a lot of stick, and then they came on and put 96 points against Italy. You know, so I think they weren't flying under the radar. I just think whoever's radar was being used was broken. I think the All Blacks were, you know, very, very good. And then to come out against Ireland and then find a way to win. But cutting to the chase, you know, I do think the All Blacks are going to take it. You know, we're seeing here, we got some predictions in the comments. Thanks, guys. We got Brent W and Safra Kiwi giving us some predictions. You know, Brent W saying New Zealand by 15 to 20, regardless of conditions. Safra Kiwi saying New Zealand by 13. Yeah, I think New Zealand. I'm almost with Brent W a bit more. I think regardless of conditions, I think the All Blacks are going to take it by about 20 to maybe 30 points. I just think too much for the RGs again. Not disrespecting them, they are a quality side.
Yeah.
We were looking forward to what up, you know, coming into the World Cup, and everyone was a bit disappointed. I know I was extremely disappointed with their performance against England, but yeah, I just think All Blacks too good. So
yeah.
All Blacks,
yeah, this is. I wouldn't say it's the strongest Argentina side in the world that we've seen. And let's be fair, England and Argentina have come from a completely different side of the draw, you know, in terms of the competition they play. I also agree with Safra Kiwi. Yeah, Sanchez, big player. You would think he should be on the field most of the game, like a game like that. So I totally agree with it. But how good was Mwanga as well on the weekend? All the New Zealanders stepped up, but Mwanga, I think when Mwanga's at the top of his form, he is the best in the world. But he hasn't been consistent enough recently.
Yeah, no, you're making Reza very happy by saying that, Chris.
Well, it's still Intermac for me, but Intermac's not there, leading his team into semi-final, you know. So, but we'll have to say, when I was calling France to go all the way in this competition, it was two things didn't happen on besides Box being amazing. Intermac needed to be there because I think Intermac was someone that could have broken that game up in the last 10. One of the few players in the world that could have made magic from nothing. And I'll be honest, I did think they were going to get a penalty to win that game. I had that in my head. So those two things didn't happen for us. Well, we were. Oh, and going back to this whole book, let's actually go. Yeah, I also agree. New Zealand, between 10 and 20, depending on the conditions, they pull away. We can move on to our game. We'll go better afterwards. But yeah, what a grudge match, my man. England, South Africa meet again in a World Cup massive match. And where do we even start? Because, yeah, you know, for 6 years, since 2018, we haven't named the same starting lineup. So we've been so used to change starting lineups. Everyone was expecting at least 4 changes. A massive physical game. Like, as we said, emotionally, these Springboks are something else because, like you said, these guys are going to go again against this England side. And like I said, how hard it is to pick them up. How are you feeling? I mean,
no, I'm like, you know, it's a horrible place to be because if we had lost to France, as you said, it would have been gutting. I would have been so disappointed. But it would have been like, okay, I can take that loss on the chin. It's a fantastic French side. They're at home. And then I wish them all the best and probably would have been rooting for them. cannot handle if we lose to England. It will not. I cannot. I'm struggling to find the words. It would be just unthinkable, and not because we shouldn't, but just because it's England, and it's the whole ABE mindset and anyone but England. I still think the absolute pinnacle of advertising was that Six Nations campaign ad. I don't know if you saw that a couple of years ago, where they kind of went round to different pubs, and sort of shot people in different jerseys. They had the Welsh and sort of cheering and saying England, like, and raising their drink, and then the Scottish doing the same, and the Irish and the Italians. And then you were confused because you were like, why are these people cheering for England? And then afterwards it fades to black and the text comes up on the screen and it says, we asked these people, who do they want to lose? And it was just like that, it was brilliant.
Yeah.
And that's it. You just one but England, regardless of who's playing. So it's going to be the grudge match of grudge matches. They've got a big, huge chip on their shoulder. I mean, I've seen so much social media about the faces of the English side when the Boks were lifting the trophy in 2019. So I heard John Smith earlier this week saying it's an easy week as the captain, especially for a Springbok captain, because you don't need to do much to fire up the players to play against the Boks. But my goodness, it must be an even easier week as the English captain, because you need to do next to nothing to fire up your Oaks to play against the Springboks.
Yeah. But like this, and I've always said this, Eddie. I mean, this England side had many good moments under Eddie Jones, and there's a lot of guys from the final in this team as well. You look at this England team on paper, they should not be performing the way they have been. Let's face it, the last year under Eddie Jones, and even the start of Borthwick. So I still look at this team and I'm happy that they haven't showed much, because it looks like we're just bullying them, because I don't know if it's the grunt and the commitment that I was worried had been seemingly lacking from them. But 1 to 23, they got good players. They're very good players in their own right. They're stand-up players in the English Prem. But it goes back to what this game is, what this game means to half those English players and grudge matches, and England are going to step up. I don't know. I still see it going to be kind of maybe even like Twickenham last year. I don't know if England are going to run with us for 80 minutes. They will throw it all out and they might empty the tank, kind of like the World Cup final might fade. But that's easy to say done, right? Because these guys will be playing with everything. So
No, absolutely. And I think it comes down to, as you said, that 80 minutes that's how long the game is. And as we've seen in some of the quarterfinals, 82, 84 minutes. But we just check here, Brent W in the chat saying the Boks have managed the workload brilliantly, but there is always an element of risk. And I do think, we saw some of the stats about players, how long they've been on the field for, and we saw the Irish players and how the lack of rotation there just maybe fatigued them a bit and potentially not able to come out and as fresh as they would have liked against New Zealand. Speaking of New Zealand, Dabu8701 then goes and says, if the Boks lose to England, I'm buying All Blacks merch immediately. I think we'll see the bump in All Blacks purchasing if the England do make the Safra Kiwi saying it's going to be closer than people think, and I'm probably there as well. I think Safra Kiwi, or someone mentioned in the comments earlier about it's going to be very similar, I think, to the South Africa-Wales semi-final of 2019, where it was a slogfest and it wasn't pretty and it was a penalty that got us over, and especially with the conditions.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on the England thing. I would probably have preferred to have lost that final last year than this Bork team to go and lose now to this England team. You know what I mean? I will probably die if we lose to Farrell on Saturday. I think a piece of me will die forever, and I won't be able to recover, and that's for sure. But I won't. I mean, look, if they get through, they get through. They got their 2 games away again from lifting the title. No one gave them a chance. But I just still think that the Boks, this is a better Bork team. If you let's be honest, right? How many of these England players would make this Bork team at the moment? 4, maybe max. And you got to look at it like that. And you remember the days when teams didn't change, right? I agree. We talked about burnout. It's not about the physical burnout, but we've seen so many drop-offs from big games. New Zealand beat us at Ellis Park, lost to Argentina. England beat New Zealand in the semi-final, got hammered by us. It happens, guys. We're not trying to say this book won't. We can't say it won't happen. We won't be as intense as we were. That's reality. It's like almost impossible. That game's always a freak of nature. So you just and that's what people are saying. Oh, England could be coming in a bit more fresher in a way. But like I've always said, I know it's a cop out, and maybe Red's going to be pissed off. And I acknowledge we see your comments there, Red. But I just trust. I've always said I just trust what Rassi and Jacques are doing. Like this is not. It's surprising, but it's not surprising. They're keeping us on our toe. I had a friend who had a comment that he felt, and I agree, because we still got 2 massive matches to get through to win the World Cup, right? It's still a long way to go, and the books. I always worried that the books, like I said, I think I've seen a few shows, to go almost 6 big games in a row is very, very difficult, and that's what we have to do. We didn't beat Ireland, only a point against France, and we got a 2. So you know what I mean? I know it's great, but it can happen. It can happen that we're going to be a little bit flat on Saturday, and we're going to struggle. It can, that's reality.
Yeah, nicely. And as CJ Bruce says in the comments as well, like, it's going to depend on what the Boks have left in the tank after the France game physically.
That's what we were saying, right?
And mentally as well. And absolutely, I think it's just this. But this is what tournaments are about. Like it's absolutely this. It's the ability to stick in it and stick through it and fight through it. And again, it's 2 sides who have had the toughest draw. Probably, you look at the New Zealand side having to go through France. They lost to France and then come through Ireland. And the South African side, losing to Ireland and having to go through France, and then face, the 2 sides who potentially have had a slightly easier. Now we're not blaming the draw at any bit like that. That's what it is. That's how it goes. But it is a massive task for these guys to go in physically, mentally, to come through it. Ireland were potentially, I think they were said to have had the toughest draw, not only the teams they had to play, but then also the sequence of games, right? So thankfully the Boks had that week off, right? After the Tonga game, they had some time off to prepare against France. I mean, can you imagine not having had that week and having to have gone from the back of Scotland or an Ireland or even a Tonga, and go and play a French side like that? So no, it's going to be a huge boys, but have to. And that's what what
Ireland had to achieve. They were at 17 wins in a row. Boks had that record. Irish team played all the way through. They hardly made any changes. I think they made a few changes in 1 or 2 of the warm-up games. But that 17-18 game mark seems to be the threshold that a team can just grunt out until they have to lose. So law of averages, they would have won 18 in a row, gone 9th, won 20 in a row to win the World Cup. If you actually think about it, that is very, very tough. And in the last 10 minutes, some of those Oaks were out on their feet. They were. And New Zealand took them there, of course. But I think Rassi also made that comment. And that was potentially the risk. If they weren't 7 or 8 points ahead, and could close it out that way. But yeah, they almost were. They ran out of ideas at the end. And obviously, New Zealand never went under 110%, which was always going to be the case.
Yeah. No, and it's a bit not concerning is the wrong word to use here. But if you think about it, right? So we've got this team that put in a massive shift against France, right, and emptied the tank for that game and needed to get the win. You've got the same team now playing against England, who are not an easy team to beat. And I don't care. And come at me in the comments, whatever. They are not an easy team. They are. I think they've got good rugby IQ. They'll grind out small victories. They'll put high balls up. They've got a very tall back three. Like they'll kick the post. They take the points when it's on offer. They're not an easy team to beat. So let's say the Boks. We hope it happens. The Boks come out on top and they win this weekend. What does your team look like in the final? How different does your team look like from the team starting on Saturday? And if it's not very different, those men have played 2 tough games before, and you're asking them to play another tough 80, probably against the All Blacks. It is a huge task for the boys.
Yeah. And this is not because I'm a Farrell. Look, Farrell's great for me up until 3 years ago, and he should be playing there with Saracens on the weekend, for my humble opinion. But this is my opinion. I thought England were going okay. Farrell's come in. They scraped through against Samoa. Fiji, okay, he's playing at 10, and he should be at 10 if he's going to be in the team. I'm pointing out that I still don't think he's the right person at 10. And even, that's what I'm saying. God forbid this guy freaking brings his smug face like he did against New Zealand and takes us out. But, it'll be well done if he does. But I actually went back and looked at the final. I actually totally forgot that Ford was 10 and Farrell was 12 that World Cup final day. But yeah, we are at Farrell 10. Do you think at the moment that Farrell's the 10? He's the guy that's going to lead them now. But it was always obvious that he was the guy, right? That Borthwick was going to have lead in the side. So I suppose nothing that we say we're going to matter. Yeah, he's there and he's taken them.
Yeah.
Even though I think George's.
Yeah, and Brent W agreeing with me in the chat there, saying it's going to be the toughest campaign for Springbok team ever. If they go all the way, it'll make it all the sweeter. And that's it, right? Like if you go on a hike and you see some nice sights, like that's fantastic. But if you go and you do something physical and you climb a mountain and you get to the top, it's part of that joy has come from the suffering. Do you know what I mean? And so the victory of the World Cup, if the Boks can do it and go all the way and lift the trophy, will come from the fact of the adversity they've had to go through. And that's often why we sort of people who've been through adversity, they talk about that adversity making the victory all the sweeter. So no, it's going to be a huge
and like you said, if England come to the party, they play a very similar game to Wales, and we often struggle against Wales. And I think that's what I'm worried. If there's a little bit greasy and they bring that little that type, I think it's going to be. I said also I think this game could easily be won by a kick, and it could be another Pollard kick like against Wales, and it's going to be.
It could be a Pollard kick, Chris, or it could be a George Ford drop goal or an Owen Farrell drop goal. I mean,
or Ches and Colby drop goal.
And hopefully Faf, if you're listening, I know maybe, but hopefully Faf finds the target to the oak and not into another player on the ground. Now, I know what he was going for. I know he was going for the penalty, but I thought, for me, that was my favorite Ben O'Keefe moment, was actually a call that went against us, because I loved to see the fact that he was saying, no, I'm not having any of your shit. The player was on the ground there. Your player was over there. You could have easily made that pass. Don't come here and try and milk the three. So I stood up at that point and sort of clapped for Ben O'Keefe. I was like, that's excellent refereeing there, because that's what I like to see. Play the game of rugby. Don't play the penalty. And that got so pissed off when players, maybe potentially took a slight touch to the face or neck, throwing their hands up, rolling on the ground, grabbing their faces. I was not there for any of it. And so I was very glad to see Faf get pulled out on it.
And one last thing, because shame old Marcus boy got his pretty face smashed up on the weekend. Just before we get final predictions, do you think Freddie Stewart, he is a slower player. Do you think he's done enough when he has played for England, or do you think they're going to miss Smith?
It's so funny, isn't it? Because, England now are kind of lamenting over the fact that they haven't got Marcus Smith, but not so long ago, he wasn't even in the conversation to start at 15. He was trying at 10, maybe at 15, maybe he comes on. So it's the love-hate the English have with their players and their teams and the selections, and it's kind of like you don't know what you've got till it's gone, right? I think personally, I think England will miss Marcus Smith. I think he has got the pace, he's got the vision. Freddie Stewart brings something else. He's big, he's physical, he gets up in the air. So expect a lot of up and unders from the English. If you know that they do, they'll send Smith after it, and back the boys, Colby, Willemse, and obviously Arnsett on the wings.
Yeah.
But I do think if we can get our boys ball in hand running around Stewart, it's going to be a long day for the number 15, the English number 15.
Yeah, and just one shot on the books, and I think we all held bent on this, the bomber squad in the 6-2 and bringing that into the game, and people following us, and then we went to the 7-1 and back to the 5-3. The bomber squad, what it was used to describe, basically like 6 huge oaks coming on and changing the game, and the teams you were playing couldn't live with it. But yeah, we got 5 World Cup starters coming on as reserves. You know, like that's a bomb. That's a bomb in its own right. Right? They might, and I think it's the way we use reserves. It's been the Briasi's trailblazed, and you got to give him credit for that because it's a completely different ball game. Like the whole dynamic changes when whoever our benches seems to work most of the time.
Absolutely. And we talk about the mind games, and people talk about Rassie and Jacques and everything, and there's a bit of love-hate, and some people just hate, and some people just love. But again, it goes back to my point about the Irish. You don't have to like them. I do like Rassie and Jacques, but you don't have to like them. But you have to respect them because they've been disruptors in the space. They've pioneered in certain areas. They've taken risks. Bringing in the 6-2, the bomb squad, this, that, the next. But now, and I love the fact that they're not really referring it to as the bench or the bomb squad or the this or the that. It's more finishers, starters and finishers, and no set of players, no individuals are better than the next. You just have different roles, And so whether you come on 10 minutes to go, that's how long you finish the game for. If you come on with, what did we see? We saw, Sia Khaleesi getting our captain, getting subbed at 45 minutes. And someone else was a Dion Free who came on for him. He had to play 35 minutes and he had to finish the game for 35 minutes. So I honestly think it's just been fantastic to see the shift away from this idea that if you're not in the starting 15, you are less than or you are not as good as. That for me, at least in a Springbok jersey, has gone out the window because we can just see how good, as you said, World Cup winners coming off the bench. It's like what a
the starters. They started the World Cup final. I also I also don't know if you caught there's so many Reg, right? There's a lot of companies. Rugby podcasts coming out every orifice at the moment, wherever you look on the internet. But they're interesting. But did you see the one with Matfield and Smith? And Matfield said he messaged Vermeulen when he was out of the island. Was it island game, I think?
Yes.
And he just said, "Who cares? One team, one dream, one mission," and that said it all.
Yep.
That said it all. That's all you need to know about the box. So that's why it's a different.
Enjoyed that podcast or the box office, right?
The box office,
Sort of the box office with those two going back and forth. And no, when I heard that, I was like, yes, that's what it's about. And that's when I heard the boys talking this morning.
One team, one mission. That's it.
Yeah, exactly. About the team selection. We were talking about, oh, well, maybe they'll feel hard done by. They're being left out. I think, maybe personally, the guys might feel, oh, I wish I was playing. And if they didn't feel that way, I wouldn't want them in the squad, right? If a player hadn't been selected and wasn't disappointed to some degree, I wouldn't want that individual in my 33 because it shows that you don't want to be there. However, given the mindset, the attitude of the fact of, yes, personally, I'm disappointed that I'm not playing. However, it is for the best of the team or whatever the case is, and therefore I support the decision. As we said, one team, one the vision. I think the boys are fully into it. The box understand that it is bigger than them. Their individual hopes and dreams. It is about the team and it is about the nation, right? The South African nation that these guys are going onto the field for.
Yeah. All right. I don't know if you've got anything else you want to add. Otherwise, we're going to do predictions. But I'm going to say it's a New Zealand South Africa final. You got any other? Look, I'm nervous. I am very nervous. I'm. Part of me doesn't want to believe it, but a part of me has this gut-wrenching feeling that this England side's coming at us hard, and this is the game where either we're going to be off the rails. And sorry for mentioning a ref again, but maybe we get a dodgy ref. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but we're going to dodge this bullet a few more times if we're going to get to hold that trophy again, But I'm the books are good enough. This team's good enough.
Yep. No. I'm with you. I'm absolutely tucking my pants. As I said, I am so because yes, I do think there is a chance that this English side beats us because of what they come out with, because of the high the Boks have come off and empty the tank against that France team. Can they come back? Can they reset? Come back down? Take deep breaths and then build it all up again and come out and show the same, sort of fire and passion. So no, I think, while I think there's a chance that the English side might come out and take it, I don't think it's a big chance. So I'm going to back the Boks. as I said, yeah, I'm with you there. I think New Zealand and Springbok final.
Yeah.
That's what I think, and I hope is going to happen. But yeah, we'll have to see.
Yeah, I think my last comment is like, do you actually see England coming out with something a little bit different? Like maybe they would have done New Zealand, or are they just going to come with their strength, gun-ho strength, and 120%, and hope they put enough pressure on the Boks start making mistakes and they take advantage? Like, I don't see something different from this team. They haven't shown anything different in 2 years, so I just think they're going to come super focused, try and minimize mistakes, put the pressure on, and hope that I don't think man for man they're a better side, so they're going to need a little bit of the luck as well.
Yeah. I think to beat the Boks, I think you've got to obviously come physically, right? You've got to match up, and you've got to try your best. I don't think you beat them purely on that front, because I think there's a reason that everyone comments on the physicality of the Springboks. Yeah. I think what England do need to do is what we did against France in terms of, as you said, the small wins, the charging down of the kick, the smart plays where they can actually, even knocking the ball back. I think if England wants to stand a chance, they've got to put all those small wins together, and it's the small bit by bit by bit, chipping away, winning this victory, winning that victory, going unnoticed, clearing well, exiting from your 22, having good touch finders, winning your lineouts. Like, I know it sounds like I'm just talking about rugby, but ultimately that is what England are going to have to do, and they're going to have to do it flipping well against the Boks. So I think if they do that and they bring the energy, then they stand a good chance. But I think if they start to get in their heads and they start to drop their heads and they start to not put those small phases together, I think we could see the Boks also run away with it. We spoke about New Zealand.
I agree.
I think if the Boks show up and England don't, it's going to be a tough day to beat Cal Usher, in the Forever Sports group.
Well, I must say my initial gut, and I love my gut generally is my safe place, and I get it wrong because when I start to overthink is when I start to make mistakes in my predictions and the punting. But initially I said this is just, at the moment, the golf is just too big with the top four and the rest. Ask Scotland, who were 5th in the world when we played them. England are up to 5th now, but I just think the golf is just too big. And at the end of the day, for me, cream does rise to the top. And you do actually often see blowouts in provincial games as well. You think semis are going to be close, but obviously I've watched and punted a lot on it. Not often. A lot of the time, the top teams of the tournament actually can blow out teams and knock out rugby. So I initially thought that, but something sneakily inside me says that, let's see how the game goes. We'll see. I think it's just get it in play. Only once the games go and you see the first phases go and you get a good idea of possibly where the game is going to go. All right, my man. Sure. We can.
Yeah. No, I was just gonna say final comments before we wrap it up here from the guys in the chat here. Brent W coming with a thought. He's saying, here's a thought: the Boks weren't at their best against France, which I agree with. I think there's areas we can tighten up. He says, but could they gear up this Saturday? I think they might. Yeah, maybe we see the Boks start to fire at that 85-90%. Again, I wouldn't want to see them at their best this Saturday. I want to see that hopefully if they make it through to the final. Monty van Staden here saying, besides the actual game, we've been privileged to witness some of the greatest rugby brains at work. I am most probably going to spell the French coach name wrong, but he talks about Farrell, Checker, and Inaber. And then Mikhail Adams there saying the Boks need to protect the area on the wing when the opposition is on their 5-meter line, because most of the tries are scored in that area against the Boks. Guys, all absolutely fantastic, valid points. We appreciate you guys getting involved in the chat. I know Red wasn't too happy with us earlier, not necessarily engaging with you a bit much. We've got lots to chat about. We always enjoy reading your comments, so please do keep them coming through. And do try to get many of them as possible, we promise. Even earlier with Pam, and what a privilege that was to have her on, and how insightful that was. We did field questions both from the Forever Sports guys, as well as sort of a lot of questions that have come up throughout over time on the Forever Sports channel. So as always, we do try to get to as many of your questions as possible within the lot of time, guys. But we thank you for joining us here on Forever Sports, and definitely make sure you join along on the watch-alongs. We'll be in the conversation with you, giving Stevie P a hard time and trying to get his attention as he takes us through the semi-finals.
Wes, I've got to thank you, man. for reading out the comments because you've done a sterling job there. I have tried to put some up on the screen as well, so that good. As I say, yeah, it's true. This is the fan forum, of course, and this is about you guys, and we want you guys to get a much better value. Obviously, all in it together. Just quickly on the betting segment, because we're not a betting show, but just quickly, we've had our first losing week in 7 weeks. Wes 7 weeks we were winning, and we came crashing down last weekend. But look, I'm not upset about it because that run was quite a run. I'm not gonna lie, I'll take some credit there. But yeah, Wellington, they couldn't freaking beat Hawke's Bay. They were unbeaten the whole tournament, and then they played Hawke's Bay the last round, lost semi-final, lost Hawke's Bay back to back. Who knows where the Ranfurly Shield is or what's happened on it, but it's somewhere. And then the second half of the New Zealand game, both our games, the first halves were monumental first half. So the second half split. So it didn't happen. But the record, we're still doing really nice. Still 26 units up, 56 return on investment. If we were at 20% at this point, of the tip in 6 months, I'd still be happy with that. So 56 is great. And because on that note, it's a semi-final. I'm gonna push out the boat a little bit this week, and I've got a bigger punt, much bigger than I usually do, because there's been some comments I've seen they keep saying I'm too conservative, and they want to see some higher odds there. So the fans have spoken, and Chris has listened. So I've dug out a 5.20 unit treble for this weekend to keep us involved. And as you can see, my second half highest scoring has come back into the game. Now I need to say, the second half highest scoring were lower odds because obviously they give the probability of these things happening. And last weekend they evened out again, which they often do for big games. But it's gone back to where the second half is the favored half for the scoring. So I've gone that for the two semi-finals because I think they'll be, they often are tighter affairs. And I see regression of first half big. That could be wrong because you never know. But I'm going to back this now till the end for this weekend. Those two teams, second half high scoring, we'll put that. And then Saracens got absolutely monstered the other day against Exeter, which no one was expecting. Now they're home to Bath, and I think typical Saracens. I love when top dogs are in the spot. And Saracens is one of that team that they'll come back and hammer Bath. I would suspect you can get good odds here. So you have to put those three together to make the treble, 1.5 units. So that's going to be a juicy return. That'll bring our return on investment right back up again if we win that one. So if you follow, otherwise take the second halves as singles. If you don't fancy the high odds, take the second halves as singles, maybe a unit or two. So that's a ways. When we got URC. I mean, it's been a long ass show. We're nearly on 2 hours. So I really appreciate this. We've had a decent amount of guys watching throughout the whole podcast. Do you want to do a mini preview on the URC? Maybe we can. I was thinking we can quickly discuss Stormers Lions, then maybe let's do a prediction where we think the South African teams are going to finish in this year's URC. Just do a quick preview. Fancy that? 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. But Chris, I'm gonna have to default to you big time on this one because I've had the privilege of living sort of all over the world, and as a result, some of those places has not been the easiest to watch rugby. I didn't have access to it Forever Sports back in the day, so my watching of sort of local premiership, kind of rugby like your Currie Cups, your URCs has been nowhere. So if I'm very honest, so I've not a Lions game or a Stormers game or I can't tell you years. So you're more than welcome to tell. I'm going to nod along with you very, very enthusiastically. Okay. I'm going to say, sounds good, Chris.
Well, that's what I was saying. That's okay, Wes. You're totally forgiven because you're superb in all other facets of rugby, and we love the inputs and the insights you give us. So thanks for being honest and leaving me on the spot. Yeah. So let's go. Lions,
because Stevie's not here to defend his team, right?
I'm disappointed. I want to see Reza and Steve's face right now, and I want to discuss Stormers versus Lions. But they ran away like the Lions, they ran away from the stadium and their team. A convenient fair weather friends, fair weather fans. Oh, there he is.
Oh, look at him.
Oh. So the teams aren't out there, Stevie. For Stormers, so I was looking for them.
teams come out tomorrow.
Yeah.
So that is the chat. I think the line's being announced by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what time the storm are actually being announced. Let's actually check on that. But
yeah, it was just Steve. I know it's been a long show for everyone because I was thinking of bringing out maybe like who's come in and out of the teams. I suppose we could do that. That's gonna take a while. So I think let's just maybe.
Yeah, so I'm actually going to do a bit of the URC preview, which will be out tomorrow. So then I'm going to be going through some of the ins and outs.
Great.
The Lions is pretty easy with regards to ins and outs. There's not been a lot of them, which is a good thing, really, in terms of there not being a lot of outs. Makes a nice difference as a Lions fan and stuff like that. You have, however, posted one of our props. You have replaced Steven Kitsoff with Steve Sartorius. So we'll play this weekend.
Well, you was my favorite youngster. I hope he goes well for you guys. Actually, to be honest, I really like him as a player.
Yeah. So you got Caden alone, obviously. So
yeah,
I'm keen for them. So I think you've got Johnny Lombard, Kay Volta, and you've got Jordan Hendrickson. So you've got 3 flower halves, all very young. Well, Johnny a bit older than the others.
Wait, I thought Jordan was going to Sharks. Did I miss?
No. Everyone's basically assumed it because he signed a Rock Nation contract. But he's
okay. Well, then you're back in the game because he was growing. He could grow into the Lions legend. That guy. He was always good for you guys. Yes, he can kick a ball, eh?
No,
he can kick it. He can kick it. He can go to the parking lot and he can kick it over the stadium into the parking lot on the other side.
And that guy loves tackling. Like
yeah.
No, so I'm very excited. He's back, so I'm keen to see what he's about. Henk van Beek is back.
He's a beast there.
This weekend, so very keen to see how he goes. You guys are obviously missing half your side, really. Steven Kitsoff's moved on, but Frans Verhoeven not there, Dion Ferree not there.
No,
David Willemse, Mari Liebach not there.
No, I'm gonna. This is gonna be hard to. I've been hiding this from the group, from our chat, and I think you guys are gonna win on Saturday.
At altitude.
Huh?
No, it's at altitude. There's no form to speak of, for example.
No, I think this is if you're going to win, it will be this, and I think, we were saying the difference with the Lions and is the derbies, right? You guys don't often win the derbies, so where's after?
Where's the Lions? I'm very confused as to what's going on.
Yeah, you know what I mean, right? Winning the local derbies is where you guys you'll beat like a Leinster or whatever in Ellis Park, but then you got to put like the other teams away. It's just the consistency.
We started off quite well last year. I actually went on a very good tour. Got a couple of early wins. I actually remember, I think it was last season where we actually, I think it was you guys. We actually hammered at Ellis Park. We put you guys away quite easily, and then we kind of just sort of tailed off towards the end. So the issue with the Lions is that it's the kind of standard. 23 players are top class. We've got a really good starting 15 and a decent bench. It's as the season goes by and as the injuries creep in, that obviously we just don't have the depth. But I'll tell you what, somebody to watch out for. Somebody even mentioned on Twitter the other day, a hard-hitting number 6 with a good skill set, decent over the ball, and good ruck. Emmanuel Chituka, I think, is going to have a very big season coming up.
Yeah,
he stepped up last season.
He stepped up for his brother because Vincent was amazing for you, but he has been stepping up there.
Yeah, so my players to watch the Lions are watch Emmanuel, watch Jordan, and watch Henko. I think those 3 are going to be I enjoy watching the Lions, even like back in the day when you had John Mitchell and when you guys had that really good side. And then also I also love the Lions Stormers game. It's generally a throw around. It's a fun game to watch. I think you guys take it. Then we'll take the Scarlets next week at the Darnie Craven. So we'll give you a little bit of a nudge head start. You push into there. But just quickly, what are your predictions? I did this actually last 2 years, trying to predict. I think I don't know what did I predict this. Well, I thought the Bulls. Bulls an overall end of season type prediction.
Yes. Okay. Where do you think our boys are going to finish the season?
All right, so I think. So my big call is I reckon Bulls could be the top SA side.
Oh, yeah. See, that's what I made that mistake 2 years in a row. Well, not a mistake.
Yeah. I think it goes one of two ways. I think they either have a very good season, and I think they could be back in inverted commas, or I think that there are structural problems there, which whether it's management or whether there's something wrong that needs to be addressed and needs to be almost a bit of an overhaul. So I think it could go very well for them. I think it could go very badly for them. But they've signed so well. You know, they've brought in.
But they've been signing for the last 3 years. And
yeah, but I thought that
Bulls are the team that used to bring the youngsters through. They've changed their whole kind of philosophy in a way.
Yeah, so I think because Jake White was very much talking about. He said, you know, he wants to bring the average age of the players up. But I think also if you look at the signings they've made. I mean, at one stage, you remember when they were just signing absolutely any loose forward going, and they had like this pile up of loose forwards, and they didn't have they didn't have a tight end. You know, they lost Treble and Yukani, and they just didn't really replace him. You know, they brought in Wilco Low, so you know they brought in at hooker. So your hookers now Akafanamova, Johan and Jan Krobelaar.
Yeah, those are good acquisitions. Those are good.
In the back line, you know, I thought the centers were a bit lacking, and they brought in Jakob van der Walt.
I agree. I like Constant Hendricks, but
Henry Immelman now, and it sounds like Canan Moody, based on what he said in the World Cup, it sounds like he's going to be running a 13 this season for the Bulls. So I think that's
a game changer.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got a point. But do you think Jake White though still the right man?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I think it's a big season for him because you can't argue the Jake White credentials, can you? He's had the success, you know, but he is someone that doesn't.
Yeah, but you could say that about Eddie Jones. But you could say that about Eddie Jones as well, right?
Yeah. No, but it's Jake White's an interesting conundrum because often he does sometimes I wouldn't say overstays his welcome, but sometimes the longer he goes there, sometimes things start to fall apart. They backed him long term. What do you think about the Sharks? Do you think that they're finally going to get their where's the bag?
I'm really intrigued what Wales is up to. Did you get something to eat? Are you all right?
No, sorry, my sugars were crashing actually, but
sorry, yeah, good. No, please, thank God. Yeah, glad you're still with us. Then, great, man. because you turned. I actually, for a moment, I was worried because you turned around and I didn't know if it was thank God you're right, man.
He was like, we turned around, he almost had like a nervous grin on his face, and then the feed cut. I'm like, what is this?
Yeah.
We need to
I was hoping the feed wasn't going to cut because I was really intrigued to see where that was going. But anyway, yeah. But do you think it's a now or never season for Jake and the Bulls if he doesn't win this season?
Yeah, I
think have patience run out.
Yeah, I think if they don't, if they get to like a final, for example, then I think he might stay on. I don't think he'll stay on longer this season anyway. I mean, I think he's been there 4 or 5 years. Yeah, I know he's got this long-term project, long contract. I don't see him staying around much longer, to be honest. I mean, what's he got ready to prove? You know, I think if he wants another challenge, I think he'll move. I wouldn't be surprised if he just sort of steps down altogether. Well, the only thing I would say about the Bulls is that they don't seem to really have much of a succession plan lined up. You know, you don't really sort of nobody really immediately comes to mind unless they go overseas and they bring back like a Van back or something like that.
Yeah. And realistically, where do you see the Lions? They're going to crack the knockouts this year, surely.
We weren't far away last year, which was the annoying thing. We were about 2 wins away, and there were games we really threw away, which we should have won. And so, I mean, I feel like playoffs were achievable last year. It was the goal. When I spoke to you about Van Rooyen at the URC launch last year.
I like him. He's good.
Yeah, so and he was very honest. He said that they wanted that playoff. They wanted that home playoff. They wanted the home playoff to begin with, because I think what I like about him, I think he's quite realistic. You know, he spoke about the fact that they really wanted a home playoff, which is a big call to try and get fourth. But I think they understand that their chance of ever doing something in this competition hinges on them having that Ellis Park.
Yeah. But in saying that, because let's face it, our top 3 sides, right? Stormers, Bulls, and Sharks are going to probably be up.
Well, I think the Sharks.
That face so good. Yeah, exactly.
I can't. Well, do you know what it is? Do you know what this weekend for me is about?
Yeah,
it's Janti time.
Oh, I love Deante. I'm a bigger Deante fanboy as you are, bro. Honestly, I love that.
That has passed under the radar this weekend. That Piwe Deante could make his return this weekend after 4 years.
Yeah. But I'm just going back to the Lions' chances of a top 8 because are Zebra going to win a game? Are we going to see some improvement from the Welsh sides? Because if those guys start getting better and playing out, because Gonna have to, because those sides still got to get up to our physicality, right? That's what they're still missing.
Well, the
But if
Wales,
they
the Wales,
start-
the Welsh team's on trouble because I mean, they've all left. They've all had a walkout basically. Obviously, they had all those issues last season where they couldn't contract players, they couldn't offer players contracts and stuff like that. And as a result, you go look at the exodus of Welsh players. They've all left basically. Your Will Rowlands, your Liam Williams. They've all packed up. Edwin Jones is retired. Josh Navidi's retired. There's so many players who have left the Welsh region. I think they'll bounce back. So I think they've got a really nice. They've actually got some really nice young players. You look like a Jack Morgan for me to be British Irish Lions captain. I think he's phenomenal, but I think that they're going to need a year or two to adjust. So I don't expect a lot from the Welsh regions. I don't expect much from Zebras. So that's already 5 teams.
Yeah, well, it's really. I mean, it's like I said, it's the 3 Irish teams, 3 South African teams, and the 2 Scottish teams. That's been the top 8.
It's kind of an Edinburgh there in about because I think they came up 4.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's kind of like that Benetton Lions, Glasgow Warriors, who are probably my second team in the URC. It's kind of them.
Lions beating the Stormers to start as a starting point, and they're 1 or 2 derby wins away from making it. And where the Stormers? The Stormers making the final again this year, my man. Are they winning it again? Second title.
Yeah, why not? I think who
is your South African team with? I don't think I've ever actually picked that up.
The Lions, surely.
I mean, yeah. It was the Lions for.
What do you mean it was? There's no it was. It is.
and then yeah, I was very fickle. I think sort of towards the end of high school, and sort of then switched over to Stormers side of things for no real reason other than being a teenage boy, and
greatest
then
union in the world.
Yeah, it's kind of just beat in the wind, to be honest. So yeah, I think at this point you flip a coin, really. No, but I think good old Manu Lebok, I think he would have gained massive confidence and whatnot coming out of this tournament, obviously, and with his time with the Boks. So if he can get back into a Stormers jersey and continue, to take the form, I'm really keen to actually get back into it a bit more and start watching a bit more domestic rugby. So no, I can't say anything for now. So take none of what I'm saying with any sort of weight. I know you guys don't anyway, so that's fine.
He's gone again.
And he's gone.
And he's back again. And he's back. Well, I'll tell you what, guys, I'm actually interested to get your guys' comments. Gallant. I love Gallant. And I was convinced he was a starting Bok before video.
I thought he was the Billy replacement. The way he played, I was like, we got it. We're going to be fine. But he's going to move on. Yeah. This is our next playmaking fullback. Did you see his try assist in the warm-up game?
Oh, that guy's magic, bro. He's the most unlucky. He's the most unluckiest player. Oh, I love watching that guy play. It's just not fair. It's not fair that he hasn't had a international career. But anyway, he's back at my team now, and
Damien Willemse back at 12 in.
Oh, but when he was in the Stormers, the Bok, Willemse, those 2, Zas, when the Stormers are full strength and running, bro. Oh man, that's why we have people that come to watch, bro. Yeah, it's good, It's good, And we lift the trophy. Oh, it's lovely weather, beautiful girls. See, what more can you dream of?
Chris, are you moving back to Cape Town?
In the UK? Don't.
Yeah.
I'll be back for 2 months over December. Stevie, you guys just get down to Cape Town. Let's go. My friends got a bike. We'll go. Yeah, it'll be good.
Let's go. Let's just check the calendar. There must be a Lions Stormers game in and around things. There's a lot of local derbies in that period.
Yeah. All right. Good luck, Lions. Don't cry if you lose again. It's all right. But it's gonna be a good game. It's gonna be a nice warm up to the Bok game, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, well, there's 2 games: Lions game into the Sharks game into the Bok game.
Oh, there we go. Sharks are playing again. Munster. That's a cracker game as well.
Munster and then Bull Scarlets on Sunday.
That Sharks Munster game in the end of the URC last season was a draw, I think. In the end.
Yeah, I think that was the one that was wet, wasn't it?
Yeah, and that's the one that Khaleesi got injured, no?
Could have been.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I shouldn't have been being a very wet day. But a lot of rugby, and then obviously tomorrow night's going to be massive. What did we predict? Argentina all the way.
Yes, actually I did, because we were getting some bad mouths that we're too conservative and not bringing in the fans. So I said I'll shout Argentina just for a little controversy, even though I totally don't believe it.
Come on, the Argies.
Yeah. No, well, look, I hope they go Saint to West. My initial gut is it's going to be blowout wins. I think that the golf is just too big, but the weather's going to be a neutralizer, and I don't want it to be blowouts. I do hope I just give New Zealand a game. Our game, I don't know. It could be 20 points. It could be us by 3. It could be England by 2.
Yeah.
Like literally.
Look, so. I don't know what the weather was like today. I think it was supposed to be wet again today. Yesterday was absolutely pouring. And cold as well. So very different this weekend to what we've had for the rest of the World Cup. Which ironically, for the first time, who would have thought is not going to suit the box, necessarily.
Yeah.
I think
I'm not happy that it's raining. I want same again. I want LeBook throwing. He's doing his magic to the guys outside him. I don't want City Bugger, Wets, and Farrell kicking 6 points there. I want the Books to come out there and put that Faz boy away. But, England if they come out like they did against the semi and against New Zealand, we are in for a long day, if they can bring that. I don't know if they can, but then we didn't say New Zealand were possibly going to bring it, even though they had it in them. I just haven't seen anything to suggest that England can even go to that level. That's just why I'm feeling okay-ish that we'll get through.
Yeah.
That's a big one.
We know Reeza's drinking on a school night because he's saying Argentina by 5. He's also saying Lions.
Oh, you see.
I can guarantee you right now he's got a brandy in hand.
Yeah, no, definitely. If Chelsea allow. But
if the wife allows for the brandy. Right, gentlemen, speaking of that, I am going to head out.
Monster show, boys. Well done, man. Well done.
We've been going for over 2 hours, yes. So thank you to everybody who's been sticking by us. It's been a long one, but a very cool one.
Yeah. All right, boys. Big weekend ahead. Enjoy. Have fun. We'll see you in and around.
Yeah, cool. Thanks, chaps. We'll see you guys soon.
There's everyone. Bye.
Hello and welcome to Fair Rugby on Forever Sport for today's preview. Springboks versus England. A repeat of the 2019 final. The grudge match really of the weekend. The second semi-final. By the time they walk out to the pitch at Stade de France, they will know who either of them will face in the final, with New Zealand versus Argentina taking place tonight as the All Blacks look to try and get past Los Pumas into that final, put themselves into contention to win the World Cup, whilst Michael Cheika and Julia Montoya and their side believe they can do something special, that they can knock New Zealand out of the World Cup, get themselves into a World Cup final, and then who knows. And to be honest, if there was one team apart from South Africa who I'd love to see win a World Cup right now, it would be Argentina. It would be absolutely phenomenal if they were to win it, but can't need the Springboks to win it, don't we? And the first thing they need to do is get past England, which is not going to be an easy task, or as easy as a task as I think a lot of people are suggesting. So before we look at the two sides, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Very, very interesting because South Africa are unchanged. No changes to the 23, no rotation from starting to bench, no positional swaps, for example. Absolutely nothing. It is all exactly the same as it was last week. So if we look at the lineup, it is Stephen Kitsov, Bongi Mbambi, and Frans Malherbe. So impressive, Bongi Mbambi last week. He's really, since the injury to Malcolm Marx, he's put his hand up and he's reminded everybody just how good he is and why he is top dog. His leadership for me has been phenomenal. He's really embraced that role he's been given. And I personally think he's almost putting himself into the hat to potentially replace Siya Kolisi as captain if Siya Kolisi does step down or finish his international career after this World Cup. In the second row, Eben Etzebeth and Franco Moss will continue their partnership. Then Siya Kolisi next to PSJF, Toy and Dwayne Vermeulen. It's a World Cup winning loose trio. It's one of the most capped loose trios of all time for South Africa. I think they need 2 more games together, and they would be the most capped trio. Unfortunately, they've got a maximum of 2 games together, so we won't likely not break the record. But what a formidable loose trio they have been. Kobus Runner gets backed again next to Manie Libbok, who will start a semi-final. Started a quarterfinal last week, played well, gets another start in the semi-finals. Your 2 wings are Cheslin Colby, Currie Arendse, both on the score sheet last week, as was Damien De Allende, who really put a lot of doubters wrong And what a storming performance we saw last week from Jesse Creel. He gets rewarded with another start. Damian Willemse, world class. Being one of our best players in the tournament, continues in that 15 jumper. Off the bench, it will be Dion Fourie, Ox in chair, Vincent Koch, R.K. Snyman, Quagga Smith, Faf de Klerk, Andre Pollard, and Willie Leroux. It's a good bench. It's got World Cup winners everywhere. In fact, the only person that's not a World Cup winner is Dion Fourie and Ox in chair. So, yeah, plenty of experience across the entire pack. I mean, it's the most experienced pack the Boks have ever named, and one of the most experienced 23s we've ever named, because it was the case last week, therefore will be the case this week. So it's got everything you need in it, really. Not too much to really break down when it comes to the Boks, except for the fact that can this team beat it? It is England, the 2019 finalists, who will be up for a bit of revenge. A lot of players in this lineup that did play in that 2019 final, that lost that 2019 final, that will be coming to try and prove a point. No more so than the front row of Joe Marler, Jamie George, and Dan Kolb. So much experience between those three. Needs to be rock solid at scrum time. And then an interesting change sees George Martin comes into the starting lineup. There's Sumari Toja, Courtney Laws. They'll be looking to make those lineouts a bit of a hazard for South Africa and to really dominate them from an English perspective. And I tell you what, you neutralize set pieces, you get your set piece right, it goes a long way towards nullifying what other teams can do. So I think that's going to be an important part. Front row, the tight five, and the lineouts. And then they've got a good loose trio. Ben Earl, I thought, was fantastic last weekend. Courtney Laws is a great player. Tom Currie is really good on his day. And then a halfback pair, Alex Mitchell next to Owen Farrell. I don't think Alex Mitchell had his best game last weekend, but I thought Owen Farrell was really good and looked close to his best. The two wings, Elliot Daly, Johnny May, the South Africans will know a lot about them, to be fair. In the centres, Mono Tuolagi, the hard-hitting Mono Tuolagi, and Joe Marchant. Freddie Stewart comes into the side for the concussed Marcus Smith, who is obviously going through return to play protocols and will not be available for this weekend. Then off the bench, it is Theo Dan, it is Genge and Carl Sinclair. Interesting to see Genge drop down to the bench, coming on as an impact player. And they've got then Ollie Chessman on the bench as well as Billy Vanapola. And then the replacement backs are Danny Kerr, George Ford, and Ollie Lawrence. I'll be very interested to see what sort of role George Ford gets this weekend. Didn't really play. In fact, I'm not even sure if he got on last weekend because Owen Farrell was just playing so well. So it'll be interesting to see what sort of role George Ford will get. He did start the final in 2019 with Owen Farrell inside him, inside centre. So yeah, it was an interesting. It's been an interesting debacle, this whole George Ford versus Owen Farrell situation. I was very surprised when Owen Farrell was picked ahead of George Ford, but to give Owen Farrell's credit where credit's due, played really well. It's two very good sides. It's England who are playing good rugby at the moment. You know, they're not the England that lost to Fiji in August. They have progressed, and they're going to be a tough side. If they can just get the basics right and frustrate the Boks, they can contend. If the Boks, however, start really well, and I think running in 1 or 2 tries, I don't think this England team have got the mentality to be able to cope with that, to be able to turn things around. So from a South African perspective, I think it's very important that we start well, we hit the ground running, and we give them a real go. Let me know what your score predictions are down in the comments below. Please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen. I'll chat to you soon.
Richard, everyone fit and raring to go?
They are, mate, yes. Excitement in camp to get going, yeah, clean bill of health.
How are you feeling ahead of this semi-final? 1 game away from a World Cup final. What would it mean to you and the guys to get there?
I think it means this game itself means a great deal. We know the stakes are high, but we have to treat this as a game by itself and not play what next week might bring. So we're fully focused on playing one of the best teams in the world.
And very few people are giving you a chance. Does that make it a free hit? Does that take the pressure off?
It's a World Cup semi-final. There's no way that you go into that game without feeling something. That's a good thing. As for being written off, that's been for a fair while now.
But is the pressure on them?
I think if there is, they've shown that they can deal with it. They've dealt with it last World Cup, they've dealt with it in numerous games. So, yeah, not something that we'd have been clinging on to.
What do you make of the challenge ahead? Kevin Sinfield said he was in awe of this Springboks team. How do you feel about what they're going to bring?
I was just super impressed with them as an outfit. Evolved a little bit, but without changing their DNA, which we know is incredibly physical with a good kicking game. on the back of a rush defence. So stuff that we're going to have to deal with, but we need to make sure that we're giving them some food for thought as well.
It looks like torrential rain forecast. Has that come into your planning, your training preparation?
Definitely comes into our planning, yeah. So look to the weather forecast. Lads have had some wet balls, as it would normally be the case in these sorts of weeks, and talking about what that means for you, in your units, and as you an individual. So yeah, definitely part of our planning.
Tom, Elliot, you were both there 4 years ago in that final. Just your memories, and can you, I don't know, can you harbour that pain at the full-time whistle and use that, even if it's not in your fore memory, but use that as motivation at all?
Yeah, obviously it was disappointing 4 years ago, but I think the feel around this team is a very different team. Obviously I had a bit of time out from this squad, and then to come back in, there's a different feeling within this group. So we're going to try and harness that, and what all of the last sort of a year, 2 years planning gone into this to hopefully perform to our best on the weekend.
Tom, same question.
Yeah, no, we're fully excited to go after this week. You know, Springboks they've changed, they've developed their game. You know, they've matured, and we have as well. So I think this is going to be a clash where, you know, it's two very exciting teams going at each other, and we can't wait to go.
What did you learn from that night? About yourself, about them?
Well, it doesn't matter in terms of, you know, this is a different team, we're a different team, they're a different team. It's kind of what I've learned the past kind of few weeks watching them. I think that's the main thing.
Which is?
That they're a very good team.
Yeah. Thanks, Tom.
Richard, we saw Dan Carter was in with the All Blacks this week, and I know sometimes squads get people in to, you know, give a talk in a big week or present the jerseys or anything like that. Is there any similar plans for England this week?
No, not that I'm aware of. The lads usually do that the night before the game between themselves, which is great for them to do, and part of what they've done for quite a while. So, no, we're keeping it tight with fully focused on this weekend and what we're going to do. I don't think we need anything extra this week.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? Because you're the ones who brought yourselves to this point, and as a group you understand all of that in a way that kind of nobody else can. There's something special about that, isn't it?
Yeah, hopefully we're creating that feeling of togetherness. The longer we're together, the more time we spend, the more battles we go through as a group, the tighter we should become, and no bigger test of that than this weekend.
And you can take a lot of confidence, can't you, in the way that you've come through those tests, like you say. Steve's talking about finding a way to win, but also, you know, in the biggest of games you've had in this tournament, the sort of intensity you've put out onto the field, you know, from the first second, you could see the difference, couldn't you? And I suppose that must give the group a lot of confidence.
Yeah, they should take a lot of confidence from what they've done so far, managing to win the tight ones. But that goes up a level this week. We know the size of the challenge in front of us. It's a good thing that we know it and we're excited about it. And as I say, Saturday night, we need to give the absolute best of us, and I'm sure we will.
And with the way the Springboks approach the game, I suppose tactically, but also their attitude, like you're talking about, you know, the way they approach rugby generally, that's something you can really get your teeth into, isn't it? Obviously, we know their quality, but they don't really make any apology for what they do or how they do it, so you know what's coming, and, you know, two teams can just sort of leave everything out there.
Yeah, no, I don't think anyone should ever apologise for being who you are and having your identity. Sometimes it feels like people want that apology and everyone play the same way. Game rugby is brilliant because of all the different styles, and they all work if you get it right in the day. We need our style to work for us.
And Elliot, can I just ask about, obviously Freddie Stewart comes back in. What will he add to the team tomorrow night that obviously, you know, just with the change from Marcus at fullback?
I think Fred's been brilliant ever since he started playing for England, really. Confidence he's shown in the last sort of since the start of the World Cup campaign has been brilliant. So he's obviously a rock at the back under the high ball. He's really grasping the attack game now. He's making really good decisions on the edge, which is putting me in space usually, which is nice. But yeah, he's a quality player, and we backed him all the way. And I think the way that the relationship with us in the back three now is brilliant. We can talk to each other on the field, make sure we're in the right positions, and try and take advantage of any space better.
Richard, could I just ask you one about Alex Mitchell? He'd be the least experienced of the 3 nines you've got, but you must have serious confidence in him. What do you want to see from him?
Yeah, just what he's shown in the big games so far, which is his spark, but
the level of maturity that he's now developing, playing in big test matches. I think you can see him growing all the time. So not going to be asking too much different than what he's bringing, because he's ball of energy. He is live wire. If there's anything there for us in and around the ruck, we know that he'll take it. Has anything surprised you about working with him since you have done this kind of summer? I suppose how he takes the next challenge, quite unfazed. He's not a player who seems to carry a lot of worry, which is a real strength. Going to game, those positions, close quarters, close to the action, that is a real strength that he seems to be pretty relaxed going into games.
Hi Tom, we've heard this week from Kevin Siddle talking about the team having no regrets and not leaving anything out there in a game like this. Johnny May early in the tournament talked about he sometimes gets driven by this fear of failure, but everyone's different. What do you play on for yourself? That motivates you for a game like this? Do you think positively about it, or do you sort of say, I don't want to feel the other side of it, if that makes sense?
Okay, yeah, I think it's a semi-final. I think if that's not enough to get you up for a game, I don't know what will. So yeah, you're right, everyone's different. Ultimately, we do have to get on the same page and get that buzz and that feeling, and everyone will go about that differently. We've got over 24 hours now to do that. Everyone takes their own different plans, but for me, there's no better place you'd rather be than a semi-final against South Africa. You look at their team and you look at our team, I think it's properly exciting.
Do you take personal confidence in the fact that you've played a lot against South Africa and beaten them, and you've beaten them with the Lions, and you've had good days against them?
Yeah, I had both. It goes both ways. I've been lucky enough to experience both, and understand what it takes, and it's going to be a lot. So yeah, I can't wait to go after it. It's always a great game when you play against them.
Richard, can I ask you about the sort of no regrets thing? And were there any moments in your career that you would love to replay and just go like, look, and can you use that positively this week and just say like, just leave everything out there? You don't want to come off the field and thinking what if maybe.
Yeah, I'm probably not one of the few people who get an answer from where you say I wouldn't change anything. I'd change plenty, because you want to win. You want to win those games. You want to win those moments. How could you have done things slightly differently? It's no different as a coach when you're reflecting. But what they can't come into is much this week. It is about this week on the grass. What can we do to get our planning right? What can we do to get our mentality right? And then you learn whether you win or lose. But the losses will probably just stick with you there that bit more. But yeah, nothing that we can hang on to.
Without dragging up too many bad memories, are there any particular ones that you think about late at night and go, oh God, I'd love to do that one again?
We'll be here a long time, mate. Yeah, we'll be here a long time.
Okay, thank you.
Richard, you mentioned Springboks, and I think you used the word evolution. Against France, there's some incredible nuances to their game, the way they attacked Bilberry, and so on and so forth. In terms of their evolution and their planning for this game, what are you expecting from them? What do you see in the way that they might try and change something, maybe try and throw a little Rassie-based surprise at you?
Well, I'm sure that with the smarts of their coaching team that they will try and throw stuff at us. No doubt. Will that be the win and lose in this game? Probably not. It'll probably be the big bits of the game, and then they give those little nuances a chance. So I probably wouldn't like to guess what they're going to do, because I know that we'll watch everything and hear everything we say. So whatever we try and give away, I wouldn't like to try and give anyone any head start.
And from your point of view, Tom and Elliot, we often talk about physicality, and we really get hung up on the physicality. When I watched France last week, it was more the mental thing that fell apart for France. They forgot to defend. Their concentration went in defence. How important is it to keep that mental approach, that mental concentration going throughout the game?
Yeah, I think massively important. I think we've probably shown in the games this tournament how our defence is getting better and better each game. Probably against Fiji, we probably lacked for that sort of 5-6 minutes when they scored 2 tries. And you can't do that in the semi-final, so we know that. We know what we need to get better this week, and hopefully we can stay on task in that regard.
one last one for you, Tom. Did a piece with Nick Easter in the week, and he said, however much you want to prepare for facing South Africa, when they hit you for that first moment, it almost knocks you off your feet. How do you respond to that, and how do you go through your mental approach? What do you think when you're walking into the game like that?
Don't get hit off your feet. I mean, I think, you know, we've spoken about it this week, and you've got to get excited for it. As I said before, it's a semi-final against South Africa. It's going to be, you know, played them before. It's been physical tests, and I think playing against sides like that is exciting because you know what you need to do, and it's about doing it and getting the job done on Saturday. So we can't wait to go.
Gents, question for all three of you, please. South Africa silenced the whole nation last week, silenced the crowd to win that game. England have a pretty vociferous crowd, and you can have big numbers at the weekend. How big a role do the England fans have to play in getting you over the line, please?
Absolutely massive, in my opinion. I think last weekend against Fiji, it was amazing to look up and see how many white shirts were in the crowd, and I think even in all the games we've had so far, the support's been unmatched, in my opinion. So hopefully we can bring that tomorrow. We do hear it is very loud in these stadiums and really does spur us on. So if we can keep going with that, it'll be brilliant for us.
Tom, hi. Can you just talk?
Echo what Elliot says. You know, when you do come out and you see the white shirts and realise that it's not like the white seats, it's really exciting. So yeah, when they get going, it's brilliant, and I can't wait to see it tomorrow.
Rich?
Yeah, nice for them to only have to travel to Paris rather than dragging them all the way down to Marseille. So hopefully we've got even more energy to shout and sing.
Thanks.
Yeah, sorry. Hi, Tom. Can you just talk a little bit about your own tournament and, you know, the hurdles you've had to get over, obviously with the early red card, etc. You know, and how relieved, pleased, whatever you are to get to this point, still be standing.
Yeah, I thought we'd escaped this question from last week. Yeah, it's been different to say the least. But you know, as I said last week, it's been exciting to be a part of this group. I think the sign of this group is kind of where those guys who probably aren't in the squad are at. And you know, when we've been able to train and do all the other bits apart from play, it's been exciting. It's been brilliant to be a part of. And I think, as I said, that's kind of where a sign of where this group's at. So yeah, obviously I'd like to play a few more minutes, but who wouldn't? But you know, we're here, we're having a great time, and we can't wait to get stuck into tomorrow.
And Richard, can you just expand a bit on the wet ball stuff you've been doing, the mechanics of what you do? And
it'd be pretty standard for a lot of teams when where there's meant to be that at the weekend. There'll be logistics guy on the sideline with a bucket of water, with balls ready to go into whenever we're swapping or whether starting a set. Yeah, that ball will be wet. The lads will get told about it, so it's no surprise. Just so we're focusing in on what that might be like and the difference of handling a wet ball versus dry one.
Tom, you stood up to a one-on-one physical altercation with Boccia last week at one point. In a game like this, is it about just not letting anything intimidate you, that you show as a collective and individually that you're ready to stand up to anything that gets thrown at you?
Definitely. But I think, you know, the main thing is what happens in between the whistles. Making sure that whatever happens, you're on to the next thing, and we attack whatever's next, because that's what matters.
Is that sometimes a sign of another team's frustration if they start throwing left hooks or right crosses at you?
Luckily, it didn't get that far. Thank God for that. But it could be, you know, other players play their best when they're like that. Who knows? But I know Bott is a great player, and I love playing against him.
And for you going into this, you played in big matches. What do you do? Do you do anything different to psych yourself up, to motivate yourself, to prepare yourself, or do you just have to be calmer than normal in a big game?
Yeah, you know, as a group, I think we've been good so far in terms of we've not shied away from it. You know, semi-final's a semi-final. It's a great occasion. I said before, in terms of the motivating factor is it's a semi-final. Where else would you rather be? the coaches are giving us a great game plan. You can feel the excitement of the players, and that'll only build till to tomorrow. So it's come together nicely, and everyone's different. Some people need a calm, some people need a kick up the arse. But it's going to be really exciting, I can tell you that.
Richard, to play your game, you need fast ball, clean ball on the rucks. Is it a focus special this week against the South African? And have you told to Ben O'Keefe this part of the game?
Yeah, so it's a massive challenge of the game against Africa, the ruck. So they compete half of the ball. You switch off for a second, and they'll pull bodies into it. So they're amongst the best in the world in that area. So yeah, definitely been a focus for us this week in terms of how we get that bit right, because you're playing against this defence off slow ball, then it'll swallow you up. So yeah, definitely a focus for us. As for the referee, got full trust that he'll do a great job in that area.
Hi Richard, you mentioned South Africa's rush defence earlier. Is it the toughest challenge you've faced yet as an attack coach?
Yeah, I think they're all slightly different and there's nuances, but we know for a long time Springboks defence has been very, very good. So yeah, certainly a tough challenge for us, but one that we're excited to get after.
And Elliot, the aerial battle will be key as ever. What is the key to getting that right? Is it more of an attitude thing? Is it a technical thing? Particularly in the wet, I guess, that becomes even more of a focus.
Yeah, it probably does. I think it's probably everyone's role. It's obviously the back three are probably going to take most of these balls, but it's everyone around them to try and obviously secure that breakdown after, because that's a massive thing, especially in the wet. So yeah, it's an attitude thing, get up in the air, be brave in the air, and we'll do that this Saturday.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Chavs, all right. Lovely.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our Springbok Eve of Match briefing. Just to explain how things will work, we will have Mzwandile Stick, assistant coach, first for about 7.5 minutes or so, and then we will bring in Bongi Mbonambi and Bitdefender, and then they'll be on for about 7 minutes as well. So if I can just ask, just raise your hands for questions, and we can get going.
Are we all good? Mzwandile, if we start with the obvious one, we've seen all the articles about the death threats. We would like some reaction from the Springbok camp. Has there been any more lately, and what's the reaction of the Bok camp?
Yeah, personally, I haven't received anything on my phone, so I'm not too stressed about it. But once again, yeah, we are well aware of the situation with Kobus and his family, and an honest truth from me. And personally, I can tell you now, we don't have a place for hooligans in our game, The players, they do their job to make sure that they represent their country. And all the players that were on the field, and we are here to represent South Africa. So if someone has got a problem with that, I think the French authorities will have to deal with that, But once again, from our side, we will make sure that we protect each other as a team, our players, management, everyone involved. And once again, we don't have a place for that in our game, You win some, you lose some as part of the game, So I'm actually disappointed. Whoever sent that message to a player, I'm really disappointed at that. But once again, we'll keep doing everything in our powers to make sure that we make our people proud at home. But once again, regarding the situation, I think it's well handled now between the authorities of French, and yeah.
Hi, over here.
Razzie got most of the England team right on Tuesday. Was there anything that surprised you about their ultimate selection with Martin coming in and Cole starting?
I don't think there's actually big surprises. It's probably what we expected. Probably from the team that was announced by Razzie earlier in the week. Probably there's two changes in it because of, once again, Marcus Smith. I think he is not clear to play because of concussion. And Martins has been doing well, very well for them. One of the tough upcoming young player. And for him to get a starting lineup against the Springboks, it shows that their coaching staff really believe in his physique, and he's actually a good player. And at the moment, England, in general, I think they're in a good space as a team. They're getting the results they're looking for, and you can see also when it comes to the shift in their mindset. They're really physical. And how they played against Fiji in the quarterfinals, I think we were impressed with the physicality of the game, So, yeah, not really much surprises, but I think they've selected their best possible team.
Hello. The English team is maybe in the same position as you in 2029. Do you maybe are a little bit afraid of what they are growing, how they are build their team, and maybe how they going to the final or for the semi-final? The mindset.
Yeah, like I just mentioned now, they actually, as a team, they're getting the results they're looking for, and going to the playoffs and most especially semi-finals, you can never underestimate anyone, So we know it's going to be tough, and we know for sure that England will pitch up on the day tomorrow. And we've seen what they've done in the past against the All Blacks, in Japan, where probably that's one of the most physical games I've ever seen from the English side, and we expect the same tomorrow, But once again, as a team, we are well prepared. And also, if you look at our side, the game we played against France, probably, I personally was probably one of the toughest games to be involved in. From the first whistle, I think the tempo and the intensity of the game, how France started against us, it really, really challenged us. And the scoreboard speaks to exactly that, because that game was really a very, very tough game in a sense of both teams, when they got their opportunities, they've capitalized, and that's playoff game, I think we expect the same also tomorrow. England will pitch up, and we'll make sure also we do pitch up. And yeah, and I feel like the team that will probably convert their opportunities into points will probably stand a good chance to win the game. So it's going to be a tough one.
Morning, Coach. Just a question on the players that we saw sitting in the stands today. Jaden Hendricks, Grant Williams, and Lucanio Ahmad, didn't see him also taking part in training. Maybe he came a little bit later. Any injury update that we need to know about?
No, nothing much at the moment. Our NPS players, which is the players that are not playing, they're always part of the plan, irrespective of they're not in the match 23. So every week, all the players that are not in the squad, they're always on standby. But at the moment, you don't have to worry. The 23 players we've selected are all fully fit to play the game.
Hi, Coach. Is it worth drawing any comparisons between this England team and the one you encountered 4 years ago? Are there any characteristics that are similar 4 years later?
One thing I know for sure, without even going too deep to 2019, in the past year, I think they are totally a different team. I know they started slow under the new coaching staff with Bordeaux, but at the moment, because we analyze them and we go deep into how they do things and what they stand for. And to be honest, there's been a lot of changes in how they do things. And if you look at the way they're kicking, probably the closest team to France, how the amount of kicks you get in the game. I've analyzed some of the games, even when they played against teams like Chile, they'll probably go about over 40 kicks in a game. So that shows you there's a bit of a tweak in how they do things. And physically, once again, because of the games they've played against France, against Fiji, they've showed that they can also be physical on a day. So the question is it the same team compared to 2019? They're totally a different team. And us as a coaching staff and players, I don't think we'll never underestimate them, because we know on a good day, when they switch that right button, they can be a dangerous team. So, yeah, I think they're a better team now where they are at the moment.
Coach Stocker, just another one on Kobus. Is he in a good headspace after receiving those messages?
No, he's proper. I've seen him every day. He's in a good space. He's got his family around him. And I think at the moment in our camp, must also give credit to the French rugby, the security around our hotels, with all the teams that were in the World Cup. The security was just another level. So I don't think at the moment there's something to worry about, because we know for sure that we are well protected in our camps. And for Kobus, he's got his family around him, and the family has been around. And it's good to see our players also in a good space, when they've got their families around. I think that's one thing we as a coaching staff and the management, we are finding a good balance in the sense of to get the human side first, to be happy, and to have families around. I think it's something that helps us as a team. And yeah, Kobus is in a good space.
Hi, Giles from The Telegraph here. On Sunday after the game, Jacques Nienaba was saying that sort of the welfare of your players is the number one priority regarding the HIAs. Can I just ask, has there been any discussions internally with the coaching team about whether it's sort of moral and ethical that 3 players who had an HIA at the weekend are then playing in a World Cup semi-final 6 days later?
Yeah, the 2 that I remember in the game, it was called probably by the match officials. So once again, we want to protect everyone, and we trust the medical experts. I'm not a medical expert, but once again, also us as coaches, we go through courses to make sure that we protect our players when it comes to the moment you suspect something, you have to make sure that you raise it. I think we as a coaching staff only called 1 that we've requested from our team just to check one of the players. So I think our team doctor made a call to go and check. I think it was Dwayne at that moment. But otherwise, the other ones that were called, it was from the match or medical doctors. But once again, for us, we just want to make sure that we also keep the players safe.
Coach Dick, good afternoon. I hope all is well. 2-pronged question. Firstly, the Proteas are playing against England in Mumbai tomorrow. Just talk us through the weirdness or the funniness of actually having 2 national teams play different sports against each other at the same time. And then secondly, just talk to me about how you guys are controlling your emotions. There was a big outpouring of emotion, understandably so, after the game. Do you feel that enough emotions have been bottled from an intensity perspective for tomorrow's game?
Yeah, firstly, I think at the moment it's good to be South African. If you look at what the Proteas are doing on the other side, I know the last game they played against Netherlands, things didn't go well, but I think where they are as a team, they're actually doing very well. So credit must go to their coaching staff and Temba and these boys, and I also wish them the best, and they must understand that we're also fully behind them as a Springboks. And from our side, like I said to you, Kanyiso, I think the pressure and the challenges that we had during that quarterfinals against France, we knew that we're going to go against not only the 15 players that were on the field at that time. We knew the crowd is going to be hostile, and that once again the crowd didn't disappoint. The vibe, it was very, very intense in the game, and for us to be able to pull it through, through all the challenges that I felt like the French side threw at us, and once again, to win the World Cup, you're going to have to go through tough times, and we've been there before. Made an example about in Japan where we had to go play against the host nation. I think it was a similar situation with France, and for us to pull it through, it was very, very special, And there's one thing that Kanyiso, the support that we've got from our South African people now. We spoke about the Guijo squad last week to come and join us, and the vibe. And I won't lie to you. I remember after the game when we went around the crowd on the stands to say thanks to everyone who was there to support us. It was unbelievable to see the amount of South Africans that went all the way to come and support us. So that's one thing for sure for us, is that we live to make sure that we make our South African people proud. And we're going to keep on striving for them and make sure that we bring the best in South Africa.
Guys, unfortunately, it's a very short media conference.
Just one more, just one
You
more.
want
There's
more?
a gentleman.
Okay.
One more there.
Because you're so nice, Sticky.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Just England are talking a lot about how their best performance is ahead of them, they believe, in this World Cup. Is it realistic to think, given what you did against France, that your best performance can be ahead of you? And do you maybe not quite need your best performance against England?
Yeah, I can't comment on what they think about themselves, but one thing I can tell you for sure about us is that every game we've played so far in this World Cup, our boys, even with all the changes sometimes we normally make in our squad, you know, our boys, they always pitch up, you know. Probably one of the best games for me was when we played against Tonga, you know. Physically, they really challenged us, a challenge to prepare us for what was coming, you know. And I know one thing for sure, they're going to be up for this, you know, because of, you know, the history between the two sides, you know, they're going to be up for it. And once again, and we'll make sure also we pitch up tomorrow. And we're not going to disappoint them, you know. But once again, like I said, England at the moment, they're in a good space, you know. And one thing that I can say from the quarterfinal against France, if you look at it both sides, when France got an opportunity early in the game to convert into points, you know, they really put us under pressure there. So I think it was a good game for us in a sense of where we stayed in the fight, you know. Otherwise, if our boys mentally didn't switch on in that game, it would have been probably a long day at the office. I think it's going to be the same tomorrow. Whoever is going to pitch up and execute their plan very well tomorrow, you know, and play the conditions also very well, I think we'll stand a chance to win the semi-finals. But once again, England are in a good space. They're a good side, and they've got massive X-factor players in that team. So we can't afford to not to pitch up tomorrow. So I think the boys are well prepared. We're well prepared as a team, and yeah, hopefully everything will go well for us tomorrow.
Cool. Thank you, Sticky.
Thanks.
We'll bring
Thank you,
in the
everyone.
players now. Bitdefender and Bongi Mbonambi, please raise your hands for questions.
Hi, good morning. A question to Bitdefender. Considering the way England is playing and also the way France was playing in the quarterfinal, can you see any difference in the way you will approach the match tomorrow against England, considering they are physical, using the boot and so on? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, so we do our analyzing about the teams we play against this weekend. So, of course, there's a few factors we take into account as well, the weather and so on. If you look at the team, they picked quite a physical team. We read in the news as well, they're going to try and take us on at our set phases, the scrums and mauls. We've seen some stuff how they defend as well. So defend is quite a key factor for their team. So that's some stuff we take into account, and we're prepared for that as well.
Question for you, Bongi, please. England are loving the tag of underdogs for this game and talking about that a lot. Are you embracing the tag of favourites?
Good afternoon, everyone. I don't think we've ever mentioned England as underdogs. I think it would be very disrespectful to them to mention them as underdogs. We don't look at ourselves as favourites. It's knockout rugby. Anything can happen. So, yeah, it's going to be a tough game. It's going to be a physical game. I think it would be very disrespectful to say the underdogs, and we never see ourselves as favourites.
Okay, and you and Jamie George, England's hooker, have both played a huge amount of minutes, which is relatively rare for international test rugby these days. What's it like playing that many minutes, back to back, and how is the body?
Yeah, it's pretty tough playing at this level. It's always tough. I mean, World Cup rugby, all the teams are in top shape, all the teams are physical. And I think for myself, just to make sure that I stay on top of my recovery, and also as we do as a team, we stay on top of recovery. We have coaching staff that look after us physically and make sure they're prepared for the following week. And also, I mean, as a professional these days, you have to look at it in terms of it's short day turnarounds in World Cups. You don't have that much time to recover or do any other thing, rather than focus on the following match. So it is tough on the bodies, but as long as we're on top of recovery, I think the body will look after itself.
Question for Peter Steph. Obviously, you had a stellar tournament in 2019. When you reflect so far on this tournament and how you feel at the moment, just physically, how do you feel compared to 4 years ago at the corresponding stage in the competition?
Yeah, I must say I feel quite good at the moment. Like Bongi said, now we do a lot of focus on recovery as well, and the coaches manage our loads as well. So that's something I think as a team, as a management, they did well for this tournament, looking after the players, our welfare as well. So I think at this stage we are at a good spot.
Peter Steph, Bongi, good afternoon, guys. For you, Peter Steph, another two-pronged question. Firstly, the Proteas are playing England at pretty much in the morning until you guys actually go on and play England later on. Firstly, what's your message of support for them? And then secondly, how are you guys rallying around Kobus Reinach in light of the death threats that have emerged?
Yes, just to do the Proteas all the best. We're rooting for them, and we support them 100% and looking forward to the game as well. On Kobus, yes, I've heard there were some threats made to him and his family. It's an unfortunate situation, but I think everything has been reported to the French authorities, and they're handling it at the moment.
Any further questions? Is everyone happy?
Hi, Bongi. Charles from the Telegraph here. There was just been a little bit of confusion around how you got injured at the weekend. You obviously went down, had some ice on your shoulder, and then you left for an HIA. Can you just sort of tell us what the injury was and how the recovery's been this week, and if you're 100% fit?
I think in regards to that, I think all medical protocols were followed in the game. I was feeling fine. I think the doctor just saw a knock that I got earlier and was worried about it, and I went off, and the doctors checked me out, did my HIAs, and all the medical protocols were followed after that.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Just a question about how you get yourselves mentally and emotionally prepared for the semi-final. We saw a massive effort from the team to get past France, and just being able to match that kind of energy, that kind of mental agility this time around, just 6 days later. Maybe if both of you can comment on that, that would be great.
Yeah, it's you're playing for your country, especially South Africa. If you see all the support and the videos we get, and it's on social media, that the coaches actually showed us this morning, it's quite wonderful. So we take a lot of inspiration from that as well, and the personal messages we get. And again, it's playing in a Rugby World Cup in probably one of the best stadiums in the world, the Stade de France. So it's an unbelievable honor and a privilege. And you never know when it might be your last match for the Springboks as well. So, and especially in a Rugby World Cup, I think a lot of us will experience it again. So to get you up for this match, it's almost something that will just happen by itself if you look after that stuff.
I think just to agree with Peter Steph, obviously as individuals we have our own different way to get ourselves mentally ready. I mean the physical part is already taken care of in the week. I mean the captain's runs, we just clean up, do some tidy ups, but I think just the day before I go through my own processes. Everyone goes through their own processes, but as Peter Steph said, the support from back at home, from South African fans that we see and that we receive, is very special, very awesome to see all the support that they have for us. And I mean, it's just us as rugby players pitching up on the day, representing the Springbok jersey and representing South Africa.
Hi. The England team is in the same position that you was in 2019. Do you are a little bit afraid about the feeling of revenge that they can have, and maybe it can give them a little bit force for this game?
I'll try and answer the question. Yeah, we've heard a lot, and obviously people are talking about they're looking for revenge, and however they see the game, it's up to them. I think for us, just focusing on our game plan, focusing on the task that we have at hand, making sure that we are aligned together with the coaches and the players, and for us. We don't play a lot on emotions, because I believe emotions will last you 20 minutes and then you burn yourself out. I think us as a Springbok, we have a plan that we want to implement on Saturday. And just for us staying tight together as a unit and being aligned on the day.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you for coming, and have a good day. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Past 6 on Thursday the 14th. We are in number 460.